Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's have a quick recap of the previous episode. Ihan found himself transported to a world called Azure Star, a place where spiritual energy has reawakened and ferocious beasts run rampant. Once a special forces soldier, he has now become a beast tamer with the ability to form contracts with mystical creatures, embarking on his journey of defiance and growth. After the transmigration, Ihan discovered he was in a perilous world where the original owner of his body had been brutally killed. Inheriting his predecessor's memories and emotions, Ihan resolved to survive and thrive in this world. He formed a contract with a small, snow-white fox possessing the ability to heal with its light of restoration, turning it into his trusted companion. In this world, humans gain strength by forming contracts with beasts, and the hierarchy of beast tamers is strictly divided into 10 tiers, from plastic to supreme. Ihan, originally a plastic-level beast tamer and a student at Nanjian City's 7th Preparatory Beast Tamer High School, began his meteoric rise through hard work and the assistance of a system-bound golden finger. During a practical combat assessment, Yihan was defeated and gravely injured by his class monitor, Zhou Peng. However, with unyielding determination and the system's support, he not only recovered but also gained access to powerful resources and combat techniques. These included a storage space, a perfect-grade bloodline advancement pill, premium beast feed, a mystical tier combat skill called Frostbite Claw, and system points. With the system's help, Yihan's contracted beast, Little White, quickly evolved from a support-type beast into a combat-oriented one. Little White mastered the Frostbite Claw skill and rapidly improved its proficiency through the system's special training mode. Yihan also used system points to activate a super cultivation mode, enabling Little White to break through to level 8 in a short time, while his own physical strength advanced to level 5. Yihan's rapid progress caught the attention of those around him, including his desk mate Ma Tiankai and other students at the school. Ma Tiankai suggested that Yihan participate in the underground beast fighting arena to quickly accumulate wealth and enhance his abilities. In the arena, Yihan showcased exceptional skill, defeating a level 9 opponent and earning substantial rewards and system points. Throughout his time in the beast fighting arena, Yihan encountered various challenges and opponents. Yet, with Little White's formidable combat skills and his own clever strategies, he overcame each obstacle. His outstanding performance not only thrilled the audience, but also earned him additional rewards from the system. As his points accumulated, Yihan used them to acquire more resources and techniques, further strengthening himself. As Yihan's power grew, he began uncovering deeper secrets about this world. He learned of the existence of dark beast tamers, who are enemies of humanity, lurking within human society to disrupt its peace. In a twist of fate, Yihan stumbled upon one of their sinister plots and successfully thwarted their scheme. Yihan's heroic actions turned him into a celebrated figure, with his name spreading across Nanjian City. Not only did he achieve great success in the beast fighting arena, but he also earned the respect of his peers at school. Even his fiancée, Wang Ruyan, who initially showed little interest in him, began to re-evaluate their relationship after witnessing his strength and potential. That's where part 1 left off. I hope you're excited for today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're intrigued by this story and it's your first time hearing about it, feel free to check out part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. The portal to the secret realm continued to shimmer with a faint, mysterious glow, but the scene was vastly different from when they first entered. There was no sign of any demonic beasts in the vicinity. Surrounding the portal now were interference devices specifically designed for it. These devices didn't disrupt the spatial connection of the portal itself, but instead interfered with the spatial waves it emitted, preventing other demonic beasts from sensing it and gathering in the area. Yihan quickly located a nearby massive gorge and began carving out a large hidden chamber within its sturdy rock walls. He then sealed and camouflaged the entrance with stones, ensuring that even passing travelers would find it nearly impossible to notice any signs of excavation, let alone discover the concealed chamber in the cliffside. Xiaobai, Lian, we will be staying in this chamber for some time. The portal to the secret realm could close at any moment. You must seize this opportunity to train and push past your current limits. Yihan declared resolutely. Understood. System, activate super training mode. A crisp notification sound echoed, signaling the successful activation of the super training mode. The system points required to initiate the mode were negligible and will no longer be mentioned going forward. The moment the mode was activated, Lian felt the spiritual energy of the world around her surging like a tidal wave. Absorbing the energy for cultivation became incredibly effortless, 10 times easier than eating or drinking. She was astonished, realizing her master must possess an unimaginable treasure. Under the enhancement of the super training mode, her cultivation speed increased several-fold. Could the day of vengeance really be far away? Meanwhile, the Tsongling defense line had just endured an Sklas demonic beast horde. Within a 5-mile radius, the ground was littered with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The once majestic defense line was now riddled with scars, its structure heavily damaged. The blood of warriors and beasts alike had dyed the entire line a deep crimson. The majority of the bodies were those of massive demonic beasts, though occasionally, soldiers could be seen digging through the carcasses to extract beast cores. After this life-and-death battle, they had emerged victorious, managing to hold the defense line. However, the cost was devastating. Over 3,000 soldiers had laid down their lives, sacrificing themselves heroically to protect their homeland. The atmosphere along the defense line was somber and heavy. Nye Xinghua stood atop the line, silently gazing into the distance. Though they had won the battle, an unexpected problem loomed. None of the elite fighters sent into the secret realm to deploy the portal interference devices had returned. According to intelligence from the Dark Beast Master side, a large number of top-tier prodigies from Tianlang Nation had entered the secret realm and were engaged in fierce combat with 6th-grade bloodline demonic beasts outside the portal. What was their current situation? Nye Xinghua had been confident in the success of this secret realm mission, but the new intel left him deeply uneasy. This group of prodigies was of critical importance. If they were truly wiped out in the secret realm, his career as the commander of Nanchur City would be finished, and his future prospects ruined. Worse still, his beloved son was among them. General Nye, there's no need to worry too much. With Lin Xian and Ye Wenhao, two globally top-tier prodigies, even if they encounter the Dark Beast Master's elite team, they still have a fighting chance. Principal Zhou, standing nearby, offered words of comfort. Nye Xinghua nodded slightly, silently clinging to hope. These young people couldn't understand the deep concern of their elders. If they could return sooner, it would ease the heavy burden on his heart. The families of these prodigies were also anxiously calling for updates, adding to the mounting pressure. However, with the secret realm restricting entry levels and no means of communication, they had no choice but to wait. The global entrance exams were set to begin in just over 10 days, and the prodigies would undoubtedly return before then. At that moment, 6 rapidly moving figures emerged from the distant forest, approaching at incredible speed. Nye Xinghua squinted, sensing the familiar auras of Lin Xian and the others. They had finally returned, but 4 were missing. Soon, Lin Xian appeared before Nye Xinghua, accompanied by Nye Tianjun, Wang Ruyan, Li Kiki, Nye Wenhao, and Ning Zimo. Their expressions were unusually grim. Nye Xinghua let out a long sigh of relief. At least his only son was still alive. But as soon as he heard Lin Xian's report, his brows furrowed deeply once again. Reporting to General Nye, the mission to disrupt the secret realm's portal has been completed, Lin Xian said, standing at attention. Her voice carried an undeniable sorrow. Yihan, Xiang Chongping, Sun Wei, and Shiliang sacrificed their lives during the mission. Xiang Chongping, Sun Wei, and Shiliang perished in a super fire element storm, while Yihan, in order to protect the other team members, died at the hands of the Black Guardian sorcerer. As her words fell, the meeting room was engulfed in silence. Wang Ruyan's face turned as pale as paper, her hands trembling slightly, and she seemed to lose all strength in her body. When Lin Xian vividly recounted how Yihan had stepped forward and used his life to buy time for his teammates to escape, everyone present was stunned. The courage and responsibility displayed by this young man far exceeded their expectations. Lin Xian's voice quivered as she spoke. She vividly remembered that her own life had been saved by Yihan. To her, Yihan was not only an outstanding teammate and friend, but also a true hero prodigy who could stand shoulder to shoulder with any genius in the world. At the mention of the super fire element storm, Nye Xinghua and Dean Zhou's faces turned pale simultaneously. Such a catastrophic disaster, capable of annihilating everything in its path, was something even powerful figures like them could not withstand, let alone a group of bronze-level students. Lin Xian, give a detailed mission report, Nye Xinghua said, taking a deep breath. Over the next half hour, Lin Xian recounted every detail from the moment they entered the secret realm. By the time she finished, both Nye Xinghua and Dean Zhou wore grim expressions. You've done very well, Nye Xinghua said solemnly. Those 4 sacrificed their lives for the nation and its people. They are true heroes and should be remembered by the people forever. He immediately began issuing a series of follow-up orders, organizing grand funerals for the fallen soldiers, notifying the families of the deceased, and arranging media coverage to honor their heroic deeds. As for Yihan, though he had no living relatives, Nye Xinghua decided to notify Wang Jinhai and personally write a report to the provincial military department, requesting that Yihan be posthumously awarded the Shenlong First-Class Combat Hero Medal. This was not only a recognition of Yihan's heroic actions, but also an expression of gratitude for saving Nye Tianjuan's life. At the Inyuan Provincial Military Headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Lin Kaiga, the commander-in-chief of the Inyuan Provincial Military, along with a group of generals and key provincial officials, were gathered for a critical meeting. On the large screen in the conference hall, General Nye Xinghua was solemnly briefing them on the defensive battle at the Zhongling line. Lin Kaiga, a powerful and seasoned platinum-level beastmaster, held a position that subtly overshadowed even the governor of an Yuan province. He was also the uncle of Lin Xian, the team leader tasked with disrupting the secret realm's teleportation gate. Although the defensive battle at the Songling line ended in victory, the cost was devastating. A total of 3,120 lives were lost, including 5 silver-level beastmasters and 4 prodigies from the special training program. These 4 prodigies had immense potential to become gold-level beastmasters, making their loss a tremendous blow. Leaders from the Yuan Provincial Department of Education turned pale upon hearing the news, their hearts heavy with grief. These prodigies had been meticulously nurtured, with bright futures ahead, including prospects of admission to top beastmaster universities. Now, their lives were tragically cut short in the secret realm, leaving everyone heartbroken. The decision to take on this secret realm mission so recklessly allowed the Dark Beastmasters to exploit a loophole. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the Dark Beastmaster Prodigy team, Yi Han would at least still be alive. General Nie Xinghua bears primary responsibility for this, an elder from the Department of Education said coldly. Everyone knows the dangers of the secret realm. The super firestorm was a natural disaster and cannot be blamed on General Nie Xinghua. However, the actions of the Dark Beastmasters could have been prevented. Another official interjected, his tone filled with frustration. What a pity about Yi Han. He was a dark horse of our Yuan province, with a real chance of being admitted to Xinlong Capital University. Now, he's gone. Another official lamented. Easy for you to criticize from the sidelines. General Nie Xinghua was busy combating enslevel beast tide at the time, with manpower and resources stretched to the limit. The intelligence on the Dark Beastmaster's actions only came to light after the Prodigy team had already entered the secret realm. How could he have foreseen this? Someone retorted, their tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Besides, General Nie Xinghua's own child was part of the team. He couldn't possibly have neglected the safety of the other members. Everyone knows Nie Tianjun is his only son, another official added. Losing 4 prodigies is a humiliation for our province. Other provinces will surely mock us for this. If it weren't for Yi Han's courage and resourcefulness, the prodigy team might have been wiped out entirely in the secret realm. His contributions should be recorded in our provincial elementary school textbooks as an eternal example for children. He deserves to be posthumously awarded the Special Class Combat Hero Medal. It is an honor he has truly earned, an official said passionately. Posthumously awarding a bronze-level individual the Special Class Combat Hero Medal might be a bit excessive, don't you think? Since the Great Cataclysm, the number of people in Xinlong Nation awarded this medal at the bronze level can be counted on one hand, and most of them were pioneers from the early days of the catastrophe, someone questioned. I fully support posthumously awarding Yi Han the Special Class Combat Hero Medal. His noble character, courage, and intelligence make him more than deserving of this honor. Another official said firmly. I propose awarding Yi Han the First Class Combat Hero Medal instead. The Special Class Combat Hero Medal is rarely awarded, sometimes not even once a year. Recipients are almost exclusively platinum-level beastmasters, with even gold-level recipients being few and far between. While I do not deny Yi Han's achievements, granting him the Special Class Medal seems excessive, another official argued calmly. The debate over whether to posthumously award Yi Han the Special Class Combat Hero Medal grew increasingly heated in the conference room. The medal's value was unparalleled, 10 or even 100 times greater than the First Class Combat Hero Medal, and came with a highly coveted privilege. For any gold-level beastmaster, it was a dream honor, and even platinum-level beastmasters did not receive it lightly. To propose awarding it to a bronze-level beastmaster was virtually unprecedented. The tension in the room escalated as the argument over the medal's worth and Yi Han's qualifications raged on, with no resolution in sight. The development rights to a stable small-scale secret realm privilege, so valuable that it left everyone present holding their breath. Possessing this right meant legally managing and developing the entire realm as private property. The secret realm where Yi Han currently stood was the perfect example. A complete, unexplored planet with resources so vast that their value transcended monetary measurement, reaching an astronomical figure. Of course, transforming the realm's resources into wealth required sufficient strength. However, for most people, the biggest barrier wasn't a lack of strength, but rather the absence of this precious ticket. Precisely because stable small-scale secret realms were so rare, the awarding of the Special Class Combat Hero Medal had always been carried out with extreme caution. Beyond recognizing merit, strength was also a critical factor. After all, owning a secret realm meant taking on the responsibility of managing it, which required the ability to deal with the constant threats posed by the beasts emerging from the realm. In the conference room, heated arguments flared up one after another. Although Yi Han's accomplishments were extraordinary, his bronze-level strength became the focal point of controversy. Just as the debate reached its peak, Lin Kaiga, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat twice. The entire room fell silent instantly. As the provincial military commander, he was the only one with the authority to grant this medal. Lin Kaiga's sharp gaze swept across the room before he spoke. In this operation, General Nyeshingwa's command was beyond reproach. Even in someone else's hands, the strategy could hardly have been improved. The sacrifice of Tianjiao was an unfortunate inevitability of war. As for Yihan, he single-handedly saved the entire team and fought a life-and-death battle with the Black Royal Beastmaster squad to protect his comrades. In terms of both character and achievements, he is undoubtedly a role model for the younger generation. He paused for a moment and continued. Currently, many privileged youths, including the descendants of some present here, have been lulled into complacency by peace. They believe that with the military and strong individuals to protect them, they can squander resources and oppress the people as they please, leading to a growing decline in moral values. We need role models like Yihan to correct this trend with his spirit of self-sacrifice and relentless perseverance. His story deserves to be known, studied, and celebrated by all his peers. Finally, Lin Kaiga's voice rang out with determination. As the commander of an Yuan province, I hereby posthumously award Yihan, who courageously sacrificed himself during the Secret Realm mission, the Shenlong Special Class Combat Hero Medal. The three other fallen heroes Xiang Chongping, Shi Liang, and Sun Wei will also be posthumously awarded the Shenlong First Class Combat Hero Medal. The awarding ceremony will take place during their funeral tomorrow. Notify all major provincial and national media outlets to prepare articles and conduct live coverage of the event. Meeting adjourned. Everyone saluted Lin Kaiga, and the disputes subsided. Lin Kaiga's willingness to so readily award Yihan the Shenlong Special Class Combat Hero Medal was largely because Yihan had already sacrificed his life, becoming a symbol of inspiration. The deceased are often more fitting to be celebrated. With Yihan being posthumously awarded the Special Class Combat Hero Medal, he would not enjoy any privileges, not even having direct family members to benefit from it. Awarding the medal to Yihan was a wise decision, beneficial in all aspects, with no downsides. Even the powerful figures in Jingdu would commend this choice. In the secret chamber by the rift's edge, time flew by, and 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, there were no fire element storms, and no creatures entered or exited the secret realm's entrance. The once dangerous secret realm had become unusually quiet. Over these 12 days, the bond between Lai Yin, Yihan, and Xiaobai grew even closer. Lai Yin had mastered all human languages, and with the boost of the super cultivation mode, her level skyrocketed to 21. Such rapid progress was not only due to refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also thanks to the massive amount of demon cores Yihan had previously collected, most of which had now been consumed by Lai Yin. Using demon cores for cultivation was like riding a rocket in terms of speed. Xiaobai also consumed a large number of demon cores, advancing from level 23 to level 26. As for Yihan, after enduring multiple life and death trials in the Secret Realms missions, his mental state became increasingly stable. His meditation efficiency significantly improved, and with the aid of the perfect grade condensing incense, his spiritual points directly increased to 85. At the same time, his physical strength rose to level 24. Boom! The door to the secret chamber on the rift's cliffside was pushed open by Yihan, and scorching winds roared in. In just 2 days, the global college entrance exams would beg, and it was time to leave. As wonderful as the secret realm was, it was not a place to linger. Yihan longed for a stable secret realm that could serve as his personal backyard, a place he could enter and exit at will. How perfect would that be? He couldn't help but wonder if those who owed him money had prepared to pay him back. Did they think his death would absolve them of their debts? No way. The first thing he planned to do upon leaving was to collect his dues, along with the energy crystals in their storage spaces, which were rightfully his. Lai Yin, from now on, flying is your responsibility, Yihan said. Understood, master, Lai Yin replied. Her originally 1.7-meter-tall body rapidly expanded until she became an 8-meter-tall giant, kneeling on one knee. Yihan lightly leaped onto her smooth, jade-like shoulder, while Xiaobai transformed into the size of a small squirrel and perched on Yihan's shoulder. With a powerful beat of her massive wings, Lai Yin instantly turned into a streak of white light and vanished from the spot. Within seconds, they passed through the secret realm's teleportation gate. Previously, when Liu Yin's parents were seen in the elemental storm, they did not enlarge their bodies because they were surrounded by enemies, and increasing their size would have made them easier targets. However, the Angel of Flames race does not rely on physical size for close combat. 8 meters is the maximum size for Lai Yin. Her role is more akin to a ranged magical tank, possessing terrifying AoE damage capabilities, incredible speed, and exceptional flight skills. With a battle armor formed of light elements, her defense against both physical and elemental attacks is outstanding. Her heat-resistant physique renders her nearly immune to fire element attacks, allowing her to swim effortlessly in magma-like environments. This was precisely why Liu Yin's parents were able to hold their ground for so long against the combined assault of 10 black royal demon masters, who were all super prodigies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind roared past Yihan's ears like thunder. The moment he passed through the secret realm's portal, Lai Yin carried him, soaring from a height of 100 meters straight into the sky. The terrifying pressure of a sixth-grade bloodline erupted instantly, sweeping across a radius of several kilometers. The surrounding beasts trembled in fear, and those with higher intelligence immediately knelt in submission, demonstrating their reverence for this marquee-level presence. In this region, a sixth-grade bloodline signified the status of a marquee, while a seventh-grade bloodline was the mark of a demon king. Faced with the overwhelming aura released by Lai Yin, ordinary demon soldiers and generals had no capacity to resist, let alone launch an attack without the leadership of a higher-grade beast. The journey back was unexpectedly smooth. Before long, the rebuilt Songling defense line appeared on the horizon. However, as Lai Yin approached, Yihan immediately sensed that hundreds of snipers and energy cannons had locked onto him. Though such weapons posed no threat to him now, their highly vigilant posture caused his brows to furrow slightly. "I am Yihan, a senior student from Nanjing City's special training class," he called out loudly. "I have my training class badge as proof. I just returned from the secret realm and request passage through the defense line to prepare for the college entrance exams." A silence fell over the defense line, yet the number of weapons aimed at him only increased. The moment Yihan announced his identity, at least 3 silver-ranked experts contracted beasts had locked onto him. Shortly after, an even more terrifying aura descended a golden-ranked expert's oppressive presence. Soon, a squad of soldiers riding flying beasts approached, stopping several hundred meters in front of Lai Yin. They exchanged hushed discussions. Yihan? Wasn't he posthumously awarded the Divine Dragon Special Class Combat Hero Medal after his death? He does look exactly the same, even down to the snow fox on his shoulder. The most suspicious thing is that 6th-grade bloodline Lion Angel. Even golden-ranked experts rarely possess something like that. Could it be a disguise by a dark summoner? After all, we all attended his medal ceremony and funeral. Hearing their discussions, Yihan finally grasped the situation. To them, he was already considered dead, and now his appearance only seemed to confirm him as some kind of imposter. Wait a minute. Yihan froze. What Divine Dragon Special Class Combat Hero Medal? The Divine Dragon Special Combat Hero Medal? Yihan felt his heart pounding violently, his hands trembling slightly out of sheer disbelief. This was the legendary highest honor, attainable only by platinum-level warriors. Even gold-ranked beast tamers rarely received it, let alone silver-ranked ones. And yet, he, a mere bronze-level rookie, had somehow been awarded this extraordinary distinction. The privileges represented by this medal made Yihan's mind race with excitement. A one-time cash reward of 2 billion union credits, an annual honorary bonus of 1 billion credits, an additional 50 points on college entrance exams, and a 30-point bonus for his children's exams. But the most enticing privilege of all was the right to develop stable small-scale secret realms. The importance of secret realm development rights was self-evident. According to international regulations, stable small-scale secret realms belong to the nation in which they were discovered. Even if found in unclaimed territories, they were considered the property of the discoverer's home country. While this rule might seem unfair, it was designed to address the immense threat secret realms could pose to cities and the fact that national intervention was often required to deal with potential disasters caused by beasts. Such management systems ultimately benefited humanity in its ongoing war against these creatures. Illegally developing secret realms carried immense risks. Without the protection of national military forces, one could fall victim to ambushes by rogue beast tamers at any moment and bear sole responsibility for any beast outbreaks. Each year, individuals paid a heavy price for illegal secret realm development, ranging from hefty fines and asset confiscation to, in severe cases, the death penalty. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yihan glanced at the sniper rifles and energy cannons still aimed at him. Oddly enough, they now seemed almost comforting. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "I really am Yihan, and I didn't die. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Special Training Academy's dean to bring a virtual combat helmet to verify my soul signature. After all, soul information can't be faked." A general in charge of the defensive line ascended on a flying beast, none other than the same gold-ranked expert who had previously locked onto Yihan. "The Special Training Academy's dean is already on the way," the general said. "If you truly are Yihan, this is incredible news. Your deeds have already spread across the entire nation." By now, several cameras were trained on Yihan, ready to live-stream the entire identity verification process. The shocking news had also quickly reached the provincial military headquarters, where Lin Kaiga, in the combat command room, froze in place, his eyes glued to the broadcast screen. Yihan stood steadily on the shoulder of a massive flame angel, accompanied by his adorable snow fox. Lin Kaiga noticed the slight curve of Yihan's lips and the unmistakable glimmer of delight in his eyes. The entire provincial military command center fell into a dead silence. All the officials instinctively held their breaths, as an indescribable tension filled the air. The news was simply too shocking. Yihan, an ordinary high school senior, had become a living recipient of the prestigious bronze-class Dragon Combat Hero Medal. This was not only unprecedented in the nation, but also a rarity on a global scale. What left everyone even more astounded was that Ihan had somehow acquired a flame angel with a grade 6 bloodline and appeared to have successfully formed a contract with it. At this moment, Ihan's heroic deeds were being celebrated wildly by the national media, and schools across the country were urging students to emulate his spirit of courage and self-sacrifice in the face of formidable adversaries. Lin Kaiga knew all too well that this Dragon Combat Hero Medal could not be taken back. Unless Ihan committed a significant error, which seemed highly unlikely given his current accomplishments, there was no justifiable reason to revoke it. Suppressing the complex emotions swirling within him, Lin Kaiga forced a smile. It's good to see you back alive. That alone is a blessing. You're the pride of Anyuan province, truly a young hero. Absolutely, this is worth celebrating. Other officials chimed in. Ihan even managed to acquire a grade 6 flame angel. With that, he can choose any of the top 3 academies before the college entrance exams. Maybe he even snatched it from the Black Beastmaster prodigy team led by the young master of the Wild Wolf sect. This kid is truly destined for greatness. Once his flame angel becomes combat ready, the title of top high school talent in Anyuan province this year might change hands. Someone remarked. I wonder how Lin Xian will react to hearing that Ihan is still alive. Those other prodigies who owe him money probably thought they were off the hook now. They're in for a rude awakening. Lin Kaiga sighed inwardly. It seems we older folks are truly past our prime. A mere bronze-class hero with a grade 5 and a grade 6 contracted beast, this is undoubtedly a new era for the younger generation. I just hope he has enough resources to nurture both of them to their full potential. Student number 55, Ihan, stood at the school gate, facing the identity verification system of the virtual combat helmet. When the system emitted a confirmation tone, the dean's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and delight. Ihan, welcome back, and congratulations on earning the Shenlong Special Combat Hero Medal, the dean exclaimed, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. With a wave of the defense general's hand, the energy cannons that had been aimed at Ihan immediately withdrew. The dean beamed, patting Ihan on the shoulder. I knew it. You're bold and fearless. There was no way you'd fall in some minor secret realm. Yihan's return not only marked the comeback of a hero, but also brought immense advantages in terms of extra points: 50 points for the Special Combat Hero Medal, another 30 points for the bronze-level Beast Tamer certification. Even before the exams began, he was already 80 points ahead of the average student. The dean was secretly overjoyed. As Yihan's mentor, this achievement promised him substantial bonuses. He couldn't help but think of Yang Yuzhu, who had once advocated for Yihan's exceptional admission. This was nothing short of a walking gold mine. At the entrance to the special training camp, all the students waited eagerly. Wang Ruyan, who usually carried the demeanor of an aloof beauty, had tears in her eyes. Even in public, she couldn't suppress her overwhelming emotions. She had always believed that Yihan, with his cautious nature, wouldn't throw his life away so easily. Now, at last, he had returned safely. The other students in the special training class looked at Yihan with varied expressions: jealousy, admiration, and disbelief. The freshman who had once been deemed an underdog now stood before them, not only alive but also a bona fide hero. Just as Yihan finished organizing his belongings, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was Wang Ruyan, dressed in a white gown, her face slightly flushed, her fists clenched tightly. I just wanted to check on you. I know this is a bit abrupt, she stammered, her voice tinged with nervousness. Clearly, she hadn't forgotten the confession she had made in the secret realm. Yihan could tell that Wang Ruyan's concern and worry at this moment were genuine. As a 35-year-old soldier who had crossed over from a modern military background, Yihan was particularly cautious when it came to matters of the heart. He had once hoped to live the life of a protagonist in an urban novel after retiring, but fate had other plans. He had heroically sacrificed himself in a battle against an armed terrorist organization. It was precisely this experience that made him prioritize the pursuit of power above all else in this life. He understood deeply that only by possessing sufficient strength could he truly control his destiny and protect those he cared about. This was also why he treated relationships with such caution, didn't want to fail to protect the people he cherished due to a lack of power. Come in. Lai Yin gracefully entered the room, carrying a tray of hot tea. In the household, she took on a role akin to a maid, a decision arranged by Xiaobai. As Yihan's contracted demon, Xiaobai believed that it was not only essential to strive for excellence in strength, but also to take care of her master's daily needs. She held the conviction that keeping her master in a pleasant mood could enhance his cultivation efficiency, something even science had validated. Though Lai Yin was a sixth-tier awakened beast with potential that might surpass Xiaobai's, she held Xiaobai in high regard, treating her like family. At this moment, she bowed slightly with the tea in hand. Master, beautiful lady guest, please enjoy the tea. With that, she gracefully exited the room. Wang Ruyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as she observed Lai Yan's flawless proportions and stunning appearance. Even as the top beauty of Nanjiang City's senior high school, she had to admit that Lai Yan's beauty was unmatched, enough to make anyone feel inferior. What surprised her even more was the way Yi Han looked at Lai Yan. It was the same as how he looked at Xiao Bai, the snow fox. This kind of transcendent detachment left her in awe. Yi Han, Wang Ruyan spoke softly, the global college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. The top 3 academies in the country are discussing offering me special admission, but I haven't made a decision yet. I want to know, which academy would you choose? Her voice became quieter. I want to go to the same university as you. Since I've already confessed to you and am still your fiancé in name, I don't want other talented beauties to steal you away. As a traditionally minded young lady from a prestigious family, Wang Ruyan had always upheld her engagement to Yi Han without ever suggesting breaking it off. Although she hadn't known him well before and hadn't gone out of her way to show affection, she had now resolved to fight for this relationship. Now that she had chosen Yi Han, it was as if she had locked her heart away. Toward other boys, her demeanor was cold as ice, giving no one else the chance to get close. She had thought to herself, if, in the end, Yi Han remained indifferent to her and chose another woman, she would accept it. At that point, she would live the rest of her life alone, focusing solely on seeking revenge. After all, Yi Han had promised to help her with her revenge, and that was enough for her. You don't need to rush your decision, Wang Ruyan said in a relaxed tone. I expect the top 3 academies in the country will soon contact you through the principal. Their educational standards are all excellent. The key difference lies in the incentives they'll offer you. Yi Han nodded in understanding. As the most sought-after prodigy of the moment, both in terms of strength and reputation, he had already reached the pinnacle. Now that the 3 top academies had learned he was alive, they were undoubtedly already working with Nanjiang City's Department of Education to make their offers. Sure enough, the principal's call came through shortly after. Yi Han, congratulations once again. The top 3 academies have decided to admit you unconditionally, so your college entrance exam score is no longer relevant. Please come to my office when you can, and I'll explain the specific offers from each academy to help you make your decision. Understood, Principal. They'll be there right away, Yi Han replied decisively. With his current strength, combined with the 80-point bonus privilege he had already earned, the college entrance exam was essentially a formality for him. Admission to one of the nation's top 3 academies was a certainty, and he could easily exceed the required scores by a wide margin. Ever since he had formed a contract with his flame beast, Yi Han's records had been updated to label him as a world-class top-tier prodigy. Even the top talent in Anyuan province, Lin Xian, whose blazing sun spirit had only a 5th-grade bloodline, couldn't compare. Clearly, Yi Han's current potential and the attention he garnered might even surpass Lin Xian, who had been directly admitted to the nation's top academy as a freshman. Thinking about this, Yi Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. What kind of extraordinary benefits would these 3 academies offer to win him over? If you truly don't want to break off the engagement and have no desire to marry someone else in the future, then let's consider our agreement to annul it in a year null and void, Yi Han said calmly. To Wang Ruyan, those words were more beautiful than anything else she could hear in the world. All her previous feelings of humility instantly transformed into sweetness and happiness. Yi Han wasn't an emotionally detached person, was simply a former special forces soldier whose professional habits made him cautious and rational when it came to relationships. Especially after being reborn, he was even more determined not to repeat past mistakes, making every decision with extreme care. This change of heart was also the result of careful deliberation. Initially, he had intended to sever all ties with Wang Ruyan, but he realized that this girl had genuinely fallen for him. He couldn't bear to see someone he cared about unhappy, nor did he want to let down such sincerity. In a world full of dangers, even with the system's assistance, he was far from invincible. Tomorrow was never guaranteed. Since he had found someone who treated him with genuine affection, he thought it best to respond in kind, leaving no room for regret. However, given our current age and abilities, we're not suited to focus on a relationship just yet, Yi Han added. Wang Ruyan immediately nodded eagerly, her expression more obedient than ever. I understand. I truly do. Just hearing those words is enough for me. I'll wait, no matter how long it takes. I'll train even harder until the day you think we're ready. Crystal-clear tears rolled down her fair cheeks. Finally, she had managed to touch Yi Han, a man who always kept his promises, and her heart was filled with joy. Thank you for forgiving my past actions, she said cautiously. Yi Han shook his head. Before we officially got to know each other, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to admire you, let alone help you. Hearing this, Wang Ruyan let out a long sigh of relief. Her biggest worry finally dispelled. In truth, if she had approached Yi Han's former self solely because of the engagement, that would have been the real mistake. All right, the headmaster is probably waiting impatiently. You should hurry, Yi Han said. Yi Han, does this mean I'm officially your girlfriend now? Wang Ruyan asked, her eyes brimming with hope. Sort of, I guess, Yihan replied, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Wang Ruyan stepped forward and hugged him tightly, her unique fragrance lingering in the air. Outside the door, Lai Yin, sensing its master's emotional shift, seemed puzzled. Lai Yin, shut your eyes. This is unsuitable for young girls. Xiaobai exclaimed anxiously. Yihan, let's work hard together. Wang Ruyan whispered softly in his ear before dashing out of the dormitory as if fleeing. Yihan could still feel the warmth lingering on him, thinking to himself that it wasn't such a bad feeling. Just then, Xiaobai used its adorable little paw to cover his eyes, and he felt a damp sensation on his face. Hey, Xiaobai, you're in the wrong spot again. You're getting sneakier by the day, Yihan said helplessly. Xiaobai, however, paid no mind and instead rubbed her smooth little head against his face, acting spoiled. Nearby, Lai Yin watched the warm scene with a mix of envy and curiosity in her eyes. As a young magical beast, she too longed to be close to her master like Xiaobai. Unfortunately, Yihan seemed especially reserved when it came to her, only occasionally patting her head at most. If only I could turn into a small creature like Sister Xiaobai, Lai Yin thought to herself. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the principal's office was growing tense. It's been half an hour already. The principal's mustache bristled in frustration. He said he'd be here soon. What is that boy up to? Not answering his phone. What could possibly be more important than being offered a special admission by one of the top 3 academies in the country? Just as he was stewing in his anxiety, a knock finally came at the door. Principal, it's me, Yihan. You brat. Come in already. The moment Yihan stepped into the office, the principal handed him 3 thick folders. These are the special admission agreements from the top 3 academies, all reviewed and approved by the Provincial Education Department. Each outlines the preferential terms they're offering you. Take your pick and sign with whichever one you prefer. If none of these satisfy you, I can contact the Education Department to have other academies make offers. The principal paused, then added, but think this through carefully. While the educational standards of the top 5 academies aren't vastly different, there are still some irreplaceable advantages like the seed spots for the Global Beastmaster Academy Championship. Got it, Yihan replied with a nod. I'm not lacking resources at the moment, so I'll choose one from the top 3. Good, the principal said with satisfaction. Take your time reviewing them. Don't rush your decision. If you have any questions, just ask me. Remember, these are admission agreements, not ordinary acceptance letters. Once you sign, it's legally binding. You must attend that academy, and they must fulfill the preferential terms they've promised. If they don't, you have the right to sue them. This is the privilege of being a top-tier prodigy. The national ranking of academies relies on the most authoritative standard, the National Academy Tournament. This ranking system ensures that the top 3 positions can change every year. For this reason, the strength gap between the top academies is not significant. An academy may dominate this year but fall to 2nd or 3rd place the next. Similarly, the 3rd-ranked academy could rise to the top the following year. However, for those ranked 4th or 5th, achieving the number 1 spot is an almost impossible feat. Currently, the top 3 academies are Shenlong Kyoto Academy, Shenlong Feitian Academy, and Shenlong Avenue Academy. Among them, Shenlong Kyoto Academy has reigned as champion of the National Beastmaster Academy Tournament for 3 consecutive years, attracting the brightest talents and earning widespread acclaim. Shenlong Feitian Academy, on the other hand, is renowned for its stringent admission standards, even stricter than Kyoto academies. Their uncompromising approach often leads to falling short of enrollment quotas, resulting in hefty fines from the education authorities. While Shenlong Avenue Academy holds slightly less domestic prestige compared to the other 2, its international reputation surpasses them. This is attributed to its remarkable achievement of winning the Global Academy Tournament twice in the past decade, though this glory dates back 5 or 6 years. Nevertheless, it is a testament to their strength. By comparison, neither Kyoto nor Feitian Academy has secured a global championship in the past 10 years. Yihan unfolded 3 special admission agreements one by one. These documents, crafted from a unique material, boasted anti-counterfeiting features that even surpassed those of the Alliance currency. The offer from Kyoto Academy was the most straightforward. An immediate special scholarship of 2 billion Alliance coins upon enrollment, access to a super spiritual cultivation realm for 5 times the duration of ordinary students' 30 days compared to the usual 15 days, double credit privileges, and 5 mission exemptions. Feitian Academy's offer came with a performance-based structure. Students ranked in the top 5 of the human list would receive 3 billion Alliance coins and 30 days of cultivation time. For those in the top 5 of the Earth list, the rewards doubled to 6 billion Alliance coins in 50 days. The top 5 on the Heaven list would earn an astounding 12 billion Alliance coins and 100 days of cultivation time. While these rewards were tempting, they could only be claimed by those with exceptional strength. Avenue Academy adopted a progressive approach. 1 billion Alliance coins in the first year, 2 billion in the second, and 3 billion in the third, along with an additional 50 days of cultivation time each year, triple credit privileges, and, most enticingly, guaranteed participation in both the global and national Beastmaster Academy tournaments. Yihan carefully weighed the three offers. Kyoto Academy provided the greatest immediate benefits, Feiyan Academy offered the highest potential rewards despite its risks, and Avenue Academy stood out with its tournament resources and stable returns. Beyond these explicit incentives, there were undoubtedly more hidden perks awaiting the truly elite. Yihan fell into deep thought. The conditions offered by the three academies were all very tempting, making it hard for him to decide. He turned to look at the dean, who was watching him with an expectant expression. Dean, with your vast experience in the education field, which academy do you think I should choose? The dean stroked his beard slowly, a wise and knowing look appearing on his face. After clearing his throat twice, he spoke earnestly. Choosing an academy is a decision that will shape your entire life. It's 100 times more important than choosing a wife.
Finally, you've come to this old man for advice.
Please guide me, Dean, Yihan said sincerely. I don't know much about the specifics of these three academies, and just looking at their benefits isn't helping me decide. The dean nodded and began to provide a detailed analysis. All three academies have tailored their offers to the standards of top-tier talents, and they all value you highly. But instead of focusing on the benefits, you should consider what makes each academy unique. He analyzed them one by one. Shillong Capital Academy takes a broad net approach, admitting students of varying abilities. A large student body means diluted resources and fiercer competition, and the mentors might not be able to give each student the attention they need. Feiyan Academy, on the other hand, follows an elite path, where even the weakest students are city-level talents. However, the competition there is brutal every year. Some students lose their lives in the dueling arena. Those who make it to the rankings enjoy excellent benefits, but those who don't might struggle just to get by. The smaller student body, though, means mentors can provide more focused guidance, and it's easier to land valuable assignments. As for Dedao Academy, its biggest advantage lies in its abundant secret realm resources and ample competition slots. You can focus on your cultivation without worrying about qualifying for tournaments. Plus, there are frequent international bounty missions, each worth billions of alliance credits. If you're diligent, you could complete 10 missions a year, earning a significant income. After finishing his analysis, the dean was just about to offer his recommendation. In conclusion, I do not recommend you choose Shillong Kyoto Academy, the headmaster said, sitting upright with a sharp gaze fixed on Yihan. Between Shillong Flying Academy and Shillong Avenue Academy, you should pick one. He meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the three academies. While Kyoto Academy offers attractive short-term benefits, it pales in comparison to the heaven, earth, and human rankings of Shillong Flying Academy. With your growth speed, securing a spot on those rankings would be a breeze. As for Shillong Avenue Academy, the rewards they provide for participating in major domestic and international competitions far exceed those of the former. The headmaster continued, if you want to compete with beast tamers and prefer a high-profile path, then Shillong Flying Academy is your choice. However, if you're more inclined to take on missions, battle dark beast tamers and feral beasts, make a name for yourself in competitions, or focus on low-profile resource accumulation, then Shillong Avenue Academy would suit you better. Besides, they're offering you triple the credits, which can be exchanged for many rare resources in universities such as advanced combo techniques, time for training in secret realms, or opportunities to explore them. Yihan's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his decision. Picking up the pen, he fluidly signed his name on the special admission agreement for Shillong Avenue Academy. The agreement was in triplication copy for Yihan, one for the academy, and one for the education department. The reason for his choice was simple. He didn't want to live a life constantly revolving around challenges or being challenged. While it might seem exciting at first, it would undoubtedly grow tiresome over time. He needed sufficient time to steadily and solidly improve his strength. During university, he could freely take on missions, hunt beasts, or even head into the wild to earn money whenever he came across valuable items he desired. The recent secret realm mission had left Yihan with a deep sense of urgency. Nearly losing his life several times had made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. To protect Xiaobai and Blaze, as well as to preserve the bond he had formed with Wang Ruyan, he had to become stronger. Seeing Yihan sign the agreement, the headmaster let out a long sigh of relief and beamed with joy. Yihan, as the headmaster of the South River City Senior Year Special Training Class, I congratulate you on your upcoming journey to Shillong Avenue Academy. It's a stage 100 times broader than this training class. There, you'll meet more extraordinary talents that could become your teammates, friends, romantic partners, or even rivals. The headmaster grew increasingly animated. I believe you'll shine in the Global Academy Championship and bring glory to South River City, on Yuan Province, and even Shillong Nation. When that day comes, I can proudly boast to my peers that, although I'm just a minor figure at the silver level, I once earned the respect of a future powerhouse like you. Yihan bowed deeply to the headmaster. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I won't let you all down. Before parting, the headmaster reminded him, "Go call Wang Ruyan to sign her agreement. She's been waiting for your decision. That girl's a good one, you know? Don't set your standards for the opposite sex too high. There aren't many girls in the world prettier than your Blaze Angel." Back home, Yihan resumed his usual simulated battle practice, which he conducted every 3 days. In the training ground, Blaze and Xiaobai stood tall and ready. Yihan spoke solemnly, "Xiaobai, from today onward, Blaze will also be joining the battles. You two must work together in the simulation space to defeat your opponents as a team." After spending so much time together, Xiaobai's speech had become quite fluent. "Understood, Master. Xiaobai and Blaze will definitely not let you down." Lai Yan's gaze burned with intense heat, exuding a powerful fighting spirit. Ever since her strength had significantly increased, she had not yet engaged in a real battle. Today, in this simulated combat space, she finally had the chance to showcase her abilities. "Master, Lai Yan will do her best," she declared with determination. Lai Yan had been working hard to level up, and only after reaching level 21 did she qualify to fight alongside Xiaobai. Now, she possessed considerable combat prowess. "Excellent," Yihan said with a satisfied smile. "Your upcoming challenge is level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile." The Lava Emperor Crocodile, a top predator in the molten seas, was a formidable opponent even for Lin Xian, who found it difficult to guarantee victory against it. However, Yihan now had some confidence. Having participated in slaying a Lava Emperor Crocodile before, the system had collected comprehensive data and could perfectly replicate it in the simulated combat space. Choosing such a powerful opponent was a carefully considered decision. If they could defeat this level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile with its 6th grade bloodline, the value of the system's physical rewards, issued every 3 days, would significantly increase. System, activate the simulated combat space. Ding, please select your opponent. Generate the level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile. Ding, please select your contract beasts to participate. Xiaobai and Lai Yan both will fight. Ding, please select the battle setting. On the shore. Ding, the consciousness of the contract beasts has been transferred into the simulated combat space. Yihan's choice of the shoreline as the battlefield was deliberate. In the molten seas, the Lava Emperor Crocodile's strength would be even more terrifying, while both Xiaobai and Lai Yan were not adept at aquatic combat. A deafening roar echoed through the space as the 100-meter-long Lava Emperor Crocodile fixed its vigilant eyes on its two opponents. Xiaobai had already returned to his combat form, standing over 30 meters tall, his body covered in a heavy armor of black ice. Lai Yan hovered in midair, radiant like a goddess. She, too, was equipped with black ice armor, supplemented by her unique light elemental armor, forming a dual-layer defense. A fiery red hurricane began to rage along the coastline, with searing heat spreading rapidly from its core. This was none other than Lai Yan's innate combat skill, the Flame Storm. Flames stood at the heart of the storm, like a deity commanding natural disasters. With a powerful beat of her massive, pure white wings, her figure transformed into a streak of white light, unleashing a raging inferno storm. Wherever the storm passed, the ground, sand, and stone instantly melted into flowing magma, forming a small river of lava. The colossal Lava King Crocodile, sensing the terrifying might of the fiery storm, narrowed its eyes slightly and let out a resounding roar. A golden light flickered in the sky as dozens of massive, house-sized meteors coalesced, dragging fiery tails behind them. They hurtled toward flame within the storm at incredible speed. Meteors rained down. These meteors, formed from pure earth elements, were far harder than ordinary stone, even surpassing the strength of advanced alloys. At this moment, the temperature of the fiery storm was not sufficient to instantly melt the meteors, only slowing them slightly and affecting their accuracy. However, the sheer number of meteors, dozens of them, meant that even if just one struck flame, the immense physical impact would be enough to destroy a small hill, leaving her gravely injured. Thus, she couldn't afford to take the hit hidden. Meanwhile, the Lava King Crocodile unleashed another devastating attack, a blindingly hot, massive beam of energy known as the Disintegration Ray. Perhaps realizing the overwhelming strength of its two opponents, the Lava King Crocodile went all out from the very beginning, using all its battle techniques with no intention of holding back or prolonging the fight. The cunning creature targeted the lower-level flame, aiming to either kill or incapacitate her instantly, rendering her incapable of battle and then turning its focus to Xiaobai. If it could create an unknown situation against Xiaobai, its chances of victory would greatly improve. In this dire situation, even with Flame's lightning-fast flight speed, she could only evade one of the two attacks. The meteors covered a vast area, while the Disintegration Ray was a continuous attack that the Lava King Crocodile could freely direct. Flame chose to execute a flashing maneuver, using the spirit of the flashing Soul Eater bird to evade the Disintegration Ray. Just as the meteors were about to plunge into the fiery storm and strike her, a blinding bolt of lightning ripped through the sky. Boom! A massive pillar of lightning obliterated the incoming meteors into ash in an instant. It was Xiaobai's technique, Thunder Hell. By now, Xiaobai had mastered Thunder Hell to perfection, its power significantly enhanced compared to before. Not only could it annihilate meteors several meters wide, but even those over 100 meters in size would be reduced to dust instantly. However, Thunder Hell's range was limited to 300 to 400 meters, requiring the meteors to descend closer before an attack could be launched. Boom, boom. The remaining meteors crashed onto the shoreline, carving out craters hundreds of meters deep in the ground, as if steel pillars had plunged into tofu. The destructive power of the meteor attack was evident. Witnessing both its attacks fail, the Lava King crocodile was stunned and immediately turned to flee toward the molten sea in a frenzy. Such high-damage techniques consumed an immense amount of mental energy, and releasing two back-to-back had drained over half of the creature's reserves. This highlighted the key difference between wild beasts and contract beasts. Contract beasts drew upon the spiritual energy of their beastmasters when using techniques, while wild beasts had to rely on their own. Wild beasts typically had strong physical bodies but lower spiritual energy, making it difficult for them to sustain repeated use of high-level techniques. Contract beasts, on the other hand, were supported by their beastmasters, who often had more abundant spiritual energy, faster recovery rates, and access to potions for instant replenishment. This gave contract beasts a significant advantage in the number of techniques they could unleash. For the Lava King crocodile, continuing the fight was meaningless if its enemies could completely evade its attacks. At most, it could unleash one more set of techniques, but if they were dodged again, its spiritual energy would be nearly depleted. It would only have enough left for a few defensive measures before being forced into melee combat. Against Flame's powerful elemental techniques and Xiaobai's Thunder Hell, close combat was tantamount to suicide. Thus, the Lava King crocodile's first instinct was to retreat to the molten sea, its domain, where it had the upper hand. Neither Flame nor Xiaobai, clearly land-based creatures, would be at full strength in the water, giving the crocodile a better chance of survival. However, Xiaobai had already anticipated the Lava King crocodile's decision. In an instant, another fearsome lightning pillar was summoned, aimed directly at the fleeing crocodile's vulnerable rear. If this hits directly, the Lava King crocodile quickly assessed the consequences of the incoming attack. A direct strike from the Thunder Hell wouldn't be fatal, but it would undoubtedly cause devastating injuries. Such grievous wounds would leave it with severely reduced combat ability and hinder its movements. Even if it managed to retreat into the molten sea, recovery would be nearly impossible in the short term. In that scenario, it would meet its ultimate demise, pursued relentlessly by the flames amidst the magma. Defense was now the top priority. The Lava King crocodile knew that the Rock Guardian spell was no match for the overwhelming power of Thunder Hell. At best, it could slightly mitigate the damage. In desperation, the massive creature abruptly turned and unleashed a searing crimson dissolving beam from its gaping maw. The two forces clashed midair, erupting into a dazzling miniature sun, half glowing deep red and the other half radiating a brilliant silver white. The blinding light was intense enough to render an ordinary person instantly blind. With an earth-shattering explosion, a massive circular crater, 200 to 300 meters wide, was gouged into the ground. As the Lava King crocodile ceased its release of the dissolving beam, the flames had already closed in from behind. The terrifying inferno engulfed the creature in an instant. Even for a creature accustomed to living in molten environments, its scales turned fiery red under the extreme heat, resembling steel heated in a forge. Trapped within the fiery storm, the Lava King crocodile let out a despairing roar. Though the searing heat wasn't immediately fatal, the relentless wind pressure forced it to claw at the ground desperately, inching forward like a snail. In its final moments, it stubbornly fired one last dissolving beam at the blazing figure in the sky. However, the flame's rapid aerial maneuvers turned its lethal attack into a futile chase, unable to land a hit. At that moment, a precise bolt of lightning struck directly into its eye, piercing through to its brain. The dissolving beam abruptly ceased, and the colossal Lava King crocodile collapsed with a thunderous crash. A system notification echoed. Ding! The level 28 Lava King crocodile has been slain. Challenge successful. Randomizing physical reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Light Element Earth Tier high-grade battle skill, Holy Arrow. The system proceeded to detail the reward. Holy Arrow is a long-range sniping battle skill with exceptional single-target attack power. As an advanced version of the Light Element Earth Tier low-grade skill Purification Arrow, mastering Purification Arrow to a high degree of proficiency first can not only increase the success rate of learning Holy Arrow, but also accelerate the skill's proficiency growth. After the victory, the consciousness of Xiaobai and Lai Yin instantly returned to their original bodies. Yihan stared at the golden glowing combat technique scroll in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy. Defeating the Lava Emperor Crocodile had actually rewarded him with a high-grade Earth-level combat technique, Sacred Arrow, a super reward that far exceeded his expectations. He quickly calculated the value of this unexpected treasure. A low-grade Earth-level technique was worth around 5 billion, mid-grade could reach 10 to 20 billion, and a high-grade technique's value was even more astonishing, conservatively estimated at 30 to 50 billion. Even among gold-level beast tamers, only a rare few could possess such a priceless treasure. Yihan carefully considered the value of this combat technique. Currently, what he lacked most was a long-range offensive technique. Xiaobai excelled in close combat, while the attack range of Thunder Hell was limited to a few hundred meters. If Lai Yin could master Sacred Arrow, her single-target offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. This way, Xiaobai could focus on melee attacks while Lai Yin handled long-range sniping, achieving a perfect tactical balance. However, Yihan quickly regained his composure. The difficulty of mastering a high-grade Earth-level technique was exponentially greater than that of a low-grade one, at least 10 times harder. Even though Lai Yin possessed a 6th-grade bloodline, her current level was far too low. Not even gold-level beast tamers with beasts above level 41 could confidently claim they could master such a technique. Therefore, the immediate priority was for Lai Yin to first master the prerequisite skill, Purification Arrow. Only by cultivating Purification Arrow to perfection could Lai Yin have any hope of comprehending the more advanced combat technique despite her insufficient level. Yihan gently patted the heads of his two beasts and praised them. Your coordination today was excellent, and the rewards are quite substantial. Hearing their master's compliments, both Xiaobai and Lai Yin appeared visibly excited. Turning to Lai Yin, Yihan said, "From now on, your path will be single-target long-range sniping. The first combat technique I've prepared for you is Purification Arrow, but we still need to purchase it." Lai Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been focused on leveling up recently and hadn't had the chance to learn any new combat techniques. While her flame storm was powerful, she indeed had a weakness in single-target output. Now, with the opportunity to acquire a strong long-range sniping skill, she was naturally thrilled. However, purchasing a low-grade Earth-level combat technique was no easy task. A price of 5 billion was astronomical for most silver-level beast tamers, and even some newly advanced gold-level beast tamers might struggle to afford it. More importantly, with the college entrance exams approaching, black beast tamers were lurking in the shadows, monitoring these exceptionally gifted individuals who had been granted special admission. For safety reasons, Yihan couldn't recklessly leave the training camp to visit the advanced combat technique shop in Nanchur City. After all, most of the black beast tamers who didn't need to take the exams came from powerful families or sects, and their threat was not to be underestimated. Yihan pondered over whom to seek help from: Wang Ruyan, Niet Tianjun, the dean, or, if all else failed, Lin Xian, someone he had met online, to help him obtain a purification arrow. After weighing his options, he decided to visit Wang Ruyan's dormitory first. After ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged maid quickly answered. When she saw it was Yihan, a look of surprise and joy flashed in her eyes. "Young Master Yihan, please come in. Miss is currently undergoing physical training and needs to bathe before she can meet you. Please wait in the living room and have some tea in the meantime." Yihan nodded in agreement. To this maid, Yihan was no longer the quiet and unremarkable boy he once was, but a globally renowned prodigy. If Wang Ruyan were to marry him, it would be an honor for the Wang family. Seeing Yihan visit voluntarily, the maid was secretly delighted and hurried off to inform Wang Ruyan. About 10 minutes later, the sound of light, graceful footsteps approached. Wang Ruyan appeared, dressed in an elegant blue gown, her damp hair still carrying traces of moisture from her bath. A faint fragrance lingered in the air as she moved. Remembering the intimate encounter with Yihan that morning, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone was noticeably more natural. "Yihan, is there something important you need?" Yihan got straight to the point. "I need a light element Earth-grade low-tier combat skill, the purification arrow just like the one Lin Xian used before. I want to teach it to Lai Yin, and I hope to get it within these 2 days before the college entrance exams. The budget is within 550 million. Earth-grade combat skills are indeed hard to acquire on short notice," Wang Ruyan said after a brief moment of thought, then took out her phone. "Let me ask my dad first. He has a wide network of connections." A few moments later, Wang Ruyan ended the call, her face lighting up with joy. "Great news. My dad said he happens to have one. It was something he obtained 2 years ago while hunting beasts. And he said he'll give it to you for free, as a way to make up for any neglect in the past." This change was hardly surprising. Even someone like Wang Zhenhai, a gold-ranked beast tamer, had to start valuing Yihan, who had an immense potential to break through to platinum or even higher levels in the future. "Yihan, I can't thank you enough for this," Wang Ruyan said cheerfully, her eyes brimming with gratitude. As Yihan's newly confirmed girlfriend, she was ecstatic about her father's decision to gift Yihan a $5 billion sum with no strings attached. This would undoubtedly strengthen the bond between Yihan and the Wang family. Uncle Wang is too kind, Yihan replied with a smile. Before their engagement, he had always addressed Wang Zhenhai as uncle out of respect. Yihan didn't hesitate to accept this generous gift after all. As his future father-in-law, it was only fitting to accept this token of goodwill. Just a moment, Wang Ruyan said. My dad has already arranged for the family's silver-level beast tamer to deliver the battle technique. It should arrive within an hour. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily fell on Lai Yin, the fiery creature beside Yihan, and a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Her own undying azure Luan was still stuck at the 4th grade bloodline level, unable to break through to the 5th grade, making it too risky to attempt comprehending an earth-tier battle technique. Although the Wang family was wealthy, they couldn't match the financial resources of Lin Xian's family. A failed attempt at mastering the technique would be a significant blow to the family. Yihan noticed Wang Ruyan's subtle change in mood. His companion, Lai Yin, a humanoid angelic being with a 6th grade bloodline, was naturally gifted with extraordinary perception and spiritual strength, making it effortless to comprehend a lower-tier Earth-level battle technique. This was the stark difference that bloodline levels could bring. While Yihan was contemplating how to help Wang Ruyan, an unexpected event suddenly unfolded. Just as he received the purification arrow and was about to leave, an immense surge of energy erupted from Wang Ruyan's dormitory. The wind howled, flames soared into the sky, and a massive azure divine bird's phantom broke through the clouds. Is this an awakening? Yihan muttered in shock as he witnessed the scene. Out of a fleeting moment of emotional turmoil, the undying azure Luan had somehow found its opportunity to awaken. This reminded Yihan of Xiao Bai, his other contracted beast. Xiao Bai looked up at its master with a pitiful expression, as if blaming itself for its inability to awaken. Don't worry, Yihan comforted, gently stroking Xiao Bai's head. When the time is right, it will happen naturally. After its awakening, the undying azure Luan displayed astonishing abilities. Its dual element affinity with wind and fire had significantly increased, and its signature regenerative powers had reached new heights. The flowers and plants in the courtyard grew wildly at a visible speed, showcasing the immense vitality it now possessed. If it weren't for you, I don't know when Xiaoqing would have awakened, Wang Ruyan said gratefully. This must be the charm of having a lucky boyfriend. If it weren't for Yihan, Wang Ruyan's strength would have only been enough to get her into a top 10 academy, and entering the top 3 schools would have been nothing short of a fantasy. However, under Yihan's influence, her abilities improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did she quickly surpass Nanjing City's top prodigy, Nie Tianjun, but she also reached the same level as Nie Wenhao and Lin Xian, thanks to her grade 4 bloodline of the undying azure Luan. If her bloodline were to advance to grade 5, she might even surpass those two. The chat group of the senior year special training class exploded with chatter. Students expressed their amazement. Heavenly phenomena appeared, and Wang Ruyan's undying azure Luan just awakened like that. She got directly admitted to Dao Academy without even going through the standard process. It's like they're giving us no chance to survive. Someone lamented, my pet dog, De Huang, hasn't shown any signs of awakening after 5 years. I'm so frustrated I feel like throwing it in a pressure cooker. Do you need me to reserve a dog leg for you? Get lost. The group's discussion began to veer off course. Yihan has been in Wang Ruyan's dorm. Could it be that the undying azure Luan secretly has a crush on Yihan and awakened out of heartbreak after seeing its owner close to him? We're still stressing about college entrance exams, and they're already starting a romance. I thought I was a prodigy, but meeting these two made me realize I'm not even worth dog poop. Back in his dorm, Yihan, as usual, drew the curtains and locked the door before taking out the crystal that held the combat technique imprint of the purification arrow. A burst of violet light instantly illuminated the room. Lai Yan's fiery eyes fixated on the crystal, as if seeing the hope of vengeance. Yihan handed the crystal to Lai Yan and said calmly, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you fail to comprehend it, I'll figure out another way. A few billion is nothing. Having learned from Xiao Bai's previous dangerous attempt to forcibly comprehend an Earth-grade combat technique, he didn't want to see a similar scenario unfold again. Lai Yan nodded solemnly. Understood, Master. Don't worry. Xiao Bai chimed in encouragingly. Lai Yan, I believe in you. If you succeed, I'll convince Master to give you a big hug. Lai Yan's face immediately turned red. Sister Xiao Bai, don't say such things. In truth, after seeing Wang Ruyan and Yihan embracing, Lai Yan also wished she could bring joy to her master. However, her reserved nature kept her from expressing her feelings. Clever Xiao Bai had already seen through her thoughts, though Yihan remained oblivious. Lai Yan sat cross-legged on the floor and began to comprehend the combat technique. Light attribute sigils flowed continuously from the crystal into her eyes, enveloping her entire body in a sacred radiance. After 30 minutes, her face paled, and her body began to tremble slightly. By 40 minutes, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. By 50 minutes, sweat was dripping down her cheeks. At the 55th minute, the sigils within the crystals suddenly vanished, and Lai Yan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming as sharp as a drawn sword. She stood up and raised her hand, conjuring a massive bow of pure light elements. Yay! Lai Yan has succeeded. Xiaobai cheered enthusiastically. Yihan let out a long sigh of relief, pleased that Lai Yan had finally mastered the combat technique. Master, I've learned it. Lai Yan's voice trembled with excitement. Despite her pale complexion and sweat-soaked body, her eyes sparkled with fiery enthusiasm, her delicate frame quivering slightly. For her, mastering the purifying arrow carried immense significance. Sensing her exhaustion, Yihan stepped forward and scooped her up effortlessly. His strong, masculine presence enveloped her, causing her heartbeat to race and her cheeks to flush a deep red. When Yihan gently placed her in the bathroom, she felt as if her very soul was about to ascend. Take a bath and rest well. Replenish your energy before continuing your practice. There's no need to rush, Yihan said warmly. Master, Lai Yan understands. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she couldn't help but savor the wonderful feeling of being embraced by her master. 3 hours later, Lai Yan rose from bed, fully revitalized, and immediately began training with the purifying arrow. Standing in the training field, she held her light element battle bow, her slender fingers pulling the bowstring taut. Whoosh! A white beam of light streaked across the sky as Yihan stood nearby, observing intently. After analyzing it, he estimated that the effective range of the purifying arrow in its initial stage was around 700 to 800 meters, with an optimal attack range within 300 meters. When perfected to a masterful level, its maximum range could reach a kilometer. At an extraordinary level, it might even extend to 2 kilometers. Compared to modern, state-of-the-art sniper rifles, the purifying arrow's greatest advantage lay in its aura-locking capability. The stronger the enemy's aura, the higher the accuracy feat unattainable by conventional weapons. However, the farther the distance, the greater the chance for the enemy to evade. In contrast to Xiao Bai's Thunderhell and Extreme Frostclaw, the purifying arrow had a clear advantage in attack range. Yihan was already looking forward to the power of its advanced form, the Divine Arrow. With the support of the Super Training Mode, Lai Yan, leveraging her 6th grade bloodline, was projected to master the purifying arrow to a proficient level in just over 10 days. This astonishing efficiency highlighted the importance of her bloodline's rank. Perched on Yihan's shoulder, Xiaobai watched Lai Yan train with a hint of envy. Yihan gently stroked her small head, reassuring her as he mentioned plans to teach her the forbidden frost claw after the college entrance exams. 2 days later, the global college entrance exams began as scheduled. Nearly 100 million candidates sat for the exams simultaneously, and the entire society was enveloped in the atmosphere of this monumental event. In the senior year special training class, the mood was heavy and solemn. Although Yihan had already secured a special admission offer from the Shenlongdao Academy, the college entrance examination was still an unavoidable hurdle. According to the admission agreement, skipping the exam would directly violate the terms. To ensure the safety of the top students, the examination venue for the senior high school special training class was specially arranged within the training camp. The education authorities dispatched several proctors with silver-level combat strength to oversee the exam and strictly prevent cheating. The total score for the exam was 300 points, divided into 4 subjects: 50 points for cultural studies, 50 points for basic knowledge of beasts, 100 points for simulated combat assessment, and 100 points for soul power assessment. The first day of the exam had a tight schedule, with the cultural studies exam in the morning and the basic knowledge of beasts assessment in the afternoon. To ensure fairness, students were required to have their meals inside the classroom. In this era where humanity's survival was under threat, any form of cheating was met with the harshest punishment: permanent disqualification from the college entrance exam and rejection from all academies. For Yihan, cultural studies and the basic knowledge of beasts were his weak points. The content of these 2 subjects was something he had already learned before his transmigration and had barely reviewed since. As expected, just half an hour after the exams ended, the results were announced. Yihan scored a total of only 80 points across the 2 subjects, ranking at the bottom of his class and below average among senior high school students in Nanjiang City. The soul power assessment on the second morning, however, was Yihan's strong suit. The rules were straightforward. Every 1 point of soul power earned 2 points in the assessment. With a soul power level of 85, Yihan easily achieved a perfect score of 100. Among the elite students, a full score in the soul power assessment was almost a basic requirement. Anything less, and they wouldn't qualify as true prodigies. The simulated combat assessment in the afternoon was the highlight of the college entrance exam and the most challenging subject to achieve full marks. The exam was conducted using a simulated combat helmet, with each candidate given 3 attempts, and the highest score among the 3 was taken as the final result. This arrangement was designed to prevent outstanding candidates from losing points due to random factors or unfavorable matchups. At that moment, the simulated combat helmet announced an important result. Nanjiang City Senior High School Special Training Class student Nie Tianjun, valid score, 96 points. This news caused a stir within the special training class. Nie Tianjun glanced at Wang Ruyan and Yi Han, who were still taking their exams, feeling a mix of resentment and realization. He knew that his title as Nanjiang City's top prodigy was about to change hands. The final scores of Yi Han and Wang Ruyan might very well shake the entire Anyuan province. No wonder Nie Tianjun, my idol, scored an incredible 96 points. Oh my god. If I could manage to get 70 points this time, it would be a miracle. Ever since Nie Tianjun returned from the secret mission, his strength has skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. I heard he was even admitted to Shenlong Feiyan Academy under special circumstances. How enviable. De Huang, you better step up this time. We're not asking for much, just 60 points to pass. If you mess this up, it won't be me stewing you, but my parents. Nie Tianjun's 96 points. If it weren't for Wang Ruyan and Yi Han, those two monsters should probably be the top scorer in Nanjiang City. Wang Ruyan is still being assessed, and her score should be out soon. I wonder whose score will be higher, Yi Han's or Wang Ruyan's. Although Yi Han has a 6th grade bloodline with the Flame Angel, it's tough to turn it into effective combat power in such a short time. Beating his future wife is going to be a challenge, especially since Wang Ruyan's undying Azure One awakened just a few days ago. Absolutely insane. Wang Ruyan, you got this. Represent us girls and claim the title of the top female scorer in Nanjiang City. After about 10 minutes, Wang Ruyan finally opened her beautiful eyes, with a trace of regret in her expression. Wang Ruyan from Nanjiang City's senior year special training class scored an impressive 99 points. The room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Even the proctor gasped in astonishment. A new global-level prodigy has officially emerged. According to internal documents from the Education Department, scoring 98 points in the Beast Combat Assessment already qualifies as a global-level prodigy. Although she only scored 3 points higher than Nie Tianjun, those 3 points signify a massive gap in strength. At the 90-point stage, every additional point represents a significant leap in power. And when top-tier academies evaluate applicants, they prioritize simulated combat assessment scores. If candidates have the same score, they'll always favor the one with better combat performance. Though the score might not mean much to Wang Ruyan, it's still a testament to her strength. The most outrageous part is that Wang Ruyan wasn't even satisfied with her 99 points, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Just 2 words: absolutely insane. 99 points? Out of millions of students nationwide, perhaps only 200 can achieve this score. Yi Han is in real trouble this time. I'm guessing his final score will be either 98 or 97 points. How tragic. When will we guys finally rise up again? This time, that provincial top prodigy, Lin Xian, is probably a guaranteed perfect scorer. She's also a goddess-level girl. Now it's my turn. Wish me luck, everyone. May all my opponents be perfectly countered by my De Huang. Let's go. I'll be waiting to feast on your braised dog leg. Get lost. After waiting for about 2 hours, it was finally Yi Han's turn to take the assessment. Identity information verified. Candidate Yi Han from Nanshur City's senior special training class, please prepare for the simulated combat assessment. The mechanical voice of the assessment system announced. Preparation complete. Yi Han replied calmly. The system continued. It has been detected that you already possess a bronze-level Beastmaster certification in the Shenlong Special Class Combat Hero Medal. To save time, you may choose your initial assessment difficulty. At this moment, Yi Han stood steadily on Xiao Bai's back, while Lai Yin hovered above them, its light element wings fully spread in the air. Initial difficulty. I choose 100 points. Yi Han declared decisively. This choice was nothing short of audacious, but his expression remained indifferent. Xiao Bai and Lai Yin, however, had flames of battle ignited in their eyes. Warning. The initial difficulty is set too high. Candidate Yi Han, please confirm whether to set the initial difficulty to 100 points. Confirm. Warning again. The initial difficulty is set too high. Candidate Yi Han, please reconfirm whether to set the initial difficulty to 100 points. This choice will be irreversible. If the assessment fails, one attempt will be consumed, and you will receive a score of 0. Absolutely, positively, and without a doubt, confirm. Yi Han's tone brimmed with confidence. With the special admission agreement in hand, even if he only scored 30 points in this assessment, the gates of Shenlong Avenue Academy would still open wide for him. The assessment space underwent an instant transformation, with the blank void morphing into a vast landscape of mountains and forests. The system promptly announced, a level 26, grade 6 bloodline dual attribute water and earth beast song Yu Xian Gu it has been generated. Note, defeat it within 30 minutes. If the time exceeds 30 minutes, the candidate will automatically lose. Yi Han nearly choked at the announcement. Facing a beast that countered his abilities? His luck was truly something else. Boom. The ground trembled violently as a green figure, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the river. A colossal, 100 turtle Xiangui burst out of the water and crawled onto the shore with astonishing speed. Wherever its shell passed, towering trees were reduced to splinters, and massive boulders turned to dust. It was like a gigantic rolling bulldozer. This Songyu Xiangui not only had incredible defensive power but was also skilled in elemental counterattack techniques. Among Yi Han's current skills, only Thunder Hell had a chance of breaking through its defenses. Moreover, this creature possessed grade 6 dual attribute bloodlines, making its strength comparable to that of a lava emperor crocodile. Its shell, over 30 meters thick, was practically a 6-item armor tank, equipped with reflective damage and regeneration capabilities. Even the ever-confident Yi Han couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. A foe with such overwhelming defense and counterattack abilities was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yi Han quickly assessed the current battle situation. Time was of the essence, and with only 30 minutes on the clock, a swift and decisive victory was the only option. Xiaobai, you need to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Xiangui's body and strike from within. Its shell is far too tough, and it's nearly impossible to inflict fatal damage from the outside, Yi Han commanded decisively. Xiaobai understood the plan and nodded. Understood, master. You should head over to Sister La Yin first. Ensuring his own safety, Yi Han leapt gracefully, covering a height of 20 meters with ease. The now enlarged La Yin extended her delicate hand and caught him steadily. With a few quick strides, Yi Han stood atop her shoulder. La Yin, use your flame storm to suppress its movements. Sustained high-temperature attacks for 30 minutes should be enough to burn its insides to a crisp. At the same time, create an opening for Xiao Bai to deliver a fatal strike. At that moment, the Tsongyue Xiangui, now just 300 to 400 meters away, launched its counterattack. A yellow glow shimmered across its massive body, forming an enormous earthen-colored armor. This was the Earth Element high-tier mystic skill, thick earth armor. Immediately after, the Xiangui slammed its colossal claws into the ground, creating a thunderous crack that split open a 100-meter-wide chasm. From it emerged 5 clones of the Xiangui, each clad in the same thick earth armor and Earth Element top-tier mystic skill known as Giant Stone Clone Technique. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic as dense white mist began to rise from the Xiangui, quickly spreading to envelop an area of several hundred meters. This was a water element low-tier earth skill, mist concealment technique, designed to weaken the opponent's sensory perception. It plans to use the mist as cover and coordinate an ambush with its clones. Yi Han immediately saw through the Xiangui's strategy. A roaring crimson storm surged forth, the flame storm, the perfect counter to the mist concealment technique. By controlling the direction of the fiery whirlwind, the mist could be easily dispersed. The battle had officially begun. Yi Han knew all too well that losing to a level 26 Xiangui here would be the ultimate disgrace. Yi Han and La Yin stood at the heart of the fiery storm, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat. As the wielder of the battle technique, La Yin easily controlled the localized temperature of the storm, as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Meanwhile, Yi Han was fully protected by his thick Xianbing battle armor, rendering the ordinary high temperatures harmless to him. Within mere breaths, the fire element hurricane dispersed the mist released by the Tsongyue Xiangui. Wherever the fiery storm swept through, rocks turned to magma in an instant, and the towering trees of the forest were engulfed in roaring flames, reduced to ashes in moments. The fiery storm surged rapidly toward the Tsongyue Xiangui, leaving the small hill it passed through completely devastated. Rivers of magma churned and flowed down the slopes like a flood. The heat of Lai Yan's flames was no trivial matter. His mother's ferocious fiery storm had once instantly melted the 9 prodigies of the Black Yu Demon Master, transforming the ground into rivers of molten lava. Though Lai Yan's fiery storm was not as powerful as his mother's, its destructive force was still terrifying. In the mystical realm they were in, the toughness of the rocks far surpassed that of ordinary stones on the Azure Star. Angered by the quick dispersion of its earth-tier battle technique, the Tsongyue Zhuanggui's eyes turned crimson. It had just formed 5 Earth Element clones, which now surrounded Lai Yin. Originally intending to ambush Xiao Bai in the mist, the clones were forced to retreat hastily. Though their attack power was formidable, their defensive capabilities were far inferior to the original. Xiao Bai wasn't about to let them escape. Boom! 5 massive lightning pillars erupted from around Xiao Bai, piercing through the turtle legs of the 5 clones, severely crippling their mobility. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the Xiangui clones were caught in the fiery storm and melted into pools of magma. The remaining 3 clones met the same fate shortly afterward. The joint efforts of Xiao Bai and Lai Yin had effortlessly nullified the Tsongyue Zhuanggui's 2 major battle techniques. Realizing that its usual tactics were ineffective against these opponents and would only drain its energy further, the Xiangui had to reconsider its strategy. Roaring in frustration, it summoned a thick, massive iceberg, 200 to 300 meters wide, which formed above Lai Yan's head and came crashing down. This was a mid-grade earth-tier water element battle technique iceberg descent. However, as the iceberg entered the storm zone, its descent slowed significantly. The intense heat rapidly evaporated much of its mass, allowing Lai Yin to easily evade the attack. Boom! Lava and rocks erupted as the ground trembled violently. The already devastated hilltop was left with a massive crater from the impact of the iceberg. In the moment it unleashed iceberg descent, the Tsangyue Xiangui had already begun its retreat. It understood that as long as it remained on land, it was only a matter of time before Lai Yin and Xiaobai would kill it. However, in the water, these two land dwellers would stand no chance against it. Despite being a system-generated beast, the Xiangui demonstrated intelligence, adjusting its tactics rather than blindly attacking a true simulation of real combat. Xiaobai kept her eyes locked on the Shuangui's every move. As it tried to escape, she quickly gave chase, her speed far surpassing the Zhuanggui's crawling pace. Boom! Thunder prison. Lightning pillars struck directly at the Zhuanggui's four extended legs. While its thick shell could withstand Xiaobai's attacks, the exposed legs were defenseless. The Xiangui was forced to retract its legs into its shell, narrowly avoiding the lightning strikes, and attempted to crawl into the surging river. Yet, as soon as it extended a leg, four more terrifying lightning pillars descended upon it. Escape? Not a chance. Xiaobai was determined not to let this turtle get away. Left with no choice, the Xiangui kept its legs withdrawn inside its shell. However, one leg was a fraction too slow, and the thunder prison struck it, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. Blood gushed out from within its shell. At this moment, Lai Yin finally caught up with Xiaobai and the Xiangui. The ferocious storm enveloped both Xiaobai and the Xiangui, with Lai Yin carefully adjusting the storm's temperature around Xiaobai to ensure her safety. The massive Xian turtle felt an unbearably scorching mountain pressing down on it, instantly melting the area around it into a lake of molten lava. Half of its body sank into the searing magma, and in a desperate attempt to survive, it cast a water bullet reflection buff on itself. Under the blazing inferno, the water bullet reflection activated immediately. Countless water bullets formed on the surface of its shell, but were almost instantly evaporated by the intense heat. Only a few managed to break through, yet they collided with the wide reflective water mirror. The mirror not only absorbed these attacks, but transformed them into sharp water blades that slashed back toward the Tsangyue Xian turtle. Seeing this, Yihan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome was decided. All of the Tsangyue Xian turtle's combat techniques had been completely neutralized by the flames in Xiaobai, leaving it in a hopeless predicament. If it extended its legs, Xiaobai's thunderous hell awaited. If it stayed still, it couldn't escape the range of the fiery storm. At this point, the extreme heat had roasted the giant turtle's body bright red, and even its once impenetrable shell showed signs of melting. As soon as this terrifying heat reached the core of the shell, the battle would be over. Meanwhile, back at the assessment site, Yi Han's performance had captured everyone's attention. Among the three superstar prodigies from Nanjing City's senior year special training class, two had already completed their assessments, leaving Yi Han as the final suspense. The girls on site were abuzz with chatter. I really want to know Yi Han's final score. He's definitely going to surpass Wang Ruyan. He's a miracle worker. If he scores a perfect 100, I'm willing to write him 110,000-word love letters. Yi Han is indeed handsome and approachable, way better than those TV pretty boys. Someone sighed. Right now, Yi Han is wearing the Dragon Medal of Honor for top-tier combat heroesh, could have 3,000 admirers. Wang Ruyan may be the main course, but we wouldn't mind the leftovers. Ha! You fangirls are ridiculous. Weren't you all chasing Nye Tianjun and Xiang Chongping before? Someone mocked. Isn't that normal? Another voice retorted. Female creatures are naturally drawn to strong, outstanding males. It's an instinct of evolution. Without it, humanity wouldn't have progressed to where we are today. Relax, your new male idol, Yi Han, definitely won't disappoint you. Honestly, I think Yi Han will easily score 97 points, though if he underperforms, maybe 96 points is possible too. One examinee remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ha, even if Yi Han only scores 96, or even just 30, so what? A girl immediately retorted. He's already been admitted to Shenlong Dao Academy as an exception. That's a million times better than someone like you who can't even score 60. Exactly. Yi Han will make us girls proud for sure. Other girls chimed in enthusiastically. The examination hall buzzed with chatter. Nye Tianjun turned to Wang Ruyan, curiosity evident in his eyes. You know Yi Han better than most. What do you think his final score will be? Can he get a perfect score? Wang Ruyan's lips curled into a faint smile as she calmly replied. That depends on how many points he wants. The entire examination hall fell into stunned silence at her words. Even the invigilators exchanged surprised glances. Based on the records they had, Yi Han was undoubtedly a global-level prodigy, but there was still a gap between him and top-tier talents like Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian wouldn't dare claim they could score whatever they wanted. Every year, Only a handful of people nationwide managed to achieve a perfect score in the simulated combat assessment. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Whoa! Yihan's helmet is flashing red. Wait, it's only been a little over 10 minutes, and he's already finished 3 assessments? Could it be he really only wants 30 points? As the crowd speculated wildly, a broadcast announcement echoed through the hall. Yihan, trainee of the South River City Senior Year Special Training Class, valid score, 100 points. The room plunged into dead silence. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, even Wang Ruyan, who had been confident all along, froze in place. Scoring full marks in just 10 minutes? This was beyond comprehension. The silver-ranked chief invigilator gasped audibly before quickly issuing a command. Device number 9. Initiate fault detection protocol. Beep. Beep. Detection complete. No faults detected. Yihan's perfect score is authentic and valid. The chief invigilator announced, his voice trembling slightly. The invigilators quickly snapped out of their shock and began an animated discussion. As silver-rank beast tamers, they understood the terrifying difficulty of facing dual attribute 6th grade bloodline beasts. Ordinary silver-rank beast tamers typically only possessed 4th grade bloodlines and mastered advanced level mystic tier combat techniques. For Yihan to secure victory in such a short time, his strength had already far surpassed that of an average silver-rank beast tamer. Lin Xian managed to score 100 points in 15 minutes, one invigilator remarked. Yihan did it in just 11 minutes, 4 whole minutes faster. Maybe he just happened to encounter opponents that were weak against him? Luck does play a role sometimes, another invigilator suggested, trying to find a logical explanation. The leaders of the education department were stunned, rendered speechless and stammering. Although Yihan did not claim the title of provincial champion, the strength he displayed was awe-inspiring, earning him the well-deserved title of uncrowned king. The classroom of the senior year intensive training class was dead silent. After a long pause, the students gradually snapped out of their shock. Nie Tianjin's eyes flickered with both envy and disappointment. This guy is ridiculously strong, growing faster than a pig on steroids, he said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Yihan, you're just too powerful. Wang Ruyan pressed a hand to her wildly beating heart, pondering to herself, my undying azure phoenix has already awakened, yet it's still worlds apart from him. Could it be that his blazing angel is already combat-ready? The headmaster, with tears streaming down his face, spoke in a trembling voice, the uncrowned king. To have nurtured a student like this in my lifetime, one who contributes to the nation, the people, and humanity, life is complete. Yang Yuzhu, the beast combat instructor, wiped tears from the corner of her eyes. Just over a month ago, he was still afraid to fly at high altitudes on the back of my Thunder Falcon. Now, he's already on par with me. The other students in the classroom remained in a state of shock, mumbling as they discussed. Someone whispered, is Yihan still even human? Immediately, someone else responded, he's more like a war god. The scariest part is, his expression stays calm, as if achieving a perfect score is as effortless as eating or drinking water. If we had known he was this strong, the 3 major academies would have offered him even better terms. The headmaster of Dideo Academy must be grinning ear to ear, while the other 2 academies are probably drowning in regret. At the Global Academy Championship, we'll definitely see Yihan dominate. Don't get any eye-dash as a war god, not a heartthrob. Pursuing him is impossible. Writing love letters to him would be an insult to a war god. I believe hell lead us to defeat the Black Mystic Beastmasters and wipe out the billions of beasts on Azure Star. However, while the others were fervently discussing, Yihan had already quietly returned to his dormitory. To him, hearing others' praise and amazement was meaningless. It was better to spend his time helping Xiaobai cultivate and training the blazing angel to refine the purifying arrow. His total score was as follows: 80 points for beast basics and general studies, 100 points for soul power assessment, 100 points for simulated combat, plus 50 points for the special dragon hero medal and 30 points for the bronze beastmaster certification, bringing his total to 360 points. Although he lost the title of an Yuan province champion due to deductions in foundational courses, the title of uncrowned king had already made headlines across all major provincial news outlets. 3 days had passed since the college entrance exams ended. On the training field, Yihan sat cross-legged, fully focused on his meditation. Not far away, Xiaobai was diligently practicing a newly mastered combat technique, while Lai Yin repeatedly unleashed purifying arrows. Both figures were deeply immersed in their training. Suddenly, a blinding streak of violet light flashed across the sky, resembling a meteor tearing through the heavens, plummeting straight into the special training camp. A suffocating and terrifying aura erupted instantly, pressing down like a 100-ton weight on Yihan's chest, making even breathing difficult. However, the oppressive energy vanished as quickly as it appeared, as though it had never existed. Another rare flying-type demonic artifact. Yihan thought to himself. Earlier that morning, Nie Tianjun from the Sky Academy had already been escorted away. This time, it was likely the arrival of a guide from the Great Tao Academy. In this era, where humanity constantly faced the threat of annihilation, the postexam process had been streamlined to the bare minimum. Scores were released immediately after the exams, and acceptance letters were delivered to students within 3 days through the education department. To prevent assassinations by Dark Beast Masters, first and second-tier academies dispatched guides to escort students to their campuses. Only students of third-tier and lower academies had to travel through city transportation to reach the teleportation arrays on their own. Over the past 3 days, the special training class had been bustling with activity, as many parents came to visit their children before they departed. Even Wang Zhenhai, a golden-ranked beastmaster, made a special trip to see Yihan and Wang Ruyan. Not only did he encourage them to cultivate diligently, but he also suggested they marry after graduation. Before leaving, Wang Zhenhai presented Yihan with 2 precious graduation gifts: the Water Element Profound Rank Ultimate Combat Technique, Heart of Frost, and the Earth Element Lower Tier Combat Technique, Mystic Ice Armor. These techniques perfectly filled the gaps in Yihan's skill set. Xiaobai, gifted as ever, quickly mastered both techniques. Unlike the purely defensive Mystic Ice Armor, the Mystic Ice Battle Armor significantly enhanced the user's strength and agility, greatly boosting Xiao Bei's close combat abilities while also providing stronger protection for both Yihan and Lai Yin. As Yihan mulled over these thoughts, the doorbell rang. When Lai Yin opened the door, the voice of the principal echoed through, "Yihan, the guide from Shenlong Great Tao Academy has arrived at the training camp. You and Wang Ruyan are to depart immediately for the capital of Shenlong Nation to complete your studies at the academy. Wishing you both a smooth journey." By this time, Lai Yin had already tidied up Yihan's dormitory, neatly storing all his belongings in a storage space. Outside the dormitory, the principal, Yang Yuzhu, and Wang Ruyan were waiting for him. Yang Yuzhu nodded solemnly at Yihan, her tone filled with concern. "Yihan, while the Tao Academy ranks 3rd in the nation, it is a place teeming with hidden talents and prodigies. As you first enter the academy, you must learn to restrain your brilliance and show humility when necessary. I've seen too many promising talents fall because of their arrogance and stubbornness. Although I trust you are someone who understands reason, I still feel the need to say these words." Yihan bowed deeply to Yang Yuzhu and the principal, his demeanor respectful. "Principal, teacher, I will certainly remember your teachings." The principal chuckled lightly. "It's good that you're willing to listen to our nagging." To these 2 elders who had supported him, Yihan always maintained a deep sense of respect. Whether their advice was directly relevant or not, he humbly accepted it, ready to improve where needed and remain steadfast otherwise. "Let's go. He'll personally escort you to meet the Tao Academy's envoy," the principal said with a sigh, leading them forward. At the center of the training camp's combat arena stood a towering purple pagoda over 10 stories high. Through the semi-transparent walls of the pagoda, the faint silhouettes of young men and women could be seen moving swiftly within. Staring at the massive structure, Yihan couldn't help but feel awestruck. "So this is the purple light I saw earlier? Is it a type of flying demon artifact?" "Exactly. These flying demon artifacts have long replaced airplanes. Not only can they safely and quickly transport thousands of people, but their cost exceeds billions. Only top-tier institutions like the Tao Academy can afford such extravagant equipment. High-level flying demon artifacts can even break free from planetary gravity, traveling effortlessly through outer space to explore boundless interstellar resources." At the entrance of the pagoda stood a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, waiting quietly. The back of his robe was embroidered with the Taiji 8 trigrams symbol, the emblem of the Tao Academy. Both the principal and Yang Yuzhu bowed slightly to him. "Seniorly, we've brought Yihan and Wang Ruyan." The man, who appeared to be in his 40s and much younger than the principal, still commanded such respect from them. Seeing this, Yihan and Wang Ruyan immediately bowed deeply as well. "Greetings, mentor." They understood clearly that the man before them was none other than a platinum-ranked demon tamer, one of the most powerful of his kind. The mentor in the green robe gave a slight nod to the dean and said indifferently, "No need for formalities. Yihan, Wang Ruyan, you 2 head to the 4th level of the aircraft and follow me to the academy." "Understood." Yihan and Wang Ruyan responded in unison as they walked side by side into the pagoda. The tower emitted a faint greenish-purple glow, and from the windows inside, the view was breathtaking. A massive purple energy shield completely enveloped the pagoda, protecting it firmly. On the 1st level, dozens of young men and women sat cross-legged in meditation, accompanied by their contracted beasts, which had been reduced in size. As Yihan and Wang Ruyan entered, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Especially when they saw Yihan's blazing angel following him, their faces showed astonishment. A 6th-grade bloodline 3-element beast was a presence that commanded respect and awe. The 2 didn't linger and proceeded directly to the 2nd level. Behind them, whispers among the students arose. "Who is that guy? He actually has a blazing angel as his contracted beast. You don't know? That's Yihan, the recipient of the Shenlong Special Combat Hero Medal, the uncrowned king of this year's Anyuan Province College entrance exam, and he even scored full marks in the virtual combat test. Hiss. This revelation left everyone in shock. Many present were too focused on their cultivation to pay much attention to the news, but upon hearing Yihan's accolades, they couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the Shenlong Special Combat Hero Medal. Such an honor was incredibly rare for a high school senior. At this moment, a wealthy young man dressed in luxurious clothing noticed Wang Ruyan and spoke rudely. Who's that goddess-level beauty? Her figure and looks are top-notch. As soon as he said this, the entire first level fell silent. Everyone's faces turned pale as they nervously glanced toward the staircase, only relaxing after confirming that the two had already gone upstairs. Brother, let me give you some advice. Watch your mouth, someone whispered. That's Wang Ruyan, Yihan's fiancé. The wealthy young man broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this and kept apologizing. I was just joking. I'm so stupid. I really need to watch my tongue. The others immediately distanced themselves from the wealthy young man. In a top-tier academy like Dadao Academy, strength was paramount, and family background held little influence. Even major aristocratic families could hardly interfere with academy affairs. Offending someone like Yihan, a global-level prodigy, was akin to courting disaster. When Yihan and Wang Ruyan arrived on the second level, they noticed that the number of students had decreased significantly, with only 7 or 8 present. However, what stood out even more was the difference in spiritual energy density. It was 1.1 times higher than the outside world. Clearly, the interior of this artifact was equipped with a miniature spirit gathering array. The third-level spiritual energy was even more astonishing, reaching 1.3 times that of the outside world. There were only 3 students here, each exuding a powerful aura comparable to national-level prodigies. However, upon seeing Yihan and Wang Ruyan, they cast them looks of cautious respect and goodwill. On the 4th floor, the density of spiritual energy was 1.5 times that of the outside world. The space was completely empty, not a single person in sight. Luxurious sofas emitted a refreshing fragrance, a result of the burning of high-quality concentration incense. As the top floor of the entire tower, it symbolized that no student stronger than a global-level prodigy like Yihan existed here. A global-level prodigy was already the pinnacle of strength during one's student years. Boom, boom, boom. The tower trembled slightly and, within moments, soared into the clouds, with the entire city of Nanjing disappearing from view. Yihan knew that every year after the college entrance exams, universities would dispatch several, or even dozens, of instructors carrying flying artifacts to various parts of the country to pick up students admitted to their institutions. Clearly, this flying artifact was far from full, currently carrying fewer than 100 students. It would need to accommodate hundreds more before returning to the academy. Thus, Yihan and Wang Ruyan meditated and trained inside the tower, taking advantage of the benefits brought by the spirit gathering array. However, while this setup was acceptable for Wang Ruyan, it was counterproductive for Yihan. For someone of his level, activating a super training mode within a platinum tier artifact was akin to courting disaster. Over the next few days, the tower artifact stopped at over 100 special training camps, yet the 4th floor remained occupied solely by Yihan and Wang Ruyan, while the other floors presumably housed a considerable number of students. Each year, only around 60 to 70 students across the country could be considered global-level prodigies, and competition among academies to recruit them was fierce. The top 3 academies in the nation usually secured 30 to 40 of these students. Most of them chose either the Kyoto Academy or the Feitian Academy, leaving fewer than 10 opting for the Shenlong Avenue Academy. Shenlong Avenue Academy had dispatched several flying artifacts to different regions to pick up students, so it was unsurprising that this particular tower artifact had not yet encountered any other global-level prodigies. On the 5th day inside the tower, Yihan finally reached his destination. Representing Shenlong Avenue Academy, he warmly welcomed the incoming freshmen and wished everyone a fulfilling and rewarding university experience. The students filed out of the tower in an orderly manner, stepping into the grand and awe-inspiring Shenlong Dao Academy. The moment they crossed the academy gates, their faces lit up with surprise and excitement. Wow, no wonder it's one of the top 3 academies in the Shenlong nation, one student exclaimed, pointing at the faintly glowing patterns underfoot. The entire academy is built on an enormous and highly efficient spirit gathering array. This sprawling academy, covering an area of 500 square kilometers, is entirely enveloped within the range of the array. The spirit gathering array is not merely a device for concentrating spiritual energy. It is a space-folding matrix crafted from rare Chinkuan Liangyi stones. Such advanced technology consumes a massive amount of energy crystals daily to keep it operational. Even a standard 1.1x spirit gathering array is too expensive for most organizations to sustain. In this world, spiritual energy is generated continuously from the surrounding space. The larger the planet's mass, the denser its spiritual energy tends to be. For instance, the secret realm Yihan visited last time had 3 times the gravity of Blue Star, and its spiritual energy was also 3 times denser. However, this linear relationship isn't universal. Many secret realms hundreds of times the size of Blue Star may only have 4 or 5 times the spiritual energy. I heard that a super strong cultivator once approached the sun, one student whispered, and discovered that the spiritual energy there is hundreds of times denser than on Earth. Plus, there are super beasts thriving in such extreme conditions. As the group discussed this, another student, who claimed to have an older brother studying here, chimed in, "This is just the regular area. The advanced zones within the academy have even higher concentrations of spiritual energy. The mentor's dormitories and the dean's office area can reach up to twice the external world's concentration." This revelation sparked a wave of astonished murmurs. Twice the spiritual energy concentration would significantly boost cultivation speed, a game-changing advantage. That's why securing a good dormitory is the top priority after enrollment, someone reminded the group. However, another quickly dismissed the idea for most of them. "We regular students shouldn't bother dreaming about that. Those are reserved for national and global prodigies." As they spoke, someone mentioned that some of the prodigies who had already arrived at the academy had engaged in duels at the arena. Everyone eagerly anticipated seeing what level of dormitories top talents like Yihan and Wang Ruyan would be assigned. As exceptional admissions, Yihan and Wang Ruyan didn't need to wait in line. They went through a dedicated channel to complete their enrollment procedures. Soon, Yihan, guided by a staff member, received 4 sets of uniforms and the key to dormitory number 5 for freshmen, which boasted a spiritual energy concentration 1.65 times that of the outside world. Wang Ruyan received the key to dorm 15 for freshman year, where the abundance of spiritual energy was 1.5 times that of the outside world. This immediately highlighted a difference in status between the two. Although the gap seemed to be only 0.15 times, over 3 years in such an environment, it would result in a significant disparity in strength across several levels. To facilitate cultivation and protect students' privacy, the student dormitories at Dadao Academy were all luxurious and spacious individual villas, similar to arrangements in elite training classes for senior high school students. Even lesser-known academies followed this standard. The lower the dormitory number, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, with Dorm 1 boasting the richest spiritual energy at 1.7 times. As Wang Ruyan looked at the key in her hand, she felt a tinge of disappointment and thought to herself, "It seems I'll have to rely on my own abilities to secure a better dorm." She turned to Yihan and asked, "Are you planning to fight for a dorm closer to the front?" Wang Ruyan's contracted beast had a 4th-grade bloodline. Although it had already awakened, its potential was a significant limitation. As a result, the Academy's assessment of her future strength was not as optimistic as it was for top prodigies with 5th-grade bloodline beasts. This was likely why she was assigned to Dorm 15. It was clear that Wang Ruyan was dissatisfied with the Academy's arrangement. On the other hand, Yi Han's flame had a 6th-grade bloodline. The Academy believed that since Flame had only recently been tamed and had yet to develop formidable combat strength, Yi Han was assigned to Dorm 5. Otherwise, he might have been placed in Dorm 1 or 2, as 6th-grade bloodline contract beasts were exceedingly rare. Yihan was satisfied with this arrangement and said, "If you're planning to fight for a better dorm, I suggest observing your competitors for a few days first and then striking when you're confident. Also, safety comes first and take unnecessary risks." Yihan himself possessed a super cultivation mode, with a 5-fold cultivation efficiency that brought his overall efficiency to 6.65 times. Even if he went to great lengths to secure Dorm 1, the efficiency would only increase to 6.7 times, a negligible difference with minimal benefit. Instead of risking conflict over a dorm, Yihan preferred to focus on cultivation during this time, honing the combat skills of both Xiaobai and Flame. Furthermore, Dadao Academy was a place teeming with hidden talents and prodigies. The top-ranked competitors were not easy opponents, and Yihan saw no need to create unnecessary rivalries. "Now that we're at the academy, lying low and developing steadily is the wisest choice," Yihan concluded. "I understand. Don't worry," Wang Ruyan responded confidently. BP Han stood in front of the door to dormitory number 5. With a gentle swipe of his keycard, the heavy door slid open silently. What lay before him was a vast private estate spanning a full square kilometer. Pavilions and terraces were arranged in a picturesque manner, with winding streams and artificial hills weaving through the landscape. Shaded by lush greenery, the entire area exuded the tranquility and elegance befitting a practitioner. "So this is our new home? It's so comfortable, and so much bigger than the last one," Xiaobai exclaimed cheerfully, hopping around as he took in the surroundings. Beside him, Lai Yin seemed equally enthusiastic and immediately began organizing Yi Han's stored belongings with meticulous precision. The moment Yi Han stepped into the courtyard, he could distinctly sense the change in spiritual energy density, 1.65 times higher, to be exact. This dormitory was not only rich in spiritual energy but also astonishingly expansive. In the land-scarce capital city, such a luxurious villa would easily be worth 5 or 6 billion alliance credits. The lower the dormitory number, the more abundant the spiritual energy and the greater the spacey and implicit way of fostering competitive pressure among the students. Just then, a notification chimed. It was a message from Shenlong Bank. A transfer of 10 billion credits had been received. This was the first installment of the preferential agreement from Shenlong Avenue Academy. The second year would bring 20 billion, and the third year 30 billion. Adding this to his existing 50 billion in assets and the nearly 100 billion worth of energy crystals in his storage space, Yi Han's total assets now amounted to 160 billion. Yi Han couldn't help but think of the boundless resources in the vast expanse of outer space. It was said that the moon alone contained energy crystal mines worth trillions. However, with his current bronze tier strength, venturing there would be nothing short of suicidal. Even with Lai Yan's ability to carry him in flight, Yi Han would need to reach level 41 to even consider it. Moreover, the journey would be perilous and fraught with danger. Even platinum-tier experts mining resources in outer space had to remain constantly vigilant against fatal threats. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from 2 visits from Wang Ruyan, Yi Han declined all other calls and invitations, focusing entirely on his cultivation. During this time, Xiaobai mastered the advanced battle skill Heart of Frost to perfection in just 2 days. With the combined effects of Heart of Frost and Frost Blessing, Xiaobai's water element battle techniques were significantly enhanced, though this also placed a considerable burden on Yi Han's mental strength. As the peaceful week drew to a close, Yi Han faced an important decision choosing his mentor. In a month, he would also have to undertake his first academy mission. The time left for quietly developing his strength was running out. Yi Han decisively took out 14 essence pills, giving 1 each to Xiaobai and Lai Yin every day. These pills were incredibly valuable, with each costing a staggering 50 million. By the end of the week, he had burned through a total of 700 million, averaging 100 million per day. Even with Yi Han's current wealth of billions, such an expenditure was nothing short of jaw-dropping. This strategy of rapidly improving combat skill proficiency by burning money was something Yi Han couldn't have even dreamed of in his earlier, impoverished days. Even a wealthy family like Lin Xian's couldn't afford such a luxury. But Yi Han was no longer the same person he once was. To him, money was merely a resource for gaining strength. As long as it could be converted into combat power quickly, no amount of investment was too great. This massive investment soon yielded astonishing results. Previously, because Yi Han had both Xiaobai and Lai Yin as his contract beasts, his mental energy had to be evenly distributed, leaving each beast with only 50 of the training resources. This was precisely why most cultivators avoided training 2 beasts. Simultaneously split mental energy would hinder the progress of both beasts' combat skills. However, with the support of the essence pills, everything changed dramatically. The pills could instantly restore Yi Han's mental energy, allowing Xiaobai and Lai Yin to train at an unprecedented frequency. The results of this week's training were equivalent to 300 of the usual progress. Even though the resources had to be shared between the 2 beasts, each still achieved 1.5 times the benefits of normal training. With the dual boost of his intensive training regimen and the essence pills, the results of just 1 week of training were comparable to 100 days of hard work for other beasts. This unprecedented and terrifying efficiency was enough to leave anyone utterly speechless. Yi Han calculated his recent expenditures. The essence pills he had purchased with points recently cost around 20,000 points in total, leaving him with a balance of 200,000 points in his account. Combined with the leftover essence pills from his last secret realm mission, he had more than enough for emergencies. Although spending points felt less painful, he couldn't help but reflect on the effort it took to earn them. However, the investment was worth it to accelerate the training progress of Xiaobai and Lai Yin. Especially for Lai Yin, who was only at level 21, the gap in levels between her and Xiaobai was too significant. She urgently needed to improve her strength to avoid being a liability in battle. Thanks to the intensive training, Xiaobai had mastered all her battle techniques to a proficient level, further enhancing her combat capabilities. Among them, Frostheart and Mystic Ice Armor were especially easy to cultivate since their prerequisite techniques had already reached a transcendent level. Lai Yan's Purifying Arrow had also reached a high level of proficiency, giving her strong ranged attack capabilities. Seeing the progress of the 2 beasts, Yi Han couldn't help but feel emotional. In the later stages, Platinum and Diamond level experts often relied on consuming massive amounts of elixirs to train Heavenly tier or even Saint tier battle techniques. Relying solely on conventional training would make it nearly impossible to master these techniques, as the difficulty of improving high tier techniques was exponentially greater. Even a low-grade Heavenly tier technique was several times harder to perfect than a top-grade Earth tier one. Under the moonlight at the training ground, the silhouettes of Yi Han, Xiaobai, and Lai Yin stretched long. The stars in the sky added a touch of mystery to the scene of their combat trial. System, activate the simulated battle space. Yi Han commanded decisively, generating a level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile. Xiaobai, Lai Yin, both of you, prepare for battle. Select Lava Coast as the battlefield. The scene shifted instantly, and Lai Yin and Xiaobai appeared on the turbulent shores of the lava coast. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the ground as the massive lava emperor crocodile made its presence known. Xiaobai moved swiftly, and the mystic ice armor enveloped her body in an instant. She then activated Frost Heart and Frost Blessing in quick succession, further solidifying the armor. It now radiated a white glow like a divine artifact. With these three buffs stacked, Xiao Bei's ice element battle techniques gained a significant power boost. A terrifying aura swept across the battlefield, forcing the 6th-grade Bloodline Lava Emperor Crocodile to instinctively take a few steps back, a hint of fear flickering in its eyes. The sight of a 5th-grade Bloodline suppressing a 6th-grade one was truly astonishing. Lai Yin, let me handle this crocodile alone. I want to give our master a surprise, Xiaobai said confidently. Her mystic ice armor began to morph rapidly. Sharp horns grew from her head, and her 4 claws were covered by massive ice talons, resembling the ultimate frost claws. Although the icy power of these constructs couldn't match the genuine frost claws, their unyielding durability was more than enough to face a formidable opponent. The Lava Emperor Crocodile quickly snapped out of its fear, enraged upon realizing its opponent was merely a 5th-grade bloodline. It launched an aggressive attack, summoning dozens of houses-sized meteors from the sky while unleashing disintegrating rays. Xiao Bei's figure flickered as she dashed around like a white shadow, effortlessly evading the disintegrating rays. The meteors crashed onto the shore, causing explosions and clouds of dust, but Xiaobai emerged unscathed from the chaos. She either dodged or used her sharp horns to deflect the meteors, neutralizing the threat with ease. The Lava Emperor Crocodile was terrified by the display and refrained from using its disintegrating rays again, instead attempting to flee. However, compared to Xiao Bei's speed, its escape seemed painfully slow. In just a few breaths, Xiaobai caught up with the panicked Lava Emperor Crocodile. In a moment of desperation, the massive creature slammed the ground, instantly raising a rock wall several dozen meters high. However, before it could make its escape, a thick lightning bolt pierced through the wall. Xiaobai followed swiftly, closing in on the Lava Emperor Crocodile's underbelly with lightning speed. With a sharp ripping sound, the enormous ice horn slashed a massive wound, dozens of meters long, across the crocodile's abdomen. Blood and entrails gushed out instantly. Even for a 6th-grade bloodline creature, such a devastating injury elicited a heart-wrenching howl of agony. The Lava Emperor Crocodile attempted to struggle toward the molten sea, but Xiaobai had already shrunk its form, along with its icy armor and claws, deftly burrowing into the creature's abdominal cavity. With a thunderous crash, the Lava Emperor Crocodile collapsed to the ground. Its heart had been punctured with 18 gaping holes by Xiaobai, sealing its fate. Blood-soaked, Xiaobai emerged from the crocodile's abdomen and stood triumphantly on the massive beast's head. It let out a deafening roar, the sound waves reducing the surrounding rocks within dozens of meters to fine powder. In this battle, Xiaobai successfully defeated the level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile single-handedly, relying almost entirely on physical attacks. This demonstrated that Xiaobai was equally capable of taking down such a formidable opponent underwater, as close combat physical attacks are minimally affected in aquatic environments. High above, Lai Yin was left stunned by the scene. She understood all too well that, despite her significant power increase, her current level 21 strength and limited combat skills were far from sufficient to face such a formidable foe alone. In comparison, Xiaobai not only held a level advantage, but also possessed a wealth of combat techniques. The triple buff stack, in particular, had elevated the power of the frost armor to an unprecedented level, greatly enhancing strength and agility. A system notification promptly sounded. Level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile has been defeated. Challenge successfully completed. Random physical reward. Earth tier low-grade fire and light combination combat skill, Summon Flaming Sun Serpent. This is an immensely powerful skill combining summoning, melee combat, and area damage, capable of summoning a serpent of light element flames. The stronger the summoner, the more terrifying the serpent's strength. Yihan was overjoyed. This reward was truly exceptional, earned entirely due to Xiao Bai's high-difficulty triumph against a stronger opponent. Had it been an easy joint victory with Lai Yin, such a generous reward would likely have been out of reach. Back in the real world, Yihan tightly embraced Xiaobai, affectionately stroking its head. Xiaobai nuzzled Yihan's cheek in return, while Lai Yin, standing nearby, was also pulled into Yihan's arms, happily snuggling against his chest. To Lai Yin, Yihan was not only her master but also her closest family. Though Yihan had gained the Summon Flaming Sun Serpent combat skill, it wouldn't be easy for Lai Yin to master it in the short term. This combination skill was far more complex than ordinary single-element techniques, rivaling even the intricacy of the Holy Arrow skill. The matter of Blazing Flame attempting to comprehend the summoning of the Solar Serpent plunged Yihan into deep worry. He glanced at blazing flame beside him, furrowing his brows unconsciously. The immense pressure involved was far too dangerous for blazing flame's soul. Whether it resulted in soul damage or failure in comprehension, the consequences were something Yihan could not bear. Yihan was acutely aware of the rarity and value of combination combat techniques. Such techniques were exceptionally rare, often only appearing when a select few mythical beasts perished. On the market, the value of summoning the solar serpent was on par with the sacred arrow, and even with sufficient wealth, it might still be impossible to acquire. Even if Yihan currently had the financial means, a failure in comprehension would render obtaining a second one in the short term nearly impossible. The most urgent task was to enhance Blazing Flame's strength. Yihan analyzed the situation. If Blazing Flame could break through to level 31 or master an Earth-tier combat technique at an extraordinary level, the difficulty of comprehending the summoning of the Solar Serpent would be significantly reduced, at least eliminating the risk of soul damage. Thinking about the upcoming freshman orientation ceremony tomorrow, Yihan's thoughts shifted to the matter of choosing a mentor. A powerful platinum-tier mentor could not only resolve cultivation doubts, but also possess insights into combat techniques far beyond Yihan's current understanding. Unlike the rigorous management of senior high school training classes, university mentors did not micromanage students' daily training. Their time was precious, and their primary roles were to provide guidance and cultivation advice. Although mentors might seem less involved in day-to-day learning, their importance was undeniable. This was especially true during the off-world Starry Sky trials before graduating in the third year. A mentor's strength directly affected a student's safety and potential rewards. A strong mentor could offer better protection and grant students more opportunities for exploration in the vast, uncharted starry skies. As his thoughts gradually blurred, Yihan held Blazing Flame and Xiaobai in his arms, slowly closing his eyes under the starlit sky. The exhaustion of only sleeping 2 hours a day for an entire week finally caught up to him. Both his mind and soul needed proper rest. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke and the sun remained hidden, Yihan, still deep in slumber, suddenly felt a faint itch on his forehead. The moment he opened his eyes, he swallowed hard in surprise. Lai Yin was crouching right in front of him. Even in this position, her tall and graceful figure made her appear taller than the seated Yihan, leaving him momentarily flustered by the angle. It turned out that Lai Yin had been awake for some time. Noticing the dew that had settled on Yihan's hair and shoulders, she had thoughtfully begun cleaning it off for him. Despite being someone with strong self-control, Yihan quickly composed himself, resuming his usual demeanor. "Master, you're awake," Lai Yin said cheerfully. She sensed Yihan's relaxed mood and assumed it was because of her help wiping away the dew. Secretly, she resolved to wake up even earlier in the future to serve him. However, as she thought about it, she realized her chances to do so were rare after all. Her master usually slept in bed, cuddling with Xiaobai. Ahem. Yihan cleared his throat lightly. Lai Yin, no need to clean it off. I'll take a bath. I need to change into my school uniform for the enrollment ceremony today. Lai Yin nodded in agreement. Understood, master. I've already prepared breakfast for you and sister Xiaobai. Yihan praised her, saying, "You're much more diligent than this lazy little fox, but you've been working hard lately. Make sure to get some rest." Not tired at all, Lai Yin replied quickly with a wave of her hand. "With my 6th rank bloodline, I recover much faster than sister Xiaobai. She's the one who's truly exhausted, constantly honing her battle techniques and dedicating herself to you far more than I have. If I slacked off, Sister Xiaobai would definitely call me out. Besides, serving you and Sister Xiaobai makes me happy." Yihan turned to the still sleeping Xiaobai, gently tugging at her ear. He raised his voice, "Lazy little fox, time to wake up. The sun's about to shine on your tail." Xiaobai finally stirred, her beautiful eyes drowsily fluttering open as she let out a big yawn. "Master Xiaobai had such a wonderful dream. I dreamed I turned into a stunning beauty, even more gorgeous than Lai Yin, with a perfect figure. Master couldn't take his eyes off me." "Ridiculous," Yihan replied, shaking his head. "Do I look like that kind of person? At least dream of becoming a mighty demon emperor, ruling the world and dominating the universe. That would be more fitting." Xiaobai stuck out her tongue playfully. If Master wants Xiaobai to become such a demon emperor, then Xiaobai will definitely work hard for it. Moved, Yihan said, "That's the spirit. Let's work hard together. Now get up and eat breakfast. And don't even think about stealing Lai Yan's share, or you'll get a spanking." Afterward, Lai Yin and Xiaobai sat down to enjoy breakfast, a luxurious meal made from the blood and flesh of a level 41 commander-class demon beast, worth millions. As a humanoid demon beast, Lai Yin ate a moderate amount, while the gluttonous Xiaobai always stuffed herself until her belly was round. Meanwhile, Yihan took a refreshing bath and changed into the school uniform of Dideo Academy. The uniform was a specially designed robe, light blue for male students and light green for females, with a Taiji 8 trigrams emblem on the back. The attire exuded both youthful vitality and a commanding presence, reminiscent of the ancient robes worn by Taoist priests. It is said that the founder of the Dao Academy, Song Jiqian, is a scholar deeply versed in Taoist culture. This legendary figure, who is still alive today, ascended to the rank of master-level monster tamer 30 years ago. Now, he is one of the most influential figures in Shenlong Nation, yet he rarely involves himself in the Academy's affairs. Song Jiqian is most renowned for his unique ability to comprehend Confucian philosophy. The profound insights he has gleaned from classical texts are applied with remarkable skill, leading to astonishing achievements. Every contracted beast that trains under his guidance masters battle techniques flawlessly, reaching an extraordinary level of perfection within a mere month. Even Yi Han admits he cannot compare, describing Song Jiqian's abilities as more extraordinary than those of a protagonist in a fantasy novel. Nowadays, Song Jiqian lives a life of mystery, operating behind the scenes as an enigmatic powerhouse. In fact, the founders of the top 5 academies in Shenlong Nation are all considered legendary. 3 of them are still alive, revered as beings at the pinnacle of existence. Their powers are so immense that even if the Azure Star were to be destroyed, they could roam freely across the cosmos. These individuals are the true pillars of their nation's destiny and even the fate of humanity itself. Early in the morning, Yi Han was about to head out when the doorbell suddenly rang. When Lai Yin opened the door, there stood Wang Ruyan, looking visibly upset. "Yi Han, I heard someone is targeting your dorm," Wang Ruyan exclaimed anxiously. "They're planning to send some lackeys first to test your strength." "Oh." Yi Han responded with a casual smile. "Well, it makes sense. I've been keeping a low profile for so long, no social gatherings, no alliances. It's only natural that someone might think I'm an easy target. Looks like it's time to teach these flies a lesson." Wang Ruyan nodded in agreement, her face full of confidence in Yi Han. "This time, you better show them what you're made of. Honestly, they should be thankful you're not out there taking things from others. The fact that they dare to come after you is outrageous." To her, Yi Han had always been an unbeatable figure, someone who could remain composed even against stronger opponents and ultimately emerge victorious. Wang Ruyan's performance over the past week has been truly remarkable. With her grade 4 bloodline of the Undying Azure Wand, she achieved consecutive victories in the dormitory battles, advancing from Dormitory 15 all the way to Dormitory 8. Her feats have left both the freshmen and staff of the Dao Academy in awe. What's even more surprising is that no one has dared to challenge her dormitory voluntarily. Her combat style has instilled deep fear among the freshmen. The awakened battle techniques of the Undying Azure Wand give her an edge in both prolonged battles and explosive offensives, not to mention the terrifyingly powerful pseudo-combination skill that guarantees severe injuries upon hitting an opponent. Fortunately, the Academy's medical facilities are exceptionally advanced, allowing even those gravely injured to recover quickly, which has significantly reduced concerns during battles. At this moment, when someone stepped up to challenge Yi Han's dormitory, Wang Ruyan stormed over angrily. She was well aware of Yi Han's true strength and wished she could personally teach those arrogant challengers a lesson. Unfortunately, the Academy's rules prohibited others from fighting on someone's behalf. The Academy has strict regulations regarding dormitory battles. Challengers must first deposit 10 million alliance coins as collateral. If they lose, 8 million goes to the victor, 2 million to the referee, and they are barred from issuing another challenge for a week. The winner gets their deposit fully refunded, while the loser must vacate their dormitory and swap with the challenger within 24 hours, or face disciplinary action from the Academy. To prevent malicious harassment, a dormitory can only be challenged twice per week, and the challenged party must respond within 24 hours. These rules were established due to lessons learned from history. Decades ago, there were incidents of wealthy students using large sums of money to continuously harass their opponents. For prodigies whose monthly allowances amounted to billions, spending 10 billion to issue 100 consecutive challenges was a trivial matter. Recently, Yi Han had been keeping a low profile, choosing to focus on closed-door cultivation. While some speculated that this was a way to avoid challenges due to a lack of strength, the more astute prodigies were wary of acting rashly. They couldn't gauge Yi Han's true capabilities, and a reckless challenge could result not only in losing the deposit but also in creating grudges. As a result, these prodigies began forming alliances and seeking out powerful subordinates to test Yi Han's strength. "I'm not worried about them challenging you. I'm just afraid they'll disturb your cultivation." What are you doing?" Wang Ruyan suddenly exclaimed, taking a few steps back with her cheeks flushing red. Yi Han chuckled lightly and said, "Nothing. I just felt like pinching your cheeks." "You're allowed to suddenly hug me, but I can't pinch your face out of the blue?" Her usually cold and aloof expression was now replaced with an adorably puffed-up look, which Yi Han found irresistible. He reached out and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. Although Wang Ruyan didn't act like an ice queen in front of him, her naturally cool demeanor still lingered faintly, making the smooth and delicate texture of her cheeks all the more unique. I'm trying to talk to you about something serious." A hint of grievance flickered in Wang Ruyan's eyes, though her tone remained sweet. Yi Han chuckled softly, reassuring her. Don't worry, my seclusion training is over. Anyone who wants to challenge me is welcome to try. But his voice suddenly dropped. If someone tries to use harassment tactics to annoy me, don't blame me for drawing blood in the dueling arena. A few examples will make the rest think twice. Even if his opponents were classmates, Yihan wouldn't hold back. Although the dueling arena had gold-tier beast tamers acting as referees, absolute safety wasn't guaranteed. The current rule allowed a maximum of 2 challenges per week, but it didn't stop people from deliberately causing trouble. Such persistent harassment could be just as aggravating. Oh, by the way, Yihan suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. I have a gift for you. He opened the system interface, revealing today's flash sale Itima Grade 5 Bloodline Advancement Pill. This pill could guarantee upgrading a Grade 4 Bloodline Beast to Grade 5, priced at 10,000 points. Yihan had been waiting for this moment to enhance Wang Ruyan's Undying Azure Luan's bloodline quality. With Wang Ruyan's Grade 4 Undying Azure Luan bloodline, it would take at least another year to confidently advance to Grade 5 without the aid of the pill. Meanwhile, Yihan's cultivation was progressing by leaps and bounds, and he didn't want the gap between them to grow too wide. For someone like Yihan, who currently possessed 200,000 points, spending 10,000 was insignificant. Without hesitation, he completed the purchase. A rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, stirring waves of astonishment in Wang Ruyan's heart. The aroma alone was enough to indicate that this was a top-tier Grade 5 bloodline advancement pill, with a success rate as high as 60 and minimal side effects and incredibly rare treasure. In fact, Yihan's smile deepened. This advancement pill is of perfect quality. Even if your Undying Azure Luan fails to advance, it won't affect its future potential. A perfectly crafted bloodline advancement pill carries no side effects whatsoever. Gulp. The Immortal Cyan Luan opened its beak and swallowed the bloodline advancement pill in an instant. It then closed its eyes tightly, beginning to absorb the pill's power. Wang Ruyan's expression was slightly tense. Her hands clenched tightly as anticipation filled her heart. The success of the Immortal Cyan Luan's advancement was tied not only to her future, but also to the fate of the entire Wang family. She longed for the bloodline of the Immortal Cyan Luan to ascend to the 5th grade. She had waited far too long for this moment. Yihan, what do you think the chances are for Xiaoqing to succeed? Wang Ruyan asked, her eyes gleaming with hope. Yihan replied calmly, a perfect quality bloodline advancement pill typically has a 70 success rate. However, since your Xiaoqing's level is too low, you can deduct at least 30. But considering it has already awakened successfully, you can add 10 back. So, it's a 50-50 chance. It all depends on your luck. Although Yihan was confident that the Immortal Cyan Luan would succeed, given that the pill came from the system and was unparalleled in the world, he still presented the odds this way. A 50-50 chance meant it was a gamble, one that relied entirely on fortune. Wang Ruyan silently pondered to herself. She had considered waiting until Xiaoqing reached level 31 before letting it consume the pill, as the success rate would undoubtedly increase. However, she was desperate to have a 5th grade bloodline beast. All the prodigies she had defeated in the past possessed 5th grade bloodlines. If she hesitated now, delaying for another half a year, their strength might surpass hers. Moreover, she could sense Yihan's strength growing rapidly, and the gap between them was widening. Thinking of this, Wang Ruyan's expression turned a bit forlorn. The increasing disparity between her and her fiancé meant that she was drifting further away from Yihan's world. Although they were already engaged, and Yihan had promised not to back out, if their strengths were worlds apart, their lives would diverge. Even if they stayed together, she feared she would struggle to truly connect with Yihan's inner world. Forcing such a relationship would only lead to sorrow. In these turbulent times, compatibility often depended solely on strength. Just then, a brilliant cyan light erupted from the Immortal Cyan Luan's body. Its form began to grow rapidly. Its feathers became more elongated, its claws sharper, and it transformed into a massive 20-meter-tall cyan bird beast. A powerful and ferocious aura exploded from its body, leaving even Lai Yin and Xiao Bai momentarily stunned. The Immortal Cyan Luan had finally grown into its true form, with an unparalleled vitality surging through its body. Now, even if its legs were severed, they would regenerate instantly. Even if Wang Ruyan's heart were pierced, she would survive and fully recover within moments. The bloodline advancement was a success. As the bloodline level increased, its innate combat skills became even more formidable. Congratulations. It seems your luck is quite good, Yihan said with a smile. Yihan, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Wang Ruyan's breath quickened. Without a doubt, from this moment forward, she had firmly secured her position as a global prodigy, and not just any prodigy, one of the very best. Not long after, Wang Ruyan and her Immortal Cyan Luan left Yihan's dormitory. The reason was simple: she wanted the Immortal Cyan Luan to attempt comprehending an Earth-tier combat skill. She had long envied Yihan for possessing such a skill. I wonder how I should thank him. Maybe with a loving... Wang Ruyan thought to herself, only to be interrupted by Xiao Bai. Huh. Xiaobai, you're getting sneakier by the day. Don't forget you're still just a fox. Xiaobai had already darted far away, sticking out her tongue playfully at Yihan, as if hinting that she would eventually transform into a beautiful girl. Master belongs to Xiaobai. You can't just have your cake and eat it too, Xiaobai declared, leaving Yihan with a headache. He thought to himself that Xiaobai's voice might even become more childlike soon. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever done such a thing? Master, have you never heard of youthful looks with a voluptuous figure? Or a mature lady with a youthful voice? It'll drive you crazy. Xiaobai retorted indignantly. Do I look like someone who lacks self-control? Go ahead and show off all you want. I won't budge. Otherwise, we'll see who's laughing in the end. Yihan replied helplessly. Blah. Xiaobai stuck her tongue out at Yihan again, clearly not believing him. Yihan sighed inwardly. The once adorable fox had grown so cunning and intelligent. It seemed that rapid intellectual growth wasn't always a blessing. Ding ding ding. The notification device in the dormitory suddenly emitted a beeping sound. Student Yihan, please respond. This is Referee 11 from the Academy Duel Arena. Student Wu Hui from Dormitory 32 has officially challenged you for a dormitory battle. According to Academy rules, you must respond within 24 hours. It seemed, just as Wang Ruyan had predicted, someone had indeed sent a lackey to test his strength. Yihan walked over to the notification device and pressed the response button. Hello, referee. This is Yihan. Please inform the challenger that I will arrive at the duel arena in 1 hour. I hope the challenger will prepare accordingly. Understood. I will notify student Wu Hui to head to the arena promptly. See you at the duel arena. Goodbye. Today's entrance ceremony was scheduled for 1 p.m., and it was only 9 a.m. now. Yihan had more than enough time to deal with these challengers. Soon, the news of Wu Hui from Dormitory 32, challenging Yihan from Dormitory 5, spread rapidly throughout the Great Dao Academy. Almost all duels at the academy were open to the public, allowing anyone on campus to watch for free. This policy fostered a culture of fair competition and provided students an opportunity to learn from others' battles and understand the gap between themselves and true prodigies. Just as Yihan opened his dormitory door to head to the duel arena, he found a stunning woman standing at the entrance. She wore black stockings and a white skirt, with a long robe bearing the Great Dao Academy's emblem draped over her shoulders. Her figure was alluring, her aura enchanting, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her beauty breathtaking. Most intriguingly, her presence was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. She seemed to have no signs of physical enhancement and hadn't even brought a contracted beast with her. Startled by the sudden opening of the door, the woman momentarily panicked. However, her composure returned almost instantly as she straightened her posture and stood confidently before Yihan. Her demeanor resembled that of someone caught red-handed before committing a theft. May I help you? Yihan asked calmly. The young woman was dressed in the uniform of the Grand Dao Academy, yet she clearly didn't look like a student. Upon closer examination, she appeared to be at least 27 years old. It was common knowledge that the academy didn't accept students over the age of 20. Even if someone enrolled at 19, they would graduate by 22 or 23 at the latest. Unless she had gone through some life-shortening ordeal, which seemed highly unlikely. Hello, you must be Yihan, right? The woman greeted him with a warm smile and extended her hand. A young hero indeed. In one of the academy's elite mentors, and hey, race my mentor ID. She retrieved her ID from her storage space and handed it to Yihan. After carefully inspecting the credentials, Yihan immediately showed a respectful demeanor and lightly shook hands with the mentor, who introduced herself as Qin Feifei. A platinum-level expert, Yihan thought to himself. To reach platinum level before turning 30 was truly remarkable. Her talent was extraordinary. She must have been one of the top prodigies in the world during her student years. No wonder he hadn't sensed her presence earlier. If a platinum-level expert wanted to conceal their aura, someone at his bronze level wouldn't stand a chance of detecting it. So, your mentor Qin Feifei. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. I've been in seclusion recently and haven't kept up with academy affairs, Yihan said apologetically. A platinum-level mentor visiting him in person? The motive was obvious. She was here to recruit him as her student. While this might seem like a sign of recognition, it wasn't necessarily good news. Why hadn't other mentors come? And why was it the young and beautiful Qin Feifei who showed up? As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yihan was cautious by nature and wouldn't let her appearance cloud his judgment. What's this? Are you really that unwelcoming to Mei to your mentor? Qin Feifei pouted playfully. I came all this way to visit you. Can't I even sit in your dorm for a bit? Don't worry, I'm very proper, you know. Yihan felt a bit awkward. Sorry, someone just challenged me for my dorm room, and I promised the referee ID attend the duel. At this moment, retreat seemed like the best option. This platinum-level mentor with her mature charm didn't seem very reliable. Choosing a mentor wasn't like choosing a spouse. Looks were hardly the deciding factor. Besides, a bronze-level student dreaming of wooing a platinum-level mentor? Such naive thoughts would only lead to becoming a mere background character in someone else's story. Qin Feifei suddenly understood. Oh, so you're heading to a duel. You've been in seclusion for a while and might not be familiar with the campus. How about I take you to the dueling arena? I happen to be free. Yi Han was exasperated. This didn't feel like dealing with a platinum-level expert at all. Where was her dignity? Was she really volunteering to guide him? Relax, Yi Han. Don't be so guarded. Just think of me as your gentle and adorable big sister, she said cheerfully. Yi Han almost choked, his face darkening. A strong mentor should at least have some self-respect. Since she had already made the offer, Yi Han couldn't outright refuse her. Reluctantly, he agreed. All right then, I'll trouble you to lead the way. As they left the dormitory, Yi Han noticed the strange looks from his fellow students. Some even went out of their way to avoid them. The first-year students, in particular, acted as though Qin Feifei was a walking disaster, desperately trying to steer clear of her. What on earth had this mentor done? Not even die-hard fans seemed to exist, which was unusual. There wasn't even any gossip about her. Seeing Yi Han's increasingly uneasy expression, Qin Feifei sighed and finally confessed, to be honest, I've only been a mentor at the academy for a year. My strength is probably the weakest among all the mentors. That's why most students avoid Methi want someone with more experience and greater power. She added with a hint of grievance, they just don't know a good thing when they see it. Sure, my strength is average, but I'm excellent at taking care of my students. I promise I'd make your life here very comfortable. She puffed out her chest as if to demonstrate her confidence. There's more to it than that, isn't there? Yi Han pressed. Qin Feifei coughed awkwardly. All right, you got me. Last year, I recruited a few female students, but I got tied up with some important matters and neglected my duties as their mentor. That earned me the nickname Prodigy Killer. To make it up to them, I gave each of them 10 billion credits to buy combat techniques. Yi Han finally understood why the first years avoided her like the plague. Not only was she weak, but she was also incredibly unreliable. Disappearing for an entire year? What was the point of having a mentor like that? So why seek me out? Don't tell me you think I'll choose you as my mentor, Yi Han asked bluntly. Qin Feifei looked embarrassed. She didn't want to lower herself, but she had no choice. If she failed to achieve results this year, she might become the first mentor in the history of the Grand Dao Academy to be fired. Qin Feifei's decision to choose Yi Han as her student was well thought out. She had long known that Yi Han not only had immense potential, but had also bonded with a flame angel of the 6th bloodline grade. Such exceptional talent promised a future of brilliance on the stage of Shenlong Nation and even the world. If she could take such a prodigy under her wing, her position as a mentor at the Dao Academy would be unshakable. By following me, you'll gain access to the best resources. They'll take only you as my student, and I'll address any questions you have immediately. Qin Feifei began her persuasion. Although all the students she recruited last year had transferred to other mentors, leaving her as the only tutor in the academy without students, she was determined to succeed this time. Yi Han replied calmly, that sounds great, but do you think I'm that easy to fool? And what if you disappear for a year or two again, like last time? Who am I supposed to turn to then? Anticipating Yi Han's skepticism, Qin Feifei upped the stakes. She pulled out a scroll shimmering with mysterious runes and spoke in an enticing tone. The world outside is dangerous. To powerful individuals, a mere bronze rank is nothing more than an insect. But with this, I can save your life 3 times. This was crafted by my painting spirit, capable of sealing combat techniques within it. Hearing the term painting spirit, Yi Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Like the undead clan and furnace beasts, painting spirits were one of those rare and mysterious species with unique abilities, so elusive that even standard beast encyclopedias scarcely mention them. Each branch of the species had distinct characteristics. To demonstrate her capabilities, Qin Feifei waved her hand, summoning a massive scroll. With a tap of her finger, the images of Yi Han, Xiao Bai, and Flame appeared on the canvas. What was even more astonishing was that the depicted Xiao Bai instantly unfolded its frost armor, radiating electric sparks, while Flame soared into the air, unleashing a torrential wave of fire. The sheer power was even more overwhelming than when they performed these techniques in reality. I've already replicated your beast's combat techniques. With just a thought, I can bring the techniques in the painting into reality, Qin Feifei said smugly. Although Yi Han was awed by the strength of a platinum-level expert, he remained rational. This scroll must have a time limit, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it allow for endless mass production? Of course. These 3 scrolls have a 1-year validity. The techniques sealed inside are all top-tier Earth-level escape techniques, capable of evading even a platinum-level pursuer. If you don't use them within the year, they'll renew them for free. Her words struck a chord with Yi Han. Having experienced death once before, his greatest fear was dying again. Although he was now capable of defeating ordinary silver-level opponents, his strength was still far from sufficient in a world teeming with powerful individuals. He needed time and resources to grow, at least 5 to 10 years, to truly establish himself. The thought of his harrowing experience during the last Secret Realm mission still sent shivers down his spine. The 3 life-saving techniques from the platinum-level experts undoubtedly gave Yihan 3 extra lives to rely on. If he could secure these 3 lives, Yihan's sense of security would be significantly enhanced. Even though Qin Feifei seemed unreliable, as long as he could gain those 3 lives, Yihan was willing to accept it. After all, once he became her student, even if she disappeared again, Yihan was confident that within a year, he would be much more capable of protecting himself. As for solving problems, Yihan still had Wang Ruyan as an assistant. As long as she had a knowledgeable mentor, if Qin Feifei really vanished, Yihan could always send Wang Ruyan to ask questions on his behalf. Although tempted, Yihan didn't want to agree too hastily to this unreliable yet attractive mentor. He had a nagging feeling that agreeing to her would definitely lead to trouble. Mentor Qin Feifei, you're well aware of your reputation for being unreliable in the academy. Although I'm very tempted by these 3 life-saving techniques, could you perhaps offer a little extra incentive? Yihan asked cautiously. Qin Feifei waved her hand dismissively and said cheerfully, no problem, no problem. Just name your price. Though my abilities aren't top-notch, I've got plenty of money. Yihan's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to hide his eagerness. To be honest, I've always dreamed of having a wealthy and generous mentor. I'm not greedy. How about starting with a modest 10 billion? Pwah. Qin Feifei spat out a mouthful of imaginary blood, spraying 5 meters away. You brat. Do you think my money grows on trees? 10 billion? Even a printing press would take ages to churn out that much. How dare you even suggest that? I'd rather not take on a student like you. Yihan felt slightly awkward and quickly adjusted his offer. All right then, 8 billion. A 20 discount. Miss this chance and it's your loss. Ugh. Goodbye. Our fate ends here. Take care of yourself. You're the first person in history to demand so much money from their mentor. Fine, 5 billion. A rock-bottom clearance sale. You won't find a better deal anywhere else. With this investment, you'll have a student capable of winning the Global Academy Championship. Deal. Qin Feifei gritted her teeth, clearly making a huge concession. But if you don't win the championship, don't expect to get away with it. Humph. Yihan was overjoyed. Qin Feifei's straightforward agreement clearly hinted there was still room to negotiate for more, but considering she was a formidable platinum-ranked powerhouse, he couldn't afford to appear overly greedy. Leaving a bad impression of insatiable greed wasn't wise after all. He would need this beautiful mentor's help in the future. Trying to gain too much at once was unrealistic. Receiving 50 billion along with 3 life-saving scrolls for free was already a deal he was more than satisfied with. Respected mentor Qin Feifei, with your stunning beauty and exceptional talents, I, Yihan, hereby swear to the heavens that from this moment on, I will share your honor and disgrace, strive to meet your expectations, and achieve excellent results. Yihan bowed deeply and respectfully. Qin Feifei's expression softened slightly. She thought to herself that at least this kid knew how to respect his mentor, which meant he might not be too difficult to train in the future. Yet, she couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. Why did it seem like this student had a bit of a cheeky streak? Could he end up causing her trouble in the future? As a powerful platinum-ranked expert and a mentor at the prestigious Dideo Academy, how had she ended up being so easily manipulated by a mere bronze-ranked rookie? It just didn't make sense. Patience, patience calm sees ahead. She silently chanted to herself. The mentor position was far too important to her to risk losing. For now, she would let this brat have his moment. After all, her money didn't come easily. Every cent was earned through risking her life. As a platinum-ranked powerhouse, the cost of improving her abilities was astronomical. Giving away 50 billion in one go was enough to make her heart ache. Yihan remained outwardly respectful toward Qin Feifei but felt a twinge of guilt. If his mentor was short on funds, he wouldn't mind accepting an IOU instead. Qin Feifei, however, let out a cold snort, thinking, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word? Without further ado, she pulled out her phone and transferred the money to Yihan. Ding! Shillong Bank has received a transfer of 50 billion yuan. Yihan's face lit up with joy, his heart full of gratitude. His mentor was decisive and generous, earning his utmost admiration. Qin Feifei then took out 3 scrolls, her expression turning slightly serious. Don't use these recklessly unless it's a matter of life and death. Once they're gone, they're gone. Understood, mentor. I will remember your instructions. Yihan replied cheerfully, carefully storing the 3 scrolls in his inventory. With this, he and Qin Feifei had reached an agreement. After the afternoon's entrance ceremony, all that remained was to register at the academy office together, officially making him her student. As for why Qin Feifei was willing to hand over the money and scrolls before the official registration, the reason was simple. In this world, No bronze-ranked student would dare to deceive a platinum-ranked mentor. Ahead of them was Duel Arena number 11, where Qin Feifei intended to witness firsthand whether Yihan was worth the 100 billion investment. The 3 life-saving scrolls alone had cost her 50 billion to create, and combined with the 50 billion in cash, she had spent a total of 100 billion. By now, Duel Arena number 11 was packed with a crowd of at least 2,000 students. Most were first-year freshmen, though there were a few second years and even a handful of third years who had come to watch the spectacle. Yihan was currently assigned to dormitory number 5, indicating that the academy ranked him as having the 5th highest strength among all freshmen. Watching a duel between top global talents wasn't an opportunity anyone would pass up, especially since it was free. To put things in perspective, at the largest Beastmaster arena in Kyoto, entry fees for matches featuring top global talents started at a minimum of 100,000 alliance credits, and even then, tickets sold out quickly, withstanding grimly crowds. The fact that someone from dormitory number 32 dared to challenge Yihan from dormitory number 5 was already causing a stir. While some suspected Yihan's legendary feats might have been exaggerated, others believed this Wu Hui had no idea what he was getting into. To them, he was clearly a clueless newcomer who didn't understand the rules. In reality, Wu Hui was merely there to test Yihan's strength. The real challengers, those with serious intentions of taking Yihan down, were hidden among the spectators, watching the duel closely. Thus, how Yihan performed, whether he won decisively or struggled, was crucial. If his performance was too weak, not only would he lose his standing at dormitory number 5, but he might also face consecutive challenges, dropping all the way to dormitory number 20 or 30. Yihan arrived, but he was walking side by side with the infamous Heavenly Talent Slayer mentor, Qin Feifei. This scene immediately sparked whispers among the surrounding students. Last year, a few provincial-level prodigies were targeted by her just like this. One student murmured under their breath. Now she set her sights on the global-level genius, Yihan. This is going to be interesting. Even the dean can't control this platinum-level mentor. Another student sighed and shook their head. Yihan is probably doomed this time. No wonder she stayed quiet for an entire week. She must have already marked him as her prey. On the dueling platform, Wu Hui was filled with unease. He cautiously glanced at Yihan, but inadvertently locked eyes with Qin Feifei's icy, piercing gaze from below the platform. A cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Stay calm, he kept telling himself. All I need to do is test his strength. As for winning or losing, I'll leave that to fate. Wherever Qin Feifei walked, the students parted to make way for her. She eventually took a seat in the empty VIP section, her cold and commanding presence ensuring that no one dared come within several meters of her. Yihan, however, ascended the dueling platform at a leisurely pace alongside his 2 contract partners, Blaze and Snowy. This massive arena, spanning a square kilometer, made even the combatants at its center appear as small as ants. Yet, thanks to their enhanced physical abilities, the spectators could see every detail of the action with their extraordinary vision. A referee, dressed in the school uniform, was seated at the center of the arena. Yihan stepped forward and handed over his student ID. Referee, I am Yihan from Dorm 5, here to accept the challenge. After carefully verifying the ID, the referee announced the rules. Stepping off the dueling platform will be considered a forfeit. If a participant verbally concedes, the opponent must stop immediately. Now, both sides move 300 meters apart. Snowy and Blaze simultaneously revealed their true forms. Yihan leaped gracefully onto Blaze's broad shoulder, landing effortlessly. On the other side, Wu Hui summoned his contracted Biasta 4th-tier Crimson Shadow Mantis with a body length of over 20 meters. This rare dual attribute beast of darkness and wind had a blood-red appearance, and its razor-sharp mantis blades gleamed coldly, marking it as a deadly close combat assassin. The entire arena fell silent as all eyes turned to the dueling platform. Prepare, the referee shouted loudly. Begin the duel. Flames had already ascended into the sky, soaring 100 meters high, with Yihan standing steadily on its shoulder, gazing down at the ground below. Despite the opponent's mediocre strength, Yihan remained utterly vigilant. As a melee assassin-type contracted beast, Flames was undeniably the safest choice for him to rely on. Its ability to fly granted superior mobility, and more importantly, Flames possessed a counter-strategy against melee assassins, a devastating battle skill known as Flamestorm. In an instant, the Crimson Shadow Mantis radiated a dark red glow, swiftly conjuring 2 clones. What was originally a single mantis suddenly became 3 in the blink of an eye. This was the pinnacle dark element battle skill of the Mystic Tier Shadow Clone. While Shadow Clone and the Boulder Clone technique both belonged to the category of clone skills, the two were strikingly different. The Boulder Clone technique was a summoning skill, where the original and the clones were easily distinguishable at a glance, requiring no sensory skills to identify. In contrast, the clones produced by Shadow Clone shared an identical aura with the original, making it difficult to discern the real one even with sensory skills. unless the practitioner had an advanced level of expertise. Even more terrifying, all three clones could execute the same skills as the original, dealing identical damage. This meant that the Crimson Shadow Mantis combat prowess doubled the moment it created clones. Of course, the Shadow Clone skill was not without its flaws. Firstly, the clones could only perform melee physical attack skills alongside the original. Secondly, once a clone sustained a certain amount of damage, it would dissipate immediately. At this moment, the three Crimson Shadow Mantises spread out, encircling Flames and Xiaobai from different positions, creating a scenario where lethal attacks could be launched from three separate directions simultaneously, forcing their opponents into a challenging predicament. The audience below began murmuring in low voices. Yihan's demeanor seemed overly confident. Facing an opponent already preparing to attack, he remained as calm as a mountain, refraining from deploying any battle skills and instead instructing Flames to ascend even higher into the sky. Although most spectators believed Wu Hui's strength far exceeded Yihan's, as a fellow prodigy, Wu Hui's abilities were not to be underestimated. The Shadow Clone skill, perfectly suited for a melee assassin beast like the Crimson Shadow Mantis, was incredibly fast, powerful, and menacing. The crowd couldn't help but wonder how Yihan would respond to such a formidable challenge. Rumors had it that he had once single-handedly annihilated an elite squad of Black Guard Beastmasters. Perhaps his extensive combat experience would grant him the upper hand in this duel. Qin Feifei watched the dueling arena with curiosity, thoughts racing through her mind. With Yihan's strength, defeating Wu Hui should be a breeze. But how would he choose to claim victory? The battle began. In an instant, Xiaobai was enveloped in an armor of mystical ice that shimmered like white jade, glowing with a blue light. Three buffs: Mystic Ice Armor, Frost Blessing, and Heart of Frost were activated simultaneously. A terrifying aura erupted from Xiaobai, leaving the students in the audience, and even the referee, visibly stunned. Yihan turned out to be a buff master, applying three buffs at once. The punitive power was immense, and using 2 or 3 combat techniques could potentially drain his energy in an instant. However, each technique unleashed would carry the force to devastate everything in its path. The Earth-tier defensive combat skill he employed was undoubtedly a strong counter to close-range physical attacks. Yihan, you might be powerful, but you're foolish to let me position myself first. Wu Hui thought to himself as he launched his extreme shadow whirlwind slash. In a flash, his 3 Crimson Shadow Mantises transformed into blurry silhouettes, their speed suffocatingly fast, closing in on Xiaobai on the ground in the blink of an eye. The students in the audience collectively gasped, their hearts nearly stopping. This was a mid-tier mystic level wind and dark attribute combo skill. Even though Yihan's contracted beast was protected by the ice armor, such a pure physical attack skill might still break through. It seemed Yihan had underestimated his opponent. If he'd counterattacked before the Crimson Shadow Mantises had completed their positioning, he might have avoided being surrounded. 3 clones launched an ultra-fast melee assault, simultaneously blocking all of them would be nearly impossible, even with multiple arms. The audience held their breath, thinking, could it be that Yihan's Flame Angel was still newly contracted, and his main strength now relied solely on this Snow Fox? If the Snow Fox were defeated, could the youngest legendary Dragoneer combat hero really lose to an unknown young talent? Just when everyone thought the tide was turning and the underdog was about to triumph, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. A surge of energy, several times stronger than before, exploded from Xiaobai. The sound wave obliterated the Crimson Shadow Mantis's clones instantly. As for the real Crimson Shadow Mantis, it was now cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Wu Hui's face turned pale as a sheet, and an inexplicable liquid trickled down his pants. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. Yihan emerged victorious. The students in the arena felt the overwhelming, terrifying aura, their faces turning ghostly white with shock. Impossible, they exclaimed inwardly. Wu Hui, whose body had not been reinforced, was so utterly frightened by a single roar. Yihan hadn't used a single offensive combat skill, yet Wu Hui was defeated just like that? A glint of understanding flashed in Qin Feifei's beautiful eyes as she thought to herself, I see now. Clever move, Yihan. This method of winning is undoubtedly the most dramatic and awe-inspiring. Smiling to herself, she disappeared from the VIP section, clearly impressed by Yihan's performance. Xiaobai's roar not only demonstrated Yihan's strength, but also his intelligence, proving that he was worth every bit of her billion-dollar investment. Flames descended from the sky as Xiaobai reverted to the size of a small squirrel and leapt onto Yihan's shoulder. Yihan's expression remained calm, and without sparing a glance at the utterly defeated Wu Hui, he turned and left the dueling arena. Yihan, tell us, did Wu Hui lose? We don't get it. A group of curious first-year students rushed after him, their faces full of questions. But Yihan remained silent, not offering a single word of explanation. The reason behind Xiaobai's roar reducing Wu Hui to such a pitiful state was something only true experts could comprehend. Thank you all for your support, sending you all a virtual hug. Chaos erupted beneath the dueling platform. The new students were abuzz with discussions, their faces filled with disbelief. As the prodigies of various provinces and cities, they prided themselves on their sharp judgment. Yet now, it seemed utterly useless. No one could comprehend how Yi Han had secured his victory. Senior, can you explain how Wu Hui lost? A group of freshmen turned their eager gazes to the second and third-year students who had come to watch the match, desperate for answers. Although they had anticipated Yi Han's win after all, earning the evaluation for dorm number 5 was no trivial feat. The manner of his victory was utterly baffling. A third-year senior met their expectant eyes and spoke slowly. It's simple. Yi Han is just too strong. Too strong? But he didn't even make a move. The freshmen were even more confused. The Snow Fox just let out a roar. It didn't even use any combat techniques, yet the Scarlet Shadow Mantis's clones scattered instantly. Even if clones are fragile, surely they wouldn't crumble to a mere sound wave, right? The senior chuckled. Imagine this. You think you're up against an ordinary opponent, but as you approach, you realize it's a terrifying demon king. How would you react? You mean bloodline suppression? Someone asked. But the Snow Fox only has a 5th grade bloodline, and the Scarlet Shadow Mantis is 4th grade. No, the senior shook his head. This goes beyond bloodline suppression, it's a mental domination. That roar carried pure killing intent and ferocity. After 3 layers of amplification, the Snow Fox's aura surpassed the pressure of a 6th grade bloodline beast. If the Scarlet Shadow Mantis had truly charged in, it would have lost its life in the next instant. At these words, the freshmen collectively gasped. A 5th grade bloodline beast capable of unleashing pressure greater than a 6th grade. This meant Yi Han Snow Fox already possessed the strength to rival 6th grade bloodline beasts. No wonder Wu Hui had been scared out of his wits. Yi Han might even be stronger than many third-year students, the senior remarked with a sigh. The freshman fell into silence. Defeating an opponent without even fighting this was far more intimidating than a direct victory. Yi Han was like an unfathomable ocean. No one could discern the true depth of his strength. From now on, I doubt anyone will dare to challenge him lightly, someone said. He's already proven his power in this way. Exactly. The fact that he hasn't gone around stealing others' dorms is already quite kind of him. Yet some people still had the nerve to provoke him. From today onward, I'm a fan of Yi Han. He's bound to become the rookie king of Shenlong Avenue Academy. Meanwhile, Yi Han had quietly returned to his dorm. Yi Han was not at all surprised by the impact of Xiao Bai's earth-shattering roar. With the triple buffs it had at the moment, Xiao Bai's strength had reached a terrifying level. Even the Lava Emperor Crocodile, possessing a 6th grade bloodline, would stagger backward under its roar, let alone Wu Hui's mere 4th grade Scarlet Shadow Mantis. During the battle, even if Xiao Bai had stood still and allowed the 3 Scarlet Shadow Mantises to launch their frenzied attacks, their sharp scythe-like legs would have been utterly incapable of penetrating the frost-blessed and frost-reinforced mystic ice armor. If Xiao Bai had unleashed Thunder Hell to counterattack on the spot, without interference from the referee, Wu Hui and his mantises would likely have been reduced to ashes in an instant. It was precisely due to sensing this overwhelming, destructive strength, coupled with the targeted killing intent released by Xiao Bai, that Wu Hui completely broke down. The other students didn't feel this oppressive intent because Xiao Bai had deliberately locked its focus solely on Wu Hui. Now, Master should finally enjoy some peace and quiet, Xiao Bai said smugly. At 1 p.m., the academy organized an entrance ceremony for all first-year students. The ceremony was fairly straightforward. First, education officials delivered speeches filled with life philosophies, followed by the academy leaders offering their own dose of motivational chicken soup for the soul. After more than 2 hours, the ceremony concluded, and the mentor selection phase began. As a 2-time global champion in the academy tournament, the sheer strength of the Great Tao Academy left Yi Han in awe. The academy currently boasted 35 mentors, all of whom were platinum-level powerhouses. Any one of these individuals alone could venture into uncharted territories and establish a small kingdom. In fact, the total number of platinum-level powerhouses in many small nations was fewer than those in this single academy. This demonstrated the unfathomable depth of the Shenlong nation, a global superpower whose platinum-level powerhouses must number in the thousands. Such a foundation was truly astonishing. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Azure Star was strikingly similar to Earth. However, a sudden catastrophic event reduced the human population from 50 billion to just 5 billion within 5 years, wiping countless nations and ethnic groups off the map forever. Today, only 4 superpowers remain on the Azure Star: Shenlong Nation, Xinjiang Nation, Xinyuan Nation, and Shanjing Nation. Among them, Shenlong Nation boasts the largest land territory and ranks second in population size. Shanjing Nation, with its ability to control millions of sea spirits, has monopolized ocean resource development, amassing immense wealth. Xinjiang Nation occupies the resource-rich Xinjiang Plains and has the largest population of 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Nation, established in the towering Xinyuan mountain range thousands of meters above sea level, has a population of only 100 million. Yet, its unique lineage of divine sky apes sets it apart. What makes Xinyuan Nation exceptional is that its descendants are born with extraordinary strength, their soul power naturally growing without the need for meditation, and they can even absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. This innate advantage has made Xinyuan Nation a powerhouse teeming with elites, widely recognized as the world's strongest nation. In the Global Academy Championship, they have claimed half the titles. Statistically, Xinyuan Nation produces a platinum-level warrior for every 50,000 people, whereas Shenlong Nation requires a population of 1 million to produce one. Yihan, the mentors are ready to welcome the new students. Are you sure you want to choose Mentor Qin Feifei? Wang Ruyan's tone was tinged with concern. A mentor seating arrangement reflected their status in the Dao Academy, and Qin Feifei happened to sit in the very last row, in the last seat. Though Qin's surname might suggest a connection to the prestigious Qin family, one of the four great families in the capital, Yihan appeared indifferent. It doesn't matter. There's no need to worry. The mentor selection hall was bustling with activity, yet Qin Feifei's seat remained deserted. Even when a few students were drawn to her beauty, they quickly turned to other mentors. Just as Qin Feifei began to feel awkward, Yihan approached at the perfect moment. Their conversation was filled with negotiation. In the end, Qin Feifei transferred a generous sum of 2 billion to secure Yihan's companionship during the mentor selection process. Observing her shrewd new disciple, she thought to herself, this kid is definitely going to bleed me dry in the future. But as long as he achieves something great, this investment will be worth it. With that thought, she suppressed her rising frustration and decided to tolerate Yihan's cunning for now. Without a doubt, Yihan had an exceptional grasp of Qin Feifei's psyche at the age of 27. Every request he made was perfectly timed and calibrated, not too excessive, yet profitable enough for himself. As a platinum-level powerhouse, Qin Feifei possessed the strength and authority to traverse the outer starry skies at will. While her abilities were not the pinnacle within the platinum tier, to Yihan, she was nothing less than a walking, breathing treasure trove. Faced with such an opportunity, Yihan knew he had to tread carefully, leveraging the situation wisely without overstepping boundaries. After all, if the treasure trove were to collapse, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Qin Feifei gave a light cough, retrieved a sheet of A4 paper and a pen from her drawer, and spoke gently, since there's nothing else pressing at the moment, how about I create an advanced battle technique plan for you? This plan could guide you all the way to achieving platinum. I assume you've never had such a comprehensive plan before, have you? Yihan immediately straightened his posture, his expression serious. I haven't, to be honest. I'd greatly appreciate your guidance, mentor. Battle technique planning was one of the fundamental responsibilities of any mentor. Typically, a mentor would be responsible for hundreds of students, and planning often required waiting in line. Only the most favored students could enjoy priority access. The importance of such planning couldn't be overstated. Without it, beast tamers often learned techniques haphazardly, as Yihan had done in his early days, limited by resources and forced to adapt on the fly. This often resulted in a chaotic array of techniques that lacked synergy. Worse yet, many low-level techniques, despite consuming a significant amount of resources to master, became entirely obsolete in later stages. Take Yihan's reflective water mirror, for instance. It was nearly useless in combat now, incapable of deflecting enemy attacks or causing any real damage with its reflected water blades. Furthermore, many advanced techniques required specific prerequisite skills as a foundation. Without them, they couldn't be comprehended at all. As such, the selection of techniques in the early stages directly influenced development down the line. Qin Feifei handed him a form. Write down all the battle techniques your two beasts have learned so far, along with their mastery levels on this form. In truth, Qin Feifei had already pulled some strings to watch Yihan's high school exam battle against the Azure Abyss Tortoise. This had allowed her to perfectly replicate Xiaobai and Blazing Flames techniques in the scroll. However, Yihan was unaware of this and attributed her precision to her extraordinary insight. Taking the form without hesitation, Yihan meticulously filled out all the details of Xiaobai and Blazing Flames techniques, including the newly acquired Holy Arrow and the ability to summon the Blazing Sun Serpent. This wasn't due to naivety but rather because he understood that playing tricks in front of a platinum-level powerhouse was utterly futile. If Qin Feifei harbored ill intentions, he wouldn't stand a chance. And if he didn't trust her, the entire battle technique plan would lose its purpose. When Qin Feifei took the form back, her expression subtly changed. Ugh, you little brat. Qin Feifei couldn't help but mock Yihan. No wonder you're always whining about being broke to your elder sister. With just a bronze-level strength, you've already prepared a combination of Earth-tier high-grade and low-grade combat techniques. Most bronze-level beast tamers would think twice before buying even a profound-tier technique. but you sure have some ambition. The combined value of these two techniques exceeded 7 billion alliance coins, a clear testament to Yihan's audacity. If he could successfully master these two techniques, his combat power would undoubtedly soar to unimaginable heights. Do you think I'm joking about wanting to win the Global Academy Championship? Yihan responded with a serious expression. Very well, I like ambitious little brothers. Qin Feifei teased, throwing a flirtatious glance at Yihan, her demeanor alluring. She admired Yihan's boundless ambition. After all, without ambition, how could one achieve greatness? Yet, Yihan remained unfazed. His face showed no change, and even his gaze stayed calm as he simply said, "Please begin guiding me on the combat technique planning, mentor." Qin Feifei was inwardly startled. This young man's self-control genuinely surprised her. While she knew her looks and figure might not rival the legendary Blazing Angel, she had always been confident in her charm. Few men could resist her allure entirely. I've seen plenty of world-class talents, but it's rare to encounter someone like this kid, Qin Feifei mused to herself. He might even reach platinum level within 5 years. He's 18 now, and if he achieves platinum by 23, those old veterans will definitely be shaken. Interesting, truly fascinating. She quickly put away her playful demeanor, giving the matter serious thought before saying, "You already have two powerful beasts, so I assume you won't be considering forming a stable adventuring group or team with others in the future." With sufficient resources, two beasts can indeed allow you to fill multiple roles, essentially functioning as a complete team on your own. Yihan nodded in agreement. Most adventure teams were composed of multiple members, emphasizing the strength of unity, but he had no intention of teaming up with others. In any combat team, the three fundamental roles are melee, ranged, and support, Qin Feifei said sternly. Your melee and ranged abilities are decent, but your support capabilities are severely lacking. You don't even have a proper healing technique? She elaborated further. A basic three-person team setup doesn't need to delve into specialized roles like tanks, assassins, or controllers. While it might not matter much against weaker opponents, facing stronger enemies could be disastrous. One serious injury could render you unable to fight. Without rapid healing abilities, it's as good as a death sentence. A true leader must think of defeat before considering victory. Her words made cold sweat break out on Yihan's back. Qin Feifei was indeed a platinum-level powerhouse, instantly identifying his most glaring weakness. He had been focused solely on how to win and had never truly considered the consequences of failure. As the master of Xiaobai and Blazing, he was no longer the lone warrior he had been in his previous life. He was now a commander. His old habits of thinking could have endangered his two partners. Therefore, we'll start by planning healing and recovery techniques, Qin Feifei said, elegantly writing the word support on a chart. Your contracted beasts have exceptional potential. The Blazing Angel's light attribute and the Snow Fox's water attribute are both highly compatible with healing techniques. You've simply overlooked this aspect. She continued her analysis. To ensure safety, both of them should master powerful recovery techniques so they can heal each other or even themselves. Having robust healing capabilities not only increases tolerance for mistakes, but also prevents dangerous situations when a single healer is incapacitated. After Yihan expressed his agreement, Qin Feifei began explaining in detail. When it comes to healing techniques, light-based ones are undoubtedly the top choice. They are the most abundant, the most effective, and the fastest. Some Saint-tier light techniques even have miraculous effects, such as bringing someone back from the brink of death. Qin Feifei began to analyze the characteristics of light and water-based healing combat techniques in detail. She pointed out that light-based healing not only rapidly repairs physical injuries, but also has significant effects on mental and spiritual trauma. However, its drawback lies in the high mental energy consumption and slower effectiveness when dealing with special injuries such as corrosion or severed limbs. Turning to water-based healing, she explained. Although water-based healing is slower, it can promote limb regeneration, restore the essence of life, and accelerate recovery of mental and physical strength. However, it is difficult to utilize during combat and has limited effects on mental and spiritual damage. For the little fox, Qin Feifei recommended a life-related skill of the same level, Whisper of Life. A hint of amazement flickered in her eyes as she said, "This skill is renowned even among platinum-level experts. Even if someone is decapitated, as long as it is used within a few dozen seconds, a complete body can be reconstructed within an hour." She then outlined a cultivation path, the mid-tier Shin-level combat skill rejuvenation technique, the low-tier Earth-level combat skill vital energy restoration, with the ultimate goal being Whisper of Life. In terms of offensive combat techniques, Qin Feifei suggested that the little fox could upgrade Thunderhell to the high-tier Earth-level combat skill Divine Thunder Punishment. As for the Forbidden Ice Claw, since its advanced version, Celestial Dragon Claw, is a heaven-level combat skill and prohibitively expensive, she recommended temporarily setting it aside. Her plans for the Blazing Angel were even more comprehensive. In addition to the existing Holy Arrow and Summon Flame Serpent, Qin Feifei placed special attention on its untapped potential and wind-based abilities. She wrote down a complete progression path for wind-based combat skills, starting with the low-tier Shin-level wind blade technique, advancing through the low-tier earth-level enhanced wind blade, the top-tier earth-level infinite cutting, and ultimately reaching the heaven-level combat skill dimensional blade. Dimensional blade can cut through space and is the ultimate combat skill coveted by many top-tier experts. Qin Feifei concluded, neatly listing all the recommended combat skills on paper. Next, let's talk about defensive combat techniques. Qin Feifei said seriously, looking at Yihan. You currently have a major critical weakness. While your physical and elemental defenses are decent, you are completely defenseless against mental and soul-based attacks. She pulled out a piece of paper and wrote the words Linglong Immortal Armor on it. This is the advanced technique of your Xianbing Divine Armor, ranked as a top-tier earth-level skill. Even in the capital, such a technique is incredibly rare. However, she paused for a moment.
With your current strength, there's no way you can train in it in the short term.
Yihan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart upon hearing this. It was true he had never considered defense against soul-based attacks before. It wasn't an oversight but rather because such techniques were exceedingly rare. Plus, as long as he didn't give his opponent the opportunity to strike, he wouldn't fall victim to them. But it's better to be prepared, Qin Feifei continued. Any critical weakness could become a breakthrough point for your enemies. I suggest your Flame Angel directly trains in the Light Element Height Ear Mystic Level Technique, Light's Protection. Its advanced form is the mid-tier Earth Level Technique, Sacred Protection. Once you've mastered Sacred Protection, ordinary mental and soul-based attacks will struggle to harm you. She quickly added these two techniques to the paper before shifting the topic. As for auxiliary buff techniques, since you've already started training, I won't say much. However, I recommend your Flame Angel also learns Descent of the Celestial God. Buffs can only have a maximum of 3 active at a time, so learning too many would just waste your time. Suddenly, Qin Feifei's expression turned stern. What I absolutely cannot understand is that you haven't learned a single escape technique. That's just absurd. As your mentor, I have to severely criticize you. Do you plan to fight every enemy to the death? If you can't win and can't run, isn't that basically a death sentence? Yihan scratched his head awkwardly. This was indeed an oversight. He had assumed that the academy would be relatively safe during this period, so he hadn't given it much thought. Speaking of escape techniques, that's what your big sister excels at the most. Qin Feifei's tone suddenly became animated. Among all the mentors in the academy, when it comes to escape skills, I dare claim second Placino, one dares claim first. So as my beloved student, you not only need to run faster than your enemies, but also longer, and you must master land, sea, and air escapes without leaving any gaps. As she enthusiastically explained her proud escape techniques, a smug smile naturally appeared on Qin Feifei's face. Qin Feifei stood amidst the crowd, her face openly displaying a sense of triumph. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of platinum-level experts, she proudly declared herself the champion of fleeing at Daidao Academy. Her confidence only served to validate the truth of her claim. Learning how to make a safe retreat is just as important as mastering combat skills. Qin Feifei said seriously. In a world teeming with powerful opponents, there's always someone stronger than you. Instead of fighting Hedon, it's wiser to bide your time and strike back when you're ready. Her words reminded Yihan of his own experience in the secret realm. That terrifying super firestorm had nearly cost him his life. If he'd had better escape skills at the time, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. If you can't win the fight and can't escape either, doesn't that mean you're just waiting to die? Qin Feifei continued. Retreating in time isn't cowardice, it's a rational assessment of the situation. Revenge can wait. What you need most right now is time. Yihan's eyes lit up. Instructor, please guide me. I'm very interested in skills related to this. Qin Feifei straightened up, puffed out her chest slightly, and cleared her throat. First, we need to correct the misconception about fleeing. The essence of escaping isn't solely about speed, though I won't deny speed is important. Then what else does it require? Yihan asked, puzzled. Isn't being slow the reason you get caught? Silly boy. Think about it, what is the ultimate goal of running away? Obviously, to avoid a stronger opponent and stay alive. Exactly, Avi hit the key point. Avoid? Qin Feifei nodded meaningfully. Relying solely on techniques that enhance mobility doesn't guarantee you can evade your pursuer. This is a fatal mistake that inexperienced people often make. She elaborated further. When facing an opponent significantly stronger than you, whether in level or bloodline, their speed is unlikely to be slow. Even if you master speed-enhancing techniques, it doesn't mean you can outrun them. Moreover, the techniques you know, your opponent likely knows as well. Every platinum-level expert here has a few mobility-enhancing techniques up their sleeve. This means you have no real advantage, even if you perfect your skills to an extraordinary level. Finally, she offered a vivid analogy. It's like a 7 or 80-year-old child, no matter how fast they are. Even if they're the school sprinting champion, it's still nearly impossible to escape a strong adult chasing after them. Her explanation was an eye-opener for Yihan. If it weren't for Qin Feifei, he might have fallen into this trap, blindly focusing on speed-based techniques. Learning how to escape is far more challenging than mastering healing combat techniques. Qin Feifei remarked while standing in front of Yihan, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. As your beautiful and extraordinarily talented mentor, I happen to be an expert in this art. She leaned over the desk, holding a calligraphy brush, and swiftly wrote two flowing characters: hide, run. Pointing to the words, she explained, both of these are equally important. You can't neglect either. You must hide deeply while running fast, concealing your presence, while constantly changing positions. The key is to make sure your enemy can't find you or catch up. Escape techniques. Yihan blurted out, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. Exactly. Qin Feifei nodded approvingly. Escape techniques allow you to blend into your surroundings while concealing your presence and using the environment to flee. But they are incredibly rare, even rarer than combination combat techniques. Even if you manage to obtain one and grasp its essence, reaching a level where you can use it effortlessly is immensely difficult. She elaborated further. Improving your proficiency in escape techniques is 10 times harder than mastering ordinary techniques of the same level, and twice as hard as combination techniques. That's why so few people are willing to specialize in them. It requires an enormous time investment. Instead of dedicating time to perfecting one escape technique, most would rather master 10 other combat techniques. Yihan suddenly realized why Qin Feifei ranked at the bottom in terms of combat strength among the Academy's mentors. It turned out she had devoted most of her time to training in escape techniques. More importantly, beasts that mastered escape techniques were already rare, making such techniques even harder to acquire. Light escape is the fastest and most versatile of all escape techniques, Qin Feifei said, her gaze locking onto Yihan. Light exists in nearly every environment, even at night. You have a natural advantage in this area. Then, her tone shifted. However, high-level light escape techniques are exceptionally rare and are usually in the possession of 61st-level super-powerful beings with long lifespans. Even if they occasionally appear at auctions, they are quickly snatched up by these elites. Finally, she concluded with a meaningful look. So, it's less about you choosing an escape technique and more about the technique choosing you. Whatever you are fortunate enough to acquire, just focus on cultivating it. Listening to her words, Yihan couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. Thanks to his super training mode, those escape techniques that seemed insurmountable to others might not be so unattainable for him. Qin Feifei wrote the words light escape technique on the paper, completing the entire combat skill plan. She raised her head proudly, puffed out her chest, and struck a pose as if waiting for praise. So, what do you think? Isn't your sister amazing? However, Yihan simply sat silently in his seat, his gaze fixed on the densely packed list of combat skills on the paper, lost in thought. You're such a blockhead. No sense of fun at all. Qin Feifei pouted. I really feel sorry for your poor fiancé. But Yihan had no time to pay attention to her teasing. The list of combat skills on the paper loomed over him like towering mountains, almost suffocating him. The healing skills ranged from the mid-tier profound rank, Light's Blessing, to the top-tier earth rank, Whisper of Life. Offensive skills included high-tier earth rank techniques like Thunder God's Wrath, while defensive skills encompassed several techniques, including the top-tier earth rank, Exquisite Immortal Armor. There were also buff skills like Descent of the Celestial God and the crucial Light Escape technique. What gave him an even bigger headache was that Qin Feifei had included several high-level skills that were nearly unattainable in the short term. The top-tier Earth rank, Summon Devouring Sun Python, lower-tier Heaven rank, Falling Immortal Dragon Claw, and higher-tier Heaven rank, Dimensional Blade. Yihan, who had initially thought his funds were sufficient, now felt that no amount of money would ever be enough. Each skill required an enormous investment to purchase, not to mention the risk of failure during the comprehension process. Gathering all the skills on this list would require an astronomical sum. Although he had the daily flash sale shop and rewards from simulated battles every 3 days, these opportunities were too unpredictable. More importantly, the higher the skill rank, the greater the risk of failure for Xiaobai and Blazing Flame while trying to master them. If they failed, not only could he not blame them, but he would also have to comfort and encourage them. As for the light escape technique, even profound rank versions were rare, let alone earth rank ones. Even if he had the money, it might not be enough to buy one. Competing with those insanely wealthy elites was like throwing eggs against a rock. Noticing Yihan's silence, Qin Feifei seemed to understand his concern and softened her tone. Didn't I say this is a high-level combat skill plan? You can use it all the way until you reach platinum rank. Silly brother. No one's asking you to get all the skills right now. You can take your time. Yihan stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Feifei. Thank you, mentor, for your guidance. This combat skill plan is priceless to me and incredibly important. Qin Feifei's eyes gleamed as she smiled mischievously. Of course. I even spent 2 billion on the research, and yet you're the one benefiting in the end. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? Shouldn't you show your love and gratitude to your dear mentor sister? Maybe something like transferring 5 or 10 billion to your sister. I wouldn't say no to that. She had finally found an opportunity to squeeze some money out of Yihan. Even if she could only get a billion, it would be a victory that left her completely satisfied. Yihan nodded seriously. Mentor, you're absolutely right. All right, show me the QR code. I'm mentally prepared to transfer the money as a token of my gratitude. Hearing this, Qin Feifei's face lit up with delight, her cheeks blushing slightly. Finally, she could get some money out of this student. She eagerly pulled out her phone and brought up her payment QR code. Soon, a crisp notification sound chimed. Ding, Shenlong Bank has received a transfer of 6.66 yuan. The note attached read, though the amount is small, it represents the sincere gratitude of your student. Please accept it, and don't mind the humble sum. Biffed, Qin Feifei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, her teeth clenching audibly. What happened to the 5 billion, 10 billion he mentioned? Yihan blinked innocently. Mentor, you must be joking. I come from a poor background, orphaned at a young age, and I still have to take care of 2 pitiful contract beasts, Xiaobai and Lai Yin. 6 yuan and 66 cents is the absolute limit of my finances. Please don't look down on it, it's my heartfelt token of appreciation. He glanced at the sky and quickly added, it's getting late, and the other mentors have already packed up. Mentor, goodbye. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Qin Feifei gritting her teeth in frustration. Yihan, Yihan, Yihan. Qin Feifei took a deep breath. Well done. Just great. Such heartfelt sincerity. Truly 666. She let out a long sigh. Being this kid's mentor. Am I going to hit menopause early? No. I'm only 27, I'm still in my prime. Yihan, just you wait. Humph. Half an hour later, Yihan returned to his lakeside dormitory and sat on a smooth rock. Xiaobai and Lai Yin had already started their usual cultivation routine, while he began contemplating his future plans. Today was indeed a turning point for Yihan. Previously, his cultivation of battle techniques was entirely based on instinct, like a headless fly. But now, with Qin Feifei's battle technique roadmap, he finally had a clear direction. Although the plan consisted of basic techniques without any devastating trump cards, it provided a solid foundation on which he could build additional killer moves. Of course, this required mastering the techniques laid out by his mentor first. Qin Feifei's assistance had been invaluable, and Yihan was genuinely grateful. However, he decided to repay her kindness once he became strong enough. While he knew his mentor wasn't in it for the money, there was no way he was giving back what he had already handed over. Besides, he needed to conserve his fund shed, be heading to Kyoto City tomorrow to purchase battle techniques, which would undoubtedly cost him a fortune. Since Yihan planned to head into Kyoto City to purchase a large number of combat techniques, his first priority was to learn about the high-end combat technique stores and auction venues in the city. As an outsider with limited connections in Kyoto, the only acquaintance he could think of at the moment was his mentor, Qin Feifei, who he had just tricked out of 200 million earlier today. However, it was clearly not the right time to ask for her help. Opening a seldom-used chat app, Yihan found 2 unread messages. One was from Nye Tianjun, inviting him to attend a gathering for Kyoto's top freshman talents. This event was specifically for male students who had been admitted to one of the 5 prestigious academies through exceptional qualifications, and it was evidently a good opportunity to expand his connections. Nye Tianjun was a student at Shenlong Feiqian Academy, located not far from Dadao Academy, and gatherings like this naturally involved extravagant indulgences. Kyoto's entertainment industry was incredibly lavish. With enough money, even a stunning songstress with millions of fans could hold a private concert for you, complete with graceful young models as backup dancers, and possibly even more private services. Yet, in this era where strength reigned supreme, even the most renowned songstress worth of a few billion was insignificant in the grand scale of Kyoto's powerhouse-filled society. Yihan, however, had little interest in such hedonistic gatherings. As for meeting other so-called male prodigies, he felt equally indifferent. Nye Tianjun, once the top talent of Nanjing City, was now far behind Yihan in terms of strength. His invitation was nothing more than an attempt to curry favor. The other message was from Lin Xian, who took the initiative to ask if Yihan needed assistance in Kyoto. Having visited Kyoto multiple times, and with many relatives in the city, she was extremely familiar with its inner workings. Once a seemingly aloof and goddess-like prodigy, Lin Xian now appeared to be someone who valued gratitude and reciprocation. Unlike Nye Tianjun's flattery, Lin Xian, who also scored a perfect mark in the simulated college entrance combat exam, had no need to ingratiate herself with Yihan. She could never forget Yihan's unyielding spirit in the secret realm and how he saved the entire team, including herself, in moments of crisis. At this moment, Lin Xian sat alone by the dormitory lake, gazing at the star-filled sky with a soft sigh. The once cold and distant Yihan, who seemed almost unapproachable, remained unmoved by her gestures of goodwill. Was it his unwavering devotion to his fiancée, Wang Ruyan, or did he look down on her abilities? As she pondered this, her phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Xian felt a slight sense of joy as she looked at the long-awaited reply on her phone screen. It turned out that Yi Han had been in seclusion training recently, which explained why he hadn't responded. As expected, this cultivation fanatic's progress was astonishingly fast. She quickly typed out a message. Yi Han, am planning to go to Kyoto City tomorrow to buy some combat techniques. Am not very familiar with Kyoto. Could you recommend a high-end mall where I can directly purchase mid-tier Earth-level techniques? Yi Han replied swiftly, no problem. There are only 2 malls in Kyoto City where you can directly buy mid-tier Earth-level techniques, but both require booking at least a week in advance. However, I happen to have premium membership cards for Jubao Commerce Guild and Tianyao Commerce Guild, which allow me to skip reservations. I'm free tomorrow, so I can accompany you to Jubao Commerce Guild to check it out. That's so helpful. I hope I'm not disrupting your cultivation schedule, Lin Xian responded. It's no issue. I haven't picked up the combat techniques I ordered yesterday, so tomorrow works perfectly. If we can't find everything at Jubao Commerce Guild, we can head to Tianyao Commerce Guild. If that doesn't work, we'll have to wait for the auction. Alright, see you tomorrow. They'll pick you up at the Academy Gate at 7 a.m. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Looking at the last part of their conversation, Yi Han shook his head. Since she was the one asking him to accompany her to buy combat techniques, as a gentleman, he felt it was only proper to pick her up at the school gate. It was basic courtesy. He let out a deep breath. With someone as familiar with Kyoto as Lin Xian leading the way, purchasing combat techniques would be much easier. Given her status and personality, she definitely wouldn't steer him wrong. Yi Han closed his eyes and began meditating. In his mind, the image of a bowl of old altar sauerkraut beef noodles formed effortlessly, as simple as eating or drinking water. It seemed it was time to challenge himself with more complex items to further enhance his soul power. Yi Han's soul power growth rate was already remarkable, skyrocketing from 13 points to 115 points in just 2 months, an average increase of nearly 2 points per day. If given a year, Yi Han could potentially gain around 700 points of soul power, while only 200 points are required to become a silver-level beast tamer and 600 points to reach the gold level. This means Yi Han could firmly achieve the rank of gold-level beast tamer within a year, an astonishing cultivation speed. However, his current soul power of 115 points is far from sufficient to sustain battles alongside his 2 beasts, Xiaobai and Lai Yin. Especially when Xiaobai activates its triple buff, a few Earth-tier combat techniques would nearly deplete Yi Han's energy bar, forcing him to rely on potions to maintain his combat capabilities. As such, his lack of soul power has become his greatest weakness. Despite his formidable burst power, his endurance is severely lacking. Increasing soul power is an arduous process. Even with the use of expensive soul condensing incense, costing millions of alliance coins, the improvement speed remains negligible. Yi Han must seize the opportunity while Xiaobai and Lai Yin temporarily refrain from practicing other advanced combat techniques to switch to a more complex meditation object. This change is inevitable. Previously, Yi Han had considered replacing his meditation object, instant noodles, with something else but never had the chance. Both Xiaobai and Lai Yin were focusing on critical combat techniques, which required significant mental energy. Although meditating with instant noodles yielded low returns, it also consumed minimal mental energy, allowing Yi Han to maintain an acceptable balance. With plans to purchase new combat techniques tomorrow, Yi Han decided Xiaobai and Lai Yin could first practice less mentally demanding profound tier prerequisite techniques. This would allow him the opportunity to adopt a more complex meditation object. Once Xiaobai and Lai Yin master the prerequisite skills, Yi Han would also become more proficient in visualizing the new object. Proficiency in visualization would reduce mental strain, enabling Xiaobai and Lai Yin to gradually train in powerful earth-tier techniques. In the yard of the small villa they previously stayed in, there stood a massive pine tree. Yi Han had punched it a few times during his physical training, leaving a deep impression on him. This pine tree would now become his new meditation object. Upgrading from a pack of instant noodles to a twin-turtle pine tree was undoubtedly a monumental leap, raising the difficulty by several orders of magnitude. While a pine tree might seem simple, the process of visualizing it in the mind is entirely different from sketching it on paper. Every detail must be visualized: the length of each pine needle, the texture of the bark, as if capturing a 360-degree panoramic photograph. Although Yi Han couldn't possibly remember every detail of the tree as if recording a video, visualization didn't require absolute accuracy. Just as with the instant noodles, he could choose to visualize different flavors, like pickled mustard beef or spicy beef, with similar effects. Yi Han could set the length of each pine needle himself, varying their age and color, and the bark's texture could range from sparse to dense. This was a vast and intricate undertaking, far more challenging than creating a 3D model. A large pine tree has around 1 million needles, each needing to be visualized individually, a near impossible task for an ordinary person. Within just an hour, Ihan, with his eyes closed, was already sweating profusely. After 2 hours, his face turned pale. 5 hours later, his face was as white as paper, devoid of any color, indicating that his mental energy was nearly depleted. Visualizing the pine tree consumed far more energy than the instant noodles, which he could now visualize for 10 hours effortlessly. Seeing him nearing his limit, Lai Yin, who had been waiting by his side, fed him an essence pill. The first attempt at visualization was the most challenging, as every pine needle needed to be individually defined and stored deep within his memory. Otherwise, it would be forgotten, making all prior efforts futile. After swallowing the essence pill, Yihan's complexion gradually regained its color, though his entire body was drenched in sweat. Xiao Bai's eyes glistened with tears, moved by his master's hard work. Lai Yin resolutely declared, "We must work even harder to make our master happier and repay him for everything he's done for us." 8 hours later, Yihan finally opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. His body trembled slightly, as if he had just been pulled out of water. "Finally, I did it." Yihan let out a long sigh of relief, his face a mix of joy and exhaustion. 8 hours of intense training had pushed his soul power from 115 to 119 points in one leap, a rate of improvement that was double his usual speed. However, such progress came at a cost. Yihan rubbed his throbbing temples, calculating in his mind. Daily meditation training alone consumed 50 million, and he needed additional essence pills to maintain his mental state. Looking at his total assets of 21.2 billion, which included the value of energy crystals, even purchasing combat techniques seemed like a stretch, let alone the regular use of essence pills. Fortunately, as I get better at mastering the drawing techniques, the difficulty will gradually decrease, and I won't need to rely on essence pills every day, Yihan reassured himself. "Master, the hot water is ready," Lai Yin said gently. "It's already past 2 a.m. You should take a bath and rest for a few hours. You have to leave for Kyoto Academy early tomorrow morning." With Lai Yan's assistance, Yihan enjoyed a relaxing bath before falling into a deep sleep. By 5 a.m., Lai Yin had already prepared breakfast. After the rest, Yihan was refreshed and quickly finished his meal. Lai Yin then transformed into her massive form, her dazzling wings glowing brilliantly as she soared into the sky in a flash of white light. The distance between Dideo Academy and Kyoto Academy spanned over 1,000 kilometers, but with Lai Yan's current flight speed, comparable to a civilian aircraft, the journey would take only 2 hours. To avoid potential low-altitude encounters with other beast masters flying beasts, Lai Yin ascended directly to an altitude of 5,000 meters. At that height, other beast masters could only spot a streak of white light darting through the clouds. An hour and a half later, Yihan arrived at Shunlong Kyoto University, located in the heart of Kyoto. This grand and magnificent institution was surrounded by towering skyscrapers, with flying beasts darting through the low skies. On the ground, the streets were bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Compared to Dideo Academy situated on the outskirts of Kyoto, Kyoto University occupied only half the area, but its prime location made it significantly more advantageous. Lai Yin landed steadily on a landing platform for flying beasts not far from the main gate. As an outsider, Yihan was not permitted to fly freely within the campus of Kyoto University. A staff member immediately approached to verify his identity. Yihan handed over his Dideo Academy student ID. As one of the most important training grounds for the strongest talents in Shenlong Nation, Kyoto University maintained exceptionally strict security protocols. Identity verified. You are now allowed to freely enter and exit the open areas of our campus for the day, the staff member said, casting Yihan a few extra glances. It was clear they recognized him as the youngest recipient of the Special Grade Combat Hero Medal. Yihan's arrival, or more precisely, Lian's presence instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. The Flame Angel was not only rare but also captivating in appearance, with flawless beauty, long legs, and dazzling wings of light elements that made it impossible to look away. A wave of murmurs erupted around them, expressing both admiration for Lian's extraordinary beauty and awe for her sixth-tier bloodline and three-element potential. Some even mentioned the recent record-breaking auction price of a male flame angel. At that moment, Lin Xian, the goddess-like prodigy of Kyoto University, appeared and struck up a lively conversation with Yihan. The surrounding discussions grew even more animated. Some speculated whether Yihan's visit was a challenge, while others expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Xian's close interaction with a prodigy from another school. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yihan took Lin Xian and left directly, flying westward toward the headquarters of the Jubao Chamber of Commerce aboard Lai Yan. Along the way, other flying beasts made way for them, clearly intimidated by Lian's powerful aura. "I didn't expect you to capture and tame a flame angel from that secret realm," Lin Xian said enviously. Her flame spirit only had a fifth-tier bloodline, and advancing it to the sixth tier was nearly impossible. Yihan modestly replied, It was just a stroke of luck, nothing to do with real skill. Even now, ID struggle to defeat Lian's parents. It seems like this year's National Academy Championship, our academy's top prodigies are going to be overshadowed by you, Lin Xian said, clenching her fists. When the time comes, we might face each other on the battlefield, but I won't go down without a fight. Her declaration of not going down without a fight was clearly a modest understatement. Lin Xian's implication was crystal clear. She was determined to face off against Yi Han on the field. Ever since Yi Han had outshone everyone in the college entrance exams, earning the title of the uncrowned king of Anyuan province, this young woman, hailed since childhood as the province's top prodigy, had been holding on to an unyielding desire to prove herself. Considering we're somewhat friends, I'll try to make sure your loss is at least dignified. Yi Han's expression remained calm and indifferent as he spoke, his tone steady. Yet, his words carried an undeniable air of dominance. These words struck Lin Xian like a heavy blow, instantly shattering the defiant pride she harbored. She knew Yi Han's personality all too well, never made claims he couldn't back up. If he said he'd ensure her defeat was dignified, it meant she was no match for him at all. I'm still a girl, you know? Ever heard of chivalry? Lin Xian dropped her usual goddess-like demeanor, deliberately putting on a rare display of vulnerability. If her admirers at Kyoto Academy, who were used to her aloof and untouchable attitude, saw her acting this way in front of Yi Han, they might very well be left utterly dumbfounded. Yi Han remained as expressionless as ever, responding flatly, letting you lose with dignity isn't that chivalrous enough? Forget it, there's no reasoning with you. Lin Xian shook her head helplessly. You're like a block of wood. I really admire your fiancée. How does she even deal with you? I bet if she were your opponent, you wouldn't show her an ounce of mercy either. With that, she decisively admitted defeat and surrendered. Though Lin Xian outwardly treated Yi Han as a rival, deep down, as a young woman, she still hoped he might go easy on her. After all, the feats he'd accomplished during the National Academy Championship didn't they suggest he might have some special feelings for her? Besides, considering his status as a Dragon Medal of Honor combat hero, wasn't it only natural for someone like him to be a little, well, flirtatious? Yi Han's unwavering devotion to his fiancée, Wang Ruyan, left Lin Xian quietly amazed. She couldn't help but ponder. A man with such privileges, terrifying strength, boundless potential, and striking looks, yet so deeply affectionate, where could one find such a perfect man? Thinking of how Wang Ruyan had been betrothed to Yi Han since childhood, a trace of envy stirred in Lin Xian's heart. Even if someone tried to compete, at the very least, Wang Ruyan could secure her position as a principal wife. But then, she suddenly realized her thoughts were somewhat inappropriate. Was it because her standards had always been too high? And now that she had met someone stronger than herself, she had started daydreaming? Noticing the sudden blush on the girl's cheeks, Yi Han looked puzzled. He had only mentioned that he wouldn't go easy during the competition, so why was she showing such an expression? With Lai Yin and Xiao Bai present as witnesses, he was certain he hadn't done anything unusual. Yi Han, do you have any hobbies besides cultivation? Lin Xian suddenly asked. After a moment of serious thought, Yi Han replied, not at the moment. Don't you find it boring? Not at all. I think getting stronger through cultivation is the most interesting thing. Engaged in such casual conversation, the two soon arrived at the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion Association. As a super member, Lin Xian was permitted to fly directly to the exclusive landing pad atop the 100-story skyscraper. As soon as they landed, 2 rows of well-trained attendants lined up neatly. The men were dressed in sharp suits, the women in professional short skirts, and each of them was a silver-level expert under the age of 25. Welcome, esteemed super member. They greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. A middle-aged man wearing a gold-level badge stepped forward and said, you may select 2 guides from these attendants. If you're not satisfied, we can arrange for another group. Just then, a violent gust of wind mixed with raging flames swept through. The middle-aged man quickly cast a holy light shield to protect Yi Han and Lin Xian. A 30-meter-long purple flame-winged dragon descended, and a man and a woman, both silver-level experts, stepped off. The woman, who bore a slight resemblance to Lin Xian, spoke with a sneer. Isn't this my dear cousin Lin Xian? And the shabby-looking one beside you must be Yi Han, right? Leaning closer to Yi Han, Lin Xian whispered, ignore her. This cousin of mine is a bit of a lunatic. She's always trying to introduce me to so-called talented men, but I've rejected all of them. She probably holds a grudge because of that. Yi Han nodded in understanding. In a place like the capital, getting into a fight would have legal consequences, so there was no need to stoop to such a level. As for trading verbal jabs, that would just be a waste of time. Lin Yu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family who had been doted on since childhood, developed a spoiled and willful personality due to her decent but not extraordinary talent. However, her good fortune didn't last long. By her early teens, Lin Xian had already risen to prominence with astonishing talent, leaving Lin Yu far behind. While Lin Yu could at best be considered a provincial prodigy, Lin Xian had already joined the ranks of global elites. This disparity fanned the flames of jealousy in Lin Ye's heart. She frequently arranged introductions between Lin Xian and various male prodigies, seemingly matchmaking for Lin Xian but with ulterior motives. On the surface, it appeared she was securing good prospects for Lin Xian, but in reality, her intentions were far from pure. On one hand, she could benefit from these connections. On the other, the men she selected were mostly wealthy heirs with no real skills. If Lin Xian were to form a relationship with any of them, it would inevitably hinder her future. Now, seeing Lin Xian growing close to Yi Han, Lin Ye's plans had completely fallen apart, leaving her seething with rage. Even though Yi Han carried the honor of being an exceptional combat hero, such accolades held little sway in a prestigious place like the capital. Apart from some college admission bonuses and minor privileges, this title neither directly enhanced his strength nor granted him a powerful background. In contrast, the Lin family, a distinguished household in the capital, though not on par with the four superfamilies, was still immensely influential. The family was filled with powerful individuals, each capable of amassing multiple wives and numerous descendants. The Lin family's influence spanned across provinces and cities, with many high-ranking, influential elders even in the capital itself. Relying on her family's status, her platinum-tier warrior father, and her own silver-tier strength, Lin Yu considered herself far superior to Yi Han. However, Yi Han understood that engaging with her in a place like this business gathering was meaningless. If they were in the wilderness, had undoubtedly teach this arrogant young lady a lesson in humility. When Lin Yu saw Yi Han and Lin Xian ignoring her provocations and preparing to follow the attendant into the venue, her anger flared even more. She sneered sharply, "Xian, I've introduced you to so many well-qualified young men, yet you chose to flirt with some penniless nobody. Truly unwise. I bet the military didn't even give him that 2 billion reward for his medal. Don't tell me you were footing the bill for his combat techniques? TSK, TSK Xian." Lin Yu continued her mockery, "As your elder sister, I have to warn you. Using the Lin family's money to support some rootless pretty boy at your age? If Grandpa finds out, you'll be in serious trouble." A young man beside her chimed in, "Exactly, exactly." Xian must have been deceived by his sweet-talking lies. Yi Han's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard a word. However, Xiao Bai and Lai Yan's eyes burned with icy fury. If not for Yi Han's mental restraint, they might have already torn Lin Yu to pieces for her insults. To them, their master's humiliation was far more unbearable than their own demise. Yi Han's lips curled into a faint smirk as a cold laugh echoed in his mind. Lin Yu's schemes were laughably clumsy. Her goal was nothing more than provoking him and Lin Xian into a fight right here on this bustling street. Once a fight broke out, even without using combat techniques, the collateral damage from the clash would inevitably harm innocent bystanders. The one who struck first would bear the weight of a serious crime, while Lin Yu, under the guise of self-defense, would at most face a minor penalty like monetary compensation. What was even more sinister was the potential aftermath. If they were apprehended by the capital's military forces, the academy would never shield students guilty of such severe offenses. The best-case scenario would be imprisonment, the worst, permanent exile. Lin Xian, having grown up in the Lin family, was no stranger to Lin Yu's venomous words and underhanded schemes. On most days, she could endure it. But today, seeing Yi Han, who had no involvement, dragged into the situation and insulted, her fury could no longer be contained. If what Lin Yu claimed were true, that Yi Han lived off her money and had improper relations with her, she might have felt some guilt. But the reality was far from that. She was merely accompanying Yi Han to purchase a combat technique. Lin Xian slowly turned around, her gaze erupting with a chilling, murderous intent that made one's blood run cold. Lin Yu instantly felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, sweat pouring down her back. "Lin Yu," Lin Xian said, enunciating each word with precision, "I advise you to stay out of my business. Otherwise, at the clan tournament, you will die on the dueling stage." "I, Lin Xian, always keep my word." These words caused Lin Yu's face to pale instantly. Although she possessed the 6th-grade bloodline of the Violet Flame Wing Dragon and had reached the silver rank in strength, when faced with Lin Xian's astonishing growth rate, she couldn't muster much confidence about securing victory in the clan tournament 6 months from now. "You, how dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Yu's domineering attitude crumbled instantly, her speech becoming unsteady. She was clearly stunned by Lin Xian's words. Yi Han was somewhat surprised that Lin Xian would openly threaten to kill her own cousin at the family competition just because he had been insulted. Undoubtedly, Lin Yu, who had inferior talent, was frightened. However, Lin Xian's bold declaration would come at a considerable cost. She would surely face criticism or even punishment from the family elders when she returned home. The family competition was merely meant to be a stage for young talents to showcase their abilities, with rankings determining resource allocation. No major family would want to see blood relatives killing each other in what should be healthy competition. Lin Xian's boldness made sense given her background. Based on what she had told Yihan, she grew up in an Yuan province, suggesting her father had split from the main family. Therefore, her cultivation resources likely came from her father's influence rather than the main Lin family. At this moment, Lin Xian wasn't thinking that far ahead. She was furious that Yihan had been dragged into this by her despicable cousin. She could tolerate attacks directed at herself, but targeting Yihan was absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, Yihan and I are just friends. He's spending his own money here at the guild. Even if he were spending my money, it's none of your business. Feel free to tell grandfather right now if you wish. At this point, a middle-aged man from the Treasure Collection Guild stepped forward with a diplomatic smile. Everyone, please remain peaceful. If there are family matters to discuss, perhaps they're better addressed within the family. This is the Treasure Collection Guild after all, it wouldn't benefit the Lin family's reputation if word of this got out. This shrewd manager, who appeared to handle VIP clients, seemed to be mediating fairly but was actually subtly warning that if a fight broke out on guild premises, the consequences would be more than the Lin family could handle. After all, the Treasure Collection Guild, one of the capital's two major trading guilds, was backed by the Li family, the most powerful family in the Dragon Nation. The Lin family certainly couldn't afford to offend them. Lin Yu finally recovered from her shock at Lin Xian's killing intent and sneered, "I will definitely report this to grandfather. Neither you nor this commoner will get away with this." Having grown up in the capital, Lin Yu naturally had a closer relationship with their grandfather. However, Lin Xian remained unfazed. "Go ahead and do it now." The female attendant who had been helping Yihan, picking up on her manager's signal, sweetly asked, "Young Master Yi, what level of battle techniques are you interested in purchasing? If you let me know in advance, I can prepare the resources so you won't have to wait long." Yihan handed over a piece of paper. "Please prepare according to this list. If you have any Earth-grade premium battle techniques available, please include one of those as well." Instantly, the beautiful waitress, Xiaoya, turned pale. Her hands unconsciously tightened around the list, and her voice trembled slightly. You must be joking, right? So many high-tier and top-tier Earth-class combat techniques." Her reaction was understandable. At the Treasure Pavilion, even mid-tier Earth-class techniques required advanced reservations, let alone high-tier and top-tier ones. Yihan's gaze remained calm as he countered, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiaoya quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, this list is just too astonishing. I truly don't have the authority to handle this." At that moment, the supervisor of the Treasure Pavilion hurried over after hearing the commotion. As a seasoned employee, he was well aware of Xiaoya's professionalism. For her to lose composure like this, the customer in question must be extraordinary. When he glanced at the list, his brows furrowed deeply. "Young Master Yi, this is no trivial matter. Even without including the top-tier techniques, this transaction would amount to around 50 billion. May I ask if you have sufficient funds on hand?" A single transaction worth 50 billion was a rare occurrence, even for the Treasure Pavilion in an entire week. Even platinum-level powerhouses typically wouldn't spend so lavishly in routine transactions. Such extravagant purchases were usually reserved for auctions. Standing nearby, Lin Yu and his group of wealthy young companions were utterly stunned. Yihan's purchase alone was equivalent to the value of half a 6th-grade bloodline purple flame-winged dragon hatchling. To put it in perspective, even at an auction, such a hatchling would fetch at most 120 billion. The supervisor began to suspect that Yihan might be bluffing, especially since Lin Yu had been mocking him earlier, calling him a pauper and a lowborn. Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. "What? Is your pavilion unable to provide these techniques? Then I'll take my business to the Sky Meow Pavilion." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." The supervisor quickly stepped in to stop him. "I've already notified Manager Li. Only he has the authority to allocate these techniques. Please wait and discuss directly with him." This scene left Lin Yu and his companions even more astonished. Combined, they couldn't scrape together 20 billion in cash. Still, they stayed to watch, convinced Yihan was bluffing. After all, the manager of the Treasure Pavilion was a platinum-level powerhouse sent by the Li family. Offending him would be a disaster. Even Lin Xian's grandfather wouldn't be able to protect them. Hearing that the total value of the combat techniques Yihan intended to purchase exceeded 5 billion alliance coins, Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. However, she quickly recalled the wealth Yihan had amassed in the secret realm. Just the collective earnings of all the prodigies there amounted to over 2 billion, not to mention the demon core and essence blood he obtained from the Lava Emperor Crocodile, which were worth several billion. Adding the 1 billion he likely received as a special admission reward from the Grand Tao Academy, along with the money he earned from other ventures, his total wealth should exceed 40 billion, far surpassing her own. Even if Yihan couldn't gather the full 5 billion, she could always lend him the rest. There was no chance he would deceive the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Xian secretly looked forward to seeing Lin Yu's reaction. If Lin Yu discovered she was poorer than the lowly commoner she often mocked, what kind of expression would she show? Before long, A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the treasure pavilion stepped out of the elevator. His sharp gaze and imposing presence were overwhelming. The supervisor respectfully handed Yi Han's combat technique list to this manager. Surname Li, young Master Yi, my apologies, but may I confirm the cash amount first? This is just to avoid any potential misunderstandings. I hope you understand, Manager Li said with a calm expression and a smile after glancing at the list. As a platinum-level powerhouse, the fact that he was speaking so courteously to a bronze-level student was already giving Yi Han considerable respect. Yi Han was not offended. He took out his phone and decided to use the voice assistant. Check the balance of my Shillong bank account. Verifying identity. Identity verified. Your Shillong bank account balance is approximately 11.3 billion alliance coins. Would you like to check the exact amount? No need. Manager Li was momentarily stunned, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand and said, Young Master Yi, most of the combat techniques you wish to purchase, except for those of the highest earth rank, are in stock.
Let's move to the guest lounge to discuss further.
Everyone around gasped audibly. Even Lin Xian was caught off guard. She had never imagined Yi Han to be this wealthy. Cash 11.3 billion. A bronze-level student was wealthier than most gold-level powerhouses. Gold-level powerhouses typically had net worths in the tens of billions, often supplemented by various resources. Even within the same rank, wealth varied. Some exceptional gold-level prodigies were wealthier than platinum-level powerhouses. Yi Han's fortune outright crushed that of gold-level powerhouses. Lin Yu felt as though thunder had exploded in her mind. She stood there, dumbfounded. Impossible. This wasn't the scenario she had envisioned, where Yi Han's pretense of wealth would enrage a platinum-level powerhouse. Wasn't Yi Han supposed to be humiliated and crushed by now? Her face burned with embarrassment, as if she had willingly offered it up for Yi Han to slap. She couldn't believe it. Was she hearing things? An illusion? Did Yi Han just use some illusionary combat technique to attack her? No, that couldn't be it. How could this lowly orphan possibly have 100 billion in cash? Even her own total liquid assets barely exceeded 10 billion. Zilong, don't panic. We've fallen into Yi Han's illusionary combat technique. This technique must be quite advanced, at least of lower earth rank quality, Lin Yu thought smugly, imagining Yi Han's predicament. Once we break through his technique, we'll immediately notify the security forces to arrest him. Even if we don't cause damage, having him serve a year or two in prison would be satisfying enough. The purple flame wyvern's eyes flickered with doubt before it became vigilant, scanning its surroundings. Simultaneously, it activated a massive fiery red energy shield to protect both itself and Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately unleashed a fire element earth-grade low-tier combat skill, Enhanced Flame Shield. This defensive skill not only blocked attacks but also converted any elemental assault into a barrage of explosive fireballs that reflected back with the destructive power of bombs. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. She clearly intended to escalate the situation. If she could cause greater destruction, even involving innocent bystanders, Yi Han's predicament would go far beyond a mere prison sentence. Even the young man who had been following her all along showed a puzzled expression upon seeing her behavior. Illusionary combat skill? Could it really be an illusion? The young man pondered. Is Yi Han truly so powerful that he could seamlessly drag us into an illusion? But everything here feels so real. Just to be cautious, he summoned a Tier 5 Bloodline Azure Python from his contract space and conjured a thick ice armor around himself. The massive python also activated its Frost Divine armor for protection. You're an absolute fool. Lin Yu sneered. If this isn't an illusion, then how could Yi Han casually pull out 100 billion? It took me an entire year to save just 20 billion. How long do you think it would take a lowly commoner like him to accumulate 100 billion? Even if you were a rich heir, it wouldn't be that fast. The young man was taken aback and stammered. That's true. Saving 100 billion in cash within 3 years is nearly impossible. It really might be an illusion attack. The surrounding onlookers were equally perplexed. The waitresses exchanged confused glances, unsure if they were truly caught in Yi Han's illusion. After all, a mere freshman, dressed plainly with average strength, carrying 100 billion in cash seemed far too unrealistic. Li, the gold-tier manager of the treasure pavilion, along with Yi Han and Lin Xian, all stared at the pair as if they were fools. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. As the headquarters of the treasure pavilion, they couldn't allow such a prolonged combat stand site might alarm other customers and harm their business. Li's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. A young prodigy of the Lin family, behaving like this? What a disgrace. Before his words fully settled, a terrifying soul pressure surged across the room. The overwhelming aura of a platinum-level master was unleashed and retracted in an instant, yet its effect was immediate. Lin Yu's violet flame wing dragon and the young master's azure python dropped to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to even maintain their basic defensive combat techniques. This scene gave Ihan a deeper understanding of the terrifying power of platinum-level masters. The threshold to reach platinum was 2,000 soul power points, and this seemingly 35-year-old managerly, likely an experienced platinum-level master, might possess soul power that had already doubled that amount. In comparison, Lin Yu and the young master had barely over 200 soul power points, a gap that was simply insurmountable. The mere release of a platinum-level master's soul pressure was enough to be fatal. Ordinary people would instantly lose their minds, or even die on the spot, their spirits shattered and their neural systems severely damaged. Yihan and Lin Xian, not being the targets of the pressure, only felt its residual effects, causing a slight change in their expressions. For just a moment, it felt as though their souls were being crushed under the weight of a mountain. A weaker-willed bronze-level beast tamer might have perished instantly, their soul obliterated. Even Xiaobai and Lai Yin displayed expressions of fear and instinctive terror ingrained in their genes and souls when faced with a superior being. At this point, Lin Yu and the young master finally recognized the situation and pleaded desperately, "We were wrong. Seniorly, please forgive us." They had come to understand that no illusion created by Yihan, no matter how powerful, could replicate such soul-crushing pressure. Manager Li snorted coldly. "If you're here to shop, the treasure pavilion is always open to you. But if you're here to stir up trouble, you'd better understand your place and background." He then turned to Yihan and Lin Xian, his demeanor softening instantly. "Young Master Yi, Miss Lin, I apologize for the lack of proper security. Please, follow me to the VIP room for further discussion." Inside the luxurious reception room, a young and beautiful assistant had already prepared tea. Manager Li spoke candidly. "Here, we are merely business partners discussing mutually beneficial deals." Carefully reviewing Yihan's list, Manager Li handed it to his assistant, instructing her to annotate the prices, inventory, and arrival times for each combat technique in detail. He explained that the starting price for Earth-tier low-grade combat techniques was around 500 million. Even for super members, the only privilege was exemption from reservation requirements at this level. Higher-tier combat techniques were rare treasures, unavailable on demand, whether at the Treasure Pavilion or Tianmiao. Mid-ear and high-ear Earth-level combat techniques can still be reserved for purchase, Manager Li said solemnly. However, top-tier Earth-level techniques are exceedingly rare. Each one costs upwards of tens of billions, and even with a reservation, it's nearly impossible to acquire. He glanced at Yihan and continued explaining, to obtain such high-level techniques, young master, you would need to wait for auctions held by major trade associations or participate in treasure exchange gatherings hosted by platinum or diamond-level powerhouses. However, given your current strength, even with rapid progress, it would be challenging to fully comprehend techniques of this level in the short term. These things depend on fate, so there's no need to rush. Manager Li gave a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, despite being born into the prestigious Shenlong family and dedicating years of service to the nation, I have only cultivated one top-tier Earth-level technique myself. The list of techniques you've provided truly astonishes me. Switching his tone, he added, to true powerhouses, alliance currency is no different from waste paper. Due to inflation, they prefer to trade using stable hard currencies, with the most common being the Qingkuan Liangyi stone. As he spoke, a small, palm-sized, jet-black stone suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment it emerged, the surrounding space distorted, and even Manager Li's fingers appeared to twist into a spiral. However, this was merely a visual effect caused by the spatial distortion. His fingers remained unharmed. He picked up the pin he had just used from the table and gently brought it near the stone. Instantly, the pin bent into an arc, but returned to its original shape once it was moved away. "This is the treasure from beyond the stars, the Qingkuan Liangyi stone," Manager Li said with a serious expression. "You're likely already aware of its properties. Its current market price is 10 billion alliance currency per kilogram, and the piece in my hand weighs 10 kilograms. A small piece, yet worth billions, almost enough to exchange for a top-tier Earth-grade combat skill." This made Yihan finally understand Manager Li's earlier words. To the truly powerful, currency is indeed as worthless as scrap paper. Yihan was well aware of the function of the Qingkuan Liangyi stone. The core capability of this miraculous mineral was its ability to distort space. It served as an essential material for city teleportation arrays, spirit gathering arrays, and was a critical component for crafting interference devices for secret realm portals. Because of this, many smaller nations often had to mobilize their entire resources just to build a single teleportation array in their capital. Even the strongest individuals were forced to live frugally, constantly risking their lives to venture into the outer starry realms in search of resources. In this era, the importance of teleportation arrays was self-evident. The Azure Star was 20 times the size of Earth, with vast water bodies and nations separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. These long distances were fraught with terrifying, deadly beasts. Even the strongest warriors would need to expend significant time and energy to traverse such distances. If a small nation were targeted by the demon clans, facing an onslaught of demon kings without a teleportation array would mean no chance of seeking aid. By the time messengers reached a larger nation, their homeland would already have become a playground for the demon kings. However, with a teleportation array, timely rescue would be possible. More importantly, nations without teleportation arrays couldn't even join the Human Alliance, much like being unable to join the United Nations in modern society. After finishing his explanation, Manager Li carefully stored the Chinkuan Liangyi stone into his storage space. His hand, which had twisted into a pretzel-like shape, returned to normal. Although the spatial distortion looked alarming, abilities akin to Kamui didn't cause real harm. This was also why the Chinkuan Liangyi stone couldn't be used to craft weapons. At this moment, a slender assistant returned to the reception room, handing over a detailed form. Yihan examined it closely and found that it listed all combat skills, excluding top-tier Earthgrade skills, light-speed combat techniques, and the combined skill summon, Devouring Sun Python. The details included current prices, stock availability, and delivery times. The form was comprehensive. Healing-based skills range from the Mystic Grade to Earth Grade, priced between 3 million and 530 million. Among offensive skills, the most eye-catching was the 4 billion Earth Grade Height Ear, Thunder God's Wrath, which required a 5-day waiting period. Defensive and buff type skills were also clearly listed. The total price came to 8.767 billion. This price fell well within Yihan's expectations. Though Thunder God's Wrath required a wait, a 5-day delivery period was acceptable. When Manager Li mentioned a 1 billion deposit, Yihan smiled and inquired about any discounts for new customers. Even when dealing with a platinum-level powerhouse, Yihan was thick-skinned enough to haggle over saving a billion. Manager Li explained that regular customers could at most receive a 5 discount, and even Miss Lin had received the same rate during her last visit. After all, every combat skill was earned at the cost of a beastmaster's life, and maintaining higher prices was a way to honor their sacrifices. Hearing herself referred to as Yihan's little girlfriend, Lin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to clarify that she and Yihan were merely acquaintances. However, seeing Yihan's calm and composed demeanor, she wisely chose to stay silent. Yihan never seemed to care about others' opinions. His focus was always solely on the transaction itself. Whatever his relationship with Lin Xian might be, it had nothing to do with the current deal. Manager Li clasped his hands together on the table, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I see great potential in your future. I'm willing to make an exception and offer you an exclusive cooperation agreement, something usually reserved for gold-tier beast tamers. If you sign this agreement, you'll be able to purchase all battle techniques at a 30 discount. He gave a subtle signal to the beautiful assistant beside him, who promptly pulled a stack of documents from the drawer. With practiced efficiency, she located the exclusive cooperation agreement of the Treasure Pavilion and slid it across the table to Yihan. Yihan began reading the agreement carefully, becoming more and more astonished as he went through it. The document laid out in detail the entire process of how the Treasure Pavilion acquired, sold, and distributed profits from battle techniques. One of the specific clauses stipulated that during the term of the agreement, Yihan could purchase battle techniques at a 30 discount, but only for personal use. Resale was strictly prohibited. In return, any battle techniques or spoils Yihan obtained in the future would have to be sold to the Treasure Pavilion at a 30 discount, with violations resulting in penalties enforced by the Beast Tamer Court. At its core, this agreement was a way to tie Yihan to the Treasure Pavilion. On the surface, it seemed mutually beneficial. Yihan would enjoy discounted purchases early on, while the Treasure Pavilion would benefit from discounted acquisitions later. However, in reality, the Treasure Pavilion was the clear winner. A beast tamer's lifetime sales of battle techniques would inevitably far exceed the number they needed to purchase. This was essentially a disguised form of investment, akin to a bank loan. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the proposal. Even during her last visit to purchase battle techniques, no one had ever offered her such a deal. For someone like Yihan, a cultivator with no significant backing, obtaining a 30 discount from the Treasure Pavilion was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. However, Yihan calmly closed the agreement and smiled. Apologies, Manager Li, but I'll stick with completing this transaction at a 5 discount. I prefer to keep my freedom. I hope you understand. What a joke. Yihan sneered inwardly. How could he possibly agree to sign an agreement that would bind him to the Jubaishan Chamber of Commerce? Unless he had lost his mind. As a system holder, he not only had access to the system store but could also obtain tangible rewards from the virtual battle space every 3 days. Although he had to be cautious when using the pills produced by the system, there was no need to worry about the origins of the combat techniques being discovered. At this point, he had already accumulated a significant number of combat techniques, most of which came from the previous Monster Tide, while a few were from the system store. Of course, since Xiao Bai's level wasn't high enough yet, the items he could currently obtain were relatively low level. But as Xiao Bai continued to grow, acquiring Earth Tier or even Heaven Tier combat techniques would become a breeze. You don't need to rush into a decision, Manager Li said, looking slightly disappointed. You can keep the contract and come find me to sign it whenever you're ready. I'm sure you're well aware of the pros and cons of this agreement. Once you choose to cooperate with us, not only will you receive support from the Jabaishan Chamber of Commerce in Kyoto, but the Li family will also provide assistance. With the backing of the number one family in Shenlong Nation, your future will undoubtedly be smooth sailing. This was no longer just a contract, it was a choice. Signing it would mean binding himself to the Jabaishan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family, with his future trajectory closely tied to theirs. Clearly, the Li family had recognized Yihan's potential and was willing to invest in him early on. Senior Li, I will carefully consider it and will come to you at the first opportunity if needed. Yihan responded politely. Manager Li nodded, not pressing further. In his eyes, Yihan was still just a college freshman, a mere novice at the bronze level. For the Li family to extend goodwill was already a significant gesture. Very well. Here is a super membership privilege card from the Chamber of Commerce, a little gift for our first meeting, Manager Li said as he handed over a card. This is my contact information. For any major transactions in the future, feel free to reach out to me directly. This super membership card wasn't something just anyone could obtain. Regular VIP status required 50 million, advanced VIP status required 300 million, and the super membership card was only given to beast tamers with platinum level potential. The supreme membership card, on the other hand, required the recipient to have already achieved platinum level. However, for Yihan, who had already earned the Shenlong Special Class Combat Hero Medal, this card held little significance. Soon, a beautiful assistant brought in a sandalwood box containing the combat technique imprint crystals. The dazzling lights instantly illuminated the entire meeting room. The transaction was completed smoothly. The total price of 5.767 billion was discounted to 5.47865 billion after a 5 discount. Yihan stored all the combat techniques in his storage space and arranged for the Thunder God's punishment technique to be delivered in 5 days. Senior Li, do you happen to have any information on light escape techniques? Even a mysterious tier 1 would do, Yihan asked. For him, having one was better than none. As long as it wasn't a yellow tier technique, it was worth considering. After all, even a mysterious tier light escape technique could hold great value when mastered, whereas a yellow tier 1 could easily be countered by any mysterious tier sensory technique, making it a waste of time. Manager Li furrowed his brows slightly, tapping his fingers on the counter. Light escape technique? That's indeed rare. You might find a few manuals on the Huang tier counter, but most Shin tier ones only appear at auctions. Those top-tier experts scramble to buy them, using them as prerequisite battle techniques for mastering advanced light escape techniques. He paused for a moment. Next month, our trading company is hosting a large-scale auction. While there will be many escape techniques available, unfortunately, none of them are light escape techniques. He looked at Yihan with sincerity. As someone with platinum-level experience, I must warn you, escape techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate. In the early stages, they'll only waste your time without yielding much benefit. I suggest focusing on other battle techniques for now. Yihan immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Manager Li. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I was planning to purchase it for future use and don't intend to practice it just yet. As Qin Feifei had mentioned, escape techniques were indeed extraordinarily rare. Yihan secretly mocked in his heart. Those top-tier experts are really relentless, fighting over even Shin-tier techniques. Why not directly comprehend the tier technique? But he understood those who became strong were never fools. Escape techniques were inherently difficult to master, and if there was an opportunity to lower the difficulty, no one would let it slip by. After finishing his purchase of battle techniques, Yihan and Lin Xian left the treasure pavilion aboard the flaming chariot. On the way, Lin Xian's expression dimmed. Yihan, I'm really sorry that my cousin dragged you into this. She's been pampered in the main family since she was young, but she lacks intelligence and constantly schemes against others using her family background. I rarely visit the main family because I'm so disgusted by her behavior. This time, I'll make sure she pays the price. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. With her level of intelligence, she's no real threat. But what about you? Will you get in trouble with your family for accompanying me to buy battle techniques? Should I write a clarification letter proving our relationship is purer than distilled water? No need, Lin Xian replied firmly. The innocent have nothing to prove, and my grandfather is a wise man. Besides, even if I chose someone with no background at all, I wouldn't abandon him because of family pressure. I trust my own judgment and refuse to let others dictate my fate. Isn't that the true meaning of cultivation? By growing stronger, we gain control over our lives, our families, our nations, and even humanity itself. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's, and certainly not anyone else's. A flash of admiration appeared in Yihan's eyes. This girl's resolve was so unwavering, it was no wonder she had reached such heights. The source of true strength always lies in the convictions of the heart. After escorting Lin Xian back to Shenlong Kyoto Academy, Yihan returned straight to Shenlong Avenue Academy. His mind was already set on a clear plan since he had gathered all the combat techniques he currently needed. it was time to start training immediately. As for the light escape technique, there was no point in rushing. Just as Manager Lee had mentioned, even techniques of the profound rank were highly sought after by the elites, and with Yihan's current financial capacity, competing with those powerhouses was out of the question. He could only entrust Wang Ruiyan and Lin Xian to keep an eye out for any relevant information while secretly hoping the system's shop might miraculously refresh with a heaven rank light escape technique. Besides, the training plans for Xiao Bai and Lai Yan's combat techniques were already packed, so practicing the escape technique would have to wait for now. The lingering shock of the terrifying power of a platinum rank expert was still vivid in his mind. The sheer pressure of their soul alone could render someone powerless, which only fueled Yihan's urgency to grow stronger. Not all platinum rank experts adhered to the nation's rules, and his only safeguard at the moment was the 3 escape scrolls given to him by Qin Feifei. However, relying on external tools was ultimately a temporary measure. True security lay in improving his own strength. As Lin Xian had said, "My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens." Thus, having just completed one period of seclusion, Yihan unhesitatingly announced that he would enter seclusion again. "Master, Xiao Bai wants that brightest combat technique crystal." Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with longing. Xiao Bai wants to learn the forbidden ice claw right now. Her big, watery eyes were filled with determination. Even though this mid-tier heaven rank combat technique had a failure rate of over 40 for even the contracted beasts of gold rank warriors, Xiao Bai was brimming with confidence. Having also experienced the soul-crushing pressure of a platinum rank expert, she had turned her fear into a driving force to grow stronger and protect Yihan. "Master, Lai Yin wants to learn a new combat technique too." Lai Yin clenched her jade-like fists, her tone resolute. Especially after witnessing Xiao Bai single-handedly defeat the Lava Emperor Crocodile, she, with her 6th grade bloodline, refused to lag behind Xiao Bai, who had only a 5th grade bloodline, in combat strength. Without hesitation, Yihan took out the forbidden ice claw combat technique crystal, glowing with a vivid purple light, and handed it to Xiao Bai. Thankfully, the purple light couldn't penetrate walls. Otherwise, the entire academy would know they were attempting to comprehend a mid-tier heaven rank combat technique. Remember, don't push yourself too hard. It's okay if you fail. We can always buy another one. Right now, we can afford the cost of over $1 billion without any issue, Yihan reminded her. Considering that Xiao Bai had already mastered the extreme frost ice claw to a level of perfection and had 3 other perfected combat techniques under her belt, her chances of successfully comprehending the forbidden ice claw were significantly higher. "Don't worry, master. Xiao Bai understands." Xiao Bai nodded solemnly. "Good luck, Xiao Bai. If you succeed, we'll celebrate together. If you fail, we'll face it together." Lai Yin cheered her on, her cheeks slightly flushed. "For master, and for the day when I can transform into an irresistible, adorable, and stunningly beautiful lady, let's both work hard." At that moment, countless water blue runes flew out from the combat technique crystal and entered Xiao Bai's eyes. Yihan then took out another purple crystal, the lower tier heaven rank combat technique, Heavenly Descent. The memory of Lin Xian using this skill in the secret realm to unleash true fire inferno and instantly obliterate the Lava Emperor Crocodile was still vivid in his mind. Descent of the Celestial is a unique buff-type combat skill, notable for enhancing not the caster but directly empowering the beast tamer. Yihan carefully explained the characteristics of this skill to Xiao Bai and Lai Yan. Unlike Xiao Bai's Frost Blessing and Frost Heart, Descent of the Celestial directly boosts the beast tamer's abilities. Yihan elaborated, listing the effects of the skill in detail. In a short period, it not only enhances elemental resistance, strength, and agility but also accelerates both mental and physical recovery. Most importantly, during the Descent of the Celestial state, soul power is significantly amplified, which indirectly increases the potency of Xiao Bai and Lai Yan's combat skills. Yihan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It's equivalent to Xiao Bai receiving a quadruple buff. As long as we cultivate Descent of the Celestial to a higher level, our team's overall combat strength will experience a qualitative leap. He paused slightly before adding, "Of course, the price is that I will expend much more mental energy in a short time." Turning to Lai Yan, Yihan gently stroked her hair and gave her a warm embrace to encourage her. Blushing deeply in his arms, Lai Yan softly replied, "Yes, master, Lai Yan understands." Soon, Lai Yan focused intently on comprehending Descent of the Celestial. Her previous exceptional performance in mastering the purifying arrow had already brought her skills to near perfection. This experience enhanced her understanding of light-based combat skills, making the risks of learning Descent of the Celestial relatively low. Even in the event of failure, Yihan's current status as a super VIP member of the Treasure Pavilion meant he could easily request a new skill seal from the guild. A mere 5 billion was hardly a concern for him. As time ticked by, the two absorbed the information within the skill seal, enduring increasing soul pressure. After 30 minutes, Xiao Bai was already drenched in sweat. with beads of perspiration dripping from her fox nose and her brows furrowed tightly. In contrast, Yin seemed relatively stable, though her breathing was slightly weak. This disparity clearly illustrated the difficulty of comprehending a mid-tier Earth-level combat skill. Even though Xiao Bai's comprehension ability far surpassed Yan's, she still struggled with this advanced skill. Meanwhile, Yan's profound understanding of light-based skills seemed to make her learning process smoother. At this moment, whether Xiao Bai could successfully grasp this powerful combat skill had become the center of everyone's attention. 50 minutes later, the battle technique crystal of Yin ceased emitting technique sigils. The system notification sounded, announcing her successful comprehension of the Earth-tier low-grade battle technique, Heavenly Descent, earning her 1,000 points. Master, I did it! Yin exclaimed excitedly, though her entire body was drenched in sweat. While this comprehension was easier than the last, the spiritual pressure of Earth-tier techniques was still immense. Good. As long as you succeeded. Do you want to take a bath and rest for a while? You must be exhausted, Yihan asked with concern. Yin shook her head. Not too exhausted. I can hold on for a few more hours. Sister Xiao Bai is still trying to comprehend her technique, and I can't help but worry about her. Understanding Yan's feelings, Yihan gently pulled her to his side. Then sit with me and wait for the results together. Whether she succeeds or fails, I can accept it. No, I'm just a servant. How could I sit next to my master? Yin stammered nervously. Sit. Yihan's voice deepened. Yin's face turned pale, and she quickly sat down. Yihan spoke firmly. This is your home. Though we signed a master-servant contract, no one here treats you like a servant. We are teammates, friends, and family. Do you understand? Tears rolled down Yin's delicate face. After losing her parents, she had unexpectedly found new family. Yihan gently held her in his arms. I'm sorry if I scared you earlier. I just want you to become someone with independent thought and dignity. Excessive humility can erode your confidence, which will hinder both your comprehension of techniques and your performance in battle. Yin nodded in understanding and even dared to nuzzle against Yihan a few times. He quickly pushed her away, as her beauty and such closeness could easily stir inappropriate thoughts. Yin, blushing, lowered her head and shifted her attention to Xiao Bai's situation. Master, Sister Xiao Bai seems to be struggling. Is an Earth-tier mid-grade technique really that challenging? By this time, more than an hour had passed since Xiao Bai began her comprehension. Her snow-white fox body trembled incessantly, and sweat had matted her fur into clumps. Suddenly, the sigils within the battle technique crystal vanished. The system notification sounded. Xiao Bai had successfully comprehended the Earth-tier mid-grade battle technique, Frozen Annihilation Claw, earning her 5,000 points. She swayed weakly, and Yihan caught her just in time. Master, I finally did it. I was so close to collapsing. Earth-tier mid-grade techniques are so hard, Xiao Bai said weakly. Yihan gently stroked her head with affection. Yes, Xiao Bai, you did amazingly. I'm so proud of you. At that moment, Xiao Bai extended her paw. A translucent, palm-sized ice claw emitting an eerie blue glow instantly formed. This was no ordinary ice claw. The chilling aura it exuded pierced straight to the soul, as if capable of freezing the very essence of life. In that moment, all vitality in the yard came to an abrupt halt. The once lively chirping of birds fell silent, and even the fragrance of flowers seemed frozen in the air. The small creatures nearby instinctively sensed the threat of death, trembling as they tried to flee. Pop, pop, popped a series of faint cracking sounds echoed. Near Yihan's room, mosquitoes, ants, and even cockroaches had their heads burst open one after another, dying instantly. This was the terrifying nature of the forbidden ice claw. Its deadliest attribute was not its physical damage or freezing ability, but its capacity to directly destroy souls. Even with resurrection techniques, without a soul, such skills could not be performed. The fragile souls of these small creatures were utterly annihilated by just a trace of the claw's emanating power. Of course, against more powerful beings, the soul-destroying effect of the forbidden ice claw would be significantly diminished. Completely shattering the soul of a strong individual was no easy feat, however. This technique was highly effective against dark-type ghostly combat skills. For instance, it had entirely countered Nia Wenhao's soul-devouring Ghost Jiao earlier, destroying all its soul-related techniques with a single strike. That was quite satisfying, Master, Xiao Bai exclaimed before falling into unconsciousness. Yihan carefully bathed it, groomed its fur, and, after drying it off, held it close as they drifted off to sleep together. In the blink of an eye, 20 days of seclusion had passed. During this time, Yihan not only completed the final payment for the Earth-tier top-grade combat skill Thunder Punishment, but also helped Xiao Bai and Yin master all the Earth-tier mid-grade and below combat skills outlined in Qin Feifei's skill plan. While it would take a long time to perfect these skills to mastery, significant progress had been made. After switching to pine trees for meditation, Yihan's soul power improved significantly. In just over 20 days, his soul power skyrocketed to 186 points from its previous level, bringing him closer to the threshold of becoming a Silver-Ear Beastmaster. This rapid progress was directly reflected in the combat skills of Xiaobai and Blaze, elevating their strength to a new level. During this time, Qin Feifei contacted Yi Han via a messaging app to remind him about the Academy's bi-monthly task requirement for students. She emphasized that with Yi Han's privilege of earning triple task credits, it would be a great waste not to complete these tasks. These valuable credits could be exchanged for rare treasures unavailable on the market, especially for cultivation and exploration time in secret realms, which are crucial for quickly enhancing one's strength. The Shenlong Nation controls 24 large-scale secret realms, with Kyoto Academy owning 2, while Feitian Academy and Dideo Academy each have 1. Additionally, Dideo Academy oversees 8 stable medium-sized secret realms and 40 small ones. These realms not only bring significant revenue to the Academy but also provide students with excellent training grounds. Compared to the wilderness, the beasts in the secret realms are rarer, the monsters more dangerous, but the rewards are correspondingly higher. However, having been at the Academy for only a month, Yi Han was in no rush to take on tasks. With ample resources at hand, he decided to focus on strengthening himself and planned to take on tasks after 2 months. A week ago, Wang Rian mentioned during a visit that she had used her credits to exchange for a 1-week exploration opportunity in the 14th small-scale secret realm. As a cultivator whose father was only a gold-tier expert, even Wang Jinhai struggled to meet the cultivation needs of her grade 5 bloodline, the Undying Green Yuan. Especially after mastering 2 extraordinary combat skills, Wang Rian had the potential to cultivate Earth-tier combat techniques. However, with Earth-tier techniques starting at a staggering price of 500 million, she had no choice but to rely on secret realm exploration to earn resources. Today, as her secret realm exploration concluded, Blaze opened the dormitory door for Wang Ruyan, who had come to visit. However, the sight of her caused Yi Han to frown. She was dressed in a simple white outfit, her complexion unnaturally pale, and her aura noticeably weaker than before. Yi Han's expression turned serious as he said, "How did you get injured in the secret realm? Didn't I tell you not to take risks? Do you even understand the importance of knowing your limits?" Although the Undying Green Yuan's innate talent allows for rapid recovery and even the repair of soul-related injuries, Wang Ruyan's current state clearly indicated that she had faced a life-threatening situation. Her aura was unstable, and her strength had significantly diminished. This kind of damage to her life essence could only recover gradually over time. Until she fully healed, her combat ability would remain impaired, she would tire easily, and her cultivation efficiency would be greatly reduced. Typically, damage to one's life essence occurs under 2 circumstances: either from a rare direct attack by a saint-tier combat technique or from overusing recovery abilities, leading to life essence depletion. It's akin to a small pond connected to a spring. Overuse can cause the pond to dry up. It was evident that Wang Ruyan had overused the Undying Green Yuan's recovery ability in the secret realm, leading to her current state. Wang Ruyan smiled sweetly, waving her hand nonchalantly. "You, worrying about me for 1 seat actually feels quite nice. This little injury will heal in a week or 2 with some rest. I'll just go into seclusion to recover. But I did bring back something good for you." She retrieved a combat skill crystal from her storage space, its dazzling blue light instantly illuminating the surroundings. "Haven't you always wanted the Shenir light escape technique? I can't use it, so it's perfect for you." Yi Han stared at the crystal in shock, his voice filled with disbelief. "Are you insane? The light escape technique is incredibly rare. Money alone can't guarantee getting it. This is a treasure that could fetch billions at an auction, second only to top-tier Earth-grade combat skills. You're the insane one." Wang Ruyan shot him a glare. "Precisely because it's so hard to find, I had to get it for you. You've been in such a rush lately. Who knows how long it would take for you to find one yourself." She flashed a mischievous smile. "Besides, I heard escape techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Giving you this will slow you down a bit. You're improving so fast, I can hardly keep up. Pretty clever of me, huh?" A wave of warmth surged in Yi Han's heart, and he pulled Wang Ruyan into his arms. "You little troublemaker, what kind of wicked scheme is this? Such a devious mind, he'll have to punish you properly." Wang Ruyan's cheeks turned a deep shade of red as she murmured softly, "And how exactly do you plan to punish me? I'm not easy to discipline, you know. If you're too lenient, I'll just scheme against you again next time." In truth, Wang Ruyan's injuries came from a fierce battle while hunting a light spirit. To obtain the light escape technique for Yi Han, she had relentlessly pursued the light spirit within a secret realm, eventually drawing the attention of the light spirit king. Surrounded and attacked by thousands of light spirits, she barely held her ground thanks to the regenerative powers of the Undying Azure Yuan, but it cost her a significant amount of her life force. This light escape combat skill crystal was her hard-earned reward for defeating the Light Spirit King. Lai Yin was watching intently when 2 snowy white paws suddenly blocked her view, accompanied by a voice of caution. not suitable for a young girl to watch directly. Wang Ruyan finally seized an opportunity to stir Yi Han's emotions, and she was determined to make the most of this chance to nurture their relationship. Lately, she had noticed Yi Han growing closer to Lin Xian. The two even went shopping for combat techniques together, which sparked a strong sense of unease within her. Although Wang Ruyan was confident in her looks and figure, she had to admit that Lin Xian's abilities were undeniably superior. The thought of a more exceptional woman getting close to her fiancé was enough to put her on edge, even if Lin Xian had no intention of interfering. What made it even more unsettling was that Lin Xian, as one of the top global prodigies, had taken the time to accompany Yi Han, a gesture that raised suspicions. What worried Wang Ruyan even more was Yi Han's privilege of having multiple spouses. She was well aware that Yi Han usually maintained a monk-like indifference toward women, but she also knew that if someone showed him enough genuine affection, he would eventually accept them. While she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility that such an outstanding man might have multiple wives in the future, as his fiancée, the presence of a potential rival still left her uneasy. This anxiety drove her to let go of much of her usual reserve in front of Yi Han today. 5 hours later, Yi Han's dormitory was enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects and birds in the courtyard. After a long pause, Yi Han finally spoke. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Are you okay?" Wang Ruyan, though visibly tired due to damage to her life essence, wore a contented expression on her flushed face. "I'm fine. I told you before, a minor injury like this is nothing. Choosing to be with you is something I'll never regret." She continued, "I'll accept the light escape technique, it's very important to me. Take this 2 billion and use it to buy combat techniques. Don't go exploring dangerous secret realms for now. You don't need to refuse right away. With resources, you can grow stronger. Just like today, you found me a mid-tier Shin-grade light escape technique. Who knows? Next time, you might come across a mid-tier Earth-grade one. Consider this an investment in you." Yi Han chuckled. "I wouldn't count on such good luck. The drop rate for escape techniques is ridiculously low. This time was already fortunate enough. No wonder mastering any escape technique requires an immense amount of training time." Yi Han realized and turned to Lai Yin. "Practicing escape techniques is indeed challenging, so there's no need to rush. You've only just started learning, so it's normal to fail due to low proficiency. Focus on perfecting your healing and mental defense techniques first. Save this tough nut for last." He analyzed further. "Until you reach a high level of mastery, escape techniques might not be very effective. If you prioritize the dual shadow escape technique now, progress in other skills will definitely slow down. While escape techniques are important, at your current level, enhancing direct combat ability yields greater benefits." "Understood, Master," Lai Yin responded. At that moment, Yi Han noticed Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, unusually quiet. As her master, he could sense her emotional fluctuations. Xiao Bai hung her head low, looking gloomy and dejected. "What's wrong, little one?" Yi Han gently stroked Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai lifted her small, dispirited face and said tearfully, "Master doesn't love Xiao Bai anymore. Master has a wife now. Master doesn't need Xiao Bai to sleep by his side anymore. So it's true, love does fade, right?" It turned out Xiao Bai was upset because she couldn't sleep with Yi Han last night. Yi Han, half amused and half exasperated, explained, "It really wasn't convenient to have you with me in that situation. Besides, you're still a little fox. You shouldn't pick up bad habits. Growing up too fast isn't good for your mental health." "Woo woo woo." Xiao Bai began sobbing even harder. All right. Tonight, you can sleep in my arms again, so don't be upset." Yi Han comforted her. "Master loves Xiao Bai the most." "Really?" "Of course. A real man never lies. When have I ever tricked you?" Reassured by his promise, Xiao Bai finally stopped crying, rubbed her face against Yi Han's, gave him a few playful licks, and then happily ran off to the training grounds. Lai Yin, puzzled, asked, "Master, why couldn't Xiao Bai join you and Miss Wang to rest? The bed is big enough." "Xiao Bai was really sad last night. Focus on your training. You'll understand when it's time." "It's not suitable for young girls," Yi Han said, patting her on the head. Lai Yin was left confused. Why does everyone keep saying, "not suitable for young girls"? What kind of secret is this? Time flew by, and 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Greetings, Mentor Qin. Please come in," Lai Yin said politely, bowing. "Mentor, what brings you here?" Yi Han asked, a little surprised. "What, are you not happy to see me? Afraid I'll eat you alive?" Qin Feifei looked at Yi Han with a mock grievance. Yi Han cleared his throat awkwardly. "If there's something you need, just say it." Clearly, this platinum-level powerhouse's visit must have a purpose. "You really live in a bubble, don't you?" Qin Feifei said, exasperated. "Did something happen at the academy? Don't tell me it's going bankrupt. Or are you here to collect debts? If it's money you're after, I have none spent at all." Yi Han speculated. "Bah, sometimes I regret it." Qin Feifei glared at him. "The dean gave me an earful today. He said I finally took in a genius student, and after 2 months, there's been no progress. He even asked if I managed to ruin your talent. Meanwhile, all the top talents from other academies have been challenging each other, and here you are, hiding at home like it's some kind of meditation retreat. Yihan stared blankly at his mentor, Qin Feifei, who was visibly agitated. In his understanding, wasn't coming to the academy all about working hard to cultivate and grow stronger? Why did it feel like he might have misunderstood something? Yihan, Qin Feifei said, her brows furrowed tightly. Don't tell me you actually think I called you here today, just to vent my frustrations? Don't worry, mentor. Yihan quickly waved his hands. In a few days, you'll take on an academy mission. After completing it, I plan to lay low and train for another 2 months. After all, Kyoto is full of hidden talents and powerful figures. There are more big shots here than stray dogs. I need to take things step by step. Hearing this, Qin Feifei nearly ground her teeth to dust. She had spent a whole 10 billion to get Yihan into the academy, all in the hopes that he would help boost her reputation and secure her position. Yet 2 months had passed, and this kid had done nothing but hole up in his dorm, quietly cultivating, without making even the slightest splash. During this time, other first-year prodigies had already advanced to silver-tier beast tamers, frequently taking on high-difficulty missions, defeating beasts, and defending towns. Some had even traveled abroad to participate in exchange competitions, earning widespread acclaim. As for Yihan, since enrolling, his only achievement was defeating some nameless nobody. Despite having triple the academic credit privileges, he procrastinated on even the most basic tasks. He refused to fight for dormitory resources, skipped competitions, and basically turned himself into an invisible man. Qin Feifei felt like her heart was being torn apart. She had pinned her hopes on Yihan to make a name for herself, but instead, he was becoming more and more anonymous. And today, to make matters worse, she had been reprimanded by the dean. She could no longer hold back her frustration. The academy is in trouble right now. The fourth-ranked Wuji Academy has several prodigies provoking us, and we've already lost a lot of face. Most of our top-tier prodigies aren't even on campus. Apologies, mentor. Yihan interrupted directly. I'm not interested in fame. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. 5 billion, Qin Feifei said through gritted teeth. Yihan's eyes lit up. Transfer the money, and if I don't win, they'll bring you my head. Ding. Shillong Bank has received a transfer of 5 billion yuan. Without hesitation, Qin Feifei immediately transferred the money to Yihan. All right, if you can't win this time, I'll crush your head like a dog. Qin Feifei said fiercely. Yihan didn't say much, simply gave an okay gesture, smiled as he accepted the money, and turned around to whisper to Xiaobai and Lai Yin, tired of staying home lately, huh? It's time for us to go out and explore. In an instant, Xiaobai transformed into a white blur and swiftly perched on Yihan's shoulder. Meanwhile, Lai Yan's eyes burned with intense battle intent. After days of secluded training, today was the day for Yihan to test their progress. Without a doubt, both Xiaobai and Lai Yin were determined not to disappoint him. Little brother, let me warn you in advance. The ones coming to provoke us this time aren't pushovers. They're nothing like the nobodies you've defeated before. Every single one of them has silver-level strength and ranks among the top 5 freshmen at Wuji Academy. They're all highly honored individuals and are even listed on the overall rankings of prodigies in Kyoto. Their combat power is on par with that of your fiancé. Qin Feifei continued. Although Wang Ruyan had suffered damage to her core, after a period of seclusion, she had moved into Dorm 4, right next to Yihan, upon returning. Recently, she had gone out of town for academy missions. Wang Ruyan's challenge against the super prodigies of Dorm 4 naturally became a focal point at Dideo Academy, with many instructors closely monitoring her progress. Qin Feifei was well aware of this. The overall prodigy rankings in Kyoto? What is that? Yihan asked, slightly confused. Qin Feifei glared at him. As a global-level freshman prodigy, you don't even know this? Fine, let me explain. Many authoritative media organizations compile the battle records of freshman prodigies from various academies. A platinum-level evaluation panel then estimates their strength to create a top 100 ranking. This ranking is published daily in the Kyoto Education Times. It's a must-read for almost every student, instructor, and even the general public in Kyoto. Its influence is enormous. So, what's my current ranking? Yihan asked. Qin Feifei thought for a moment. When you first enrolled, you were ranked 25th. After defeating that nobody who tried to take your dorm, you moved up to 19th. Now, congratulations, you're not even on the list anymore. Yihan felt a bit embarrassed. What a useless ranking. Who cares about it anyway?
It's just an empty title.
What about Wang Ruyan's ranking? Yihan continued. Qin Feifei pondered for a moment. I saw it a few days ago. I think she was ranked 33rd, but I'm not sure if it's changed recently. And what about Lin Xian from Kyoto Academy? Yihan asked. Qin Feifei replied. Lin Xian has already successfully evolved her blazing sun spirit to a 6th grade bloodline. She's now ranked 15th. Yihan was slightly surprised. He was familiar with Lin Xian's strength. If her Blazing Sun spirit had advanced to a 6th grade bloodline, her power must have significantly improved. Considering they hadn't seen each other for over 40 days, her current strength was undoubtedly several times greater than when they were in the secret realm. Yet she was only ranked 15th. This showed just how many terrifying prodigies resided in Kyoto. Since Yihan had been focusing solely on his secluded training, he had no contact with these individuals and hadn't even heard their names. The ones coming today from Wuji Academy include a top student named Gongsun Miao, ranked 21st. The second strongest is Li Wanwen, ranked 31st, and the third is Zhu Kong, ranked 35th. Both Li Wanwen and Zhu Kong are prodigies from 2 of the 4 great clans. So today, plenty of big shots from the Li and Zhu families are here to watch the fight. Now, do you see how serious this is? Qin Feifei explained. Oh no, what if I beat up the prodigies of the 4 great clans? Won't they secretly retaliate against me? Yihan asked worriedly. Qin Feifei reassured him. They won't. Don't worry. It's a common understanding among the major clans not to interfere with academy competitions. If they lose, it's simply because they're not skilled enough. Besides, do you think our Dedeo Academy is any weaker than the 4 great clans? They're far from being able to dominate everything. The state keeps them in check. And don't act like this will be a walk in the park for you. If you underestimate them and mess up, well, you know what'll happen. Yihan exhaled in relief. All right then, that's reassuring. By the way, I heard the 4th clan of the 4 great clans has the same surname as you, Qin. Could you be part of their family? Qin Feifei froze for a moment, her expression dimming slightly. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? You should focus on worrying about your opponents. It was clear that a platinum-level expert from one of the 4 great clans joining Dedeo Academy as an ordinary instructor must have a complicated backstory. The 4 major families each have their own industries, yet Qin Feifei chose not to manage her family's business and instead came to the academy. This clearly hinted at her strained relationship with the Qin family, but it didn't seem to have much to do with Yihan. He thought to himself, surely the Qin family wouldn't retaliate against him, right? Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind if he could win this exchange event. Would the academy offer rewards? Perhaps some substantial credit points, maybe 100,000 or 80,000, or even a massive reward of alliance currency, like billions or trillions. After all, this was tied to the academy's reputation, and with the other prodigies unable to make it back in time, he was the only one left to step up. Facing such formidable opponents was undeniably dangerous. Students were risking their lives to defend the academy's honor surely. The academy should show some appreciation. Although Qin Feifei had given him 5 billion, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Better than nothing but far from enough. Recently, Yihan's cash reserves were nearly depleted, and he was in dire need of money. He had initially planned to take on a cash-earning academy task after a few days in seclusion. If he could make some extra money from this event, that would be ideal. At this moment, however, Qin Feifei was on the verge of breaking down. Other students enthusiastically volunteered to go on stage. This was a rare opportunity to shine in front of influential figures, and a perfect chance to build a reputation. Even if they lost, as long as it wasn't too humiliating, it was still a worthwhile endeavor. Yet Yihan, before even stepping onto the stage, was already scheming to demand benefits from the academy. Thinking about this made Qin Feifei feel utterly exasperated. She thought to herself, what kind of student have I taken under my wing? This guy is going to drain me dry one day. However, at the moment, she had no other options and could only hope that Yihan would bring glory to the academy. The longer the delay, the more prodigies from Dedao Academy would face defeat, and with numerous media personnel present in the audience, the potential damage to the academy's reputation would be immeasurable. Just focus on the fight, she said to herself. I'll shamelessly try my best to negotiate with the principal. As long as you perform brilliantly and win, convincing the principal will be much easier. Qin Feifei assured Yihan with great confidence, which lifted Yihan's spirits even further. After all, this kind of exchange activity offered no tangible rewards. Most participants joined for personal honor. Both challengers and those accepting challenges aimed to enhance the reputation of their respective academies. If an academy consistently performed poorly in such events, it would inevitably affect its public perception, potentially leading to declining enrollment. Talented students might choose other academies, ultimately causing the underperforming academy to fall into decline. For instance, although Kyoto Academy, Feitian Academy, and Dedao Academy ranked similarly overall, Kyoto Academy consistently had better enrollment numbers. This was because everyone knew Kyoto Academy had excelled in recent competitions and exchange activities, repeatedly outperforming Feitian Academy and Dedao Academy. Moreover, in recent years, the top 3 spots on the freshman prodigy rankings at Kyoto Academy were all held by students from the prestigious Shenlong Kyoto Academy. All right, let's head out immediately, Yihan said as he hurriedly made his way to Dedao Academy's arena with Lai Yin and Xiaobai in tow. The exchange events were not held in dueling arenas. as those were too small to accommodate large audiences. Each academy had a massive arena capable of housing tens of thousands of spectators, with facilities far superior to those of dueling arenas. These arenas were not only used for friendly competitions between academies, but also hosted various large-scale events and international tournaments. The atmosphere in arenas was more amicable and fair, fostering a healthy spirit of competition. At this moment, nearly 8,000 spectators had already gathered inside Dedao Academy's arena. The majority were students from Dedao Academy, with a smaller number from Wuji Academy. In the VIP section sat dozens of prominent figures from various fields, including mentors from both Dedao and Wuji Academies, as well as other societal elites such as influential members of the Li and Zhu families. Additionally, several super-rich entrepreneurs and corporate CEOs had come specifically to watch the competition, hoping to establish connections with rising talents to promote their products. Despite their immense wealth, some worth billions, they could only sit in the premium viewing area, unable to access the exclusive VIP section. Kyoto's leading media representatives were also stationed in the premium area, having set up rows of recording equipment to capture newsworthy moments. In this world, only absolute strength commanded respect. Even celebrities or wealthy magnates with significant influence could not claim the spotlight without sufficient prowess. Besides these groups, a smaller number of ordinary citizens had also come to support their favored prodigies. However, their presence was relatively limited, as this was not an official event. Yihan recalled that during last year's National Academy Championship Finals, the audience exceeded 200,000, most of whom were from the general public. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. On the main stage, a student from Dedao Academy was engaged in a friendly Beastmaster duel with a student from Wuji Academy. Both competitors were at the silver level, and their powerful combat techniques clashed wildly across the 12-kilometer-wide arena. Massive, beastly figures darted back and forth. While the two seemed evenly matched, the Dedao Academy student, clad in their academy uniform, appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. They were being suppressed by the Wuji Academy students' combat techniques, struggling to find opportunities to counterattack. Around the edge of the arena was a thin energy barrier designed to contain the power of combat techniques, ensuring audience safety while reducing the noise and brightness of the attacks. Without this protective energy shield, the deafening sounds of earth-tier techniques could be fatal to ordinary spectators, and lightning or light-based techniques might blind them. Many spectators with lower physical resilience even used binoculars to watch the thrilling match. Within the arena, alongside the two fiercely dueling students, a senior referee closely monitored the battle. This referee, likely at the platinum level, wielded wind elemental wings to keep pace with the combatants. The referee had a dual responsibility: to ensure the fairness of the match and to safeguard the defeated student's life. This is the arena, a strictly regulated competition venue where life and death battles are absolutely prohibited. Should a fatal accident occur, not only would the referee face severe punishment, but the offender could also end up in prison for more serious cases. Even platinum-level strategists must adhere to the laws and regulations in the Shenlong nation. By contrast, other countries tend to impose more lenient controls on these top-tier fighters, as in capitalist societies, these powerful individuals are often seen as a form of capital themselves. On the field, a student from Wuji Academy suddenly burst into laughter. With that level of skill, you think you deserve to be ranked 32nd on Kyoto University's genius list? Ridiculous. Witness my ultimate combat technique, Heavenly Sword Descent. Before the words even settled, the sky lit up, and a massive, earth-colored sword, over 100 meters long, took shape hundreds of meters above. The colossal sword emitted a piercing screech as it hurtled down with overwhelming force, aiming directly at the student from Dedao Academy. The Dedao Academy student, who had been on the defensive the entire time, had no chance to muster a technique strong enough to counter the attack. In the wilderness, such a strike would have been fatal. His face turned pale as he hastily shouted, "I surrender." The referee immediately signaled to pause the match. The Wuji Academy student snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the imposing giant sword dissolved into scattered earth elements and vanished. The winner of this match, Wuji Academy freshman Zhu Kong. This result caused an uproar among the audience. The students of Dedao Academy looked grim, whispering among themselves, "Wuji Academy is too cunning, always challenging us when our top talents are away." Zhu Kong clearly held back his true strength, came fully prepared. This is completely dishonorable. 5 consecutive losses. The star students of our academy have been completely outsmarted by the opponents. If we don't win the next match, those shameless media outlets will go wild tomorrow, sensationalizing headlines like, "Shockingly, the third-ranked Avenue Academy suffers consecutive defeats in a friendly exchange with Infinity Academy. Is their decline unstoppable? Can they even keep their third place in the National Academy Championship this year? It's so frustrating. Ugh, I don't even want to watch anymore." If only our legendary leader Juan was still at the academy, these small fries wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. It's infuriating how they took advantage of the absence of our truly powerful freshman prodigies to ambush us. It's one thing for the younger generation to lack sportsmanship, but even their academy's veterans are shameless. Infinity Academy really has no sense of honor. I feel like jumping in myself to win one for our academy, but alas, I'm a sophomore and not eligible to compete. Oh, come on. We all know your skill level. You'd probably lose to that Zhukong on the stage. Zhukong has been hiding his true strength all along. His abilities could easily secure the 27th spot in the rankings. Yet he's been content to sit at 35th, only to burst out and catch our academy completely off guard today. I wonder who our academy will send up next. It's worrying another loss would mean a humiliating 6-match streak. I can't bear to watch anymore. To think Zhukong is supposedly the weakest participant from Infinity Academy this time. Besides him, their real heavy hitters, Gongsu and Miao and Li Wanwen, are still waiting in the wings. Meanwhile, our Avenue Academy barely has a handful of strong contenders. We might really have to accept defeat this time. The student section of our academy is filled with groans of despair, while Infinity Academy's section is brimming with wild excitement, their students cheering like wolves. Zhukong, you're amazing. 5 wins in a row. I love you. You're awesome. Go for the 6th win, you'll be the god of our academy. Seeing those Avenue Academy snobs get crushed is so satisfying. They always act high and mighty, thinking their 3rd place ranking makes them untouchable, looking down on everyone else. This is karma. Haha, look at them now, practically exploding with anger. It's priceless. They're claiming we took advantage of their freshman prodigies being away, calling us dishonorable. Please. The exchange match schedule was set long ago, and who competes was decided before we even arrived. They just underestimated us and didn't expect Zhukong to be this strong, winning 5 matches in a row. Exactly. They're the ones who should be ashamed. This exchange wasn't planned overnight. Their staff underestimated us and sent in some nobodies, thinking they'd win easily. Now look at them, they've lost every match. I can't wait to see who they send up next. Judging by the situation, the next contestant is probably trembling backstage. In the VIP section, Infinity Academy's mentor, Deng Yu, smiled warmly. Mr. Zhou Jinghao, I must apologize. We had no idea Zhukong was hiding his true strength. 5 wins already, please forgive us. You only have 1 chance left now. Zhou Jinghao, the mentor leading Avenue Academy's team, wore a bitter expression, as if he'd just swallowed a bitter pill. He felt utterly defeated. As the person responsible for this exchange event, he had chosen the participants. If the losses kept piling up, the academy's principal wouldn't let him off easily. Zhukong may have some skill, but don't get too smug just yet, Deng Yu. With that, Zhou Jinghao left the VIP section to arrange the next contestant. Meanwhile, Qin Feifei led Yihan into the contestants' lounge. Inside were 6 freshman prodigies, all pre-selected by Zhou Jinghao. 5 of them had already lost and looked dejected. When they saw Qin Feifei and Yihan enter, they were first puzzled, then greeted Qin Feifei respectfully. After all, she was a mentor. Their attention quickly shifted to Yihan, realizing he was likely their academy's last hope to save face. However, Yihan had been quiet and low-profile since enrolling 2 months ago, so his current strength was uncertain. Soon, Zhou Jinghao arrived. Qin Feifei introduced Yihan. This is Mr. Zhou Jinghao, the mentor in charge of this exchange event. Yihan gave a slight bow. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jinghao sighed in relief and said, Yihan, the time has come for you to prove your worth. The academy's honor rests on your shoulders. Your mission is to defeat Zhukong and Li Wanwen. As for their trump card, Gongsu and Miao, beat him if you can. If not, just don't lose too badly. Even if you fail, the academy won't blame you. Do you have confidence? Yihan made an okay gesture. Shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Jinghao still didn't have a clear understanding of Yihan's current strength. When Yihan first enrolled, he was slightly stronger than Gongsu and Miao. However, without any recent combat records, it was hard to tell how he compared now. For freshmen, the first few months at the academy are a period of rapid growth. In these 2 months, others may have surpassed Yihan. Very well, follow me, Zhou Jinghao said. After Yihan and Qin Feifei left, the students in the lounge began whispering among themselves. Yihan hasn't fought in 2 months. If he can't even beat Zhukong, it'll be so embarrassing. The academy is betting everything on him. What a risky move. His strength might not even match his fiancée's. If he's really that strong, why hasn't he gone for the top dorm rooms? Does he not care about the huge difference in spiritual energy levels? If he doesn't prove himself soon, others will challenge him for his dorm spot. I heard someone's already eyeing it. Well, he does have a 6th grade bloodline, the Blazing Angel. He must have developed significant power in these 2 months. He's definitely stronger than us. Whether he's strong enough, we'll find out soon enough in battle. Dear audience from all walks of life, welcome to the Dideo Academy arena for the exchange event between the freshmen of Dideo Academy and Wuji Academy. Up next is the 6th friendly match, featuring Yihan from Dideo Academy and Zhukong from Wuji Academy. The moment Yihan was announced as a participant, the crowd erupted into heated discussions. Yihan? Who's that? Why does this name suddenly pop up? It sounds a bit familiar though. Where is he ranked on the leaderboard? I don't recall anyone by this name, the audience speculated. Could Dideo Academy have gone mad, sending out a nobody? Wait a minute, this name I remember now. His beast is a flame angel with a 6th rank bloodline, and he's also Yihan, the youngest recipient of the top-tier combat hero medal in Shenlong Nation. No way, it's him. But why did he disappear after joining Dideo Academy? Who knows? Although there's been no news of Yihan for the past 2 months, his fiancée, Wang Ruyan, is a terrifying prodigy who's still making waves on the leaderboard. 2 months without any action, no one knows how strong he is now. But regardless, the power of a 6th rank flame angel cannot be underestimated. Zhu Kong, go for it. Take down Yihan. He's probably all hype and no substance. Yihan, you've got this. With a 6th rank flame angel, if you can't even beat Zhu Kong, you might as well crash into a wall and call it a day. At this moment, Yihan stood calmly in the arena. About a few dozen meters away stood a handsome young man, holding a small banyan tree about the height of a few dozen centimeters. What was even more peculiar was that the roots of the tree had embedded themselves into his palm, connecting to his bloodline. This was none other than Zhu Kong, the prodigy from Wuji Academy, and the banyan tree he held was a demonic shadow banyan beast, a 5th rank plant type beast with earth and dark attributes, known to inhabit desolate, untouched forests and haunt the nightmares of adventurer teams. Seeing Yihan step onto the field, Zhu Kong frowned slightly. It was clear he hadn't expected Dideo Academy to send out someone who had been off the radar for 2 months. The referee called out loudly, "Both contestants, please shake hands, step back 1,000 meters, and prepare for an all-out battle." Yihan and Zhu Kong shook hands. Zhu Kong smirked arrogantly and taunted, "Yihan? Huh? What a pity. Your fame isn't what it used to be. Otherwise, you'd have been the perfect stepping stone for my rise to prominence. Even though you're a bit lackluster now, you'll have to do. Get ready, I'm not just anyone you can mess with." Yihan responded indifferently, "Oh kid, you're a bit too dramatic. With lines like that, you sound just like a disposable villain who doesn't survive past the first act." During the handshake, Zhu Kong suddenly felt immense pressure, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. What's going on? He didn't even release any aura, and his handshake was so gentle, without using any strength. Why do I feel this way? Is it because he's looking down on me? I provoked him, but he doesn't even caress, only bothered by my over-the-top lines? Damn it, this Yihan is definitely not as easy to deal with as the others. What did he do during those 2 months he disappeared? Since Zhu Kong hadn't anticipated Yihan's appearance, he had no information prepared on him. The 2 contestants then stepped back to a distance of 1,000 meters. "Master, how do you plan to deal with this melodramatic little weakling?" Xiaobai asked telepathically. It's outrageous that someone with such little skill dares to provoke Master. He must learn how treacherous the world can be. Flame Angel growled angrily. Didn't we say a few days ago that we needed a real combat experiment? He seems like the perfect candidate, Yihan said with a sly smile. Just make sure to stay safe, Master. At this moment, the referee announced loudly, "The match begins." Zhu Kang's expression turned serious as he shouted, "Tree Demon Guard." Tree Demon Guard was a top-tier Shin-rank dual-element Dark Earth defensive combat skill, offering protection even stronger than some low-grade rank defensive techniques. However, the version Zhu Kong used wasn't the conventional Tree Demon Guard, it was the awakened combat skill of the demonic Shadow Banyan Beast. The small banyan tree in his hand instantly grew to a towering height of 70 to 80 meters. Countless sturdy roots wrapped around Zhu Kong, securing him in the core of the tree trunk, while a 100-meter-thick wall of hardened stone formed around it, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the demonic Shadow Banyan Beast. The audience erupted in a wave of exclamations. Discussions buzzed across the seating area. My god, Zhu Kang's Shadow Banyan Beast has already awakened. He never used awakened combat techniques even when fighting against the prodigies of Didao Academy before. The spectators on the stands wore grave expressions, many voicing their concerns for Yihan. Someone analyzed, the most troublesome part of this Banyan Guardian is its ability to rapidly repair its trunk. Without absolute destructive power, there's no way to even scratch Zhu Kong. What shocked everyone even more was that some sharp-eyed spectators had noticed a shift in the Shadow Banyan Beast's aura. Did you see that? The Shadow Banyan Beast's aura is much stronger than it was before. Unbelievable. Zhu Kong has been hiding his true strength this whole time. His Shadow Banyan Beast is clearly at level 33, but he kept it suppressed at level 32 for the matches, someone realized. He's planning to make a massive leap into the top 25 on the leaderboard in one go, jumping 10 places at once. However, what baffled everyone was Yihan's unusual composure. He neither activated any defensive techniques nor summoned a contracted beast. Instead, he simply walked straight toward the fully powered shadow banyan beast. Am I seeing things? Is he walking up there completely unguarded? Maybe he's given up after seeing such an overwhelming defensive technique and is ready to surrender? Impossible. Yihan is a global-level prodigy. There's no way he'd do something so humiliating. The audience speculated wildly, trying to guess Yihan's intentions. Is he trying to imitate Saitama Sensei and punch the shadow banyan beast to pieces? But he's not invincible like Saitama. In the VIP section, nearly all the platinum-ranked experts furrowed their brows. The leading mentor of Wuji Academy turned to Zhou Zhenghao, puzzled, and asked, Mentor Zhou Zhenghao, what exactly is Yihan trying to do? Could he be a body cultivation fanatic who has trained his physique to level 41 and wants to test the shadow banyan beast's attack power? Amidst the growing tension in the arena, only Yihan remained calm and composed, steadily closing the distance between himself and the shadow banyan beast, step by step. Zhou Zhenghao's brows furrowed into a deep crease, but his face wore a forced, defiant expression. That kid just loves pulling unexpected tricks. Well, he's young, his thinking tends to be a bit erratic. Erratic? Let's hope he doesn't go too far and crash. That would be a complete disgrace, the leading mentor from Wuji Academy remarked in a calm, indifferent tone. At this moment, Zhou Zhenghao's mind was in turmoil. He had no clue what Yihan was planning, yet he had to maintain an air of confidence before others, fearing he might lose face if Yihan's outcome was still uncertain. He turned his gaze to Qin Feifei and noticed that she, too, was frowning deeply, clearly perplexed by Yihan's actions. Meanwhile, Zhu Kong hid at the base of a massive tree, watching as Yihan approached within a few hundred meters without any sign of defense. Yet, he refrained from launching an attack immediately. Through the gaps in the tree trunk, Zhu Kong scrutinized Yihan's every move, trying to decipher his intentions. What is he up to? Is he walking into his own doom? But judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like it. Zhu Kong calculated in his mind. Even if he's made astonishing progress over the past 2 months, there's no way his physical strength could leap from level 20-something to level 41. Even if he somehow reached level 41, resisting the attacks of the demon shadow banyan beast barehanded and defeating it would be pure fantasy. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Kong. Unless he has a third contracted beast hidden in his packed space. While it's almost unheard of for a silverdeer beast tamer to raise 3 beasts, even the prodigy Li Shukuan from the Li family only has 2. If that's the case, it would explain his confidence. With this realization, Zhu Kong could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, Yihan, whatever tricks you're playing, take this Demon Shadow Ghost Claw. The Dark Element Low-Tier Earth-Class Battle Technique, Demon Shadow Ghost Claw, activated instantly. The Demon Shadow Banyan Beast let out an earth-shaking roar, its branches radiating an eerie glow. The surrounding light dimmed abruptly, and countless black claws emerged from the void, surging like a tide to engulf the seemingly defenseless Yihan. The audience collectively held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Yet Yihan remained motionless. When the attack from the Demon Shadow Ghost Claw dissipated, everyone was left in shock. Yihan was now clad in a suit of armor that gleamed like flawless jade, completely unscathed by the attack. That's the Water Element Low-Tier Earth-Class Battle Technique Mystic Ice Divine Armor, someone exclaimed. But how could an ordinary Mystic Ice Divine Armor entirely block the Demon Shadow Ghost Claw's attack? Unless the caster's soul power has reached an extraordinary 600 points, or there are 3 powerful water element buffs enhancing it. Wait a moment. Suddenly, someone had an epiphany. Are we overlooking one possibility? That Snow Fox. It must have mastered the Mystic Ice Divine Armor to an unparalleled level of perfection. As those words fell, the crowd was plunged into silence, broken only by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. In the VIP section, several platinum-tier experts stood up in astonishment. Truly remarkable, the divine ice armor. The spectators murmured among themselves, their eyes glinting with astonishment. Unbelievable. Even newly ascended platinum-level warriors might struggle to master an earth-grade lower-tier technique to such perfection. Yet this silver-level Yihan has done it, someone exclaimed. No wonder he dared to approach the demon banyan beast unguarded. This level of defensive technique is even more powerful than an expertly mastered Earth-grade upper-tier skill. The lead mentor from Wuji Academy's team looked visibly shaken and turned to Zhou Zhenghao. And you said our Zhu Kong was hiding his skills? Look at your Yihan. The depth of his hidden cards is leagues beyond ours. Zhou Zhenghao burst into laughter. No rush, no rush, let's not jump to conclusions. Yihan is indeed something else, his potential is limitless. But didn't your Zhu Kong also start with a super defensive technique as soon as he stepped in? Now's the perfect time for them to compete. Let's see whose defense is stronger and who breaks first. Nearby, Qin Feifei was utterly stunned, silently berating herself. This kid secretly mastered an Earth-grade lower-tier technique to perfection, and as his mentor, I had no idea. Shouldn't something this monumental be celebrated and reported immediately? Looks like you'll need to keep a closer eye on him in the future. On the battlefield, Zhu Kong nearly jumped in disbelief upon seeing Yi Han's divine ice armor. Impossible. Even gold-level warriors find it nearly unattainable to perfect an earth-grade lower-tier technique. How did you manage this? He growled through gritted teeth. But you're being overly confident. Even with divine ice armor, let's see how much pure physical force you can take. Divine sword descends. With a roar, Zhu Kong summoned the earth elements in the sky, which rapidly coalesced into a massive, 100-meter-long, earthy yellow ancient sword. The colossal sword emitted a deafening hum as it descended toward Yi Han, who appeared as tiny as an ant below. Yi Han glanced up at the sky, blue light flickering in his hands as a sly smile curved his lips. A sword? A hammer? Or a staff? Let's go with the Monkey King today. In an instant, a massive, 100-meter-long ice staff materialized in his hands, and he swung it upward to meet the descending earthy yellow sword Hedon. The Divine Sword Descends is an earth elemental, lower-tier earth-class combat skill with astonishing power. In the sky, a massive, earth-yellow sword, 100 meters in length, materializes, weighing an incredible 1,000 tons. The most terrifying aspect of this sword is its impact. When it plummets from the sky, its tip alone striking the target generates an explosive force capable of destroying any defense. Even with Yi Han clad in the highly durable Mystic Ice Divine armor, resisting such an attack completely was nearly impossible. The Mystic Ice Divine armor's physical defense capabilities, while formidable, were only average among lower-tier Earth-class defensive techniques. A single crack caused by the sword's pressure would lead to the armor shattering instantly, leaving Yi Han crushed into pulp. However, despite its immense power, the Divine Sword Descends has a fatal weakness: its accuracy is extremely low. It is typically effective only in ambushes when the enemy is caught off guard, or against opponents who have lost their mobility. Faced with this combat skill that directly countered his Mystic Ice Divine armor, Yi Han did not choose to evade. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he instantly conjured a massive Mystic Ice Staff, also 100 meters long, and swung it without hesitation toward the descending earth-yellow ancient sword. Boom! The two colossal weapons collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that exploded outward from the impact point. The earth-yellow ancient sword instantly shattered into countless fragments of stone, falling to the ground, while Yi Han's Mystic Ice Staff remained completely intact. This scene left the audience gasping in disbelief. Had an Earth-class combat skill just been effortlessly neutralized? It was well known that using the Divine Sword Descends required an immense amount of mental energy. Zhu Kong could only utilize it 2 or 3 times in a match before succumbing to mental exhaustion. Yet Yi Han had countered it with sheer physical strength, without even disrupting his breathing, clearly indicating he could fight for many more rounds. After shattering the massive sword, Yi Han immediately turned his attention to attacking the Shadow Banyan Beast. This plant-like demon beast moved slowly, resembling a land-dwelling octopus, making it an easy target for Yi Han. Boom! The first strike smashed through a defensive earthen wall, dozens of meters thick, at its base. Boom! The second strike hit the trunk, breaking off large sections of its branches, as black and yellow sap sprayed meters into the air. As Yi Han prepared for a third strike, a desperate cry erupted from the banyan's core. Zhu Kong shouted in despair, "Yi Han, I surrender, I surrender." He had lost all hope of victory, unable even to force Yi Han to retreat a single step. The referee quickly signaled for Yi Han to stop, and the Mystic Ice Staff dissolved into water elements, vanishing into the air. This match is over. The winner is Yi Han, a freshman from Dao Academy, the referee announced. The audience fell into stunned silence, with only a few murmurs of doubt breaking through. Everyone was overwhelmed by the strength Yi Han had displayed. While they had expected Yi Han might win after all, he possessed the 6th-grade bloodline of the Flame Angel. Compared to Zhu Kang's 5th-grade Shadow Banyan Demano, one had imagined that after disappearing for 2 months and showing no notable combat skills, Yi Han would return to utterly crush the once arrogant Zhu Kong in such dominant fashion. It was only after 2 or 3 minutes that the audience began to discuss the match in hushed tones. Yi Han, is he really just a freshman? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the audience. The students watching were dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the battle unfolding in the ring, whispering incessantly among themselves. Not only did he completely overpower one of our top sophomores, but he also did it using just a single Earth-tier defensive combat technique. Even more shocking was the fact that Yi Han had never relied on his contracted beasts throughout the entire match. With only the Xianbing Divine Armor, he utterly crushed Zhu Kong, who was on a 5-match winning streak. His mastery of the technique shattered everyone's expectation. Xianbing Divine Armor wasn't just a defensive tool. It could also be transformed into a weapon of immense power. Did you see how he was swinging that ice weapon? It must weigh at least 200 tons, and yet he wields it single-handedly, as if it's nothing. a senior student, known for his extensive knowledge, explained, "You're all overlooking the most crucial feature of the Xianbing divine armor. Not only does it provide defense, but when it envelopes the combatant, it offers a tremendous amplification effect, significantly boosting the user's strength and speed. When the armor is mastered to a near-perfect level, its augmentations become truly extraordinary." What was even more unnerving was that Yi Han's two contracted beasts had been standing on the sidelines the entire time, merely observing the match without lifting a claw. This suggested that the strength Yi Han displayed might not even be close to his full potential. "The rankings for Kyoto University's freshman elites are about to change," someone declared. "Yi Han is at least breaking into the top 10. In the upcoming National Academy Championship, he's bound to be every competitor's worst nightmare." In the VIP section, Zhou Zhenghao smirked triumphantly at the lead instructor from Wuji Academy. "Your Zhu Kong really couldn't take it, huh? His willpower is way too weak." Yi Han could have easily landed 3 more hits before even coming close to threatening the core of the Demon Shadow Banyan Beast. Yet Zhu Kong conceded. His mentality completely collapsed. Zhou Zhenghao pressed further. "So, for the next match, are you planning to send Li Wanwan to throw the game? Or will you let Gong Sun Miao step in to test Yi Han's true abilities?" But the situation was clear regardless of the slim chance Gong Sun Miao had to win, or even the likelihood of a crushing defeat. He had no choice but to step into the ring. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly read, "Shocking. The Dao Academy's freshman Yi Han crushes Wuji Academy's morale with just a few strikes. Ranked 21st Gong Sun Miao refuses to face him." Moreover, with over half a year remaining before the National Academy Championship, understanding Yi Han's true strength was critical for every competing academy. For Wuji Academy, Gong Sun Miao had to face him. There was no escaping this inevitable confrontation. In the waiting room, Gong Sun Miao sat in the corner with a dark expression. As a globally recognized prodigy, he had originally come to crush the talents of the Dao Academy and elevate his own reputation. However, Yi Han's unexpected emergence had completely disrupted his plans. He had witnessed the entire match between Yi Han and Zhu Kong. Yi Han's strength was not only unfathomable, but also deeply unsettling due to his unconventional combat style. Ignoring the use of his contract space, Yi Han relied solely on the physical abilities of his beast tamer body to overpower Zhu Kong, a silver-tier prodigy. This completely overturned the traditional perception that beast tamers should command from the rear. Yi Han's arrogance clearly shows he doesn't regard Zhu Kong as a threat. Gong Sun Miao muttered, clenching his fists. "I fear even 10 Zhu Kangs combined wouldn't stand a chance against him." As Gong Sun Miao was lost in thought, the leading mentor of Wuji Academy entered the room. "How confident are you in defeating Yi Han?" the mentor asked bluntly. "To be honest, mentor, I have only a 10% chance if that," Gong Sun Miao replied, bowing slightly in humility. The mentor nodded. "Good. Recognizing the gap in strength is the first step to becoming stronger. But if you fear a powerful opponent, that 10% chance becomes 0. Gong Sun Miao forced a bitter smile. He understood the logic, but the overwhelming dominance Yi Han displayed had already planted seeds of fear in his heart. To wield Earth-grade combat techniques with such mastery while still at the silver tier, Gong Sun Miao doubted he could achieve such a feat even at the gold tier. "Do you want to become stronger, or are you content with where you are?" the mentor asked, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Of course, I want to grow stronger," Gong Sun Miao answered resolutely. The mentor dismissed his response as a lie, pointing out that many people claim to desire wealth and greatness but are unwilling to make the sacrifices necessary to achieve them. He suggested that Gong Sun Miao admired the strong but lacked the genuine will to break through his limits and reach the pinnacle. These words left Gong Sun Miao speechless. The mentor continued, "With your current potential and resources, you might only reach the platinum tier in this lifetime. To go beyond that, you must give more and learn from powerful opponents." A spark of determination ignited in Gong Sun Miao's eyes. He bowed deeply. "Mentor, I understand now. Many times, even when defeat is certain, you must press forward. Without the courage to fight, how can you ever hope to win? If you want to grow stronger, challenge Yi Han and conquer this mountain before you." "He'll do it now," Gong Sun Miao declared, walking out of the waiting room with resolve. The mentor watched his departing figure and shook his head slightly. Encouraging the young man was necessary. Otherwise, he would face a devastating loss that could tarnish Wuji Academy's reputation. Moreover, forcing Yi Han to reveal his trump cards would be valuable for the upcoming National Academy Championship. When Gong Sun Miao stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted with contrasting reactions. Wuji Academy students cheered him on, applauding his courage to face a formidable opponent, while the Dao Academy students jeered, mocking him and demanding Yi Han end the fight with a single move. After the referee announced the start of the match, the two opponents shook hands. "Yi Han, you're strong, but I want to defeat you because I want to become stronger," Gong Sun Miao said earnestly. Yi Han replied with a cold, indifferent "Oh good." Yi Han's detached attitude struck Gong Sun Miao like a blow. and cold sweat drenched his back. The way Ihan dismissed him as an opponent felt like he was merely humoring a pesky ant. "It'll make you pay for underestimating me," Gong Sun Miao thought, clenching his fists tightly, experiencing a humiliation he had never felt before. Roar! Amidst the deafening sound of a thunderous roar, an enormous azure three-headed serpent, over 100 meters long and several meters thick, burst out of Gong Sun Miao's contract space and soared into the air. With a graceful leap, Gong Sun Miao landed steadily atop the central head, which was as large as a house. The moment the frost serpent appeared, an overwhelming chill spread out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the ground with thick, white frost. This sixth-grade bloodline beast, possessing both water and lightning attributes, had not only awakened the frost breath combat skill but also mastered the dark attribute by consuming elemental crystal cores. It was a near-perfect fusion of three elements. Its value and potential were in no way inferior to Yihan's flaming angel. If its bloodline advanced further, it could evolve into the frost Jawa creature that once claimed the life of Wang Ruiyan's mother. Sensing its master's fury, the frost serpent's six massive, millstone-sized azure eyes gleamed with icy coldness, letting out an earth-shaking roar directed at Yihan. As a sixth-grade bloodline beast with advanced intelligence, it shared a deep bond with its master, just like how Xiao Bai and Flaming Angel had been enraged by Lin Yu's insult to Yihan at the treasure pavilion. Gong Sun Miao gently stroked the serpent's head and murmured, "Brother, this is the strongest opponent we've faced in our lives. Whether we lose or win, we'll face it together. We must show the world that the so-called youngest special dragon combat hero is nothing extraordinary." Tears shimmered in the frost serpent's eyes, fully understanding that today's battle, regardless of the outcome, would elevate its master's spirit to new heights. A terrifying aura of a level 34 tri-element awakened beast swept across the arena. Xiao Bai scratched her head and mentally grumbled, "Master, why does awakening seem so easy now? Every opponent we meet is stronger than the last." Yihan shot Xiao Bai a sidelong glance, causing her to shrink back instantly. She whimpered, "Xiao Bai is so useless, always disappointing master." Yihan gently patted Xiao Bai's head and reassured her, "No need to rush. Haste makes waste. Awakening isn't the most important thing." Flaming Angel chimed in, "Exactly. Look at me. I awakened, but I'm still not as strong as Big Sister. In my heart, Sister Xiao Bai will always be the strongest." At that moment, the referee's voice rang out loudly. "The match begins." Gong Sun Miao and the Frost Serpent immediately activated their frost armor, encasing themselves in thick, icy layers. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the serpent lunged at Yihan. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, and black, toxic smoke rose from the ground, drastically reducing visibility. Hissing sounds filled the air as countless black snakes, formed from dark energy, slithered out of the smoke. Their sharp fangs and glowing red eyes were menacing, and their numbers surged rapidly from 1,000 to 20,000, swarming toward Yihan like a relentless tide. The overwhelming sound of their writhing bodies disrupted all senses. This was the Dark Elemental Earth Tier combat skill, Summon. Bone-eroding Serpent Swarm. The venomous mist and the snakes it concealed were not only capable of corroding armor but could also infiltrate gaps to gnaw at flesh, making it a deadly skill designed to counter physical defenses. The dense smoke obscured not only Yihan's vision but also the spectators, leaving everyone unable to see the battle clearly. Faced with Gong Sun Miao's relentless and imposing offensive, the entire audience couldn't help but hold their breath. Could he truly have a chance at defeating Yihan? The VIP spectators, in particular, watched in tense silence, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. The mentor of Wuji Academy let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The reactions of those present varied. The mentor believed Yihan underestimated Gong Sun Miao, thinking the same tactics would work again, unaware that the power of 20,000 bone-eroding serpents was enough to tear through the mystic ice divine armor. Zhou Zhenghao frowned, puzzled by Yihan's strategy, but also saw it as an opportunity for Yihan to learn from his overconfidence. Qin Feifei, on the other hand, looked worried, silently questioning why Yihan insisted on playing tricks during the battle instead of going for a straightforward victory. Within the black mist, Yihan was clad in heavy mystic ice armor, gripping a newly forged 100-meter-long mystic ice staff. Xiao Bai and Lai Yin, as planned, had not followed him deeper into the fray. On the surface, it appeared he intended to repeat his previous strategy, but in truth, Yihan had never underestimated any opponent. He was fully aware that Wuji Academy's true purpose was to probe his actual strength and force him to reveal more of his hidden cards. Thus, he decided to preserve his strength while making subtle adjustments to his original tactics. Suddenly, a dazzling white holy light burst forth from Yihan's body. The light type, buff heavenly descent activated, causing his soul power to surge dramatically. At the same time, in the distance, Xiao Bai was also enhanced with the frost blessing and the perfected heart of frost buffs. Under the influence of these multiple buffs, the mystic ice staff in Yihan's hands underwent a startling transformation. Its length surged from 100 meters to 500 meters, and its weight increased from several hundred tons to an astonishing 2,000 tons. As he gazed at the colossal weapon in his hands, capable of altering the very battlefield, a trace of madness flickered in Yihan's eyes. Without hesitation, he swung the massive staff in a sweeping motion, unleashing its devastating power in all directions. Although the summoned bone-eroding snake swarm obscured Yihan and the audience's perception, it remained crystal clear to the spellcaster, Gong Sun Miao. He could see Yihan's flame angel soaring into the sky with the snow fox, while Yihan on the ground swiftly donned the mystic ice divine armor and conjured a massive mystic ice staff. Huh. A sneer flashed across Gong Sun Miao's eyes. You're resorting to the same old trick that defeated Zhukong? That mystic ice staff may be powerful, but its 100-meter range is far too cumbersome. Yihan, your arrogance will cost you dearly. He immediately commanded the Froststorm Pythons, maintain a 250-meter distance, and attack with Thunder Hell. As long as we tear a crack in his mystic ice divine armor, the bone-eroding snakes will devour him completely. The three-headed Froststorm Pythons closed in rapidly, while tens of thousands of bone-eroding snakes encircled within a 100-meter range. Gong Sun Miao was confident in his victory. Yihan, if this were the wilderness, today would mark your demise. Enough chatter. Yihan retorted coldly. In an instant, holy light radiated from his body, purifying the surrounding 100 meters of dark mist and the bone-eroding snake swarm into nothing but ash. To everyone's shock, the mystic ice staff in his hands suddenly extended to a staggering 500 meters in length. Yihan gripped the colossal staff with both hands, a manic gleam in his eyes, and swung it with immense force. Retreat. Gong Sun Miao's expression changed drastically, but it was too late. The mystic ice staff swept through the area like an unstoppable force, obliterating the bone-eroding snakes in its path. With a deafening boom, the 100-meter-long Froststorm Python was struck and sent flying, along with Gong Sun Miao, who was hurled 1,000 meters away and slammed into the energy barrier of the arena. The barrier trembled violently, barely withstanding the impact. The Froststorm Python was left bloodied and mangled, while Gong Sun Miao fell unconscious, both sliding down the barrier like lifeless lumps. The audience erupted in gasps of shock. Many hadn't even seen what transpired within the black mist before the Froststorm Python was launched like a cannonball. Those near the barrier were pale-faced, relieved to have the protective shield in place. The referee immediately declared, Gong Sun Miao of Wuji Academy has lost consciousness. His contracted beast is critically injured and unable to fight. Yihan of Dadao Academy is the winner. He then urged the medical team, hurry and save them. Any delay could be fatal. The medical team quickly snapped out of their daze and rushed to provide emergency treatment. The Froststorm Python's bones were completely shattered, with much of its flesh turned to pulp, though its resilient 6th-grade bloodline ensured it clung to life. Gong Sun Miao, on the other hand, suffered fractured bones all over, displaced internal organs, and a concussion. This was the result of Yihan showing mercy. Yihan was not showing mercy to his opponent, but was well aware of the competition rules. He knew very clearly that on this field, under the supervision of platinum-level referees, if he were to deliver a lethal strike, the full power of his attack would undoubtedly be intercepted by the referee. While this would still result in Gong Sun Miao losing the match, neither he nor his Frost Python would suffer any real harm. What Yihan wanted was for Gong Sun Miao to pay a bloody price, sending a clear message to all the spectators: Yihan is not someone to be trifled with, and anyone daring to provoke him must be prepared to face severe consequences. In the VIP section, a group of platinum-level elites rose to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment. They quickly realized that not only had Yihan cultivated his contracted beast to such an incredible level, but his own physical strength was even more formidable. Through careful observation, they discovered an unbelievable fact. Yihan's physical level had actually reached level 33, surpassing the level 32 of his snow fox by a full level. This is insanity, someone exclaimed. Doesn't he fear losing control to a wild outburst? I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen someone as reckless as this. Another senior expert shook his head in disbelief. Even diamond-level or master-level powerhouses wouldn't dare to take such risks. The crowd quickly came to a consensus. The only possible explanation for Yihan's audacious physical enhancement was that his soul strength must be overwhelmingly powerful, strong enough to completely suppress and control the wild outbursts that come with physical evolution. All eyes turned to Zhou Zhenghao, expecting him to provide an explanation. However, Zhou Zhenghao wore a similarly bewildered expression, clearly unaware of Yihan's exact soul power levels. Finally, the group's attention shifted to Qin Feifei, whose excitement was evident as her heartbeat quickened. With her chin raised high, Qin Feifei spoke with an air of pride. Calm down, everyone. There's no need to be so shocked. After all, Yihan is my pupil. His extraordinary soul power and physical strength it's only natural. In this battle, Yihan's displayed strength was truly earth-shattering. The platinum-ranked experts present were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that such a monstrous beast tamer could exist. Qin Feifei watched the scene unfold with immense satisfaction. The 10 billion investment had not gone to waste, though Yihan was indeed greedy when she thought about it. Reaching such a level of power surely required an enormous amount of resources. The strength that left the platinum-ranked experts utterly shocked was certainly not something that came out of thin air. To these experts, Yihan appeared to be an extreme body-refining maniac. They speculated that this young man might be attempting to tread the nearly extinct path of physical cultivation, using his beasts merely as support while engaging in close combat himself. Such a wild training method was typically only attempted by beast tamers from the divine ape nation. What was even more astonishing was that throughout the entire battle, aside from a few enhancement techniques and the mystic ice armor, Yihan had used no other skills, clearly holding back a significant portion of his strength. This left everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming Academy Championship. The audience below the arena was still immersed in shock. Within just a few breaths, Yihan had utterly defeated Gongsun Miao, who ranked 21st among Kyoto University's freshmen, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Such power was simply unheard of. While Gongsun Miao might not compare to the top 10 prodigies, he was still a well-known figure. Even the sophomores and juniors were breaking out in cold sweats. What had transpired within the black mist happened so quickly that not only the average spectators, but even the students skilled in perception, hadn't caught the details of the fight. By the time they tried to use perception techniques, Gongsun Miao and his frost python had already been sent flying out like defeated dogs. This freshman, who had only been enrolled for a little over 2 months, seemed to surpass even many of the third-year elites. The freshmen, seeing the looks of fear on the upperclassmen's faces, grew even more curious about what techniques Yihan had used. Aside from the platinum-ranked experts watching the fight, only Gongsun Miao himself truly understood the terror that had unfolded within that black mist. Although Wuji Academy still had 4 participants left, the fact that their strongest, Gongsun Miao, had been defeated so miserably made continuing the competition nothing short of self-humiliation. They had no choice but to leave, carrying the severely injured Gongsun Miao back to recover. What was originally an exchange event they were confident in winning had turned into a total loss. What infuriated the Wuji Academy mentors the most was that Yihan's 2 beasts had only provided buffs throughout the fight. His true strength remained a mystery, one that even the platinum-ranked experts could not accurately assess. A few hours later, Qin Feifei excitedly arrived at Yihan's dormitory. "Yihan, you did amazing today. You made me look so good in front of the dean and the others. Come on, tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Your big sister is feeling generous," she said, puffing out her chest with pride. Hearing the word generous, Yihan's eyes lit up. 10 billion will do. I'm not greedy. I risked my life to make my mentor proud after all. Talking about money ruins the mood, Qin Feifei said, her face darkening as she stretched out her long legs clad in black stockings, exuding charm. Your big sister has other qualities besides being rich, you know? Yihan ignored her completely, looking disappointed. Mentor, please behave. Let's talk about something that does ruin the mood. Did the dean mention any extra rewards for me? I really made the academy proud today. Qin Feifei was utterly defeated. Her so-called unparalleled charm was utterly worthless in Yihan's eyes. Qin Feifei gently ran her fingers through her long hair, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. She had intended to tease Yihan a little after all. With her strength as a super-powerful practitioner, she wouldn't truly let anyone take advantage of her. But seeing Yihan's continued indifference, she let out a cold snort. Oomph! A blockhead with no sense of romance. Adjusting her expression, her tone suddenly softened. The dean was very impressed by your performance today and decided to reward you with an additional 1,000 academic points and a 2 billion scholarship. The scholarship will be deposited soon. 2 billion is barely acceptable, but only 1,000 points? The dean is such a miser, Yihan muttered, curling his lips. Qin Feifei raised a delicate brow. Ordinary students can only earn 50 points for completing a level mission, and most can't even save up 1,000 points in a year. These 1,000 points are equivalent to the reward for completing an A-level mission. That's enough to exchange for a mid-tier Earth-grade combat technique from the Academy's treasure vault. And you're still not satisfied? She smiled sweetly, her slender fingers twirling gracefully. What you just went through was only a small test. The real reward is here. As she spoke, she removed a small, elegant, pale silver ring from her finger. Despite its unassuming appearance, the ring left Yihan utterly stunned. As someone accustomed to closely observing the attire of powerful individuals, he clearly remembered that Qin Feifei had not been wearing this ring before. This habit of observation was not just second nature, but also a strategy to analyze an opponent's personality and combat style in potential confrontations. Little brother, notice something unusual, haven't you? Qin Feifei said with a sly smile. Go ahead, guess what this ring does. If you guess right, it's yours. If you guess wrong, I'll lend it to you for 3 years. Here's a hint. This ring is worth billions at an auction. And remember, you only have 3 chances. You only have 3 chances, so make sure to treasure them. Qin Feifei teased, waving a small ring in front of Yihan's face. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. If you can't guess it right, don't blame me for not loving you anymore. Though Yihan's recent performance had impressed her, as a 27-year-old woman, Qin Feifei couldn't resist the urge to see this student, who often had the upper hand, finally flustered. Yihan's attention was immediately captured by the ring, worth a staggering 100 billion. The value equaled the energy crystal mines in his storage space, but his instincts told him this was no ordinary storage ring had no shortage of storage space. While Qin Feifei's combat strength was average for a platinum-level powerhouse, her intelligence was exceptional. She undoubtedly understood what Yihan desired most. Could it be a demon artifact? Yihan pondered silently. If it was, its uses would be incredibly versatile. A demon artifact worth 100 billion would certainly boast extraordinary grade and functionality. More intriguingly, the ring had completely evaded his notice before, suggesting it likely possessed concealment or disguise abilities. Considering Qin Feifei's expertise in escape techniques, there was an 80% chance this ring was related to evasion. A sly smile crept onto Yihan's face. Would my mentor dare let me take a closer look at this ring? Qin Feifei's instinct screamed a warning, but she maintained her prideful demeanor. Fine, take a look if you want. I wouldn't want you crying later, claiming I bullied you. The moment she handed the ring over, Yihan acted with lightning speed, immediately storing the ring in his spatial inventory. Qin Feifei froze, stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Mentor, you must keep your word, Yihan said with a cheerful grin. After a thorough 0.1-second analysis, I can confirm this ring is the Silver Moon Phantom Beast Spirit, a level 45 flying demon artifact. Its special ability is cloaking itself during flight, making it almost undetectable without focused perception from a strong practitioner. Qin Feifei's jaw dropped in disbelief. Yihan's explanation was astonishingly accurate, down to the detail that the Silver Moon Phantom Beast hailed from the outer starry skies of the moon. Mentor, you don't look so well. Surely you're not planning to go back on your word? Yihan teased further, his grin widening. A mere 100 billion is nothing to you, right? Just a drop in the ocean for someone like you. Suppressing her heartbreak, Qin Feifei forced a bold smile. Who says I can't afford to lose? Humph. Consider yourself lucky, kid. I've already erased the soul imprint on the ring. Go ahead and claim it as yours. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, mentor. Yihan called after her. You're leaving after giving me such a generous gift? Stay for a meal. I'll personally cook and serve you several bowls of fragrant premium spirit rice. No need, Qin Feifei replied without looking back. Save it for yourself. And don't forget to prepare some water. Won't want you choking on dry rice. With that, she exited Yihan's dormitory. What a disaster! Yihan groaned, holding his forehead in frustration, regretting his own curiosity. A single student had caused him to lose a year's salary and performance bonus, an expense totaling billions, leaving him feeling as if his liver ached. If I had known, I wouldn't have wanted to see him embarrassed. He stared regretfully at his nearly drained wallet, vowing to stay far away from this money-draining black hole. However, the moment he obtained Qin Feifei's flying artifact, the Silver Moon Phantom Spirit, Yihan's mood soared from rock bottom to cloud 9, almost making him burst into joyous laughter. The significance of this artifact, worth billions, far exceeded his expectations. Not only could it open the door to the outer starry realms for him, but its speed also surpassed that of the fiery flame, making it the perfect tool for escaping danger. Before he could fully master the dual shadow evasion technique, the artifact's ability to conceal its aura perfectly compensated for his lack of skill. More importantly, it allowed Yihan to synchronize his training with Xiaobai and the fiery flame during flight, something impossible under normal flying conditions. The artifact's interior could also host a spirit gathering array, significantly enhancing his cultivation efficiency and saving him a great deal of time. As he glanced at Qin Feifei, Yihan couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. This wealthy young lady not only had immense family wealth, but also carried priceless treasures with her. While he wasn't skilled at appraising items, his system had such a capability. By simply placing an item in the system's storage space, he could receive detailed information about it. This seemingly useless function had proven invaluable at this moment. Carefully, Yihan retrieved the Silver Moon Phantom Spirit from the storage space. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and began the artifact's recognition ceremony. A drop of blood fell, marking the official start of the process. Chirp, chirp. 2 sharp cries echoed from the ring. A silver, translucent halo shot out, tearing through the air and leaving a long, illusory trail as it rapidly expanded. At the center of the halo, a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie black light slowly opened. Chirp, chirp, submit to me, and you'll live a life of luxury and indulgence, Yihan said calmly. Soon, a subtle soul connection formed between him and the halo, marking the successful completion of the recognition ritual. Yihan thought to himself. Qin Feifei had left a powerful imprint of will when erasing her soul mark, which allowed this level 45 demon artifact to recognize its master so easily. Otherwise, with his current soul power, forcibly binding a demon artifact of this level would have taken 3 to 5 days at least. Her thoughtfulness was truly touching. A level 45 demon artifact, mid-air commander grade, was something even most gold-level experts would struggle to possess, let alone a rare flying demon artifact. However, after successfully binding it, Yihan immediately sensed a significant portion of his soul capacity being occupied, as if 250 gigabytes of memory had suddenly been filled with 200 gigabytes, leaving no room for any demon artifact above level 31. This realization only reinforced the importance of enhancing his soul power. The higher his soul power, the more high-level demon artifacts he could use simultaneously. Though he had a few lower-tier demon artifacts before, they were outdated and held little practical value in battle. Moreover, using demon artifacts consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy, which was why most beastmasters, including himself, rarely relied on them. Once the binding was complete, the halo quickly dissipated. Yihan casually tossed the silver ring into the air. It expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive silver ring with a diameter of several dozen meters, hovering weightlessly in the air. This was the Silver Moon Phantom Beast in its largest form. As a rare elemental creature, the Silver Moon Phantom Beast was naturally capable of floating. However, to unleash its full potential, it required a substantial energy supply, whether from the Beast Master's mental energy or energy crystals. With a single thought, Yihan caused a giant maw, several meters wide, to appear on the silver ring. It began to devour the energy crystals stored in his spatial storage. 100 cubic meters, 200 cubic meters, 300 cubic meters. When the maw finally disappeared, Yihan's expression darkened. Each cubic meter of energy crystals was worth 300,000 alliance coins, and this single charge had cost him nearly $1 billion. This world truly revolved around money. Even maintaining a ring was this extravagant. Not to mention the unknown number of charges it would take to travel to the outer star fields. Xiaobai Flame, let's test this thing out. Xiaobai happily climbed onto Yihan's shoulder, while Flame transformed into a stunning little girl, about 1.4 meters tall. With a click, the cabin door opened. From now on, I'll call you Silver Moon Phantom, Yihan said as he stepped through the door. If the chance arises, they'll let you devour other demon artifacts to help you evolve further. Although it was extremely difficult for demon artifacts to level up by consuming their own kind, it wasn't entirely impossible. This was the first vehicle Yihan had obtained in this world capable of traveling to the outer starfields, worth billions. The interior space was ring-shaped, with a height and width of just over 2 meters. While it could only accommodate a few dozen people far less than the towering, 4-story flying demon artifacts that could hold thousands, it was more than sufficient for most needs. With a thought from Yihan, the walls of the Silver Moon Phantom began to change. The thick bulkheads gradually turned transparent, eventually becoming as clear as crystal, allowing him to observe the surroundings in all directions with remarkable clarity. This high-tech transformation left Yihan inwardly impressed. This ride, worth billions, truly lived up to its reputation and could easily rival the top-tier spaceships seen in sci-fi movies. The Silver Moon Phantom trembled slightly as it slowly ascended. Suddenly, it accelerated sharply, turning into a tiny, within moments and disappearing from Yihan's dormitory in the blink of an eye. This aircraft's speed far surpassed the usual threefold speed of Lai Yin, breaking the sound barrier 4 to 5 times over and effortlessly covering kilometers in mere seconds. Even more astonishing was its ability to fly noiselessly while camouflaging itself by adjusting its colors and light to blend seamlessly with the environment. It could even perfectly conceal the presence of people inside the cabin, a feature that was clearly superior to the capabilities of the Baota. Before long, Yihan had risen above the clouds, reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The atmosphere of the Azure Star spanned over 1,000 kilometers, and at the current speed, it would take just over 20 minutes to reach the legendary outer space. Although the outer space was fraught with dangers, those threats were typically located in far-off star regions. For now, they remained within the airspace of Shenlong Nation, guarded by powerful superhumans, making this area relatively safer. That said, even if Yihan wanted to take risks, he lacked the capability. Operating the Silver Moon Phantom required a continuous expenditure of mental energy, and the stronger one's soul power, the faster the flight speed, but this also consumed more energy crystals. With Yihan's current soul power of 270 points, compared to platinum-level experts with soul power exceeding 2,000 points, his speed was indeed akin to a snail's pace. 20 minutes later, the beautiful Azure Star lay beneath him, while the vast, boundless outer space unfolded before his eyes. As Yihan had anticipated, the area was utterly empty, with not even a trace of a beast in sight. Wow, Master! Sister Lai Yin, look! Is that big pancake-like planet the moon? Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. Lai Yin was equally stunned, rendered speechless by the breathtaking view. Countless stars adorned the dark expanse of space, each representing a stellar system. Gazing into the immense cosmos, she murmured softly, I wonder which one of these might be my home. The portal to Lian's homeland closed on the 5th day after Yihan left the secret realm. Once a place reachable in an instant through the portal, it was now separated from Azure Star by billions of light years. Even traveling at the speed of light would take tens of thousands of years to a Rivia distance utterly unattainable for humanity's fleeting lifespans. Staring into the distant starlit sky, tears shimmered in Lian's eyes. That place was not only the land of her birth, but also where her parents rested eternally. From the moment the portal closed, she feared she might never return to pay her respects to them. Yihan gently stroked Lian's hair and pulled her into his embrace, comforting her. This universe is vast and boundless. Level 100 is far from the end. One day, we'll be strong enough to return to your homeland. But before that, we must avenge your parents. Clenching her fists tightly, Lai Yin nodded with determination, while Xiao Bai raised her little paw, her eyes gleaming with cold resolve. For Lai Yin, returning home was secondary, but avenging her parents was a mission she could not abandon. That memory was forever etched in her mind, her parents shielding her with their bodies until their physical forms were completely disintegrated by the dark elemental force. 2 years at most. Once we reach platinum level, we'll storm the arid wolf sect of the Sirius Nation, Yihan declared firmly. Master Xiaobai, thank you both. Lai Yin said with heartfelt gratitude. Let's go. Space isn't safe for those at our current level. If we encounter a strong enemy, escape will be nearly impossible, Yihan said as he piloted the Silver Moon Phantom back to Azure Star at full speed. Before long, they had returned to their dormitory. Calculating the energy consumption for the 3,000-kilometer round trip, Yihan noted they had 70 energy remaining, meaning a full charge could cover around 10,000 kilometers, with a cost of roughly 10,000 alliance credits per kilometer. However, the distance from Azure Star to the moon was 3 million kilometers far beyond their current range. Yihan couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the realization, as this distance was far greater than the 380,000 kilometers between Earth and the moon. The following day, Yihan arrived at the mission hall of the Grand Dao Academy. Having been enrolled for nearly 2 months, he was now required to take on a mission to avoid penalties. This was no ordinary school rule, but a national mandate for university students. This era was vastly different from the leisurely college life on Earth. As beneficiaries of elite privileges and respect, students were also expected to shoulder corresponding responsibilities. Regularly completing missions served as both practical training and a way to earn credits for resources. Despite the annual loss of many prodigies in these missions, the system remained unshaken. Yihan's presence immediately caused a stir. News of him severely injuring Gongsun Miao in mere moments had already spread across the universities in the capital. Many looked at him with admiration, especially the spontaneously formed Yi Fan Club, which had gathered over 50,000 members in just one day, 90 of whom were female. Faced with a frenzy of fans asking for autographs, photos, and even bold confessions from girls claiming they'd bear his children, Yihan simply disappeared in a flash, quietly slipping away from the crowd. Yihan was a special admission student who enjoyed certain privileges when taking on tasks. He didn't need to queue up in the main hall, but could directly access the special mission allocation channel for the Academy's top talents. As one of the elite students, their mission system was entirely different from that of regular students. If any of these top talents attempted to take on low-difficulty tasks from the regular windows, they would not only be ridiculed but also denied by the Academy. This special treatment, however, came with conditions. Resources provided by the Academy each year had to be earned back through completing higher difficulty missions. Inside the channel, a few female students were whispering among themselves. Yihan is so cold and distant, he wouldn't even give me an autograph. My heart is shattered. You're too sensitive. Aren't all top talents like this? Especially someone like Yihan, a commoner prodigy without the backing of a powerful faction. Every second matters for his cultivation. Exactly. We support him without expecting anything in return, though it would be amazing to get an autograph. As long as he doesn't fall short, starting at platinum level is a given. He might even reach diamond or master level. That would be the ultimate pride for us Yi fans. The mission system at the Dideo Academy was divided into 7 levels. Level, 50 credits, suitable for first-year students, bronze level tasks. Level, 200 credits, requiring a bronze level team. Level, 500 credits, achievable solo by silver level students. A level, 1,000 credits, requiring a silver level team. Level, 2,000 credits, achievable solo by gold level students. S level, 4,000 credits, requiring a gold level team or a platinum mentor-led group. SS level, over 10,000 credits, tasks only platinum level mentors would dare to take on. These credits were extremely valuable. 1,000 credits could be exchanged for a mid-tier Earth-grade combat technique. Yihan, however, had a triple credit privilege, meaning one A-level task could grant him 3 mid-tier Earth-grade techniques. This was also why Qin Feifei often complained that he only cared about earning rewards and avoided taking on tasks. In truth, Yihan wasn't unwilling. Rather, after arriving in the capital where strong individuals were abundant, he increasingly felt his own inadequacy and worried about the dangers posed by formidable enemies. A staff member handed him a tablet, displaying the interface of the National Academy Mission Distribution Platform. Managed by the government, this platform included tasks from the military, security departments, private entities, and even international requests. As a silver-level Beastmaster, the lowest difficulty he could access was level. After 20 minutes, he locked onto an A-level mission. Mission: destroy the Black Beastmaster's energy crystal mining site. Reward: 1,000 credits. Description: the Poison Wasp sect launched a raid on Pingfeng City in Beizhou Province, abducting 30,000 civilians. The Beizhou military is engaged in a full-scale battle with the enemy in the Pingfeng Mountains. Destroying their energy crystal mining site will reduce enemy supplies and lower our forces' casualties. Status: 12 silver-level Beastmasters have accepted. 8 slots remaining. Yihan's heart raced. Energy crystals? That was pure, glittering alliance currency. Better to claim it for himself than let the Black Beastmasters have it. After a quick analysis, he decisively declared, "This is the one." Yihan stared intently at the Academy mission agreement before him, each word on the document exuding a sense of gravity. The officer's stern voice echoed in his ears. Once this agreement is signed, it holds the force of law. Failure to complete the mission on time will be treated as defiance of military orders and will result in a direct trial by the military court. The mission to destroy the energy crystal mining site of the Dark Summoners requires a team of 20 silver-level summoners to ensure its safe completion, the officer continued, his tone brooking no argument. This is not a task that can be casually shirked. If anyone deserts during the mission, the entire operation could fail. Right now, soldiers on the front lines are fighting with their lives on the line. Any failure in the plan could lead to massive casualties. Without the slightest hesitation, Yihan decisively signed his name on the agreement. You must report to the Pingfeng City military headquarters within 24 hours. The mission commander will explain the operation plan in detail. Good luck with your mission. After signing the agreement, Yihan sent a brief message to Wang Ruyan to explain the situation, then mounted the Silver Moon Phantom and headed straight for the teleportation point in the capital. Leveraging his status as a top-tier combat hero, he bypassed the massive crowds and used the privileged channel to teleport directly to Beizhou Province. From the provincial capital of Beizhou to Pingfeng City was a journey of over 3,000 kilometers. This remote border town, home to only 30,000 residents, was now shrouded in a blood-red dusk. As Yihan dismounted from the Silver Moon Phantom, the scene before him made him freeze in place. Pingfeng City, after a sudden attack by the Dark Summoners, was left in utter devastation. Crumbled walls and ruins of collapsed skyscrapers stretched as far as the eye could see. The city bore the scars of destruction. Soldiers and medical personnel were urgently searching through the wreckage, while the anguished cries of survivors echoed in the air, thick with the stench of blood. Yihan's fists clenched involuntarily, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. The brutality of the Dark Summoners was eerily reminiscent of the terrorist organization he had fought in his past life, equally heinous and unforgivable. Although Yihan had faced multiple assassination attempts by the Heiyu Demon Masters, this was the first time he had witnessed their brutal actions against civilians firsthand. The horrifying scene before him tore at his heart. Husbands grieving the loss of their wives and daughters, who were forcibly abducted and turned into slaves. Young children watching helplessly as their parents were slaughtered for resisting. Elderly individuals, their hair white with age, forever separated from their lifelong companions. The immense power of the Heiyu Demon Masters was staggering. Their numbers reached a staggering 3 billion, and they maintained close ties with various clans of demonic beasts, extending their influence across remote mountain regions. Even powerful nations like the Divine Ape Kingdom could not escape their devastation, and numerous small to mid-sized nations had been utterly annihilated. Among the 4 superpowers, the Divine Dragon Kingdom placed the highest priority on the safety of its citizens. Whenever the Heiyu Demon Masters launched an incursion, the kingdom retaliated with decisive force. This caused the Heiyu Demon Masters to exercise caution when targeting the Divine Dragon Kingdom, but the looming threat remained ever-present. Amid the deafening roar of engines, armored vehicles and missile launchers were slowly advancing toward the front lines. By now, the main forces of the Heiyu Demon Masters had retreated into the Pingfeng mountain range. However, military personnel and squads of Demon Masters continued patrolling the city, guarding against any stragglers who might attack the search and rescue teams. Yihan did not head directly to the military headquarters. Instead, he first sought out a secluded grove. Lian, for this mission, we need to conceal our strength. A 6th grade flame angel is far too conspicuous. I need you to stay in the contract space for now, he instructed. To avoid exposing his identity and provoking the Heiyu demon masters into retaliatory madness, Yihan chose to act with discretion. Even after Lian was sent into the contract space, Yihan could still access her full capabilities. Striking with overwhelming force at a critical moment would often catch opponents off guard. Understood. Xiaobai, take good care of our master. Don't worry. If a single hair on our master is harmed, I'll let you enjoy 3 days of having the best sleeping spot all to yourself. No way. All right, master. I'm heading to the contract space now. With Lian gone, Yihan altered his appearance. He donned a white jade fox mask, pinned a silver-ranked demon master badge to his chest, and adopted the identity of the wandering demon master, the carefree white fox. 10 minutes later, Yihan arrived at the military headquarters. The building was heavily fortified. Armed soldiers and armored vehicles guarded the perimeter. Military demon masters stood on high alert in the middle, and snipers were stationed across the rooftop. Dozens of sniper rifles were trained on Yihan as he approached. However, upon spotting his silver-level badge, the soldiers immediately withdrew their weapons. After undergoing identity verification, Yihan was escorted to the VIP reception room. Inside, over a dozen demon masters and their respective beasts were already engaged in conversation. The meeting room gleamed with a silvery glow as the badges of 20 silver-ranked beast tamers shimmered under the lights. Yihan scanned the room. These individuals were likely all here for the same mission, just as described in the task, briefing exactly 20 participants. They hailed from all corners of the land. Members of the Falcon Adventure Group in uniforms adorned with eagle insignias, well-equipped mercenaries, and a few fresh-faced academy students. The fact that they dared to accept a mission involving direct confrontation with dark beast tamers spoke volumes about their strength. These were seasoned silver-ranked elites forged through trials of blood and fire, not the kind of long-retired beast tamers like the headmaster of Nanjing City's senior special training class, who had scarcely seen real combat in years. Yihan entered the room alone, wearing a striking fox mask that immediately drew everyone's attention. The adventurers and mercenaries offered him friendly glances, while the students looked at him with disdain. "Hey, brother," said Deng Yi of the Falcon Adventure Group, standing up with a hearty grin. "We're from the Falcon Adventure Group in Beizhou Province. Since we'll be hunting dark beast tamers together, why don't you join us for a chat? It's a good chance to build some camaraderie." He gestured to the other 5 members of his team. "Yeah, come on over, brother." Another teammate chimed in warmly. "Have some snacks and chat with us. The mission won't start for another hour or two anyway." These seasoned adventurers understood well that any beast tamer who worked alone had to possess exceptional skills. Normally, beast tamers preferred to operate in teams, as each individual could only nurture a single beast, which inevitably had its limitations. Those who dared to go solo were often immensely powerful and highly resourceful, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. Yihan clasped his hands in a polite gesture toward Deng Yi and replied in a hoarse voice, "I come from Kyoto, a wanderer known in the martial world as Mr. White Fox. My specialty lies in slaying dark beast tamers, but am not much for idle conversation. I appreciate your goodwill, though." On his shoulder, his companion Xiaobai retracted its 5th tail, disguising itself as a common 4-tailed snow fox. Such beasts, with their grade 4 bloodlines, were among the most typical companions for silver-ranked beast tamers. Deng Yi chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ah, so it's Mr. White Fox. I've heard of you, an honor indeed." Before long, all the beast tamers had arrived, and the representative from the Pingfeng City Military Department entered the meeting room. The military commander's expression was solemn as he bowed deeply to the elite beast tamers gathered in the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, the latest intelligence indicates that the enemy forces guarding the energy crystal mining site at defangment consist of 15 silver level and over 200 bronze level dark beast tamers. This raid mission is undoubtedly challenging, but it is of critical importance and must be completed. If we succeed in breaking through, we could potentially save the lives of around 10,000 soldiers on the front lines. On behalf of those fighting at the front, I earnestly ask for your assistance." The beast tamers in the room responded with a unified and precise military salute, but their expressions grew noticeably serious. Initially, 20 elite silver-level beast tamers facing 15 enemies of the same rank seemed like favorable odds, but with the addition of 200 bronze-level dark beast tamers, the situation became significantly more precarious. These are the detailed mission intelligence files, containing all known information. Please take the next 20 minutes to study them carefully. Yihan took the file and quickly skimmed through it. The target location was deep within the Pingfeng mountain range, approximately 1,000 kilometers from Pingfeng City. This medium-sized energy mine had been exploited by Dufengmen for over 3 years, with an estimated remaining reserve of around 200,000 cubic meters. When the group saw this figure, their previously tense expressions momentarily eased. At a market price of 300,000 alliance coins per cubic meter, this represented an astonishing value of 60 billion alliance coins. No wonder the beast tamers present had all prepared large-capacity storage rings. They were clearly planning to make a significant profit. By comparison, the energy mine Yihan had encountered in the secret realm could only be considered a small-scale deposit. According to international standards, a medium-sized mine must have reserves of at least 3 million cubic meters. Everyone, we have prepared flying artifacts to transport you to a location 100 kilometers from the target. Wishing you all a triumphant return. The main peak of the Pingfeng mountain range towers at a height of 5,000 meters, stretching for thousands of miles. Within the range, ferocious beasts roam freely, making it a place rarely touched by human presence. At the heart of the mountains lies a vast expanse of primeval forest, where the roars of savage creatures echo through the trees. At 9 p.m., a massive shadowy airship silently pierced through the clouds, descending onto a small hilltop. Over 20 dark figures swiftly leapt from the airship, moving like phantoms as they infiltrated the ancient forest. This elite strike team had come to destroy the energy crystal mining site operated by the Poison Bee sect. The team was temporarily led by Deng Yi, the seasoned squad leader of the Flying Eagle Mercenary Corps, known for his years of combat experience against the Black Beast Masters. Following the prearranged plan, the veterans of the Flying Eagle Mercenary Corps took the lead, while several experienced mercenaries covered the rear. Positioned in the middle were the capable university students and the lone wolf, Yihan, providing support. They needed to avoid any potential beast sentries. Being discovered would not only cost them the element of surprise, but could also summon reinforcements from the Poison Bee sect's gold-ranked beast masters. The team advanced with bated breath, swiftly and silently eliminating any beasts that blocked their path. With the strength of silver-ranked beast masters, they covered the 100-kilometer distance in just half an hour, arriving at their target location. Peering through the dense foliage, the team observed the Poison Bee sect's fortifications, a series of sturdy fortresses surrounding the mining site. The alloy barrels of 300 energy cannons gleamed coldly under the moonlight. These cannons were powerful enough to pierce through aircraft carrier decks, posing a serious threat to the team, whose physical levels generally did not exceed level 28. Even Yihan, with a physical level of 33, did not dare to take them lightly. Destroying the fortresses and the energy cannons is our top priority, Deng Yi said in a deep voice. He then delivered an impassioned speech to boost morale, emphasizing the enticing prospect of the 60 billion energy crystals and the noble mission of fighting for the nation and its people. At Deng Yi's command, 20 massive beasts revealed their true forms, charging out of the jungle in an instant. Various mysterious level combat techniques streaked through the night like meteors, illuminating the dark sky as they struck the fortresses. However, the outer layer of the fortresses was merely a facade. Their interiors were constructed from advanced alloys. The first wave of attacks left only dozens of craters on the surface. Alarms blared as over 100 energy cannons began charging, aiming directly at the contracted beasts of the strike team. Though defensive techniques were quickly deployed, everyone realized they might have walked into a trap. At that moment, a burst of sinister laughter echoed from the forest behind them. Fools! Didn't you think your journey here was suspiciously easy? A wave of black beast masters mounted on beasts emerged, encircling the team from the rear. The sect master foresaw your arrival long ago. Now you have only two options. Submit to the beast god or perish without a trace. Yihan instantly sensed the presence of the surrounding enemies, a clearly discernible group of 10 silver-ranked beast tamers and over 100 bronze-ranked ones. Worse still, a large number of black beast tamers were assembling behind the energy cannon fortresses, forming a perfect encirclement. In front, the fortified alloy bunkers housed energy cannons and numerous black beast tamers firing relentlessly. Behind, the elite main force of the mine lay in ambush. A quick count revealed the total number of silver-ranked black beast tamers had reached 23, far exceeding the expected 15. In a split second, the situation completely reversed. What was initially a sneak attack advantage for their side had now turned into a deadly trap meticulously set by the enemy. Everyone's faces turned pale, and a few silver-ranked university students couldn't help but tremble, their fighting spirit utterly crushed. Captain Deng, what should we do? We can't even retreat now. The mercenary squad captain's eyes were cold and grim. A female university student, trembling all over, asked in a quivering voice, "Are we really going to surrender?" Her mind had already conjured a horrifying fate if they did, becoming slaves to the black beast tamers, enduring endless humiliation and torment. Though her life might be spared, her dignity would be forever lost. Deng Yi erupted in fury upon hearing this and roared at the girl, "Surrender my ass. You're a top-tier academy student about to graduate, with a chance to reach the gold rank. I, Deng Yi, may just be a nobody from a second-tier academy, but I know that being a lapdog for the enemy is a million times worse than death. He swept his gaze across the group and continued loudly, "Friends, I, Dangy, would rather die than surrender. We, the Flying Eagle Adventurer team, are going to fight our way out of here. Either we succeed or we perish. Taking down one of them is already worth it, and taking down two means we've hit the jackpot." The squad leader of the Wild Leopard mercenary team immediately echoed his sentiment. "Well said, Captain Deng. These university kids just lack the experience of life and death battles. The Wild Leopard mercenary team will fight alongside you. I've survived 5 situations like this, why not one more?" The passionate words of the two captains reignited the team's morale, and everyone's eyes became resolute. Although Dengi's hands were trembling slightly, he concealed it well. He understood that in moments like these, a leader must stand tall, even if it meant exaggerating to inspire confidence. At that moment, Dengi suddenly thought of the formidable Mr. White Fox. However, when he turned to look for him, he was shocked to find that the masked Mr. White Fox and his snow fox were gradually becoming transparent, until they completely vanished without a trace, leaving no detectable presence behind. Dengi, everyone else. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, suddenly realizing a crucial issue. Could it be that Mr. White Fox has already fled using some bizarre technique? Remembering Mr. White Fox's earlier bold claims, he felt a surge of frustration. That man had boasted about his expertise in slaying black beast tamers, yet was nowhere to be seen as the battle commenced. Even more baffling was the question of what battle skill he had used to escape so silently, leaving no trace behind. While choosing to flee alone in such a dire situation wouldn't warrant punishment from the military, for a wandering beast tamer, such behavior undoubtedly tarnished the title. Just as he simmered with anger over Mr. White Fox's apparent betrayal, a sudden change erupted on the battlefield. A massive, azure wind blade tore through the night sky with unstoppable force, cutting through everything in its path. The newly assembled formation of bronze-level black beast tamers crumbled like fragile paper under its terrifying might. Their contracted beasts were cleanly sliced in two, and in an instant, 1/3 of the originally dense formation of 100 fighters was wiped out. The scene was horrifying. Wind blade technique was renowned for its blistering speed and devastating cutting power. Even silver-level black beast tamers failed to detect the lethal attack coming from behind. 3 contracted beasts fell instantly, their blood erupting like fountains into the air, their innards strewn across the ground. The once formidable main squad of black beast tamers descended into chaos. Not good. It's a wind element earth tier, low-grade battle skill enhanced wind blade technique. Scatter now. The squad leader finally reacted, shouting urgent orders. But it was too late. A second wind blade was already roaring through the air. "Activate all defensive skills," he cried. But the defensive line was no match for the attack. The enhanced wind blade technique effortlessly pierced through their barriers, and another third of the bronze-level black beast tamers fell into pools of blood. Though the tamers themselves survived, the soul trauma caused by the deaths of their contracted beasts was enough to claim the lives of many. At that moment, a cold voice cut through the night. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. White Fox, a wandering beast tamer from Kyoto. Mr. White Fox specializes in slaying black beast tamers, not in empty boasts. Dark beast masters, you're completely surrounded by me. Surrender now, or I'll continue harvesting you like mere weeds." This sudden declaration shocked everyone. Instead of retreating, Mr. Baihu single-handedly eliminated 2/3 of the bronze-level dark beast masters and 6 silver-level ones. What was even more astounding was that he now stood alone, issuing a surrender ultimatum to the remaining dark beast masters. Panic spread among the dark beast masters. They couldn't sense Mr. Baihu's exact location, but knew he was lurking somewhere in the nearby forest. Enhanced wind blade spells kept striking from the shadows, each one hitting its mark with precision. They had no way to predict where the next attack would come from or who would be the next victim. "Spread out, now!" someone shouted, attempting to weaken the power of the enhanced wind blades by scattering their formation. But this decision only led to greater chaos. Mr. Baihu quickly adapted his tactics, switching to casting regular wind blades. Though each blade was only crescent-shaped, he could unleash 7 or 8 per second with deadly accuracy. Bronze-level dark beast masters started falling one after another, some even decapitated outright. Those equipped with defensive combat techniques could barely withstand 2 or 3 strikes. What made the situation even more hopeless was Mr. Baihu's constant movement while attacking. One moment, he struck from the east. The next, he appeared to the south. It was impossible to pinpoint his location. He abandoned targeting contracted beasts and instead focused directly on the beast masters themselves, ensuring someone fell with every passing second. "Use sensory techniques to locate him now," someone shouted urgently, but all attempts failed. Mr. Baihu's stealth abilities far exceeded their sensory capabilities. Witnessing this, the morale of the encircled team soared. They realized the tide of battle was turning in their favor. "Everyone, Mr. Baihu has completely disrupted their formation. Now's our chance to counterattack." The team leader commanded decisively. Student group, defend against the rear energy cannons. Adventurers and mercenaries, follow me in an all-out assault. Support and control team, maintain central assistance. 19 silver-level Beastmasters launched a fierce offensive, and at the perfect moment, Mr. Baihu switched back to enhanced wind blades, delivering devastating strikes from behind. Each blade found its mark, taking down a silver-level Dark Beastmaster with pinpoint accuracy. Even those with defensive techniques couldn't fully withstand the attacks. In just 10 minutes, the battle was over. Apart from the energy cannons still firing but effectively neutralized by the student group, the main force of the Dark Beastmasters had been completely annihilated. The system notification promptly sounded, recording a series of victory rewards: 5,000 points for defeating a level 34 opponent, 10,000 points for defeating a level 36 opponent, and so on. The total score reached a staggering 88,000 points. A series of delightful notification sounds rang out, and a joyful smile spread across Yihan's face. This trip was not only to complete the Academy's mission, but also to replenish the points he had exhausted during the past 2 months of seclusion. However, reality proved to be a bit harsh. Since Xiaobai had already reached level 33, defeating any opponents below this level no longer earned him any points. Only by defeating Silver-tier Dark Beast Masters could he gain a substantial reward. As for opponents below level 33, they wouldn't earn him even a single point. Today's flash sale in the marketplace was as underwhelming as usual, offering only 10 essence pills. Without hesitation, Yihan bought all of them at a tenth of the original price. What he truly hoped for, however, was a 6th grade bloodline advancement pill or a higher-tier light escape technique. But such treasures were clearly not something one could come across easily. Ha ha ha, Mr. White Fox, you're incredible. Dang Yi, covered in blood and still in shock, exclaimed. Your Snow Fox may only have a 4th grade bloodline, yet it can master Earth-tier lower grade enhanced wind blade technique so perfectly and release it over a dozen times in succession. Each strike dealt fatal damage to the enemy. Yihan, riding atop Xiaobai, who had now grown to the size of a lion, slowly emerged from the shadowy forest. With a deliberate air of melancholy, he said, well, the situation was urgent. To save the team and eliminate these Dark Beast Masters, I had to use up several essence pills. The mission isn't even complete yet, and I've already taken a huge loss worth billions. My stock of essence pills is almost depleted, it's breaking my heart. Hearing this, Dang Yi immediately pulled out an essence pill and offered it to him. Our lives were saved by you, sir. How could we let you suffer such a loss? Please accept this essence pill as a small token of gratitude. The other team members, not wanting to seem ungrateful, quickly followed suit. After all, Mr. White Fox had sacrificed billions to save Theme. If they didn't show their appreciation, wouldn't that make them appear heartless? In this way, Yihan easily obtained 19 essence pills. Before the mission was even completed, he had already made a net profit of 9.5 billion. Xiao Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning rewards really was a delightful feeling. In truth, with Yihan's soul power nearing 300 points, even without utilizing any buff combat abilities, casting over a dozen enhanced wind blade spells was well within his mental endurance. However, he deliberately feigned exhaustion. On one hand, it was a calculated move to potentially gain some advantage. On the other, it was to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, repeatedly using Earth-tier combat techniques without consuming any essence pills would seem highly abnormal. Incredible! The mercenary squad leader looked astonished. The most impressive thing, sir, was that flanking attack skill. If I'm not mistaken, that was an exceptionally rare teleportation technique, wasn't it? The surrounding mercenaries gasped in shock at his words. Despite their experience, it was their first time witnessing someone perform a teleportation technique in person. Yihan responded with nothing more than a cryptic smile, neither confirming nor denying the claim. My apologies for being presumptuous. The squad leader quickly offered an apology, handing over an essence pill as he spoke. I got carried away earlier. Please forgive me, sir. Consider this pill a small token of compensation. He clearly realized that openly discussing a teleportation technique was inappropriate. After all, if such a life-saving ace were widely known, it could easily make its user a target for enemies. Yihan accepted the essence pill with a casual no problem. In reality, everything he had done was meticulously planned to conceal his true identity. He had refrained from using any signature abilities like the Frozen Divine Armor, Extreme Frost Claw, or the iconic Tuthisantan Ice Lancel, of which could give away who he really was. Aside from Wang Ruyan, no one knew he had already mastered the teleportation skill for short-distance movements. As for the enhanced Windblade spell, it originated from the Flame Fox in his contract space, which led others to mistakenly assume his White Fox was proficient in wind-based abilities. Everyone, Dang Yi addressed the group, sweeping his gaze across them. Those black obsidian beastmasters are scattering and fleeing. As long as we eliminate them and destroy the mining equipment, the mission will be complete. As for the 200,000 cubic meters of energy crystal or underground, That will depend on each of your capabilities. White Fox Master, what do you think? Before he finished speaking, the group was stunned to see Ihan and his white fox gradually turn transparent before vanishing entirely. This was the brilliance of the dual shadow evasion technique. While they were still conversing with Ihan, the real Ihan had already slipped into the shadows, leaving behind nothing but a light elemental projection. Faced with such an eerie and sophisticated ability, the group of Silverdeer Beastmasters couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. If Ihan had harbored ill intentions, they might have been completely wiped out by now. No wonder the White Fox Master has made such a name for himself in the capital, Dengi sighed in awe. His power is truly beyond comparison. The others, hearing this, were equally astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. They had no idea if there truly was a wandering demon tamer named Mr. White Fox in Kyoto, but at this moment, who would dare question the identity of their savior? As gratitude filled the hearts of everyone present, Ihan's voice suddenly echoed from the skies. Focus on dealing with those bronze-level demon tamers and the energy cannons. Leave the silver-level dark demon tamers to me. Before his words had even faded, a massive enhanced wind blade roared out from the shadows 1,000 meters away. The signature move struck with precision, slicing a fleeing silver-level demon tamer and their contracted beast cleanly in half, blood spraying in torrents. Ihan had no time for idle chatter. Each of these silver-level dark demon tamers was like a walking bounty, and he couldn't afford to let any escape. More importantly, only kills made personally by him or his contracted beast would earn him points. Anyone else taking them down would mean a wasted opportunity. After a relentless pursuit lasting over 20 minutes, every single silver-level dark demon tamer had been eliminated. Even those who managed to flee several kilometers were hunted down by Ihan. On the battlefield, while others were drenched in blood, Ihan remained as pristine as ever, as if he hadn't just endured a brutal fight. Gathering at the entrance to the massive energy crystal mine, Dengi stepped forward and addressed the group. Everyone, this medium-sized mine has been exploited for years. Most of the surface energy crystals have already been seized by the Poison Bee faction. Although the theoretical reserves are still around 200,000 cubic meters, they're scattered deep underground, about 10,000 meters below. From here on, it's all about luck. Remember to destroy their mining equipment to ensure they can't resume large-scale extraction in the short term. Once your storage space is full, you can return to the military base to report back without waiting. At this point, Dengi turned to Ihan and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. White Fox, for your assistance. Without your help, we would likely have been wiped out. The others followed suit, bowing in gratitude, but Ihan's figure had already vanished like a passing breeze. Just then, a sudden, urgent sound of digging echoed from underground, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Ihan had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with these people. Since the task was already completed, his priority now was to amass wealth. Following the tunnel dug by the Poison Bee sect's semi-automated mining equipment, he had descended 8,000 meters underground. The temperature here reached a scorching 200 degrees, but for Ihan, who had merged completely with the flames, such heat was not only harmless but even remarkably comfortable. Thanks to the unique properties of the contract space, Ihan had perfectly inherited all the abilities of the flames. Even if he were to leap directly into molten lava, he would emerge unscathed. In fact, even without the flames abilities, his current level 34 physique would only suffer minor burns, such as losing some hair, which would quickly regenerate. Master, so much money, money, money. Making money makes Xiaobai happy. Xiaobai's excited voice echoed through the cavern. The fox had transformed into a frenzied digging machine, using all four of its paws and its frost claws to relentlessly break through the hard rock, uncovering large chunks of energy crystals and tossing them to Ihan. Its fur was completely covered in dirt, but it didn't seem to care at all. Ihan followed closely behind, wielding his mystic ice hammer. Each time Xiaobai unearthed energy crystals, he swiftly removed the impurities from their surface and stored the pure crystals into his storage space. His original 30,000 cubic meter storage space had already been filled to capacity, forcing him to spend 50,000 points to expand it by an additional 50,000 cubic meters. Although this expenditure had reduced Ihan's points from over 90,000 to just over 40,000, the potential reward of filling the expanded storage space 150 billion alliance credits made it a worthwhile investment. Ihan calculated silently, realizing he'd need to return to the academy and venture into the secret realms to replenish his points. Xiaobai had already dug more than 500 meters further down, and Ihan carefully sealed the tunnel above them. This wasn't out of stinginess, but rather to protect their secret, especially the unique ability of Xiaobai's frost claws. By the time they had descended 20,000 meters underground, they had collected approximately 40,000 cubic meters of energy crystals. In addition to energy crystals, the area was rich with gold, silver, and diamond veins. However, in this world, such minerals priceless on Earth were no longer considered rare or valuable. Master, we're rich, aren't we? Xiaobai panted breathlessly, shrinking back to the size of a small squirrel and collapsing by the wall. Yihan scooped the dirty little fox into his arms, gently stroking its head. Master, why are you still wearing the fox mask? There's no one else here, Xiaobai suddenly asked. Yihan gave a light cough before allowing the mask to dissolve into glowing particles and disappear. Immediately, Xiaobai leapt onto Yihan's shoulder, giving his cheek a gentle lick. Then, with a mischievous glint in its eyes, Xiaobai said, Master, Xiaobai has a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Go ahead. Is there anything you can't ask me? Yihan replied. Master, may I ask, what does White Fox Mr. Less one mean? Was that intentional? What does it mean, Master? White Fox Mr. Sun. Ugh. Yihan spat out a mouthful of blood, shooting 5,000 meters away, the force so intense that even the Earth's crust seemed unable to withstand the impact. Initially confused, a spark of realization flashed across his face as he finally understood Xiaobai's mischievous train of thought. You little fox, your mind is getting more and more impure. If you ever turned into a human, who knows what would happen? Yihan shook his head helplessly. Before his words had even settled, Xiaobai's shrill voice echoed. Wah, my poor tail. It was clearly Master who told me to ask. Wah, Master is bullying a fox. Bullying a maiden. Covering her rear with her paws, Xiaobai looked up at Yihan with pitiful eyes, pleading for mercy. Although Yihan had only given her a symbolic light tap, seeing her like this made him hesitate. Sighing, he gently stroked her furry head, puzzling over how such a straightforward person like himself could have raised a fox with such a wayward personality. Then it hit him recently, Xiaobai had taken up browsing the internet. During his secluded cultivation, although the three of them had been diligently training, Yihan had allowed Xiaobai and Lai Yin 30 minutes of internet access daily to expand their knowledge. While Lai Yin had obediently focused on studying, Xiaobai had become obsessed with online novels, particularly the domineering CEO genre. It must be those web novels corrupting my once pure and kind Xiaobai. Yihan resolved firmly, once we return, I'll have to buy out that website and erase every one of that author's books. Master, Xiaobai knows she was wrong. She won't do it again, Xiaobai whispered, her voice filled with remorse. Yihan shot her a glance. Rest up, then continue mining. Once we're done, we'll head back to the academy and earn points in the secret realm. Xiaobai nodded immediately, transforming into her largest form. Her forepaws became razor-sharp icy claws as she resumed her frenzied digging. 5 hours later, they had reached nearly 30,000 meters underground, where the surrounding rocks were harder than anything in the secret realm. Just as they were preparing to head back, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, followed by an earth-shaking roar. Master, there's a beast below at least level 35 with a 5th grade bloodline. Xiaobai's ears perked up in alarm. What was even more astonishing was that there didn't seem to be just one beast at this depth. Judging by the echoing vibrations, the ground below appeared to be hollow. Yihan's mind raced. Could it be that, like the secret realm, there was an underground world beneath them? On Azure Star, such underground worlds were not uncommon and often served as paradises for adventurers. Untouched by humans, these places were rich in medicinal herbs, minerals, and sometimes even rare beast cubs, bearing a striking resemblance to the secret realms. The discovery of the underground world was undoubtedly a massive opportunity, but it was not a static one. Yihan was well aware that such secret realms would shift with the movement of the Earth's crust. The location they found today might relocate elsewhere in a month. If this underground world had not yet been discovered by others, it would be an invaluable treasure. We need to first assess the scale of this underground world, Yihan said cautiously. If it's too vast, we'll need to retreat immediately. He explained that the larger the underground world, the more complex its ecosystem, and the higher the chances of encountering high-level monsters and powerful predators. If the underground world spanned thousands of kilometers, it wouldn't be surprising to find a few monster kings. Even though Yihan had developed some strength, he was still no match for a monster king. A monster king of the same level as Xiaobai would be far beyond his ability to handle. Monster kings possessed 7th grade bloodlines, whereas Xiaobai only had a 5th grade one. The higher the grade of a bloodline, the more insurmountable the gap between adjacent levels became. Any monster king, regardless of its level, wielded terrifying, earth-shattering power. What made matters worse was that Yihan had not yet fully mastered the Flame Shadow dual escape technique. While he could use it with some proficiency, his ability to flee in a dire situation was still lacking. In the underground environment, his Silver Moon Mirage would also be difficult to utilize. If not for the 3 escape skill scrolls Qin Feifei had given him, he would have already turned back with Xiaobai. We'll wait until they finish fighting before we go down, Yihan whispered. Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, all sounds had completely faded. Yihan gave Xiaobai a look. Start digging, but keep it light and slow. There's no rush. We need to avoid alarming any powerful creatures underground. This time, Xiaobai dug with extra caution, significantly slowing his pace. After 5 hours, they finally broke through to the underground world. Yihan carefully poked his head out, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a sight hundreds of kilometers away, a radiant orb of light, suspended like a miniature sun. It emanated boundless vitality and energy, as if containing immeasurable wealth. The mysterious orb mesmerized Yihan, who couldn't tear his eyes away. It was clearly an extraordinary treasure. Under the mysterious glow of the orb, Yihan instantly felt his mind working twice as fast, as if every cell in his body had been injected with boundless energy. Each cell seemed to send powerful signals to his brain, urging him to approach the light. Xiaobai was also captivated by the strange glow. The moment the little fox poked its head out, it froze, its eyes wide and unfocused, with drool dripping uncontrollably. Master, that's an unparalleled delicacy. One bite and I could ascend to the heavens. Faced with such a strong temptation, Yihan displayed remarkable composure. He frowned in thought for a moment before decisively pulling himself and Xiaobai back. Without hesitation, he grabbed a large stone and sealed the entrance. Master, I can feel it. If I eat that light orb, I could break through to a 6th grade bloodline, maybe even ascend directly to a 7th grade demon king and transform into a beautiful maiden. Xiaobai exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Hold on. Yihan's expression turned serious. This orb is too strange. Its influence is so powerful that it can be felt from hundreds of kilometers away. An ordinary person would have already lost control and rushed toward it.
It reminds me of the bioluminescent traps some creatures evolve to lure prey.
So, this might not be some rare treasure, but rather a trap set by a super demon beast. If it's truly a level 61 demon king, or an even stronger entity, approaching recklessly would mean certain death. Hearing this analysis, Xiaobai shivered, snapping out of its daze. Even a life-saving scroll would be useless against such a powerful opponent. So, what's the plan, Master? Are we just going to give up? Xiaobai asked, clearly reluctant to abandon the chance to advance 2 bloodline levels. After weighing the options, Yihan said, leaving isn't an option, but we must proceed cautiously.
We need time to observe and approach gradually.
Yihan then summoned Lian, a small figure standing just 1.4 meters tall, who immediately began curiously surveying the surroundings. After Xiaobai explained the situation, even the well-traveled Lian admitted to never having heard of anything like this glowing orb. Yihan devised an observation plan. The 3 of us will take turns keeping watch. 2 of us will investigate while the 3rd remains ready to provide backup. If anything unusual happens, we'll retreat immediately. We must gather enough information before deciding on our next move. Xiaobai and Lian nodded in agreement and began the first round of observation. With prior experience, Xiaobai seemed noticeably calmer. However, just 15 minutes later, Yihan abruptly lost the consciousness link with Lian. Acting instantly, he pulled both of them back and resealed the entrance with the large stone. Thanks to the master-servant contract, Yihan could sense their conditions at all times, a crucial advantage in combat. Without speaking, he could precisely convey commands and ensure swift coordination. Yihan's brows furrowed into a deep crease. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where a soul link was completely severed. He shuddered at the thought that if he had recklessly delved deeper earlier, they might have already fallen into a terrifying state of losing control over their consciousness. Fortunately, his vigilance was high, and more importantly, his willpower was unwavering. Even in the face of immense temptation, he managed to stay clear-headed, thus averting disaster. Xiaobai, have you discovered any new clues? Yihan asked. Xiaobai responded with a serious expression, Master, I noticed that many creatures in the underground world are going about their daily activities hunting, surviving. But strangely, even those with eyes capable of seeing the glowing orb seem completely unaffected by it. She paused, then asked worriedly, Lian, do you think she'll be all right? Yihan shook his head, reassuring her, she should be fine. It's just a temporary state where her consciousness was drawn in and her will was shattered. She'll recover soon. Sure enough. After about 10 minutes, Lian, who had been staring blankly in a dazed state, finally regained clarity. The soul link with Yihan was instantly re-established, but her face betrayed an undeniable fear. Master, that glowing orb is extremely dangerous, Lian said urgently. After losing consciousness, I seemed to hear some kind of ancient call. It promised unimaginable evolutionary power if I got closer to the orb. But I feel that orb is deeply sinister, definitely not something good. At that moment, Xiaobai's tone suddenly rose, Master. I think I might have felt a slight increase in my cultivation. Could it be my imagination? Hearing this, Yihan immediately focused on sensing Xiaobai's cultivation level. His expression shifted slightly. Xiaobai's cultivation had indeed increased, albeit subtly. Flame exclaimed in surprise, Master, I feel like my cultivation has slightly improved too. It's not much, but we haven't done any training at all just now. Yihan carefully examined Flame's cultivation state. After some calculations, he found that both Xiaobai and Flame's cultivation levels had increased by about 0.5. While this number seemed insignificant, it was astonishing. Xiaobai, at level 33, typically needed 10 days to advance one level, and Flame, at level 30, required a week. Yet, they had achieved this improvement simply by observing that glowing orb for just over 10 minutes. At this rate, they could improve by 1.5 per hour, amounting to a 36 increase in a day, and a full level within 3 days. This meant their cultivation speed was tripled, and compared to ordinary beasts, it was an incredible 15 times faster. This glowing orb is no ordinary luminous object used by beasts for hunting, Yihan analyzed. While it's understandable that it has the ability to mesmerize or even shatter one's will, the fact that it can also enhance a beast's cultivation defies logic. It's likely some form of special energy that we unknowingly absorbed while observing it. Hearing this theory, Xiaobai and Flame grew excited. A threefold increase in cultivation efficiency was an extraordinary opportunity for both of them. Now, Flame and I will go down together to observe, Yihan said seriously to Xiaobai. If either of us shows any signs of losing control of our will, you must pull us back immediately. Xiaobai quickly returned to her massive form, placing her paw on their backs with confidence. Master and Flame, don't worry. Xiaobai won't make any mistakes. Yihan and Flame leaned forward to observe again. This time, Yihan closed his eyes to experiment, but to his surprise, the glowing orb's image remained vividly imprinted in his mind. It completely occupied his mental space, making it impossible for him to meditate. Flame, how are you feeling? Yihan asked. Flame turned her head with difficulty and replied, Master, I feel like my adaptability has improved. I can definitely hold out longer this time. As they spoke, Flame suddenly noticed something astonishing. Master, look quickly, those ants. In the massive ant nest several hundred meters away, ants the size of crabs were busily moving in and out. What was shocking was that these dual-element ants, with a grade 3 bloodline, not only thrived in temperatures of several hundred degrees, but also emitted crackling sparks of electricity as they walked. When building their nest, they generated a yellow glow that caused the hardened soil to automatically mold into shape. The uniqueness of this ant colony left Yihan in awe. Thousands of ants, without exception, had mastered dual elements of earth and lightning. Through his perception, he could sense the distinctive dual elemental energy radiating from each ant in the densely packed swarm. However, their bloodline was only of the first rank, which limited their commercial value. Yihan calculated inwardly that if these ants possessed second-rank bloodlines, their dual-element mastery alone would make each juvenile worth millions. In the evaluation of beasts' value, bloodline rank far outweighed the number of elements mastered, as it determined a beast's potential and comprehension abilities. Ordinarily, it was rare enough for a common first-rank bloodline ant to master even a single element, let alone for an entire colony to control two. Yihan speculated that the mysterious glow in the surroundings might have caused a genetic mutation. However, this hypothesis was difficult to verify, as he had no way of knowing when the mutation in these ants began. Recalling the events of the nuclear era, Yihan thought of the mutation wave among beasts triggered by nuclear radiation. Most beasts exposed to radiation bore deformed offspring, but a rare few underwent astonishing evolution, becoming more ferocious and aggressive, making even the young ones difficult to tame. He pictured the massive creature from the classic Godzilla movies, born from nuclear radiation. Scanning his surroundings, Yihan noticed other first-rank bloodline creatures in the area, but after observing for some time, he found no other species where the entire group had mastered dual elements. Half an hour later, the situation suddenly changed. Yihan's connection with Blaze was abruptly severed, and at the same moment, Xiaobai swiftly pulled both him and Blaze away from their spot. A massive boulder crashed down, not only cutting off their line of sight, but also plunging the area into complete darkness. After being exposed to the glowing sphere for half an hour, Yihan felt a little dazed but managed to retain his composure. Once he regained his focus, he began to carefully analyze the current situation. Our adaptability to this light is increasing rapidly, Yihan mused, stroking his chin. At this rate, we'll soon be able to endure several hours under its rays without losing our sanity. But what's the critical point here? The fact that so many subterranean creatures can survive here suggests they've fully adapted. If we can truly adapt and even enhance our strength through this, it would be perfect. Recalling the past half hour, Yihan noticed not only an improvement in his cultivation, but also a slight increase in his soul power. What surprised him even more was that even with his eyes closed, the image of the glowing sphere remained vividly etched in his mind. It was clear that this phenomenon had transcended the physical realm, directly affecting the soul. This is an unexpected bonus, Yihan thought excitedly. Whatever it is, let's focus on getting stronger first. Ever since he switched his meditation object to a pine tree, His soul power had been growing at an accelerated pace, now reaching 291 points. This abundant soul power allowed him to effortlessly perform the Earth-grade lower-tier skill, Enhanced Wind Blade, more than 10 times. As Lai Yin regained her clarity, Yihan immediately began planning the next round of training. You two will take turns going down, and he'll pull you back up. First, boost your levels, then focus on increasing my level and soul power. This is the most efficient approach for now. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of Xiao Bai and Lai Yin. Despite the risks, the speed of improvement far surpassed that of normal cultivation. After a day of repeated training, they had managed to endure 5 hours under the light without losing focus. Yihan, with his stronger willpower, had already progressed to withstanding around 6 hours despite fewer exposures. A week flew by. Xiao Bei's level had risen to 35, Lai Yan's to 32, and Yihan's physical body had reached level 35, on the verge of breaking through to 36. Even more astonishing, Yihan's soul power had increased by 80 points over the week, reaching a remarkable 371 points. Once his soul power hit 600 points and Xiaobai broke through to level 41, Yihan would qualify for a Golden Grade Beast Tamer badge, the same level as the original owner of his Bodis parents. However, the good times didn't last. As they fully adapted to the light, their bodies still signaled the benefits of approaching the glowing sphere, but the urge was now entirely controllable, and the effects of boosting cultivation and soul power had vanished. For Yihan, this was both a relief and a disappointment. Adapting to the light meant they could freely explore the underground world, but they had lost a shortcut to rapidly increasing their strength. The gains from this week's training were equivalent to 20 days of secluded cultivation in the outside world, an astonishing speed that was hard to let go of. Lai Yin returned to her larger form, carrying Yihan and Xiaobai as she leaped out of the cave, transforming into a streak of white light that rushed into the underground world. Unlike the monotonous sea of lava in the secret realm, this was a vibrant subterranean forest. Dense vines and trees filled the area, while boiling rivers teemed with low-level fish and shrimp-like beasts, forming a unique ecosystem. This underground world was about 300 meters high, with its full scope yet to be determined. Even with Yihan's level 35 physical vision, he could only make out blurry shapes over 10 kilometers away. The mysterious glowing sphere was approximately 400 kilometers from their current location. At Lai Yan's full speed, they could reach it in under an hour, but caution was paramount for their safety. The sphere's strangeness far exceeded Yihan's understanding. Like a high-radiation material, it might be safe from a distance, but potentially lethal up close. This miniature sun-like sphere was surrounded by genetically mutated creatures, undoubtedly a result of its radiation. Fortunately, Yihan and his companions had exceptionally strong bodies, capable of recovering from typical radiation damage with healing techniques. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the churning river, and a massive shadow swam past. Yihan's expression shifted slightly. He had sensed not only multiple beasts above level 37 nearby, but also the presence of a nearly level 40 creature. Their bloodline ranks were all around the 6th grade. This underground world was undoubtedly a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Yihan said calmly, "System, check today's flash sale store." The powerful presence underground made him realize the necessity of purchasing items from the flash sale store at a 90 discount. As Xiao Bai's level continued to rise, the rarity of the items in the store also increased, with their prices doubling. Over the past few days, Yihan's points had dwindled to just over 40,000. Hiding in the cave with no opponents in sight, he rarely paid attention to the store's offerings. Even when decent items appeared, he couldn't afford them. If he could earn a large number of points underground to alleviate his current predicament, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Today's flash sale item was a perfectly crafted Grade 6 Bloodline Advancement Pill. According to the description, when consumed by a Grade 5 Bloodline Beast, it guaranteed a 100 advancement to a Grade 6 Bloodline. The price was set at 100,000 points. The system also mentioned that defeating beasts of a level not lower than the host contracted beast would unlock discounts, with the discount increasing as more beasts were defeated, potentially reaching a minimum of 90 off. Host, don't miss this chance. Yihan's breathing quickened, and his heartbeat raced. Finally, the Grade 6 Bloodline Advancement Pill had appeared an extremely rare opportunity. It seemed that Xiao Bai's rapid level progression was the main reason for the higher quality items. However, the 100,000 point price left him feeling helpless. It looked like he would have to go on a killing spree today. Even if the area was dangerous, he was determined to slash the price down to 10. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity. Who knew when another Grade 6 Bloodline Advancement Pill would become available? Undoubtedly, if Xiaobai could advance to a Grade 6 Bloodline, his power would increase significantly, and his comprehension abilities would also improve drastically. This was crucial for Yihan. A Grade 5 Bloodline represented a commander, a Grade 6 Bloodline signified a Marquis, a Grade 7 Bloodline was a Beast King, a Grade 8 Bloodline an Emperor, a Grade 9 Bloodline an Overlord, and a Grade 10 Bloodline was a Divine Beast. At that moment, 10 kilometers away, a massive gray-black flying tiger suddenly opened its eerie glowing eyes from its slumber, sensing the location of Lai Yin. Its 50-meter-wide wings flapped, instantly stirring up a howling gale, uprooting trees, and sending river water spiraling into the sky. The flying tiger transformed into 3 ghostly shadows as it sped toward Lai Yin. Yihan felt the hostility emanating from the flying tiger and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Perfect timing. However, there was something strange about this tiger. What kind of beast was it? He had no recollection of it from the beast encyclopedia. Lai Yin, do you recognize it? Lai Yin's knowledge was on par with Yihan's, and sometimes it could identify creatures that Yihan couldn't. Master, this is an extremely rare netherworld flying tiger, with only a few records of it in the underground beast encyclopedia. Lai Yin's voice rose, clearly astonished. Netherworld flying tiger? Yes, that's it. A netherworld flying tiger with a grade 6 bloodline. It naturally possesses dual elements of darkness and wind, and its awakened innate combat skill is called Netherworld Clone Technique. It seems this creature has already awakened its ability. Those 2 black shadows are its Netherworld clones. Master, this is a formidable opponent. Though Yihan was unfamiliar with the specific details of the Netherworld flying tiger, he remembered the Netherworld Clone Technique vividly. The Netherworld Clone Technique was a combined combat skill of darkness and wind elements, classified as a low-tier earth-grade skill. When used, it combined the dark and wind elements to create multiple clones. It was a renowned and notoriously difficult skill to counter. The Netherworld Clone Technique required 2 high-tier mystic-grade prerequisite skills, the Shadow Clone Technique and the Wind Clone Technique. Yihan had seen the former used by Wu Hui before and hadn't been concerned, as it could be easily countered with large-scale area attacks. However, the Netherworld Clone Technique was a different story. The clones created by this technique not only wouldn't disappear after taking a certain amount of damage, but could also share damage among themselves. Moreover, the clones possessed identical combat strength to the original. This wasn't just a tripling of attack power, but also a tripling of damage resistance. Even though Xiao Bai and Lai Yin hadn't trained in this low-tier earth-grade combined skill, directly comprehending it was no easy feat, showcasing its extraordinary complexity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 figures of the Netherworld flying tiger moved at incredible speed, cutting through the air and causing a series of sonic booms. The friction with the air even produced sparks, making them resemble 3 meteors hurtling toward Lai Yin. Yihan's expression turned serious. The Netherworld flying tiger's level was likely around 39. Lai Yin, Xiaobai, this will be the strongest opponent we've faced since we began training. Prepare to fight with everything you've got, he commanded resolutely. Yes, master. Xiaobai and Lai Yin responded in unison. When Xiaobai was at the bronze level, he could perhaps challenge opponents at level 7 or even 8, thanks to his mastery of the extraordinary Frostclaw technique, which significantly boosted his combat power. However, as his level increased, the gap in strength between each level became more pronounced, making cross-level challenges exponentially more difficult. Now, Xiaobai is at level 35, only 4 levels lower than the Netherworld flying tiger, but the difference in overall capability is vast. Moreover, this Netherworld flying tiger has awakened, possessing a 6th-tier bloodline and mastery over 2 elemental powers. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, Yihan's main battle companion, still only has a 5th-tier bloodline, which adds to Yihan's growing sense of pressure. It was time to add a higher-level opponent to the simulated combat space. Gongsun Miao's Frost Python had been defeated multiple times, yet the rewards remained unimpressive. During his time in seclusion, Yihan had not faced any stronger opponents, leaving Xiaobai and Blaze to hunt the level 28 Lava Emperor Crocodile once every 3 days. Upon leaving seclusion, Gongsun Miao's Frost Python was the strongest beast he had defeated, but repeated challenges still yielded mediocre rewards. Roar! The 3-headed Netherworld flying tiger let out a frenzied roar, its terrifying sound waves instantly shattering the underground trees and rocks. Standing on Blaze's elegant shoulder, Yihan watched as Blaze's fiery wings flapped, propelling them into the sky over 200 meters high, leaving a faint afterimage. Meanwhile, Xiaobai transformed into his massive form and remained on the ground below. Whoosh whoosh. A fiery red storm descended upon the underground world, incinerating trees into ash in an instant. Rivers evaporated, and the earth and stones melted into magma, converging into a molten lake. Blaze stood at the storm's center, resembling a goddess of destruction. With a graceful motion, she extended her jade-like hand and conjured an enormous bow of light elemental energy. At the same time, with a graceful lift of her other jade-like hand, Lai Yin caused a brilliant, holy radiance to emanate from Yihan's body, while golden beams of light shot out from his eyes. This was Lai Yan's descent of the celestial god, a skill she had mastered to perfection. Under the influence of this buff, Yihan's soul power surged exponentially, his physical body became more robust, and his strength grew boundless. Boom, boom, boom. With Yi Han's immense increase in soul power, the speed of Lai Yan's flame storm accelerated once more, and its temperature spiked sharply. The fiery red flames deepened into a dark crimson hue, and the 300-meter-high ceiling of the underground world began to melt rapidly, transforming into molten lava that was drawn into the storm. The flame storm horrifyingly evolved into a lava storm. On the ground, Xiaobai was clad in a divine armor of crystalline ice, which, unlike her previous icy battle armor, now possessed flexibility and could generate a variety of ice-based weapons. At this moment, Xiao Bei's forepaws were armed with massive, razor-sharp ice claws, one of which on her front paw was particularly colossal, radiating an extreme coldness and forming the ultimate frost claw. But that wasn't all. An enormous sharp horn had emerged from her head, and her spine was lined with a row of dagger-like spikes. Except for her tail, Xiaobai was essentially armed to the teeth. If anyone dared to engage her in close combat, they would undoubtedly suffer devastating physical damage in an instant. Roar! Xiaobai opened her massive jaws and let out a provocative growl at the three fiery shadows hurtling toward her. The netherworld flying tigers, initially aiming for Lai Yan, immediately shifted their flight path upon sensing Xiao Bei's challenge and charged at her instead. Xiao Bei extended a claw toward the incoming figures and mockingly raised her little pinky, taunting, "Hey, little tigers, come over here. Big Sis has some popsicles for you." Roar! Roar! The netherworld flying tigers were utterly enraged. As sixth-tier bloodline creatures at level 39, they reigned supreme across hundreds of miles in this underground world. Yet today, they were being openly ridiculed by a level 35, fifth-tier bloodline little fox. Their fury burned like wildfire. Well done, Yi Han praised. Xiao Bei's objective was clear: to lure the netherworld flying tigers toward her. Although Lai Yan was protected by her flamestorm, her level was comparatively lonely level 32, a full 7 levels below the netherworld flying tigers. The disparity in power was immense, and facing the pressure of 3 such creatures simultaneously would be overwhelming. Even more critically, Lai Yan lacked any refined combat techniques capable of suppressing the netherworld flying tiger's assaults. Yi Han had designated Lai Yan as a long-range shooter rather than a close combat fighter. If the enemy got too close, it would spell disaster. Xiao Bei's figure flickered and transformed into a white streak, darting several hundred meters in the blink of an eye to meet the 3 netherworld flying tigers heeding. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. Boom. Thunderhell. 3 massive lightning pillars erupted instantly, illuminating a 10-kilometer radius. The 3 netherworld flying tigers, their bodies shimmering with cyan light, flapped their wings and abruptly accelerated. Twisting nimbly in midair, they evaded the Thunderhell attack with precision. It was the first time Thunderhell had missed its mark. It wasn't that Yi Han couldn't lock onto the netherworld flying tigers for an accurate strike. The issue lay in their incredible speed. They had already prepared to dodge the moment his attack was unleashed. Once the lightning pillars were fired, their trajectory couldn't be adjusted, allowing the targets to escape by preemptively shifting their positions. Lai Yan, Xiaobai, focus your firepower on the one on the left first. Let's identify the real body and eliminate it with full force. Yi Han commanded. The advantage of the netherworld clone technique was its ability to distribute damage among the clones. Yi Han intended to exploit this very feature to pinpoint the real body. By inflicting damage on any one of the netherworld flying tigers and observing how the damage was distributed, the true form would have nowhere to hide. If the leftmost netherworld flying tiger was a clone, the damage it received would only transfer to another clone and not to the real body. However, if the leftmost one was the true form, the damage would be shared with its 2 clones. The netherworld flying tiger's ideal scenario was to lure its opponents into focusing their firepower on destroying its clones. Once a clone was eliminated, it could regenerate another at the cost of only a small amount of mental energy, leaving its true form unscathed. After narrowly evading Xiaobai's Thunderhell, the netherworld flying tiger's speed visibly slowed. Xiaobai extended its massive claw, instantly summoning a semi-transparent, 50-meter-wide icy claw radiating an eerie blue light. It struck fiercely toward the leftmost netherworld flying tiger with terrifying force-frozen annihilation claw. Meanwhile, Lai Yan refused to sit idle. Drawing back the string of a 5-meter-long bow imbued with light energy, a blazing beam of light formed on the bowstring. Whoosh! Purification arrow. Enhanced wind blade. The scorching light beam pierced through the air, followed by a massive, 30-meter-wide wind blade. Xiaobai used the frozen annihilation claw to restrict the netherworld flying tiger's movement, while the purification arrow and enhanced wind blade anticipated its escape trajectory, executing a perfect combination attack. There was no doubt that the netherworld flying tiger dared not face the full force of Xiaobai's frozen annihilation claw heaten. It was forced to dodge immediately, all the while trying to find a way to counter Lian's long-range assault. Though Xiaobai's frozen annihilation claw had not yet reached the pinnacle of mastery, With the triple buffs of Frost Blessing, Frost Heart, and Yihan's Divine Descent, it was the most powerful attack Xiaobai could unleash at this moment. Whether it struck the true form or a clone, the target would undoubtedly suffer serious injuries. Roar. Under the oppressive force of the frozen Annihilation Claw, the Netherworld Flying Tiger retreated rapidly. Its two clones opened their mouths and unleashed enhanced wind blades to counter the Purification Arrow and the incoming wind blade. However, just as the enhanced wind blades were released, Xiaobai's thunder hell surged forth again. Two massive lightning pillars instantly engulfed the wind blades, reducing their power as they traveled a mere 100 meters before dissipating entirely. Thump! The blazing Purification Arrow pierced through the Netherworld Flying Tiger's neck at lightning speed, while the massive wind blade slashed across its back, sending blood spraying into the air. The other two clones suffered severe injuries as well, with dark, ink-like liquid gushing from their wounds. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yihan's eyes. Now that they had identified the true form, the battle would become much easier. Roar! The Netherworld Flying Tiger's expression turned to one of fear. Overwhelmed by the relentless and powerful attacks, it found itself unable to engage in close combat. Just as it prepared to flee, Xiaobai's figure appeared, blocking its escape route entirely. What's the matter, little tiger? Weren't you eager for a close fight? Hey race, your chance big sis will take on all three of you. Xiaobai taunted, curling its claws in a provocative gesture toward the Netherworld Flying Tiger. The Netherworld Flying Tiger, a level 39 beast with 6th grade bloodline, keenly assessed the situation before it. The spiked icy armor covering Xiaobai made it wary. Engaging this fully armed little fox in close combat would be as foolish as fighting a porcupine. What puzzled it even more was that this fox, whose bloodline and level were inferior to its own, dared to take the initiative to fight. It was either sheer stupidity or confidence in some hidden advantage. While dodging the purifying arrows of flame, the tiger unleashed wind blades from its mouth to counter the enhanced wind blade attacks from its opponent. At the same time, arcs of electricity suddenly coursed through its two Netherworld clones, their aura surging dramatically. This was none other than the Earth-grade combat skill, Thunder Surge. Yihan was stunned to realize that this Netherworld Flying Tiger not only wielded darkness and wind attributes, but also mastered the lightning attribute. Thunder Surge not only amplified the user's strength and speed, but also unleashed devastating lightning damage in close combat. This cunning beast was clearly biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. The two clones, now imbued with Thunder Surge, transformed into streaks of lightning and attacked Xiaobai from both sides, while the tiger's main body took the opportunity to distance itself. Its plan was clear: to use the clones in a self-destructive assault and secure an escape route for itself. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xiaobai remained calm and composed. She swiftly shrank her body and retreated into the temporary shelter of a condensed ice annihilation claw. The four lightning-charged claws struck the icy barrier, leaving only faint white marks on its surface, their lightning energy unable to penetrate and harm the fox hidden within. You sneaky little tiger, attacking without honor or fairness. Xiaobai shouted angrily. She had intended to take on all three opponents to showcase her strength, but the opponent's underhanded tactics had left her humiliated. However, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Do you really think you can escape? At that moment, another long-range attack of flame arrows streaked through the air, but the Netherworld Flying Tiger managed to evade them once again. The humans standing on the shoulders of the Flame Angel seemed off. Yihan's aura suddenly turned eerie, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished entirely from the Flame Angel's shoulders. That's the end of the line. Yihan's icy voice abruptly echoed from directly in front of the Netherworld Sky Tiger. Before it could react, a massive ice spear, several 100 meters long, pierced through its body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and in its final moments, the Netherworld Sky Tiger finally understood it had been defeated by an opponent far more cunning and intelligent than itself. In this battle, both sides had unexpected trump cards. The Netherworld Sky Tiger's mastery of lightning attributes caught Yihan off guard, but it, too, didn't anticipate that the Flame Angel was proficient in the art of light teleportation. Although the Flame Angel's teleportation technique was only at a moderately skilled level, making it somewhat clumsy in such high-stakes combat and leaving faint traces of energy fluctuations when used, the relentless assault from Xiaobai and the Flame Angel forced the Netherworld Sky Tiger to focus entirely on defense, completely overlooking the presence of a level 35 opponent. This oversight was precisely the opportunity Yihan needed. Using the teleportation technique, he stealthily positioned himself along the escape route the Netherworld Sky Tiger was likely to take. The ice spear, condensed as part of his frost armor, was perfectly concealed by the teleportation's Litan shadow effect. Meanwhile, the Flame Angel's ranged attacks continuously suppressed the Netherworld Sky Tiger, driving it step by step into the ambush. When the distance closed to a lethal range, Yihan suddenly appeared and plunged the spear into the tiger's vital point. With the immense momentum, the Netherworld Sky Tiger had no time to change its trajectory. A system notification immediately followed, announcing the victory rewards. 50,000 points were credited, bringing the total to 95,000. Xiaobai gained the privilege of defeating a level 39 opponent, unlocking a half-price deal on today's instant kill item, priced at 50,000 points, and the ability to challenge the level 39 Netherworld Sky Tiger indefinitely in the simulated battle space was also unlocked. Yihan let out a long sigh of relief. This battle was far more challenging than he had anticipated. It was only through the combined efforts of the trio and a clever strategy that they managed to take down this cunning adversary. Just as he was about to retrieve the demon core, an unexpected change occurred. The corpse of the Netherworld Sky Tiger suddenly radiated a dazzling light as dark, lightning, and wind elements surged wildly, converging around its body. This celestial phenomenon signaled the imminent birth of a demonic artifact. Yihan's heart surged with excitement. At last, a proper demonic artifact was within his grasp. He couldn't wait to see what attributes the spirit of this level 39 Netherworld Sky Tiger would manifest. In less than 10 seconds, a cacophony of ferocious roars erupted across a 40-kilometer radius. Thousands of beasts, as if responding to some kind of call, charged madly toward the birthplace of the demonic artifact, their eyes filled with frenzy. To these beasts, the artifact being formed held an irresistible allure. If they could devour it during its formation, they would gain a combat skill unbound by elemental constraints. More importantly, this was the artifact of the Netherworld Sky Tiger, a powerful creature that ruled the region for miles. The artifact's power alone could elevate any devourer to the status of a new king. In the forest, countless terrestrial beasts stormed forward, their massive bodies crashing through vegetation, flattening the dense jungle into a wasteland. Weaker beasts were trampled into pulp amidst the chaos. From the rivers, aquatic creatures joined the fray, swimming or crawling ashore, flooding the banks with boiling water. In the blink of an eye, a massive tide of beasts had formed. Meanwhile, the blood and flesh of the Netherworld Sky Tiger were slowly transforming into elements, converging into a dazzling sphere of light. Yihan estimated that it would take at least 2 hours for this level 39 artifact to fully take shape. There were 2 ways to use such an artifact. One was to directly devour it during its formation, permanently binding it to the soul. The other was to wait until it was fully formed, then claim ownership through a recognition process, allowing the bond to be undone at any time. Clearly, the second method was the wiser choice. Xiaobai, you're in charge of close-range elimination of high-level beasts. Lai Yan, use Flamestorm to clear out the lower-level ones and provide long-range support for Xiaobai. I'll guard the artifact. Yihan swiftly issued his tactical orders. Understood, Master. Xiaobai and Lai Yan replied enthusiastically. To them, a powerful new artifact meant a significant boost to the team's strength. Xiaobai, in particular, was already imagining 3 versions of herself surrounding her master, thanks to the Netherworld Sky Tiger's clone technique. Each of you, take 10 Guiyuan pills. Let's begin. Yihan commanded. After years of preparation, his stockpile of Guiyuan pills and Jinyuan pills had exceeded 100. This battle promised to be even more challenging than taking down the Netherworld Sky Tiger itself. Fortunately, all high-level beasts above level 38 in the vicinity had already been cleared out. Otherwise, remaining here would have been unthinkable. Xiaobai transformed into its ultimate form, its massive 60-meter body casting a colossal shadow under the sunlight. It let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests, then shot forward like a streak of white lightning, aiming straight for a level 35 5th-grade bloodline beast. The demon artifact belongs to my master. Xiaobai's voice echoed through the horde of beasts. If you know what's good for you, leave now, and I might spare you. But if you dare to fight, prepare to die. Though Xiaobai had gained the ability to speak like a human, its innate beastly nature was unmistakable, and its warning was clearly understood by the other beasts. Sensing Xiaobai's overwhelming aura, many 4th-grade and 3rd-grade bloodline beasts hesitated, unsure whether to advance. However, their hesitation was futile. Waves of 5th-grade and 6th-grade bloodline beasts behind them surged forward, trampling the hesitant ones into pulp without a second thought. Among the horde charging at Xiaobai, there were over 20 beasts at level 35 or higher, all starting at 5th-grade bloodlines, with 4 of them possessing 6th-grade bloodlines. To these beasts, the chance to devour the spirit of the Netherworld Flying Tiger and claim supremacy was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. A mere warning was far from enough to deter them. Xiaobai streaked into the horde like a flash of white lightning. Wherever it passed, dozens of beasts around level 30 were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of its devastating impact. The level 35 5th-grade bloodline beast it initially targeted didn't even have time to unleash its combat skills before Xiaobai's thick, pole-like claws pierced straight through its skull. A system notification followed promptly. Ding! Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 35 opponent, earning 5,000 combat reward points. Total points: 100,000. Today's flash sale item is now available at a 55 discount current price, 45,000 points. Countless beasts swarmed toward Xiaobai like an army of ants, launching an overwhelming assault. Yet, with the protection of its divine frost armor, Xiaobai dismissed these low-level combat techniques as trivial. Its gaze was already fixed on its next target, a level 36 beast. With a flash of its white figure, the next hunt began. Xiaobai could barely hold back a portion of the demonic beasts. Many more ignored its attempts to stop them and surged madly toward the birthplace of the demonic artifact. A crimson storm of extreme heat instantly engulfed a 50-meter radius around the corpse of the netherworld sky tiger. The scorching waves of heat roiled, and the ground melted rapidly under the intense temperature, forming a boiling lake of lava. Faced with such terrifying heat, some of the 20-plus level demonic beasts temporarily regained a shred of rationality. Though drawn to the demonic artifact being formed, they hesitated to recklessly charge into the flames. However, the overwhelming horde of beasts behind them left them no choice. The frontmost beasts were forcibly shoved into the storm, instantly igniting into fireballs that were swept skyward, leaving not even ashes behind. At this moment, Yi Han was enveloped in a holy radiance. The divine descent of the celestial god Buff had propelled his soul power beyond 600 points. With such immense soul power, the temperature at the storm's periphery exceeded 5,000 degrees, while the core surpassed 10,000 degrees. At these temperatures, low-level demonic beasts stood no chance of survival unless they possessed unique fire elemental resistance or high-temperature combat techniques. Even 35-level demonic beasts with 6th-grade bloodlines dared not enter recklessly. With every breath, dozens of low-level demonic beasts were forced into the storm, disintegrating like paper tossed into a furnace, vanishing in an instant. Within the storm, the flames took on the form of a war god wielding judgment. A radiant elemental bow, 5 to 6 meters long, materialized in its hands. Drawing the bow to a full moon, it unleashed purifying arrows that pierced through the air. Simultaneously, reinforced wind blades, several meters wide, swept out like scythes of death, targeting a 35-level, 5th-grade bloodline demonic beast preparing a ranged attack. From all directions, a barrage of elemental attacks rained down upon the flames. Most of these were neutralized by the storm's intense heat and turbulent forces, while a few weakened skills managed to strike her body, protected by the divine ice armor. In less than a minute of battle, Yi Han's face had turned pale as paper. He was forced to swallow a vital essence pill. The energy consumption during his full power state was staggering. He had to simultaneously maintain multiple buffs like Frost Blessing, Frost Heart, and Descent of the Celestial God, control the Flame Storm, sustain 3 layers of divine ice armor, and command Xiaobai to unleash thunder hell against high-level demonic beasts, all while having the flames continuously fire purifying arrows and perform reinforced wind blade techniques. If not for his mastery of several core combat skills, which significantly reduced energy consumption, his mental strength would have been drained within 20 seconds. Such a feat of maintaining nearly 10 simultaneous skills would leave even Platinum Beast Masters in awe. However, while vital essence pills could quickly restore mental energy, their effects diminished with frequent use and carried side effects. Flames, Xiaobai, I can hold out for no more than 10 minutes. If we can't eliminate those high-level, 6th-grade bloodline beasts within that time, we'll have to abandon the demonic artifact and retreat. Despite his intense desire for the netherworld sky tiger's spirit, Yi Han maintained a clear and rational judgment. After 10 minutes, they would likely face a dire situation surrounded by high-level beasts, making escape nearly impossible. Understood, Master. Xiaobai and the flames responded in unison. In addition, to ease your burden, I must join the fight as well. Yi Han made a swift move, instantly escaping the range of the blazing storm. Spreading his hands, he summoned the power of ice, and a massive ice staff began to take shape in the air. Its size grew at an astonishing rate: 100 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and finally stopped at an incredible 500 meters in length. Its weight surged relentlessly, from 100 tons to a staggering 2,000 tons. Boom. The immense weight caused Yi Han's lower body to sink partially into the ground. The solid rocks beneath him shattered instantly under the terrifying pressure, and his body continued to sink deeper. This was vastly different from the arena, where the ground was reinforced with high-grade alloys capable of withstanding such weight. Here, the ordinary stone terrain was utterly inadequate. Take this, Yi Han roared, leaping out of the rubble with all his might. He dashed forward dozens of steps, swinging the colossal ice weapon in a sweeping arc toward the densest cluster of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of lower-level beasts were pulverized into pulp in an instant. However, all the beasts above level 35 managed to dodge the deadly strike with their agile movements. The problem quickly became apparent due to the fragile ground. Yi Han couldn't generate enough leverage to unleash his full strength. The power of this strike was at least half compared to when he fought in the arena. Watching the level 35 and higher beasts easily evade his attack, Ihan frowned deeply. A solution quickly came to mind. He immediately activated the power of his ice armor, transforming the ice beneath his feet into massive, webbed platforms that greatly increased the surface area for support. Beasts, you won't escape, Ihan shouted, charging forward with his makeshift duck feet and wielding his gigantic ice staff to pursue the fleeing creatures. At that moment, Xiao Bai's worried voice echoed in his mind. Master, please be careful. Don't worry. With the ice armor protecting me, I'm perfectly safe, Ihan reassured it. Besides, if things go south, I can always retreat. Right now, we must work together to protect the demon artifact. Xiaobai watched as its master personally joined the battle for the second time. A deep sense of guilt welling up within. A thought took root in its mind. Was it because it was too weak that its master had to take such risks? Determined, it silently vowed to grow stronger and protect its master from harm. Roar. Xiaobai let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, the weather shifted drastically. No longer a searing inferno, the sky was now engulfed by piercing winds and swirling snow. Countless blue water elements rushed toward Xiaobai in a chaotic torrent. Xiaobai lives for her master, growing stronger to protect him. Her master is the sole purpose of her existence. Yihan could clearly sense the overwhelming emotions coursing through Xiaobai at this moment. The enormous ice spear in his hand instantly vanished into thin air, as it was no longer needed. Master, is Sister Xiaobai finally awakening? Lion asked. Yes, this silly fox, this is how she awakens, Yihan replied, his tense expression easing into one of relief. After awakening, Xiaobai will become much stronger, reaching an unprecedented level of power. Since Xiaobai didn't want him to take risks, he obediently retreated into the protective circle of Lian's fiery storm. After all, isn't it a kind of happiness and fortune for a man to lean on such strength? With Xiaobai's awakening, the swarming beasts rushing to their deaths were now the ones who should be trembling. In the howling cold wind, the area within a 5-kilometer radius around Xiaobai instantly turned into a frozen, snow-covered world. The biting chill swept through the air, causing the previously scorching underground temperatures of hundreds of degrees to plummet dramatically. The boiling river waters quickly solidified into thick layers of ice. This was the awakening battle skill of the Snow Fox Blizzard domain. As a natural talent, the Blizzard domain far surpassed ordinary mid-tier water element combat techniques. It not only drastically enhanced water element affinity, combat skill potency, and physical strength, but also grew alongside her bloodline level. Its coverage area could expand from the current 5 kilometers to 10, or even 20 kilometers. Most impressively, it required no practice to achieve perfect mastery and could bypass the usual limitations of buff stacking. Upon awakening, Xiaobai's size surged to a towering 90 meters. Her 5 snowy, fluffy tails were enveloped by surging water elements, transforming into 5 blades shimmering with blue energy. One energy-infused tail extended hundreds of meters in an instant, piercing straight through the skull of a level 37, 5th-grade bloodline beast. With a slight twist, the creature's head was reduced to shattered remains. This simple yet devastating elemental strike showcased the terrifying power of her awakened talent. Xiaobai let out an earth-shaking roar, her massive body propelling forward like a cannonball. Her speed was so extraordinary that even Yihan, with his level 35 physical strength, couldn't track her movements. The force of her leap shattered the ground, leaving a 100-meter-wide crater of rubble in her wake. In the next moment, a chilling scream echoed. Xiaobai had seized the head of a level 36, 6th-grade bloodline beast with a single paw. With a gentle squeeze, it burst like a watermelon. Her figure darted across the battlefield, leaving a trail of death in her path. The 6th-grade bloodline beasts were utterly powerless before her. In just 10 seconds, every beast above level 35 lay dead, reduced to lifeless remains scattered across the battlefield. This was Xiaobai after her Awakeninga relentless, unstoppable engine of destruction. The lower-level demon beasts finally felt the terror of death. Just moments ago, they had swarmed forward, eager to seize the demonic artifact. Now, they scattered in every direction, fleeing for their lives. Since you're already here, leave your demon cores behind. Xiaobai snorted coldly. In an instant, her 5 water element tails extended to a length of 1,000 meters, dancing wildly in the air. Each tail swept across the battlefield, and wherever they touched, the demon beasts were instantly reduced to blood mist. The destructive power far surpassed Yihan's 500-meter-long ice spear. The 5 tails rampaged simultaneously, slaughtering hundreds of demon beasts every second. In less than a minute, the area spanning several kilometers had turned into a death zone. The ground was devoid of any intact corpses. All the demon beasts had been shredded to pieces under the devastating assault. With a wave of her paw, Xiaobai summoned the water element energy, extracting tens of thousands of demon cores from the carnage. They flew into the air and formed a sparkling, crystalline mound in front of Yihan. Master, your Xiaobai is back. Don't I look like a war god? Before her words had even fully landed, Xiaobai had already shrunk to the size of a squirrel, gracefully landing on Yihan's shoulder. As she made her presence known, the raging blizzard abruptly ceased. Yihan gently stroked Xiaobai's head, and she affectionately nuzzled his palm. Looks like your master will have to live off you for a while again. Honestly, I'd like to be a war god myself. One as legendary as the great sage equal to heaven. Why be the great sage? Charging into battle is so unreliable, Xiaobai teased with her tongue out. Just stay obediently behind this girl. He'll handle any danger that comes our way. Xiaobai only wants her master to stay safe and sound. All right, no more war god dreams, Yihan chuckled. Living off you is the most ambitious and noble thing I can do. That's what makes me a responsible and qualified master. Lion felt genuinely happy for Xiaobai's awakening. Although it meant she might have to step back for now, Xiaobai's awakening was a monumental boost for the entire team. Xiaobai not only possessed extraordinary combat skills but also surpassed Lian by 4 levels in rank, more than compensating for any differences in bloodline. Yihan quickly stored the tens of thousands of demon cores into his storage space. The quality of these cores was exceptional. Most were at level 27 or 28, with the highest exceeding level 30. Their total value easily surpassed 10 billion. System, purchased the one-hit kill item. Yihan took out the bloodline advancement pill he had just purchased. A treasure acquired at a steep discount after Xiaobai's rampage. Despite Xiaobai slaying over 10,000 beasts, most of them were of lower rank, yielding only minimal points. However, the few 6th-grade bloodline beasts provided a substantial reward, allowing Yihan to exchange 10,000 points for this critical pill. It was truly worth every point. As soon as the pill was retrieved, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Xiaobai's eyes immediately widened, and drool began dripping down Yihan's shoulder. Master, I want it, Xiaobai exclaimed impatiently. Open your mouth. Considering the great contribution you made during your awakening, your master will personally feed you this time, Yihan said with a smile. Xiaobai opened his mouth wide without hesitation, and Yihan placed the pill inside. With a loud gulp, the pill was swallowed. Xiaobai squinted contentedly, patting his belly with his tiny paws, a look of pure bliss on his face. Master, it's absolutely delicious. Moments later, the pill's energy erupted within Xiaobai. A howling blizzard descended, the temperature plummeted, and the ground was instantly covered in thick frost. The storm expanded rapidly, stretching from 5 kilometers to 10, and eventually encompassing a 20-kilometer radius. Simultaneously, Xiaobai's body began to grow at an astonishing rate. With an earth-shaking roar, a towering 6-tailed snow fox, standing 100 meters tall, emerged, exuding the majesty of a ruler over an icy domain. This was the marquee-level 6th-grade bloodline, capable of reaching a maximum level of 60. Standing before the now enormous Xiaobai, both Lai Yin and Yihan appeared as insignificant as ants. 10 minutes later, Xiaobai adapted to his evolved form, and the blizzard gradually subsided. The once scorching underground world, with temperatures exceeding 200 degrees, was now transformed into a snow-covered winter wonderland. Xiaobai shrank back down to his squirrel-sized form and leapt onto Yihan's shoulder, licking him affectionately with his tiny tongue. Master, it feels amazing to be stronger. Just then, a soul-shaking roar echoed from the sky. The corpse of the netherworld flying tiger on the ground had vanished, and all its blood and energy had condensed into a semi-transparent netherworld flying tiger spirit, spiraling in the air. Submit to me, Yihan commanded calmly. Since he was the one who had slain it, the tiger spirit was naturally fearful of him and immediately bowed in submission. With a wave of his hand, the tiger spirit transformed into a delicate jade pendant, which then morphed into a small silver bell on a chain. Don't put it around my neck, it feels like I'm a husky. Put it on my paw instead. Xiaobai extended his adorable snowy paw, and Yihan tied the bell around her small leg. With a mere thought from Xiaobai, the bell emitted a dark glow, and 2 identical snow-white clones materialized on either side of her. To Yihan's delight, this was none other than the Earth-tier Netherworld clone technique. All 3 Xiaobais jumped onto Yihan's shoulder simultaneously, making it impossible for him to distinguish the real one. Master, pet me. Master, please pet me. Master, they're imposters, I'm the real one. The 3 Xiaobais squabbled, each accusing the others of being fakes. Laughing, Yihan patted each of their heads in turn. All right, stop messing around. We need to keep moving and find out what that mysterious glowing orb really is. The 3 little Xiaobai were actually projections of Xiaobai's true form. This mischievous creature simply wanted Yihan to pet it more. In Xiaobai's mind, if one projection gets petted, wouldn't that mean triple the affection? The thought made it feel utterly delighted. The projections created by the splitting technique do not possess independent consciousness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered projections but living summons instead. Summoning techniques for living beasts are exceedingly rare, as they allow the summoner to call upon wild beasts for assistance without forming a soul link with them. Only creatures with a soul can develop independent self-awareness. As Ihan and the group moved closer to the glowing orb, Lion suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression slightly unusual. Lion, what's wrong? Ihan gently pinched her smooth little cheek, assuming she felt disheartened because Xiaobai had evolved into a 6th-grade bloodline. It's nothing. Believe in yourself, you'll grow stronger in time. Ihan comforted her warmly. Lion shook her head. Master, that's not it. I do admire Sister Xiaobai's progress, but I've never been jealous of her. Her advancement to the 6th grade is something I've always hoped for. I just noticed something when I used the twin shadow escape of the light shift technique earlier. It felt remarkably easier to perform. Also, my proficiency with it seems to have improved significantly, Lion said seriously. I'm trying to recall how it felt when using Purifying Arrow and Enhanced Windblade. I suspect the light from this orb might help increase the proficiency of combat techniques. As she spoke, Lion lightly waved her jade-like fingers, sending an enhanced wind blade slicing through the air into the distance. Master, it's true. My enhanced wind blade technique was already at a masterful level, but just now, its proficiency increased slightly, bringing me closer to perfection. At this point, Xiaobai, having dispelled the nether clone technique, extended a small paw, conjuring a palm-sized icy blue claw in the air. Master Lion is really observant. She's absolutely right. I've been so focused on fighting that I didn't even notice the subtle changes in my combat technique proficiency. Thinking about how combat training could gain a double boost under this extraordinary training mode, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Its forbidden ice claw technique had only reached the fluent stage, so it was particularly sensitive to changes in proficiency and could clearly sense the additional enhancement. However, Yihan's expression grew increasingly serious. Methods that could directly enhance combat technique proficiency were extremely rare. Even high-level beast tamers could only rely on feeding their contracted beasts essence pills to accelerate training frequency. Once a technique reached the masterful stage, further improvement often hit a bottleneck, and reaching perfection was even more challenging. For a beast like Lian, who hadn't mastered a single perfected combat technique, advancing her first technique to perfection was incredibly difficult. Yet now, this strange light alone could achieve such an effect. Instead of feeling elated, Yihan was deeply unsettled. What exactly was this glowing orb? Not only could it enhance soul power and physical strength, but it could also improve combat technique proficiency. Its effects were even more extraordinary than the system Yihan was bound to. Was so overwhelmingly powerful that it filled him with dread. While the ability to enhance combat technique proficiency was undoubtedly beneficial, it warranted extreme caution. Once they got closer to the glowing orb, all would be revealed. Yihan could only hope it wouldn't pose too much danger. Suppressing his inner fear, Yihan resolved to claim these benefits for himself. Since that was the case, he decided to begin secluded combat training right here. Thanks to Xiaobai's earlier rampage, all the beasts within a several-kilometer radius had been wiped out, and none would dare approach in the short term. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yihan instructed them to train their combat techniques while he collected the combat skills dropped on the ground. It was the perfect combination of profit and progress. Beasts possess a certain level of intelligence. When they sensed that their kind within a range of dozens of kilometers had been completely slaughtered, fear swept through the herd like a tidal wave. This blood-soaked land would not see the presence of any beasts again for the foreseeable future. 72 essence pills, taken at the rate of 1 every hour for 3 days straight, Yihan said resolutely. The efficacy won't diminish, so seize this opportunity and push your combat skill training to the maximum frequency. Don't worry about my mental exhaustion. These essence pills had a staggering total value of 3.6 billion alliance coins, a testament to Yihan's determination. Hearing this, Xiaobai and Lian were overjoyed and responded in unison. Understood, Master. After the battle, the ground was littered with numerous combat skills, which alone could fetch an estimated 60 to 70 billion. Although collecting them would take considerable time, the revenue would more than cover the massive expense of the essence pills. Previously, Yihan had been too preoccupied with the potential dangers of the underground world and his urgent need to investigate the glowing orb to spend time gathering these spoils. Now that Xiaobai and Lian required time for combat skill training, Yihan could not simply ignore these immensely valuable skills. Moreover, someone needed to stay on guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yihan pondered silently. I wonder how long this combat skill proficiency boost will last. If it turns out to be permanent, Xiaobai and Lian could master all their skills to a state of perfection. This was particularly crucial for Lian. If she could achieve master-level advanced combat skills, her power would increase significantly, and it would greatly assist her in comprehending other skills in the future. Considering the possibility that this effect might not be permanent, Yihan spared no effort and invested 72 essence pills to expedite their training. In these 3 days, how far their combat skills could improve remained to be seen. Only time would tell. For Xiaobai, the most advantageous path right now is to master the Forbidden Ice Claw to a state of perfection. Even at its current level of proficiency, where Xiaobai wields it with ease, the power is already terrifying. Once perfected, its might will multiply several times over, granting Xiaobai the overwhelming strength to dominate demon kings of the same level. As for Lai Yan, since the upcoming battles will rely heavily on Xiaobai's combat capabilities, she is destined to focus on providing support. Among Lai Yan's support techniques, 2 are particularly critical. The first is the light step dual shadow technique. As seen when Yihan used this technique to slay the netherworld flying tiger, it is not merely for escaping but can also be used offensively. Its unpredictable nature makes it excellent for ambushes, catching enemies completely off guard. Moreover, this technique is vital for Yihan's survival in dire situations. However, its current level of proficiency is merely adequate, leaving many flaws that can be exploited. With slightly advanced sensory techniques, enemies can pinpoint Yihan's exact location. If the technique is perfected, Yihan's safety would be significantly enhanced. The second critical support technique is Lai Yan's Divine Descent. This ability can temporarily amplify Yihan's soul power substantially while also enhancing her strength, agility, elemental resistance, and other attributes. An increase in Yihan's soul power directly boosts Xiaobai's combat techniques as well. Lai Yan has already honed Divine Descent to an exceptional level, yielding terrifying results. If she can achieve perfection with this technique, Xiaobai's combat prowess will become even more formidable. Lai Yan, focus on perfecting the light step dual shadow technique first. Once that's done, see if you can bring Divine Descent to a perfected state as well, Yihan instructed. Got it, master. Lai Yan nodded. The light step dual shadow technique is undoubtedly more challenging to refine than Divine Descent, and Yihan wasn't certain if it could reach perfection within 3 days. If too much time was spent solely on this technique without achieving perfection, it would be a waste. Therefore, Yihan decided to allocate some time to further refine Divine Descent. While Xiaobai and Lai Yan began rigorous training of their respective techniques, Yihan continuously absorbed fallen combat technique imprints from the ground using the imprint crystal. These imprints would vanish completely if not absorbed within 3 days. 2 days later, a pillar of holy light suddenly descended upon Lai Yan, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Her form expanded once again, transforming into a fortimaturtal goddess of light. The wings of light on her back became more solid and immense. Her light element armor shimmered with golden brilliance, and her eyes emitted 2 golden beams that seemed almost tangible. She resembled a celestial angel from Western mythology, as an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. Yihan was slightly startled, but then overjoyed. Master, Sister Xiaobai, I did it. Lai Yan's voice trembled with excitement. She had finally mastered her first perfected technique, a monumental achievement for her. Wow, congratulations, Sister Lai Yan. I can't believe you succeeded before me. Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully. Divine Descent, perfected, achieved, Lai Yan announced excitedly. It turned out that perfecting Divine Descent came with additional effects, such as increasing her size and enhancing her affinity for light elements. This made the technique incredibly powerful, not just for use by a beast master. While Divine Descent inherently boosts light element affinity, this attribute is only effective for entities with light element abilities. For Yihan, who lacks light element mastery, this feature is essentially moot. However, when applied to a light element being, its full potential can be unleashed. With a single thought, Lai Yan returned to her normal size. With 1 day remaining, she decided to see if she could perfect the light step dual shadow technique. Xiaobai clenched her little claws, thinking to herself, I need to double my efforts too. Oh, come on, let me perfect my technique already. Seeing Lai Yan's success made Xiaobai anxious, though Yihan had anticipated this reaction. After all, Divine Descent is a lower-tier combat technique compared to Xiaobai's mid-tier Forbidden Ice Claw, making it inherently easier to master. This explained why Divine Descent reached perfection first. But just an hour later, another chilling aura descended. Yihan felt her mind momentarily freeze, all because of the newly formed, ghostly blue ice claws in front of Xiaobai. The claws shimmered, leaving a trail of ghostly blue afterimages in their wake. I did it, master. I did it. Xiaobai exclaimed in sheer delight. Yihan was utterly astonished. The unique effects displayed by the Forbidden Ice Claw after reaching the state of consummate mastery left him deeply shaken. This mid-tier Earth-level combat technique not only influences an enemy's thoughts, but can also cause those with weak willpower or fragile souls to fall into a daze, their minds going blank, rendering them completely incapable of counterattacking. When the soul-targeting attribute of this technique is pushed to its limits, it can directly interfere with the opponent's thought processes. In battles between experts, Victory is often decided in an instant. If the forbidden ice claw in its perfected form is used in a sudden sneak attack, even a split-second delay in the opponent's reaction could determine the outcome of the fight. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Xiaobai. Your next focus will be on mastering Thunder Hell. If you can cultivate it to the level of consummate mastery, you can attempt to comprehend the higher-tier Earth-level combat technique, Thunder Divine Punishment. Xiaobai had already honed Thunder Hell to a highly skilled level for quite some time. However, due to her primary focus on water-based techniques, her understanding of lightning energy remained limited, preventing her from breaking through the bottleneck. If she could elevate Thunder Hell to the state of consummate mastery, it would not only greatly benefit her future cultivation of other lightning-based techniques, but also allow her to grasp Thunder Divine Punishment, a technique one tier above Forbidden Ice Claw. This would become her ultimate, devastating trump card. Time flew by, and more than 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye. All 72 essence pills Yihan had were completely consumed. Yet neither Xiaobai nor Lai Yin managed to advance their respective techniques to the level of consummate mastery. I'm sorry, Master, Xiaobai said dejectedly, her ears drooping in disappointment. Master, Lai Yin has let you down as well, Lai Yin added, his face filled with frustration. Yihan smiled and took out 10 essence pills to console them. You've already made me very proud. There's no need to blame yourselves. Here, this is your final chance another 10 hours. Once these pills are used up, we'll only have 20 emergency essence pills left, so we can't afford to keep consuming them like this. Whether you succeed or not, this will be the last training session. The special illumination effect had not yet faded, so Yihan decisively extended the training time. For Lai Yin in particular, if his dual shadow escape technique couldn't break through in this unique environment, it would be even harder to achieve outside of it. Whether or not you succeed will depend on your destiny. Seeing that Yihan decided to train for an additional 10 hours, Xiaobai and Lai Yin were instantly thrilled. Xiaobai leaped onto Yihan's shoulder in one swift motion, eagerly licking his cheek with her tiny pink tongue. Even Lai Yin, usually reserved, took the rare initiative to approach Yihan and give him a gentle hug. It was her first time showing such boldness, as she typically waited for Yihan to pat her head or pinch her cheek. Yihan softly reminded them, time is of the essence. The underground world is full of dangers, and we must make the most of our training. The two little companions immediately dove into intense training. After 6 hours, Xiaobai was the first to make a breakthrough. With a light tap of her paw, a thin, finger-width arc of electricity shot out. Unlike the large, straight lightning bolts she had summoned before, this new electric arc could curve mid-flight. It traced a graceful arc through the air and struck a massive boulder 500 meters away, leaving a deep, bottomless hole in its surface. Master, Xiaobai did it. Xiaobai cheered excitedly, proudly showing off her tiny paws. This achievement marked a mastery of her Thunder Hell ability, now perfected to the point where it was faster to cast, more powerful, less energy-consuming, and capable of being controlled with her mind to track moving targets. At that moment, good news came from Lian's side as well. In an instant, her figure vanished into thin air, leaving even the 6th blood Lina level Xiaobai unable to sense her presence. When Lian reappeared, she was in 2 places at once behind both Yihan and Xiaobai. The 2 identical Lians were indistinguishable in appearance and aura. Wow, Lian has mastered it too, Xiaobai exclaimed in amazement. One of the Lians explained, my duplication technique is different from yours. To prove her point, Xiaobai launched an electric arc at the duplicate, and it passed through harmlessly, leaving the duplicate unscathed. It turned out that Lian's twin shadow evasion created pure Litan shadow clones that couldn't fight but were perfect for confusing enemies. In contrast, Xiaobai's netherworld clone could engage in battle but couldn't use active attack skills. Master, Lian wants head pats too. Having succeeded in her training, Lian playfully nestled into Yihan's arms. As he gently ruffled her hair, Yihan praised, well done. Experiencing the power of the twin shadow evasion firsthand, Yihan gained a deeper understanding of this extraordinary technique. The effects of the dual shadow evasion technique had undergone a qualitative leap. In an instant, one could completely merge into light and shadow, leaving no trace of presence behind. Even more surprising was the significant improvement in the duration and flexibility of the decoys. In the past, the decoy could last barely over 10 seconds before dissipating, remaining stationary and revealing flaws with the slightest movement. But now, the decoy could persist for up to a minute, performing actions indistinguishable from the real body and emanating an almost identical aura. As long as it wasn't directly touched, it could easily pass as the real thing. Yihan let out a long breath, feeling much more at ease. In just over 3 days, he and his entire squad had mastered their key combat techniques to an extraordinary level, causing their strength to skyrocket once again. This gave him greater confidence in the upcoming exploration of the mysterious light sphere. At this moment, Blaze had reverted to its towering form, standing imposingly at a height of 7 to 8 meters. Yihan stood firmly on Blaze's shoulder, while Xiaobai obediently perched on Yihan's own shoulder. Let's move out. Today, we'll uncover the true face of that mysterious light sphere. Yihan commanded decisively. Blaze's dazzling, massive light wings gave a gentle flap, and its entire form vanished instantly into the light and shadow. As long as they didn't hesitate to consume essence pills, Blaze could use the dual shadow evasion technique indefinitely for travel swift and stealthy, avoiding detection by the powerful beasts in the vicinity. Being an extremely cautious person, Yihan remained vigilant about the light sphere, which exhibited terrifying characteristics. Beyond the potential dangers of the sphere itself, the surrounding beasts posed significant threats. He believed that if he and his contracted beasts could benefit from the light sphere, other creatures in this world would likely enjoy the same advantages. He had long suspected that the netherworld flying tiger's mastery of lightning elements was directly linked to the light sphere. If all high-tier beasts in this area had gained mastery over one or two additional elements, or even refined their combat techniques to extraordinary levels, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Although Xiaobai now possessed the strength to contend with beasts of the same rank as beast kings, this eerie underground world might harbor even more formidable entities, beasts that not only mastered multiple elements but also possessed bloodlines surpassing those of beast kings, potentially reaching the level of beast emperors. The closer they approached the light sphere, the greater this danger was likely to become. At this point, Yihan had over 20 essence pills left in his possession. He estimated that consuming 5 would suffice to safely reach the light sphere's location, avoiding unnecessary complications. This was the ideal scenario, but if things went awry, he would have no choice but to resort to Qin Feifei's scroll. As expected, when the blazing figure approached within 300 kilometers of the glowing sphere, the surrounding environment underwent a significant transformation. The density of the beasts sharply decreased, but their strength saw a dramatic rise. Most of them were at level 35, with some even reaching level 41. Nearly all these level 41 beasts possessed 6th-grade bloodlines, and due to prolonged exposure to the light, genetic mutations had granted them mastery over 3 elemental abilities. Faced with such a daunting sight, Yihan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He recalled the beast tide he had encountered at the Zhongling defense line. Back then, just a few level 41 or higher beast leaders, combined with hundreds of thousands of level 20-something beasts, were classified as an S-class threat capable of destroying an entire city. If a beast tide were to erupt in this area, its threat level would undoubtedly far exceed S-class. Even with his current full strength, he wouldn't dare provoke such a situation lightly. Thankfully, Lai Yan's mastery of the double shadow escape technique had reached an extraordinary level. Coupled with their cautious advance, they managed to explore this area without incident. Otherwise, Yihan would have decisively retreated long ago. As Yihan pondered what might lie ahead, Xiaobai suddenly became tense. She sniffed the air carefully, much like an ordinary canine, and conveyed her warning with unease. Master, I sense traces of activity from a beast king nearby. It should be an amphibious beast king, and within 3 kilometers, there are signs of it preying on other beasts. As a snow fox with a 6th-grade bloodline, Xiaobai had inherited the exceptional sense of smell characteristic of canine species. This ability had grown even sharper with the enhancement of her bloodline quality, surpassing that of ordinary hunting dogs. If she claimed to detect the presence of a beast king, it was undoubtedly true. Yihan's expression grew serious, but he remained composed. As long as the beast king's level doesn't exceed 51 and it doesn't use perception-based combat techniques, it won't be able to discover us. Even for a beast king, its soul power is far inferior to that of a beast tamer of the same level, so it can't keep its perception skills active at all times. As they advanced to within 150 kilometers of the glowing sphere, the density of beasts decreased even further. Within a 10-kilometer radius, it was rare to find any level 41 or higher beasts. Xiaobai reminded him, the beast king's presence is becoming stronger. The scarcity of beasts here likely means they've all become its prey. Just as Lai Yin soared over a 200-meter-high hill, an unexpected change occurred. The hill suddenly came to life. A 1,000-meter-long tongue shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the brain of a passing 6th-grade beast. The massive tongue coiled around the several dozen turtle corpse, and then the hill split open to reveal a gigantic maw, swallowing the prey whole. The living hill let out a series of piercing croak sounds, stretched out 4 thick limbs, and began to slowly crawl away from its original position. Flying directly above the small hill, Yihan suddenly realized a chilling truth. The small hill, standing 200 meters tall, was actually the Demon King they had been searching for. Although they had been prepared, they never anticipated that the Demon King would be this cunning. Not only had it perfectly disguised itself, but it had also completely hidden its presence, quietly lying in wait for its prey to walk into its trap. At that moment, a passing 43rd level, Sixth-grade bloodline beast didn't even have time to react before it was killed instantly by the Demon King's sudden attack. The horrifying scene sent a cold sweat down Yihan's back. Lai Yin immediately began explaining the origins of this Demon King to Yihan and Xiaobai. Master, this is a 7th-grade Xuanjia golden toad from the underground world, with a strength of at least level 42. These creatures are known for their gluttony, spending years tunneling underground in search of food. When the food in a region is depleted, they surface to hunt humans. She added, there's a terrifying case from 10 years ago. A 71st level Xuanjia golden toad devoured nearly 5 million people, including the king and the entire royal family, in a single night, wiping out a small nation entirely. What's even more troublesome, Lai Yin lowered her voice, is that the Xuanjia golden toad is inherently attuned to earth, water, and darkness elements. Once it awakens, its body becomes covered in an impenetrable layer of earth armor, making it nearly impossible to damage. Judging from the appearance of this one, it has not only awakened but may have mutated after prolonged exposure to sunlight, gaining mastery over a 4th element. Xiaobai agreed. Even though my strength has significantly increased, I wouldn't want to face it. I'm only at level 36, a full 6 levels behind it, and the gap between levels 40 and 41 alone is like a vast chasm. Yihan exhaled deeply. Let's wait until that toad moves farther away before we act. Luckily, we weren't noticed, or the tragedy we just witnessed would have been ours. 10 minutes later, once the Xuanjia golden toad had moved over 10 kilometers away, Yihan's team cautiously resumed their approach toward the glowing orb. Xiaobai, Lai Yin, Yihan said gravely, activate all buffs and protective combat techniques from now on. This place is full of dangers, and we could be ambushed or encounter a powerful enemy at any moment. Remember, no matter how tempting that glowing orb may seem, your lives are the top priority. If you notice anything unusual, retreat immediately without hesitation. Understood? Understood, Master. The 2 women replied firmly. The activation of defensive combat techniques and buff skills brought Yihan a sense of reassurance. Now, even if he were ambushed again by the Xuanjia golden toad, he wouldn't fall so easily. Of course, this sense of security came at the cost of significant mental energy consumption. Under the extraordinary amplification of the descent of the celestial god, Yihan's soul power surged from nearly 400 points to 700 points, far exceeding the standard for a gold-tier beastmaster. This immense boost in soul power further enhanced the concealment effects of the dual shadow evasion technique. The team continued their advance, with Lai Yin deliberately avoiding the mound-like protrusions that resembled small hills. Their earlier encounter had made them wary these suspicious mounds were likely hiding ambushes by Xuanjia golden toads. Since they had already encountered one, it was highly probable that an entire colony of these toads existed underground. This was one of the reasons why dealing with a demon king was so troublesome. Intelligent creatures often possess strong emotions, and protecting their offspring was an instinct. Strangely, along the way, not only did they fail to encounter any Demon King-level beasts, but even beasts with 6th-grade bloodlines seemed to have vanished without a trace. Half an hour later, they arrived within 50 kilometers of the glowing sphere. Master, something's wrong, Xiaobai said, his voice trembling. The air here is thick with the stench of death. A powerful beast must have died nearby. Sure enough, after advancing less than 3 kilometers, they came across a hill made entirely of beast skeletons. This bone hill, towering several dozen meters high, had clearly been there for a long time. Many bones had weathered and fractured, scattered across the ground. However, one intact skull stood out, a grotesque head over 30 meters wide, with interlocking fangs that hinted at the terrifying power this beast must have wielded in life. Master, I think I can feel the aura of a demon king, Xiaobai exclaimed in shock. Could this be the remains of a demon king? I feel a similar fear in my soul, Lai Yin added, her voice uneasy. Yihan frowned deeply. These bones were indeed strange. Ordinarily, even the skeletons of 6th-grade bloodline beasts would be incredibly durable, lasting for millennia. Yet the spiritual energy resurgence had only occurred a century ago, and these bones were already decaying and brittle, clearly affected by some unknown force. As they pressed on, every 2 or 3 kilometers, they encountered another pile of Demon King remains. Some had completely crumbled to dust, while others retained relatively intact forms. The aura of death grew thicker and more oppressive until they stopped at a point 10 kilometers from the glowing sphere. Master, there are no bones within this 10-kilometer radius, Xiaobai analyzed. Either they've completely disintegrated into dust, or the Demon Kings couldn't even get this close before dying along the way. Master, should we keep going? Lai Yan's voice trembled, sounding like a little girl standing at the entrance of a haunted house. Yihan squinted at the glowing sphere. Even Xiaobai could only make out the blinding white light, unable to discern its true form. He had a premonition moving forward could lead to the greatest danger he had ever faced, but it might also bring the greatest opportunity. Cold sweat continuously seeped from Yihan's forehead, and his fingers trembled slightly. This was truly a life-and-death decision to venture further into the unknown underground world, or to cut losses and retreat in time. The rules of the game were always the same. Opportunities and risks go hand in hand. The greater the reward, the higher the cost. Yihan quickly weighed the current situation, considering the gap between their existing strength and the unknown dangers ahead. Even with Qin Feifei's life-saving scroll, it might not guarantee their safety in the perilous moments to come. Retreat. Yihan decisively commanded. This underground world may shift positions due to tectonic movements, but once we are strong enough in the future, we can always find it again. The key now is to preserve our strength. Xiaobai and Lai Yin both secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the decision to retreat. They, too, were filled with apprehension about delving deeper. However, just as Lai Yin was about to use her escape technique to lead everyone away, a sudden change occurred. Yihan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He was horrified to find that everything around them seemed to have been frozen in time. No one could move, not even to retrieve a life-saving scroll from their storage space. Master, I can't even move a single claw. Xiaobai conveyed her fear through telepathy. It's like we've been hit by a paralysis spell. Lai Yan's voice was filled with panic. Stay calm. Yihan immediately commanded. Lai Yan, you must maintain the escape technique. Xiaobai, cancel all buffs immediately and only keep the heavenly descent buff to enhance soul power. We can't replenish our mental energy right now, so we have to conserve every bit of it. The aura of death was closing in, but Yihan maintained his final shred of rationality. Wait for the right moment. We must survive, every single one of us. Toot! Suddenly, a horn resounded from the direction of the glowing orb, its sound sharp, prolonged, and soul-stirring, as if echoing from an ancient battlefield. Yes, it was the sound of a horn. About 2 minutes after the horn's call, Yihan saw a massive figure, as large as a small mountain, rapidly approaching him. As the distance shortened, the figure became increasingly clear to him. Croak, croak, croak. It was none other than the previously arrogant demon, King the Xuanjia Golden Toad. It finally stopped 2 kilometers away from Yihan, its head pressed low to the ground as though worshipping an emperor or a deity. But who was it worshipping? The glowing orb, or the one who had sounded the horn? At that moment, Yihan felt the radiant orb begin to dim slowly until it vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming, irresistible aura. This aura was like the presence of a supreme deity from ancient times, the ruler and sovereign of all existence, supremely powerful, exalted, and sacred. Before his eyes, 9 golden, semi-transparent divine dragons, each hundreds of meters long, pulled an ancient jade palanquin suspended in midair, slowly approaching him. Seated on the palanquin was a young girl with flowing black hair that extended for nearly 100 meters. She appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a flawless white palace gown. Her exquisite figure and perfect features made Yihan's heart race uncontrollably, even though he considered himself someone not easily swayed by appearances. An irresistible allure. A surge of longing rose in his heart. If only he could be close to her for just a moment, it would be worth a lifetime. Such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, how could she exist in this world? Even words like peerless beauty or devastatingly enchanting fell short of capturing her appearance. Master, this fox sister is so beautiful. She seems to be the ancestral deity of the flame angel. Xiaobai's and Lian's thoughts snapped Yihan back to reality, leaving him shocked. Was she not human? How could this be? Xiaobai saw it clearly. This sister was a snow fox with countless stunningly long tails, bearing no trace of human form. However, Xiaobai believed she had long since gained the ability to take on a human appearance. Lian, on the other hand, could not see the foxtails. To her, the girl was the very image of the flame angel's ancestor, with grand and dazzling wings. Could it be that none of them noticed? Yihan, her existence might be beyond our comprehension. Her chariot is the 9-dragon palanquin. Those divine dragons, each of them possesses at least 8th-grade demon emperor lineage. Could this girl be a king-level beast tamer? But she doesn't seem like one. Let's just hope she hasn't noticed us, or we'll be in big trouble. The 9-dragon palanquin carrying the girl floated to the side of the prostrating Xuanjia Golden Toad. The girl finally opened her eyes, and an aura of supreme nobility descended. Even Yihan, under this terrifying presence, felt utterly inferior, like a humble beggar before a queen, or even less than that, like an insignificant mayfly gazing upon a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. If not for his inability to move, Yihan might have involuntarily knelt in worship, as though she embodied the very laws of heaven and earth. Despite Yihan's formidable willpower, it was far from enough to defy the rules of the universe. A person's will strengthens with the power of their physical body, and a strong body is the foundation for a powerful will. Yihan's current physical level was only at 35, merely the beginning stage. The girl's gaze was indifferent and calm. She extended her slender, jade-like hand and made a slight grasping motion. Instantly, the Xuanjia golden toad's entire body began to radiate a crimson glow. Its level and bloodline regressed rapidly in that moment, its flesh disintegrating into countless particles, and even its demon core was completely extracted. The particles were swiftly compressed, and the once mountainous demon king was reduced to a blood-red pill no larger than a fingertip. All that remained of the Xuanjia golden toad were its pale, skeletal remains, devoid of any energy essence, as if they had weathered countless millennia. The girl sighed softly, her delicate brows furrowing. The stench was overwhelming, utterly revolting. But today, perhaps she could try something different? Gulp. The blood-red pill was swallowed in one swift motion. Yihan watched in utter horror. This was a super demon king with a 7th-grade bloodline, and it had been reduced to a pill the size of a fingertip without any chance to resist. The stunningly beautiful young girl swallowed a demon king in one bite. Her movements so light and effortless it seemed as though she was tasting a piece of candy. Yihan glanced around at the scattered remains of demon kings, and a sudden realization dawned upon him: these creatures had all likely become this girl's feast. The phrase, "time to try something new," echoed in Yihan's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Sure enough, after consuming a pill, the girl's bright eyes turned toward where Yihan and his companions stood. With a gentle curl of her slender jade-like finger, the three of them felt as though they were being pulled by an invisible force, unable to resist being drawn closer to her. It turned out that from the very beginning, the mysterious power rendering them immobile had been the work of this young girl. "All right, dessert time," she said with innocent excitement in her voice. "Now, which one of you little ones is the tastiest?" To her, Yihan and his companions seemed no more than delicate confections laid out on a platter. Xiao Bai was the first to speak, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "Sister Snow Fox, a true gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. Let's talk this through. If you must eat someone, why not start with me? My meat is tender and flavorful." She cleverly downplayed Yihan and Lai Yin, saying that Yihan had an elderly father and 81 children to support, so eating him would leave a bitter taste of tears and snot. As for Lai Yin, she claimed his overwhelming resentment from a life of vengeance would ruin the flavor. Lai Yin immediately countered, "Oh great deity, please eat me first. My sister only lied to protect me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Just spare my master and sister Xiao Bai." The girl listened to their argument, her lips curling into an amused smile. Finally, her gaze settled on Yihan, who had remained silent throughout. "Little native, these two are your contracted spirit beasts. Today, you get to decide who gets eaten first." How delightful. So entertaining. Hee, this is fun. The young girl's eyes sparkled with a playful glint, much like a cat toying with its prey. Yihan stood rooted to the spot, silent. This was a life-or-death decision, no matter whom he chose, regret would accompany him forever. Yet, his mind did not falter. Instead, it grew sharper, searching for a way to break free from this predicament. Facing a being with the terrifying power to devour a demon king in one bite, direct confrontation was clearly unwise. The greatest challenge, however, lay in the fact that he knew next to nothing about this enigmatic girl. The information he could leverage was pitifully scarce. The girl, noticing Yihan's prolonged silence, furrowed her delicate brows, her expression turning colder. "A sentimental little creature, are you? How quaint. But in the face of absolute power, sentiment is worthless. If you refuse to choose, he'll devour all of you. If you do choose, perhaps he'll lose my appetite after I'm full. After all, lowly beings like you are barely worth more than an appetizer. 10 seconds, make your decision." A glimmer of resolve suddenly flashed in Yihan's eyes. This was the moment to take a gamble. If he lost, he still had one final card to play his system. By revealing just a hint of its extraordinary qualities, he was confident this powerful girl would be intrigued by something that defied the rules of existence. "Senior, you never intended to eat us, did you?" Yihan's words, seemingly absurd, left everyone present in stunned silence. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes, but her voice grew even icier. "Such audacity for a mere native. Speak your reasoning, or I'll start feasting now." Yihan exhaled quietly, calming himself, before continuing, "Senior, you've been trapped beneath the earth, subsisting on low-level demon kings day after day. Surely this isn't your true desire. If you genuinely sought delicacies, you could detain me instead and let my contracted beasts hunt rare and exotic creatures for you. Our value far surpasses that of a mere meal." The oppressive air around the girl suddenly dissipated, and the overwhelming pressure vanished. Her expression softened, showing a hint of approval. "Congratulations, child of a level 0.3 civilization. You've passed all the tests." She then revealed her identity: the third princess of the Thousand Faces clan, a noble family ruling over a third-tier civilization. 100 years ago, during a catastrophic war between civilizations, She was gravely injured and accidentally fell to this primitive planet, just beginning its awakening of spiritual energy. The benefits Yihan and his companions had received from the light were, in fact, derived from her dwindling life essence. Before her words fully settled, the girl descended from her nine-dragon chariot. Her body began to turn gray, her once dark hair turning white, and the majestic chariot dissolved into nothingness. Yihan could clearly see parts of her body starting to petrify. Symbiotic contract, the girl declared, biting her fingertip as droplets of golden divine blood fell, instantly forming a complex contract sigil. She pressed her palm onto the symbiotic mark, and Yihan's hand moved involuntarily to meet hers, his blood naturally seeping out to complete the bond. She was actually trying to forcefully establish a life-sharing contract with Yihan. The moment the young girl finished her sentence, an invisible force of the contract began to swirl around Yihan. To gain any power, there is always a price to pay, the girl explained calmly. You and I will share a symbiotic bond, united by the essence of life. From this moment on, you will gain the talents of the thousand-faced divine clan, while my bloodline rank will drop to match yours. The price, however, is that your lifespan will be reduced to 2 years. Of course, as long as you grow stronger quickly, your lifespan can be extended. Just as the force of the contract was about to bind itself to Yihan's soul, an alarm from the system suddenly rang out. Alert! Alert! A banshee is attempting to forcefully establish a life-sharing contract with the host. The host's soul is under system protection. The forced life-sharing contract is invalid. Converting Toa master-servant contract. Ding. The life-sharing contract has successfully been converted into a master-servant contract. The abrupt shift in the nature of the contract caused everyone present to sense the change in their soul connection. The previously immobilized girl, Xiaobai, and Lai Yin instantly regained their ability to move, but the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Xiaobai was the first to break the stillness, speaking cautiously. This, senior, could it be that due to your severe injuries, you momentarily lost clarity and accidentally created a master-servant contract instead of a life-sharing one? This mistake, well, it's quite a fatal one. Lai Yan's face lit up with a hint of delight. It seems we've gained another sister? The sudden shift was so unexpected that it left everyone stunned. Both Xiaobai and Lai Yan couldn't help but feel sympathy for the girl, who was gradually turning to stone from sheer shock. After all, her earlier threats to devour them were merely a test for Yihan and not malicious. Now that she had become one of their own, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. But as a true celestial being, a member of the pure-blooded thousand-faced divine clan, how could she, even in a state of severe injury and confusion, make such a glaringly simple mistake? Ah, 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 ah. The girl finally broke down, letting out a series of piercing screams. I didn't draw it wrong. It's impossible for me to make a mistake. Qingyao shouted uncontrollably. She stared at Yihan with disbelief in her eyes. What kind of mysterious power is hidden within you? How could you alter the contract's terms the moment it was signed? As a deity, she was well aware that the rules of contracts were a manifestation of universal laws once established. They could not be changed. Yet, this insignificant native from a 0.3 level civilization had accomplished something so incomprehensible. The thought of herself, the third princess of the Thousand Faces divine clan, wielding powers millions of times greater than Earth's civilization, now bound to serve a human from a lower civilization as her master, made Qingyao feel as if the world was spinning. The difference between a 0.3 level and a 3-level civilization was far more than a mere numerical gap. A level 1 civilization could dominate an entire planet, a level 2 civilization could control a whole star system, and a level 3 civilization held sway over countless star systems. Yihan coughed lightly, interrupting her thoughts. Actually, this is a delightful misunderstanding. If you hadn't forced the contract, allowing me to willingly sign a symbiotic agreement with you, none of this would have happened. But since the master-servant contract is already in place, you might as well accept reality. What you should really be thinking about now is how to survive, Yihan continued. Since the symbiotic contract failed, you can't rely on my life essence. Isn't there another way? Like some kind of heavenly tier combat technique, saint tier skill, or perhaps a divine artifact? Qingyao despairingly realized that, as a servant, she didn't even have the right to end her own life unless Yihan permitted it. Forget about those things, Qingyao gritted her teeth and said. I used them all to sustain my life. She could feel her divine power draining rapidly. At most, she had 3 days before she would be completely depleted. My name is Qingyao, she finally introduced herself, then immediately asked, but you still haven't explained the origin of your mysterious artifact. At this moment, Xiaobai interjected seriously, Hey, new little sister, I know you're pitiful, but you need to learn to respect the master. From now on, he is your eternal master. As for the master's artifact, that's his business. If he wants to tell you, he will. If he doesn't,
Don't pry.
Lai Yin chimed in as well. That's right. No matter what kind of divine princess you were before, you need to show respect in front of the master. One day, the master will stand at the pinnacle of this world, reigning over everything. The two little companions had clearly planned to teach this newcomer a lesson about proper behavior. Qingyao let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with disdain. So what if a master-servant contract has been formed? I am a proud member of the divine race. I don't need a master. I do not fear death, so why would I fear a few insignificant natives like you? Despite her outward defiance, Qingyao's heart was heavy with bitterness. Death, indeed, was not something she feared. What truly tormented her was the thought of never knowing the fate of her parents and loved ones, and the possibility that her civilization might already have fallen in defeat. She had endured until now, clinging to life, in the hope of one day regaining her strength and returning to her homeland. If her civilization had been defeated, then she must shoulder the responsibility of restoring the glory of the thousand-faced divine race. But the harsh reality was that she had been reduced to becoming a servant to a mere native. How could she ever face her people or her kin with such disgrace? It was a humiliation that trampled on the honor and dignity of her race. Yet, even so, she yearned to learn the fate of her family and the current state of her civilization. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. Xiaobai, Lai Yin, stop bullying the newcomer. I don't care about the formalities of how she addresses me. The contract is already in place, and I can exercise all the rights of a master. Let her decide for herself whether to embrace death or find a way to survive. Although Yihan could prevent Qingyao from ending her life, he couldn't stop her from continuing to petrify, nor could he halt the steady loss of her divine power and life essence. If Qingyao was resolute in seeking death, there was nothing he could do. What should I call you? Qingyao asked. I am Yihan, a student of the Tao Academy of the 0.3 level Azure Civilization's Shunlong Nation, he declared. Yihan, Qingyao murmured, pondering for a moment. As you said, you can exercise all the rights of a master. But forgive me, cannot bring myself to utter the word master just yet. It may take me a long time to come to terms with it. I will enter your contract space and enter a state of complete dormancy, which will stop the loss of my life essence. I have 70 hours of life left. If you can slay a high bloodline beast and let me absorb its life essence, my lifespan and strength will increase. She paused. I choose to live. As soon as Qingyao finished speaking, her figure transformed into a beam of light and was instantly absorbed into Yihan's contract space. In that moment, Yihan experienced a peculiar surge of soul connection. This connection allowed him to understand that even without forming a symbiotic contract, as long as Qingyao remained dormant in the system space, he could directly access all her abilities through the contract space. However, reality quickly hit him like a cold slap. Qingyao's current state was dire. Her life essence was riddled with damage, and after centuries of barely clinging to survival, her strength and divine bloodline power had completely dissipated. Yihan couldn't help but feel regret. Even if Qingyao retained just 1,000th or 10,000th of her original strength, it would have been enough for him to dominate on Azure Star. As the possessor of a 10th-tier divine bloodline, Qingyao's true strength far exceeded Yihan's imagination. Although Xiaobai and Blaze had already achieved 6th-tier bloodlines, the gap between them and a 10th-tier bloodline was immeasurable. In the world of bloodline rankings, the higher the tier, the greater the disparity. For example, while Xiaobai might still be able to challenge a monster king of the same level, facing a monster emperor would mean certain defeat. Above monster emperors were monster sovereigns, and beyond them were the legendary monster gods beings with divine-tier bloodlines. This disparity was determined from birth. A 6th-tier bloodline like Blaze's Angel of Flames might start at level 10 or so, while a divine-tier bloodline could be born at level 30 or 40, or even higher. Even the nation of Shunlong owed its status as one of Azure Star's 4 superpowers to the presence of an 8th-tier bloodline divine dragon. So, how powerful was Qingyao? Her mere mount consisted of 9 golden divine dragons. These dragons were at least 8th-tier bloodlines, possibly even higher. Unfortunately, when they appeared, they were already in a weakened soul state, barely able to intimidate a 7th-tier monster king like the Xuanjia Golden Toad before vanishing. The current situation was even more unexpected. Qingyao had originally planned to share her life essence, bloodline tier, and divine talents with Yihan through the symbiotic contract. However, she hadn't anticipated the system's interference during the signing process. This was due to 2 critical reasons. First, the system did not permit the existence of 2 masters. Second, the system was already in a symbiotic relationship with Yihan and would not allow others to interfere. The result was devastating for Qingyao. Unaware of the system's actions, she became the greatest victim. Not only did she fail to connect her life essence with Yihan, but the overexertion of her divine power caused her lifespan to plummet, and her strength fell to rock bottom. At this point, she couldn't even pass on basic combat techniques or divine power to Yihan. Yet, amidst this darkness, a glimmer of hope remained Kinjio's thousand faces divine clan talent. This innate ability, unrelated to her strength, became the only power she could transfer. Realizing this, Yihan's heartbeat quickened. Though he couldn't communicate with Qingyao to learn how to use the talent, his curiosity was already burning. Without hesitation, he activated the Thousand Faces Divine Clan talent. The innate combat skill of the Thousand Faces Divine Clan, solely my Thousand Faces. At this moment, Xiaobai and Liayan's reactions were entirely different yet shockingly similar. Xiaobai was so excited that drool was practically dripping from its mouth, while the usually reserved Liayan suddenly transformed into a starstruck girl, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Yihan. Master has turned into such a cool and domineering snow fox brother, Xiaobai exclaimed, bouncing up and down with excitement. 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more handsome than before. Liayan's face flushed red as she couldn't help but cry out. Yihan coughed lightly, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Calm down. This is just a talent test. You two are the demonesses raised by me. Yihan's how a little more resolve. Closing his eyes, Yihan began to focus on sensing the specific effects of the Thousand Faces Divine Clan's innate ability. This talent was rather unique, not a direct combat skill but a functional one. It allowed any creature of any race, upon seeing the caster, to perceive them as the most perfect existence of their own kind, instantly generating an intense sense of fondness. It was the same enthralling feeling Yihan had experienced when he first met Qingyao. However, as a 10th grade bloodline divine talent, its capabilities went far beyond just that. With a single thought, Yihan summoned a fiery red superstorm that instantly formed in the air. Isn't that my flamestorm? Lian exclaimed in disbelief. Yihan didn't answer. Instead, he snapped his fingers at the confused Xiaobai. In an instant, a fierce chill swept through the area outside the flame storm, and large snowflakes began to fall heavily from the sky. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Xiaobai covered her mouth with her small paws. Master can even use Xiaobai's blizzard domain? And he can use 2 innate combat skills at the same time. This is insane. At the same time, Yihan felt a surge of power coursing through his body. The slight physical enhancement from the flamestorm combined with the significant boost from the blizzard domain elevated his strength to unprecedented levels. This was the true power of solely my Thousand Faces. Not only could it replicate the innate abilities of other races, but it could also wield multiple talents simultaneously, often with greater potency than the original user. Yihan carefully evaluated the talent's skill, solely myriad faces. On the surface, it appeared overwhelmingly powerful, but in reality, it came with severe limitations, making it rather impractical. However, in critical moments, it could still serve as a pivotal trump card to turn the tide of battle. After storing away the talent skills, Flamestorm, and Blizzard Domain, Yihan clearly recognized that this was a skill requiring cautious use in the later stages. At his current level, it could provide some enhancement to his combat strength, but opportunities to use it were extremely rare. Most importantly, revealing his divine talent prematurely, before reaching the strength of the gold rank, would be tantamount to courting death. If the Thousand Faces divine clan from Qingyao's homeland were to discover him, not only would he be executed on the spot by the interstellar army they dispatched, but the entire Azure civilization could face annihilation, with billions of lives at risk of being wiped out. This was due to the insurmountable gap between divine beings and lower civilizations. A 0.3 level civilization was nothing more than ants in their eyes. Yet, even they were powerless against more advanced entities. Even Qingyao herself had once contemplated suicide when she became Yihan's servant. Her decision to live on was driven by her hope to preserve her royal bloodline and carry the burden of reviving the Thousand Faces divine clan, should their civilization fall in the war and face decline. She endured the humiliation of servitude for the sake of her people's future. The use of solely myriad faces was further constrained by 3 major rules. First, it could only directly replicate the talents of contract beasts with a soul link. Second, it could activate a maximum of 3 talent skills simultaneously. Third, when replicating the talents of other beings, it consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy, which could not be replenished through the use of elixirs. Master, what should we do next? Xiaobai asked. Yihan glanced around at the surrounding sea of bones, fully aware that this underground world was teeming with terrifying demon kings who had absorbed Qingyao's life essence. Even though he had now subdued Qingyao, facing opponents like the armored golden toad from before still left him with less than a 50% chance of victory. Staying any longer would only increase the risks. It had been over 10 days since he left the academy, and having descended tens of thousands of meters underground, he had lost all communication signals. Wang Ruyan must be worried sick. We'll dig our way out from here, Yihan ordered decisively. Got it. Time to go home. For Xiaobai, who excelled at digging, this was an easy task. At that moment, 2 stunningly beautiful women stood outside Yihan's dormitory. One was his girlfriend, Wang Ruyan, and the other was his mentor, Qin Feifei. The passing boys couldn't help but shed tears of envy, as if everyone who walked past Yihan's dormitory had swallowed 5 truckloads of lemons. The reason was simple. Standing at the door were 2 stunning beauties. On one side was Qin Feifei, dressed in a short skirt with black stockings and high heels, her graceful figure outlining flawless curves and exuding the allure of a mature and confident woman. On the other side stood Wang Ruyan, clad in a flowing white dress, her cold and aloof demeanor creating an invisible barrier around Hera, breathtakingly beautiful Ice Queen, who inspired both admiration and intimidation. What was even more astonishing was that these 2 gorgeous women had been waiting here for 2 or 3 days already. Their brows were slightly furrowed, and they occasionally glanced into the distance, clearly worried about Yihan, who had gone out on a mission. This scene had long become the talk of the male students at Deidao Academy. Having 2 such exceptional women, so deeply concerned about him, was enough to make anyone feel that even death would be worth it. Rian, don't worry too much, Qin Feifei gently reassured her. It's just an A-level mission. With Yihan's skills and quick thinking, there shouldn't be any major issues. Although, it has been a bit longer than expected this time. As Yihan's mentor and a platinum-rank powerhouse, even Qin Feifei found herself unable to access detailed information about Yihan's mission from the Academy's task management office. These missions for top talents were classified as highly confidential, with only provincial commanders authorized to view the specifics. Wang Ruyan had only received a brief message from Yihan saying he was heading out for a small task, without any indication of his destination. If she had known his exact location, she would have gone to find him herself. Ever since the day Yihan left, there had been no news from him, which deeply troubled Wang Ruyan, who considered herself his woman. I understand, Wang Ruyan replied softly. He is indeed cautious and clever, and I trust that he can handle any unexpected situations. It's just, as long as he doesn't come back, I can't put my mind at ease. As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Feifei with a hint of probing curiosity. By the way, Mentor Qin, you're waiting here too. Could it be that you're also worried about his safety? The question was asked with great subtlety. In Wang Ruyan's mind, although Yihan's personality was as composed as a 180-year-old monk, his charm seemed to have an irresistible pull on women. Even if Yihan himself was indifferent to beauty, that didn't mean these women could remain indifferent to him. Wang Ruyan watched Qin Feifei's graceful figure and silently calculated in her heart. I hope this Qin teacher can maintain her integrity and not cross any boundaries. She knew Yihan all too well. While he usually appeared as calm and composed as a meditating monk, faced with an exceptional beauty throwing herself at him, his suppressed instincts might just surface. After all, at his young and vigorous age, his natural impulses as a man were all present, merely kept in check by his rationality most of the time. Qin Feifei's attributes were undeniably exceptional. At 27, her appearance and charm rivaled those of younger women. Whether before or after the spiritual energy revival, it wasn't uncommon to see outstanding unmarried women at this age. Calling her an alluring beauty was no exaggeration. More importantly, she encompassed multiple enviable traits: beauty, wealth, and an extraordinary level of power far surpassing Wang Ruyan in every way. Although Wang Ruyan had long come to terms with the fact that Yihan possessed the privilege of having multiple partners and understood that with his potential, it was unlikely he would have only one woman, she still thought, the fewer, the better. If he truly ended up like an ancient emperor with a harem of 3,000, she might have to wait until next year for her turn. Even in modern society, very few powerful individuals exercise the privilege of multiple partners. Most would marry a handful at most, and those with dozens were rare, let alone hundreds. As an experienced woman, Qin Feifei immediately sensed the underlying meaning in Wang Ruyan's words. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. If Wang Ruyan hadn't brought it up, she might not have realized how unusual her behavior of waiting here truly was. What's going on? Could it be that boy? No way. Qin Feifei quickly denied the thought in her mind. It must be because I've invested so much in him that I can't help but worry. Despite the ripples in her heart, as a platinum-level powerhouse, she swiftly regained her composure and calmly explained, Ahem, in my eyes, he's just like a little brother. I do care about him a bit, but that's only natural since he's my only student. Besides, he spent a lot of money in me. Noticing the fleeting change in Qin Feifei's expression, Wang Ruyan immediately felt a sense of alarm. Qin Feifei seemed to realize something as well and quickly added, the main reason I'm here waiting for him is because of the upcoming 4 Nations monster hunting tournament in the Divine Ape Nation. You're on the participant list too, so you should understand the importance of this competition. Our Divine Dragon Nation has been at the bottom for 5 consecutive years, and this year, we must achieve a good ranking, or our international reputation will continue to suffer. Although Qin Feifei's reasoning was sound, Wang Ruyan thought to herself, there are still 6 or 7 days before the registration deadline, and the departure is 10 days away. Coming this early to wait for someone what a dedicated mentor she is, even more enthusiastic than me, his future wife. As the leading nation among the 4 nations, The Divine Ape Nation had been hosting the monster hunting tournament for over 50 years. This event, second only to the Global Academy Championship, represented more than half of humanity's strength in the Azure civilization and carried significant influence. The Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament is an exceptionally rigorous competition, exclusively open to first-year students from the top academies of the Four Nations. This event is designed to showcase the strength and potential of the new generation of prodigies from each nation and also serves as a prelude to the Global Academy Championship. Each year, the tournament takes place in the Xinyuan mountain range of the Xinyuan Nation. Before the event, the hosts designate a massive competition area within the towering mountain range, which spans tens of thousands of meters. They clear the area of all 6th-tier bloodline beasts above level 43 and beast kings above level 40 to ensure the basic safety of the participants. The rules of the competition are straightforward. Contestants earn points by hunting beasts within the designated area, with stronger beasts yielding higher points. This setup is similar to the senior year trials but places greater emphasis on competitiveness, offering generous rewards based on rankings. It's worth noting that the cost of the tournament rewards is jointly borne by the other three nations, while the nation with the lowest overall score must shoulder a larger share of the expenses. As the host, the Xinyuan Nation is only responsible for preparing the venue and ensuring fairness. However, over the past 50 years, Xinyuan contestants have dominated the top 3 spots in almost every tournament, with only 3 exceptions. For the Shenlong Nation, the situation is particularly dire. Having ranked last in total points for 5 consecutive years, the nation's reputation has suffered, and they have been burdened with the highest share of the tournament costs a lose-lose scenario. This predicament has also left Shenlong's freshmen struggling to hold their heads high on the international stage. Against this backdrop, when the headmaster of Dadao Academy and senior officials from the Shenlong Nation's Ministry of Education witnessed Yihan's astonishing feat of defeating Gongsun Miao with a single strike, they immediately saw a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. They urgently tasked Qin Feifei with persuading Yihan to participate in the tournament. Qin Feifei herself was filled with anticipation. She believed that if Yihan could shine on the international stage, it would not only bring glory to their nation but also silence those who secretly looked down on her. However, at this critical juncture, Yihan had disappeared for over 10 days on an 11-level mission, leaving no trace. At that moment, Qin Feifei and Wang Ruyan's gazes shifted toward the sky, where a streak of white light plummeted swiftly into Yihan's dormitory. The two women stood outside the door, their hearts racing. Moments later, the dormitory door opened, and Yihan appeared at the entrance with an apologetic smile. "Ladies, sorry to keep you waiting. Please, come in." It turned out that after completing his mission, Yihan had first gone to the Academy's mission management office to report back and only then rode his blazing steed back to the dormitory. Wang Ruyan stood to the side, lightly biting her lip. If Qin Feifei hadn't been present, she might have already been unable to contain her feelings of longing and worry. Once inside, Qin Feifei was the first to speak. "You little rascal. Just an 11-level mission, and it took you over 10 days to complete. How embarrassing. Your fiancée here was so worried she couldn't meditate for 2 days." What she didn't say was that she, too, had been incredibly anxious. After all, she had invested billions in Yihan, and this was not a risk she could afford to lose. "Sorry about that," Yihan explained. "After completing the mission, I stumbled upon an unexplored underground world and decided to hunt some demon beasts for extra earnings. There was no cell signal down there, so I couldn't contact anyone." Wang Ruyan gave a slight nod, trying to appear calm. "It's fine, as long as you're back safe. It's my fault for worrying too much and losing my composure. I must have embarrassed Mentor Qin." As their mentor, Qin Feifei understood it wasn't the right time to interrupt the pair further, so she quickly steered the conversation to the main topic. "Yihan, I came to discuss the Four Nations Demon Beast Hunting Competition with you. The competition will be held soon in the Kingdom of Divine Apes. It's incredibly important for both our country and the Academy. The Dean and the Ministry of Education are hoping you'll participate and bring glory to the nation. Of course, it's entirely up to you." She added, "If you make it into the top 10, the Dean has promised a reward of 10,000 academic credits and 5 billion alliance coins. Additionally, on my end," she hesitated, looking slightly embarrassed, "I can personally offer an extra 1.5 billion. Don't look at me like that. I've been drained dry lately, and am almost out of pocket money." Seeing his mentor's awkward expression, Yihan chuckled and said, "No need for your personal contribution, mentor. They'll participate in the competition. Please just help me with the registration." He thought to himself that Qin Feifei had already been swindled out of a flying demon artifact worth billions last time. It was better to know when to stop. The competition's rewards were indeed tempting. The first-place winner would receive a top-tier Earth-grade combat technique of their choice, along with 15 billion alliance coins. The second and third places would each be awarded 2 high-tier Earth-grade combat techniques and 5 billion alliance coins. Although rewards were given to the top 50, anything beyond the top 3 was hardly worth Yihan's attention. Qin Feifei let out a small sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a hint of joy. She said seriously, "At least you've got some conscience, kid. We'll go ahead and register you now. But remember, in a week, our Shenlong Nations team will be heading to the Xinyuan Nation." Her tone turned solemn. The Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament is no joke. Every year, the mortality rate for participants is over 5. You'll be facing not only monsters and dark beast tamers, but also threats from the prodigies of other nations. She pointed a finger at Yihan. "Even if you can take down Gongsun Miao with one strike, you're only ranked in the top 10 among our country's new talents. I know you're holding back some of your strength, but the foreign prodigies are even more terrifying, especially in Xinyuan Nation, where their top talents enter school already at the gold level. Don't mess this up." Yihan calmly made an "okay" gesture toward Qin Feifei. "Got it, instructor. Don't worry. I'll bring back the first place for you and won't let you down." Qin Feifei's heart skipped a beat at his words. She quickly coughed twice to cover up her inner reaction. "Ahem. For me? That's not the right way to put it. Stop bragging. If you can make it into the top 10, they'll be burning incense in gratitude." Yihan shook his head seriously. "Do you remember what I said when you came to recruit me as your student?" "What did you say?" Qin Feifei couldn't recall at the moment. Yihan's voice carried an undeniable conviction. "I said I would win the Global Academy Championship. As the future champion, taking first place in the Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament is just the beginning. I'm simply fulfilling the promise I made to you. Is there a problem with the words for you?" Qin Feifei froze in place for a moment. The commanding aura emanating from Yihan left her speechless. While his claim to win first place for her might sound exaggerated, such a promise was undeniably moving. Wang Ruyan, standing nearby, noticed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and quickly cleared her throat to ease the tension. "I believe Yihan has what it takes. Don't worry, Instructor Qin. He always keeps his word." Only then did Qin Feifei snap back to reality, realizing she had lost her composure in front of Yihan's fiancé. She felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Forcing herself to appear composed, she said, "Wang Ruyan, you've never participated in the Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament, so you don't know how dangerous it is. Back when I competed, I was full of confidence, but I only managed to rank 17th in the end. The foreign prodigies are particularly cunning, and their strength is no joke." She turned back to Yihan, half-jokingly adding, "Confidence is good, but don't overdo it. All right, they'll leave you lovebirds alone. Yihan, take care of yourself. See you." Wang Ruyan's face instantly turned bright red, and she exclaimed shyly, "Instructor, what are you saying?" Qin Feifei transformed into a streak of gray light and vanished from Yihan's dormitory in an instant. A few seconds later, she reappeared in her own room. Glancing in the direction of Yihan's dormitory, an unconscious smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "I'll secure first place for you," she murmured softly, then fell into thought. "That guy. I used to think he was just a shameless scoundrel trying every trick to swindle money from me. Who would have thought he had such a domineering and romantic side? Although, he probably didn't mean it that way." Thinking about Yihan's relationship with Wang Ruyan, she quickly shook her head. "Ugh, what does it matter how far they go? He's just my student. Our relationship is strictly professional, pure and proper. Nothing more." Despite her words, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Just then, a shadow abruptly descended into the room. Qin Feifei's brows furrowed as her expression darkened. "What is it?" The shadow revealed itself to be a middle-aged woman dressed in a gray-black robe, her aura equally platinum level. She bowed slightly to Qin Feifei. "Young Miss, young Master Li Tianzi has come to propose marriage for the third time. The family head has ordered you to return home immediately to receive him." "Receive him? Over my dead body?" Qin Feifei scoffed coldly. "If he wants to be received, let someone else do it. What does it have to do with me?" The middle-aged woman remained unfazed. "The family head has decided that you will marry young Master Li by mid-next year. He has shown great sincerity. As the daughter of one of the four great clans, you must understand that sometimes we have no choice. Family alliances are often unavoidable." These words ignited a spark of resentment in Qin Feifei. She had devoted herself to mastering escape techniques since childhood, not because she enjoyed running, but to defy the fate of being used as a pawn in political marriages. As long as she could run fast enough, no one could force her into anything. Her position as an instructor at Dideo Academy was also a result of her grandmother's close friendship with the headmistress. After her grandmother had perished in battle among the stars, the headmistress had taken care of her out of respect for that bond. This connection made it difficult for the Qin family to act recklessly and seize her on academy grounds. "Young Miss," the middle-aged woman sighed, "since the old madam's death, the Qin family has been in decline. Several of our industries have been swallowed by other families. An alliance with the Li family, the foremost of the four great clans, would deter the Zhu and Wan families. It's the best strategy to ensure the Qin family's survival. If you marry into the Li family, it would grant us at least 30 years of breathing room. How many times have you all repeated this same argument? Has it ever worked? Always relying on others, why not focus on strengthening the family ourselves? This is also the family head's decision, the woman said as a final statement. Young Master Li Tianzi, as the top platinum rank fighter in Shenlong Nation, will not extend a fourth proposal. Please think carefully. With that, her figure vanished without a trace. Qin Feifei's face turned as pale as paper. The family head's decision represented the will of her beloved grandfather. The same grandfather who had cherished her dearly since childhood, who had remained silent about this matter all along. Was he now going to push her into the abyss of an arranged marriage? Her grandfather, a seasoned diamond-ranked beastmaster, possessed unfathomable strength. He had faced off against master-level beastmasters from abroad multiple times. Though slightly outmatched, his prowess was undeniable. Even at Dao Academy, he could subdue her without her noticing. His strength came from an incredible soul power of 18,000 points, far exceeding the 6,000 point benchmark required for an ordinary diamond-ranked beastmaster, allowing him to easily defeat opponents of the same rank. He was just one step away from reaching 20,000 soul power and crossing into the master-level beastmaster realm. Unfortunately, age had caught up with him. His physical body could no longer reach the required level of 61, making it impossible to extend his lifespan, and his soul power growth had stagnated. Achieving the master level rank was beyond his reach in this lifetime. Tears streamed down Qin Feifei's cheeks. Was this the so-called prestigious family that outsiders would give anything to join? Even death was not her choice to make. She would have been better off born into a common family. Although she could choose to end her life, her death would bring disaster to her mother, leaving her to struggle for survival between her father and the family. How she longed to escape to the distant stars, to a corner of the universe where no one could find her. But her mother would ultimately pay the price for such recklessness. Clenching her fists tightly, she was consumed by despair. Despite all her efforts over the years, she still could not escape the fate of being someone else's pawn. All her struggles to grow stronger, what did they amount to now? While other girls dreamed of the moment they would don a wedding dress, for her, marriage was the greatest nightmare. A terror that jolted her awake countless nights. Let me make the most of this last year, Qin Feifei murmured to herself. If she could help Yihan succeed and see him live a happy life with Wang Ruyan, it would bring her some solace. As for developing a deeper relationship with Yihan, she had completely abandoned that thought. In the fierce rivalry among the four great families, he was nothing more than a fragile boat in a raging storm, destined to be swallowed by the waves. I'm curious to see what level you'll reach in a year, she said softly. Perhaps you'll become the strongest among the gold-ranked? Maybe even step into the platinum rank? She shook her head. But that's probably overestimating you. In Yihan's dormitory, only Wang Ruyan and Yihan remained. The two stood facing each other, with an air of subtle intimacy lingering between them. Missed me? Yihan chuckled softly as he pulled Wang Ruyan into his arms. I did. Wang Ruyan replied gently. Yihan gave a knowing glance to Xiao Bai and Lai Yan. The two contracted demonesses immediately understood and quietly exited the bedroom. The master is at it again. Lai Yan's cheeks flushed red. Xiao Bai quickly covered Lai Yan's ears with her paws. Ah. The master is about to engage in a grand endeavor. Let's not listen in on anything inappropriate. But why can you listen, sister? Lai Yan asked curiously. Xiao Bai straightened up and replied seriously. Actually, I've already blocked my auditory system. As the master's contracted demonesses, we must remain pure and not be tainted by improper thoughts. Otherwise, the master might dislike us. Really? Then I'll block my hearing too. Lai Yan said excitedly. Really? Absolutely. Then let's just focus on sensing the subtle vibrations of the earth, Xiao Bai said with a sly smile. That can't be blocked. What if enemies tunnel underground to attack the master? We must stay vigilant. Got it. Lai Yan replied earnestly. 5 hours later, Yihan took out a pile of combat skill scrolls. These are lower-tier earth-level wind and fire techniques. See if there's anything you need. These were spoils Xiao Bai had obtained while slaying beasts in the underground world. For Yihan, whose wealth now approached 40 billion, gifting a few combat techniques to his future wife was a trivial matter. Wang Ruyan didn't hold back and immediately picked 3 lower-tier earth-level techniques and 1 high-tier mystic-level wind-fire combination technique. Thank you, Yihan. Still calling me by my name? Yihan teased with a smile. Wang Ruyan's face turned crimson. Thank you, hubby. Is that better? She tidied her clothes and added, I need to get back to my training. I aim to secure a spot in the top 50 during the beast hunting tournament. Yihan nodded in encouragement. Go for it. I believe in you. Wang Ruyan was never one to settle for being dependent on a man. Even with a powerful fiancé like Yihan, she insisted on pursuing her own path and was determined to seek vengeance with her own hands. As the upcoming beast hunting tournament approached, she was equally unwilling to rely on Yihan's strength. After watching Wang Ruyan leave, Yihan shed his tender demeanor and refocused his mind. For him, winning first place in the beast hunting tournament was only a short-term goal. His true ambition was to lead humanity to the pinnacle of the universe. Ever since encountering Qing Yao and learning that the Azure civilization was merely a primitive 0.3-level civilization in the vast cosmos, he had felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Although Qing Yao remained in slumber and could not provide more details about the levels of civilization, Yihan could already sense that it was a world far more immense than he could imagine. A civilization once controlled entirely by the thousand-faced deity clan is now facing an unprecedented crisis. This once mighty civilization has found itself at a disadvantage in the war of civilizations, and Qing Yao fears that the thousand-faced deity clan might be on the brink of annihilation. What kind of terrifying existence could even such a powerful civilization struggle to withstand? Standing in the training field, Yihan gazed at Xiaobai and Lai Yin, who were both waiting attentively for his command. A heavy sense of unease surged within him. If those fearsome beings discovered Azure Star, a mere 0.3-grade primitive civilization, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a few low-ranking minions could enslave the entire Azure civilization or worse, destroy it completely on a whim. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Azure civilization was but a drop in the ocean. And Yihan, a mere silverdeer beast tamer, was hardly significant. Even with the assistance of the system, he could only ensure his own survival. The system could always find a new host, but what about Xiaobai, Lai Yin, and Wang Ruyan? How could he protect their lives? Only by becoming stronger than anything else can I protect the people I care about. Yihan resolved, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering. Xiaobai and Lai Yin seemed to sense their master's emotions. Their upright postures became even more resolute. They, too, longed to grow stronger to shield this important person from any threat or harm. At that moment, Lai Yin, who served as both maid and secretary, spoke up with a timely reminder. Master, today is the day for the tri-weekly simulation battle space rewards. If not for Lai Yan's meticulous reminder, Yihan might have completely missed this opportunity, lost in his intense meditation. The simulation space hadn't yielded anything extraordinary in a while. However, after defeating the level 39 Netherworld Flying Tiger in the depths of the earth, a stronger challenge had appeared in the simulation space, one even more formidable than Gongsun Miao's Frost Serpent. Perhaps this time, there might be a worthwhile reward. Even an ordinary item would be a valuable gain for Yihan at this point. Alright, Xiaobai, Lai Yin, enter the simulation battle space immediately. Use the fastest and most ruthless methods to take down the Netherworld Flying Tiger. Understood, Master. Xiaobai and Lai Yin exchanged a glance and nodded at each other. Sister, this time we'll use our new combat strategy. Alright, let's show that little tiger what it means to deal with a cunning fox. Last time in the underground world, Xiaobai had planned to take on the Netherwing Flying Tiger alone, but its overwhelming thunderstorm combat technique completely countered her. As a vengeful fox, she wanted to settle the score on her own. But under Yihan's orders, she had to team up with Lai Yin for a quick resolution. The system transported the trio's consciousness into a simulated combat space. This time, instead of the 300-meter-high underground world, Yihan chose a dense forest on the surface, which was more practical for battle scenarios. The 100-meter-long Xiaobai stood tall amidst the forest, with towering ancient trees barely reaching her waist. Lai Yin, in her smallest form, perched like a speck of dust on Xiaobai's forehead. 5 kilometers ahead of them loomed a massive gray-black tiger, even larger than Xiaobai by a good margin. This was the Netherwing Flying Tiger, a beast with a 6th-tier bloodline at level 39. Its unfurled wings exuded a menacing aura. Battle start. At Yihan's command, the still world suddenly sprang to life. Xiaobai let out a provocative roar, the sound wave instantly reducing every tree within 100 meters to dust. In a bustling city, this roar alone would have turned hundreds of people into pulp and deafened those farther away. Roar. The Netherwing Flying Tiger responded in fury. As a beast king, how could it tolerate such insolence from a foe 4 levels below it? Without hesitation, it unleashed its innate ability, the Nether Doppelganger technique. 3 identical figures spread their wings, the resulting gales uprooting over a dozen towering trees. Xiaobai extended her fluffy, massive paw and tauntingly curled her claws. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Really, I want cheat. A blizzard erupted, and Xiaobai's aura surged within the snowstorm domain. As the distance between them closed to just 100 meters, the 3 Netherwing Flying Tigers attacked simultaneously. Electrified claws struck for Xiaobai's vital points, while the central tiger unleashed a close-range, dozen softmeter-wide Cyan Wind Blade aimed directly at her throat. This near-perfect combo was almost always a guaranteed kill, having claimed the lives of many equally powerful opponents. The Netherwing Flying Tiger's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. How dare a mere level 34 snow fox challenge the king of the forest? But just as it thought victory was assured, a sudden sense of foreboding crept into its heart. The snow fox's actions were baffling. Faced with a ferocious onslaught, it neither dodged nor defended itself, but stood proudly in place. What was even more astonishing was that every attack passed through its body as if slicing through air, leaving it completely unscathed. The snow fox remained standing, a mocking smile playing at the corners of its mouth, as if silently taunting. "Come on, little tiger. I'll let you have the first move." Suddenly, a playful laugh echoed through the air. "Just kidding. So, you're the one casting the enhanced wind blade spell. Well then, goodbye, little tiger." At some point, the snow fox had silently appeared behind the netherworld sky tiger. An aura so chilling it seemed to freeze the soul instantly spread across the air. Above, a massive, mountain-sized ghostly blue ice claw materialized, spanning hundreds of meters, and descended upon the tiger with devastating force. Boom! In an instant, the ice claw closed, and the netherworld sky tiger's entire body was obliterated. Flesh, bones, and organs were crushed into pulp, only to be frozen into glistening ice shards by the intense cold. It all happened so quickly that the tiger had no time to react. It turned out to be a trap all along. When the tiger launched its attack, the flaming angel atop the snow fox had already used an escape technique, leaving behind a decoy to provoke the opponent. Meanwhile, the real body had slipped into the shadows, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. Ding! Level 39. Grade 6 Bloodline awakened. Netherworld Sky Tiger has been defeated and killed. Randomizing physical reward. A system notification followed. Obtained simulated battle space physical reward. Wind element Earth tier supreme combat skill infinite slash. The details of the combat skill were displayed. Infinite slash forms 10 high-speed rotating wind blade formations, spinning like helicopter blades. The user can control these formations with their mind to repeatedly attack within a specific range until they dissipate under sufficient force. As proficiency in the skill increases, the number of formations that can be summoned also grows, starting from 1 at the beginner level to 10 at the mastery level. Yihan drew a sharp breath, not because of the immense value of this Earth-tier supreme combat skill, but because of its terrifying power. 10 high-intensity wind blade formations slicing repeatedly enough to pulverize a mountain in an instant. The sheer destructive potential of this skill was nothing short of awe-inspiring. From the comparison between the enhanced wind blade technique and the infinite slash, Yihan reached a shocking conclusion. The power gap between low-grade and top-grade Earth-level combat techniques was unimaginably vast, differing by dozens or even hundreds of times. The practical effects of the two techniques were worlds apart. The enhanced wind blade technique could only release a single, uncontrollable wind blade at a time, while the infinite slash could unleash 10 controllable wind blades simultaneously. These blades could rotate at high speeds like propellers, forming a devastating cutting array. Even more astonishing was the fact that this array could control up to 10 sets at once. A single-target long-range assassination technique had thus transformed into a powerful, multi-target offensive weapon. When Yihan thought about the advanced combat technique, Dimensional Blade, said to be capable of slicing through dimensional barriers, he couldn't help but gasp. Although this claim might be exaggerated, it was enough to highlight its terrifying power. This realization gave Yihan a rude awakening. He'd become a bit too complacent lately, thinking the gap between him and platinum-level experts was narrowing quickly. The truth, however, was far from it. Even against the weakest platinum-level masters, he had no guarantee of victory. After all, platinum-level beast tamers like Manager Li from the Treasure Pavilion and Qin Feifei had already mastered top-grade Earth-level combat techniques. Although wind-based techniques were renowned for their cutting prowess, the power of other top-grade Earth-level techniques was likely not far behind. Yihan understood that coveting top-grade Earth-level techniques was premature for now, especially since Xiaobai and Lai Yan had yet to master even high-grade Earth-level techniques. Yihan gently stroked the heads of Xiaobai and Lai Yan, feeling a sense of pride for their outstanding performance in this battle. Compared to before, when he had to personally deal with the nether-flying tiger, even the weaker Lai Yan now had the potential to take it on solo. Lian's mastery of the light escape technique was nearly flawless, and when combined with the Heaven's Descent and Frost Armor, her combat prowess had skyrocketed. As for Xiaobai, he had already gained the strength to kill a demon king of the same level. Master, quickly make a new training plan for Xiaobai and sister Lai Yan. Xiaobai urged eagerly, and Lai Yan nodded in agreement, her eyes glowing with the desire to grow stronger. While she didn't envy Xiaobai's strength, she didn't want to be relegated to a supporting role forever. Follow me to the bedroom, Yihan said. This immediately ignited the excitement of Lai Yan and Xiaobai. In an indoor setting, with the doors and windows closed and the heavy curtains drawn, it was clear this was the prelude to learning a new combat technique. Xiaobai was about to comprehend the Earth-tier high-grade battle technique, Thunder Punishment. Compared to the last time when she grasped the Forbidden Ice Claw with only a 5th-grade bloodline, she had now advanced to a 6th-grade bloodline, and her level had risen to 35, resulting in a substantial improvement in her comprehension ability. Faced with this challenge, Xiaobai's expression turned serious in an instant. The weight of the words Earth-tier high-grade battle technique was immense. Even comprehending a mid-grade Earth-tier technique was challenging, let alone a high-grade one. Yihan gently patted Xiaobai's head and comforted her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just relax. You've already mastered Thunder Hell to an extraordinary level, which will make comprehending Thunder punishment much easier. I believe in you. He paused briefly and added. Remember the old rule, never push yourself too hard. If the battle technique fails, we can always buy it again. We have billions to spare, but your well-being is irreplaceable. Xiaobai nodded in response. Don't worry, master. Xiaobai knows her limits. I'll do my best not to let you down. If I fail, well, I'll just consider it bad luck and try again. Yihan then retrieved a battle technique imprint crystal flickering with lightning from his storage space. It was the Thunder Punishment Crystal he had purchased from the treasure pavilion. Xiaobai's eyes lit up when she saw the crystal. She knew very well that if she succeeded in comprehending this Earth-tier high-grade battle technique, it would become a powerful trump card against high-level opponents. Go for it, Sister Xiaobai, cheered Lian from the side, encouraging her. Xiaobai took the glowing battle technique crystal and replied, let's work hard together. With that, she lay on the ground and entered a state of comprehension. The intricate symbols within the crystal transformed into electric light, flowing continuously into her mind. Yihan watched this scene with a hint of nervousness. He wasn't worried about losing the 3 billion spent on the crystal after all. They could always purchase it again, especially since even Earth-tier high-grade techniques were available at the treasure pavilion. What concerned him was the strain on Xiaobai's soul caused by comprehending such a high-tier battle technique. However, as long as she didn't overexert herself, there shouldn't be any major issues. According to the records, comprehending an Earth-tier high-grade battle technique could take anywhere from 6 to 24 hours, so results wouldn't be immediate. At this moment, Lian's fiery gaze turned to Yihan. I want one too, master. Yihan nodded and said, although your bloodline tier hasn't improved recently, you've already mastered 2 battle techniques to an extraordinary level, especially the most challenging light escape technique. Your comprehension ability has also significantly improved. So, you have 2 challenge tasks, the Earth-tier low-grade combination battle technique, Summon, Solar Serpent, and the light element Earth-tier mid-grade battle technique, Holy Sanctuary. Among them, comprehending Summon, Solar Serpent is even more difficult than most Earth-tier mid-grade techniques. Flame felt an unprecedented pressure. The task of comprehending 2 highly challenging combat techniques made her expression serious. Yihan, with a stern tone, continued, the Summon, Solar Serpent is a lower-tier Earth-grade combination technique with astonishing power and versatile uses. Once you manage to grasp it, our overall strength will see a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, Divine Sanctuary is particularly critical for mental defense. With the 4 Nations Demon Hunt tournament approaching, there will undoubtedly be geniuses skilled in mental attacks among the participants. This technique is one you must prioritize mastering. Understood, master. Flame will do her best. Flame nodded solemnly. Yihan handed her 2 technique imprint crystals, his tone gentle yet firm. I know I might sound repetitive, but I must remind you not to force yourself. Even though Earth-grade combination techniques are hard to come by, they are not worth risking damage to your soul. He elaborated further, explaining that while Thunder God's Punishment, an upper-tier Earth-grade technique, was more expensive, the rarity of Summon, Solar Serpent far surpassed it. If this attempt at comprehension failed, acquiring another opportunity in the short term would be nearly impossible. Flame was already well-versed in these basic concepts, which was why Yihan emphasized not pushing herself too hard to master Summon, Solar Serpent. All right, I'll start now. Flame took a deep breath. She decided to first focus on comprehending the relatively less difficult Divine Sanctuary, a mid-tier Earth-grade light attribute technique. This technique was an advanced version of Light Sanctuary, a high-tier profound-grade mental defense skill that Qin Feifei had initially planned for her. Flame had already mastered Light Sanctuary to perfection but had never used it. Considering the strength of the geniuses gathering for the 4 Nations Demon Hunt tournament, relying solely on a high-tier profound-grade technique like Light Sanctuary was clearly insufficient. Most participants would wield Earth-grade techniques, and encountering high-level mental attacks would render weaker defenses ineffective. However, if Flame could perfectly master Divine Sanctuary, Yihan could rest assured in this regard. Being naturally skilled in light attribute techniques, Flame was highly confident in her ability to comprehend Divine Sanctuary. Under the intense training mode, 10 days would be enough for her to master it completely, with time to spare for further level enhancement. As for Summon, Solar Serpent, Yihan adopted a more relaxed, let-it-happen naturally attitude. Its advanced form, Summon, Devouring Sun Python, was a top-tier Earth-grade combination technique with a rarity comparable to lower-tier Heaven-grade techniques, making it nearly impossible to obtain in the short term. An hour and a half later, Xiaobai appeared to be deep in thought, occasionally furrowing and relaxing his brows as if solving a difficult problem. Flame, looking slightly pale, suddenly opened her eyes. With a graceful wave of her hand, two massive, semi-transparent light shields materialized beside Yihan, slowly rotating to provide protection. Yihan felt a soothing energy flow into his heart. As he closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense his soul being enveloped by a massive shell of light energy, and the tension within him began to ease. Lai Yin, you've successfully mastered Divine Sanctuary, Yihan said with relief. It seems I underestimated your ability to comprehend. Perhaps it's due to the mastery of the dual shadow technique, which has given you a significant advantage in the light attribute. Take a break for now, and later, we'll try to grasp the summon. Solar Serpent, Lai Yin obediently walked over to Yihan and looked up at him, saying, Master, I want a hug. Yihan pulled her into his arms, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep in the warmth of his embrace. Although she appeared relaxed on the surface, mastering a mid-tier Earth-class combat skill had indeed drained her mental and spiritual energy. Watching her sleep peacefully, Yihan couldn't resist gently pinching her smooth, fair cheeks, a wave of happiness welling up in his heart. Looking at the girl in his arms, Yihan reflected. Though she possesses the body of an adult, she's essentially just a little girl who hasn't even been alive for a full year. Her reliance on him is as pure as that of a child to her parents. Lately, however, it seems she's been influenced by Xiaobai, occasionally displaying some puzzling thoughts and behaviors. 2 hours later, Lai Yin slowly woke up. She immediately devoured a large plate of magical beast feed, her belly rounding out as she ate, and her energy fully restored. Thank you, Master, Lai Yin said, patting her slightly bulging stomach. Even though I'm not that good with fire attributes, I think I can do it. Yihan nodded in agreement. I think so too. Keep that confidence, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lai Yin promptly closed her eyes and began to focus on comprehending summon. Solar Serpent. Meanwhile, Yihan noticed Xiaobai nearby, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. It was clear that the thunder punishment was placing immense pressure on her soul. Summon. Solar Serpent, a dual attribute technique combining light and fire, posed a significant challenge for Lai Yin. While her proficiency in light attributes made part of it easier, her weakness in fire attributes made the task daunting. Apart from her innate ability, Flamestorm, she had yet to master any substantial fire-based combat skills. The Flamestorm, as an innate combat skill, is embedded in the genes and soul of the Flame Angel, as natural as a baby's instinct to cry or laugh. This instinctive skill requires no deliberate comprehension and thus does nothing to enhance her ability to master other fire-based techniques. This was precisely why Yihan had been skeptical about whether Lai Yin could easily master the summon. Flame Serpent. Time passed, and in less than 50 minutes, beads of sweat began to glisten on Lai Yan's forehead. On the other side, Xiaobai, who had been in a state of comprehension for 4 hours, appeared pale, with her body and paws trembling slightly. Observing their deteriorating conditions, along with the fading effect of the divine protection on them, Yihan's concern grew. Half an hour later, Lai Yan's condition took a sharp turn for the worse. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, with scalding droplets streaming down her slender legs and pooling on the floor. Even from 2 meters away, Yihan could distinctly feel the rapid rise in her body temperature as the surrounding fire elements grew increasingly restless. If measured with a thermometer, the temperature of her sweat would be near boiling. As time went on, the temperature around Lai Yin continued to rise. Her body gradually turned a deep crimson, and the wings formed by light elements became a fiery red. The intense heat cracked the floor tiles, and the sweat on the ground had long since evaporated. Yihan had to quickly move the wooden furniture nearby to prevent a potential fire. Meanwhile, Xiaobei's situation was equally concerning. Her entire body trembled violently as uncontrolled arcs of lightning flickered around her, causing the room's lights to flicker erratically. This elemental phenomenon made Yihan furrow his brow, as it often signified excessive stress on the soul, which, if mishandled, could lead to accidental harm. Yihan clenched his fists, ready to order them to halt their comprehension process at any moment. He was well aware of their strong-willed personalities. Even though he had previously warned them not to push themselves too hard, they might still lose their rationality during the process. At this point, his timely intervention was crucial to avoid a repeat of the near-disaster Xiaobai had faced during her first attempt to comprehend Thunder Hell. 20 minutes later, just as Yihan was about to instruct Lai Yin to stop, she suddenly opened her fiery red eyes, shooting out 2 beams of crimson light. The beams instantly ignited a distant sofa, but Yihan managed to throw it into the yard in time. As Lai Yin opened her eyes, the surrounding heat rapidly dissipated. Master, I did it. Before she could finish her sentence, a transparent combat skill crystal slipped from her weakened hand and shattered on the ground. Lai Yin collapsed onto the scorching floor, and Yihan quickly carried her to the prepared bathtub. Her burning body sent up streams of steam, soon causing the water in the tub to boil. Although Lai Yin was utterly exhausted and her soul was fatigued, she was not in any serious danger and would recover after a few hours of rest. However, Yi Han had no time to tend to her further, as he needed to focus on Xiao Bai's situation. The pressure on Xiao Bai to comprehend divine thunder punishment was even greater than what Lai Yin had faced. The moment Yi Han stepped out of the bathroom, a thick arc of electricity flashed before his eyes, instantly burning out the room's lights and wiring. The thunder element phenomenon grew increasingly intense, but Yi Han could sense that Xiao Bai had not yet reached her limit. By this point, Xiao Bai had been in the state of comprehension for 7 to 8 hours, and understanding a high-tier Earth-grade combat skill typically required 6 to 24 hours. This was the most critical moment. 2 hours later, Xiao Bai's entire body was enveloped in dense threads of electricity, with thick arcs flashing multiple times per second. Just as she was about to reach the breaking point, Xiao Bai suddenly opened her eyes, and the arcs of electricity around her vanished in an instant, leaving only an empty transparent orb in her paw. Master, Xiao Bai made you worry. But luckily, everything turned out fine, and Xiao Bai succeeded. Unlike Lai Yin, Xiao Bai still had some energy left. She immediately leapt onto Yi Han's shoulder, enthusiastically licking him with her damp tongue. Yi Han let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling that the crisis had passed. Once these new combat skills reached a certain level of proficiency, their comprehension abilities would undoubtedly improve even further. Ugh, stop it. Don't think you can just lick and cling to me because you've done well. Be a little more reserved. You're almost turning into a fox girl, and it's the graceful and reserved ones that are the most attractive. Got it? Really? I heard fox spirits like Instructor Qin are supposed to be the seductive and alluring kind, right? Master, don't bully Xiao Bai just because she's young and naive. Yi Han carried Xiao Bai into the bathroom. Xiao Bai was drenched in sweat and definitely needed a good cleaning. He first tended to the exhausted Lai Yin, carefully giving her a bath, drying her off, and gently placing her on the bed to rest. Master, take care of Sister Lai Yin first. She's really worn out, Xiao Bai said, lying on the edge of the bathtub. Don't overthink it, Yi Han said with a smile, lightly tapping Xiao Bai on the head. You and Lai Yin are equally important to me. Now, just soak for a bit. Half an hour later, Yi Han had thoroughly cleaned Xiao Bai as well, carefully drying her fur with a blow dryer. Finally back in the dormitory, the weariness from their days underground caught up with him. Holding Xiao Bai in his arms, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, the chirping of birds filled the courtyard. When Yi Han and Xiao Bai woke up, they found that the diligent Lai Yin had already prepared breakfast. Master, thank you for helping me yesterday, Lai Yin said softly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Though she had fainted at the time, as a flame angel, she had retained a faint sense of awareness, enough to feel Yi Han's every careful act of bathing and drying her. It was the first time her master had cared for her in such a way, filling her heart with warmth and happiness. It's what I should do, Yi Han said, patting her head. I'm just glad you're okay with it. After breakfast, the three of them headed to the dormitory's training grounds. Before diving into intense training, Yi Han decided to test out a new combat skill. Lai Yin, I'm already familiar with the effects of holy protection. Let's move straight to testing summon. Solar Serpent, heed my call, Lai Yin commanded, waving her delicate hand. A surge of fire and light elements quickly gathered in her palm, forming a small, finger-thin fiery red snake. Its body was wreathed in flames, and its golden eyes glowed with sacred light. This wasn't a true elemental being, but rather a summoned creature without a soul or consciousness, entirely under Lai Yan's control. Its level depended on Yi Han's soul power, as well as Lai Yan's level and bloodline. Currently, it was around level 30. Wow, what an adorable little snake. I want to pet it, Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly. Don't rush, sister. It can grow bigger, Lai Yin said with a smile. The fiery snake slithered to the center of the training grounds and let out a sudden roar. A scorching wave of heat swept through the area as the tiny snake rapidly expanded into a massive serpent, as thick as a water tank and stretching 50 to 60 meters long. Yi Han's expression shifted. If not for the training grounds floor being made of high-grade alloy, the serpent's surface temperature reaching 5 or 6,000 degrees would have melted an ordinary ground. This was just the initial power of the skill. If it could be mastered to perfection, its might would far surpass this. Now let's test its combat skills, Yi Han said. The solar serpent quickly shrank back to a slimmer, arm-thick form, several meters long. Let's start with its innate skill, Solar Annihilation Wave, Lai Yin commanded. The serpent opened its massive, flame-filled jaws, condensing a deep crimson orb about the size of a fist. Its body pulsed violently before it suddenly launched the orb high into the sky. Boom! The orb exploded 1,000 meters up, resembling a miniature sun bursting with dazzling light. The shockwave rippled across hundreds of meters. Students passing by witnessed the terrifying power and couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. Before dawn, Yihan had already begun training in combat techniques. He stood in the training field, brimming with energy, his focus unwavering as he carefully observed every move of the flaming sun serpent. It's no wonder he's considered a prodigy, Lai Yin remarked from the side, a hint of admiration in his tone. We've got to step up our game. Even your girlfriend is about to become one of his devoted fans. Yihan nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The flaming sun serpent was currently demonstrating a long-range, wide-area attack technique. This move, Flaming Sun Annihilation Wave, could precisely target a single enemy or be used for group assaults. Its power had already reached the lower-tier Earth grade, and this was with the serpent only at level 30. As its level increased, the technique's power would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Begin testing the next technique? Yihan commanded decisively. Disintegration Shockwave. With a sharp cry from Lai Yin, the flaming sun serpent unleashed a scorching crimson beam. Wherever the beam passed, even advanced alloys were instantly pierced through. Stop, stop! Yihan quickly shouted. That's enough. This move was once used by the Lava Emperor Crocodile, and if we keep destroying things, we won't be able to afford the repairs. He carefully analyzed the characteristics of this mid-tier Earth-grade technique. The disintegration shockwave emitted an unimaginably intense heat, reducing anything it struck to ashes in an instant. Yihan had a vivid memory of this move. If it hadn't been for Xiao Bei's thunder hell partially blocking it back then, he might have lost his life underground. Although this technique was difficult to land on agile opponents and had limited range, its destructive power was terrifying. Currently, the flaming sun serpent had only reached a proficient level in executing it, as its mastery depended on Yihan's soul power. The technique's refinement and effectiveness were entirely reliant on the strength of his soul power. As Yihan's soul power grew, this move could potentially reach a state of unparalleled mastery. As a beast with the same bloodline grade as the Lava Emperor Crocodile and the ability to wield dual elements, it was no surprise that the flaming sun serpent had inherited such a skill. Impressive, Yihan said with satisfaction. Once the flaming sun serpent levels up, our strength will undoubtedly soar to new heights. He then asked, does the serpent have any other combat techniques? Hehe, seems like it is. Now it's Xiao Bai's turn to show her skills. Xiao Bai was eager to try, her curiosity piqued by the newly learned high-tier Earth-grade combat technique. Yihan and Lai Yin quickly set up over a dozen wooden dummies in the training field. Xiao Bai, try using Thunder God's Wrath on these dummies, Yihan instructed, but keep it low-key. It's fine if the earlier low-tier Earth-grade technique was noticed, but Thunder God's Wrath is our trump card. As one of the top 10 ranked powerhouses, it was normal for Yihan's contract beast to practice low-tier Earth-grade techniques. However, if others discovered that Xiao Bai had already mastered a high-tier Earth-grade technique, which was 10 times more difficult, even platinum beast tamers would be left in utter shock. After all, even Manager Li, a senior platinum-level beast tamer from the Treasure Pavilion, had only mastered one supreme-tier Earth-grade technique, relying mostly on mid-tier or high-tier Earth-grade techniques for daily use. Yet here was Yihan, not even at the gold level, already having his contract beast use a high-tier Earth-grade technique. This was simply unheard of. Xiao Bai extended her snowy white paw, and arcs of electricity began dancing at her claw tips. Her eyes gradually turned pure white. Thunder God's Wrath. With a soft chant from Xiao Bai, an overwhelming aura instantly spread out, making hearts tremble. Even though they weren't the targets, Yihan and Lai Yin felt a soul-deep chill. Yihan quickly realized that Thunder God's Wrath not only inflicted physical damage, but also carried a terrifying soul attack. Countless lightning elements gathered at Xiao Bai's paw, and the arcs became increasingly dense. Soon, a three-form turtle phantom of a war god clad in ancient thunder armor appeared behind Xiao Bai, perfectly mirroring her movements. Xiao Bai suddenly punched forward, and the thunder war god unleashed a devastating fist shadow. The wooden dummy 100 meters away was instantly pulverized to dust. Following that, Xiao Bai swiped her claw, and the war god's phantom mirrored her, slashing out a massive claw shadow. The remaining dummies were severed cleanly, their cuts smooth as mirrors. Master, this is the power of Thunder God's Wrath, Xiao Bai explained. In close combat, every attack delivers triple damage: physical damage, lightning attribute damage, and a soul attack. I've restrained the power as you requested, otherwise, the destruction would be even greater. Yihan nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a high-tier Earth-grade technique, it's a perfect match for your close combat assassin role. Qin Feifei made an excellent choice selecting this technique for you. Afterward, Yihan devised a 9-day training plan for his two beasts. He instructed Xiao Bai to allocate her time as follows: 1/3 for practicing Thunder God's Wrath and 2/3 for leveling up. Generously, he took out the 5,000 monster cores he had obtained previously, worth 5 billion alliance credits, to help Xiaobai reach level 39 or 40 before the beast hunting tournament. After all, according to Qin Feifei, the top prodigies from other nations had already reached gold rank, with their contract beasts at least level 41, and some even at level 42. While Xiaobai's techniques were exceptional, a significant level gap could still lead to a disadvantage in combat. Moreover, they might encounter level 40 monster kings in the hunting zone. The divine princess Qingyao, residing in the contract space, still needed the blood of a monster king to sustain her life and recover her strength. Even regaining just 1,000th of her power would be enough for Yihan to dominate on the Azure Star. If Qingyao were forced to fight now, her life force would be completely depleted within minutes, leading to her demise. Whether she could stand against a platinum-level opponent remains uncertain, as she is far too weak. Only after her lifespan is extended and her strength improved can Yihan deploy her without hesitation. At that time, Qingyao, unrestrained, would undoubtedly sweep through all her enemies. For now, Qingyao must remain Yihan's ultimate trump card, with her combat time strictly limited and requiring constant recharging. Lian's task is to first master the Divine Sanctuary technique and then consider leveling up, while the summoning of the Flame Serpent can be temporarily set aside. Her goal is to reach level 36 in time for the Demon Hunting Tournament, consuming as many demon cores as needed. Currently, Lian is only level 32, and against enemies above level 41, she might only serve as a pure support role. However, because her level is relatively low, it's easier for her to improve compared to Xiaobai. Yihan plans for her to fully master Divine Sanctuary within 6 days, leaving 3 days to consume demon cores and level up to 36, which should be achievable. Divine Sanctuary is a light attribute combat skill, and Lian excels in light attributes. Her quick grasp of Divine Sanctuary suggests her proficiency will increase rapidly. The seclusion begins. Following Yihan's plan, Xiaobai and Lian embarked on a 9-day period of focus training. Yihan himself also has his own tasks. His physical body level is 35, nearing 36, with a soul power of about 400 points. As Xiaobai and Lian level up, his physical level will passively increase, so his primary focus is on rapidly boosting his soul power. His skill in the pine tree meditation technique has become highly refined, and he can now complete the visualization as quickly as he once drew instant noodles. He plans to upgrade his meditation object, which, if successful, will further enhance the efficiency of his soul power growth. The efficiency of soul power acquisition is not fixed, it increases progressively as soul power grows. This incremental improvement stems from 2 main factors. First, the higher the soul power, the more efficient and easier the visualization of meditation objects becomes. Second, with higher soul power, Beastmasters can choose more complex meditation objects, which yield greater meditation efficiency upon successful visualization. This explains why many globally recognized prodigies only achieve a soul power of around 100 after 7 or 8 years of training, yet experience explosive growth upon entering university, often reaching 200 points within months and breaking into the silver tier. When soul power reaches over 100 points, it reaches a critical threshold where more complex meditation objects can be visualized to accelerate soul power growth. Yihan had switched from instant noodles to the pine tree precisely because his soul power had just crossed that threshold. For his next meditation object, he decided to use a portion of his dormitory garden. The dormitory garden is picturesque, with flowing streams, pavilions, lush greenery, chirping birds, and blooming wildflowers. After careful observation, Yihan sat on a large stone, closed his eyes, and began visualizing. The swaying grass, trickling streams, ancient pavilions, and vibrant flowers all took shape in his mind. Soon, Yihan's face turned pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. This was far more challenging than meditating on the pine tree. Just as he was fully immersed in visualizing the new meditation object, Kinjio's figure suddenly appeared within it. She was dressed in white palace attire, standing by a pavilion near the stream. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her figure was graceful, and her face flawless. Yihan was startled. This was Kinjio's consciousness suddenly awakening. When Qingyao is in a deep sleep within the contract space, her life force ceases to deplete. However, with her consciousness now awake, her life force was rapidly draining. Yihan, your meditation method is far too primitive. At this rate, how many years would it take for you to reach 200,000 soul power? And even then, becoming a civilization god would only be the beginning. Kinjio's critique made Yihan gasp. 200,000 soul power, what kind of existence was that? Feeling a bit embarrassed, he stopped visualizing and asked hesitantly, Civilization god, what is that? Everyone here meditates like this, is there another way? Qingyao explained, a civilization god is someone who leads an entire civilization to open new worlds and enter a new era, holding the fate of the entire civilization in their hands. You already possess the destiny of a child of civilization, and a child of civilization is someone with the potential to become a civilization god. Yihan suddenly understood. As for meditation methods, they are universally the same across the cosmos. but the choice of meditation objects varies greatly. In our clan, we meditate on the statue of the thousand-faced god king from a young age. Even a child with average talent would gain 3,000 soul power in their first year, and within 10 years, they could reach 200,000 soul power, meeting the adult standard to become a qualified warrior. The rate of soul power growth increases with its base strength. If 3,000 points are gained in the first year, the second year could yield 5,000 or 6,000. Thus, reaching 200,000 soul power in 10 years is indeed possible. Yet, in the thousand-faced clan, someone with 200,000 soul power is merely considered to have just reached adulthood, akin to a low-ranking warrior. The strength of the clan was truly astonishing. Could I meditate on the statue of your thousand-faced god king? Yihan's heart raced at the thought. Kinjio's sudden awakening was surely to guide him in rapidly increasing his soul power. You cannot. You lack the bloodline of the thousand-faced clan. Even seeing the statue for a split second would crush you under its supreme divine might. A meditator must gain the permission of the deity they meditate on, or visualization is impossible. Besides, we have no chance of accessing the God King's statue. Kinjio's voice, clear and flowing like a spring, carried a hint of helplessness. Then do you have another way? Yihan asked eagerly. Of course. You can meditate on me, Qingyao said. Although her current power was far from the God King's, as the third princess of the clan, she carried royal blood and had once been a supreme deity. Meditate on you? Yihan asked, astonished. Not my current self, I'm far too weak now. Meditating on me as I am would be pointless. You must meditate on me at my peak. Kinjio's voice was firm and resolute. Yihan frowned, pondering. How could he possibly do that? He had never seen Qingyao at her peak. I will sacrifice 2 days of my lifespan to restore my peak strength for an infinitely brief moment and imprint that moment into your memory. Qingyao's voice echoed within Yihan's soul space. Remember, in the beginning, you won't be able to visualize my full form. Start with a single strand of hair, or even a fragment of it. As her words faded, Qingyao's figure instantly vanished from Yihan's soul space. At the same time, an overwhelming stream of information surged into Yihan's consciousness. It was the complete image of Qingyao at her peak. This action came at a heavy cost for Qingyao. Her remaining lifespan plummeted from 3 days to just 1. A wave of weakness swept over her, leaving her so frail that even dealing with an ordinary low-level creature would be a challenge, let alone facing a platinum-level powerhouse. Yihan gazed at Qingyao's weakened state, a surge of emotion welling up within him. Although she had become his contracted demoness due to the system's unexpected interference, her voluntary act of sharing her memories undeniably deepened their bond. Previously, the vast disparity in power and status, coupled with Qingyao's initial unwillingness to become anyone's contracted demoness, had created an invisible barrier between them. But now, Qingyao seemed to have accepted reality and resolved to fully support Yihan. Her change of heart stemmed from a simple truth. Their fates were now intertwined. The stronger Yihan became, the more beasts he could hunt to provide Qingyao with life essence, aiding her recovery and eventual return to her peak. Conversely, if Yihan were to fall in battle, Qingyao would also perish due to the binding force of their contract. So, although she still called Yihan by his name without any reverence, she had begun fulfilling her role as his contracted demoness. Yihan couldn't help but feel satisfied with how things were progressing. Compared to the stereotypical old man in a ring mentor in other fantasy novels, Qingyao was undoubtedly a superior existence, peerless beauty, terrifying strength, noble lineage, and the potential to become a powerful ally who could fight alongside him or even serve him in other ways. Following Qingyao's instructions, the meditative object in Yihan's soul space disappeared. The image of Qingyao at her peak was vividly etched into his memory. Though her appearance was no different from when they first met, her entire being radiated an unparalleled divine majesty, as if a single thought from her could obliterate everything. Looking at her was like staring directly at the blazing Suna, true manifestation of godly power. Only now did Yihan understand why one needed the permission of a powerful being to meditate on their form. Without Qingyao's consent, her overwhelming divine aura could have instantly shattered his spiritual world. Even a soul force 1,000 times stronger than his own would suffer severe damage if it attempted unauthorized meditation. Following Qingyao's guidance, Yihan's consciousness lightly touched upon a single strand of hair in his memory. Even within that single strand, the flowing divine power and oppressive aura were enough to inspire awe and dread. Yihan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If he could obtain a single strand of Qingyao's hair from her peak, it might be powerful enough to kill a swath of platinum-level warriors with a single whip. Back then, Qingyao's strength was astonishing, with her soul power likely surpassing the 1,000,000 mark. Even the most basic yellow-grade combat techniques in her hands could unleash devastating, earth-shattering power. Since Qingyao had no other demands, starting with this strand of hair seemed appropriate. In Yihan's soul space, strands of Qingyao's hair began to take form, though at an agonizingly slow pace. Her flowing hair stretched 100 meters long, but Yihan could barely sketch out a single meter before he was utterly drained, his body trembling, drenched in cold sweat, and his face pale as a ghost. Yet in that brief time, Yihan was delighted to find that his soul power had increased by 2 points. This method of cultivation was indeed far superior to their primitive meditation techniques, just as Qingyao had claimed. It turned out that the key to the meditation object was not its structural complexity but the immense power it contained. Yihan couldn't help but ponder whether anyone in the Azure civilization knew of this meditation technique. Perhaps one didn't necessarily need to meditate on divine figures. Meditating on those with 8th or 9th grade bloodlines might also work, though the results would undoubtedly pale in comparison to meditating on Qingyao. The differences in meditation objects might not seem significant in the beginning, but over time, the gap in soul power would grow exponentially. 10 hours later, Yihan's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his brows were furrowed deeply. To maintain his mental state while practicing the flame combat technique, he had to consume an essence pill. Finally, he opened his bloodshot eyes. He had reached his goal of 5 meters. After calculating, he found that his soul power increased by an average of 1.5 points every 2 hours. If he consumed 2 essence pills a day, he could maintain 20 hours of meditation, leaving 4 hours for rest. This would allow him to increase his soul power by 15 points daily to 3 times his previous rate. If he focused solely on training in seclusion, he could gain 400 to 500 soul power points in a month, an astonishing speed. As time went on, the growth rate of his soul power would accelerate. By the second month, it might reach 600 to 700 points, and over the course of a year, the total would be unimaginable. However, this was only a theoretical value. In reality, he would have other matters to attend to, and just maintaining the training of the flame beast alone required the daily consumption of 2 essence pills, each worth $1 billion. If Xiaobai also required training, the cost would double, an expense that was difficult to sustain. Thus, the actual growth in soul power would inevitably fall short of the theoretical value. During his earlier meditation sessions, for instance, the average daily increase didn't even reach 2 points. Time flew by as Yihan remained in seclusion, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Tomorrow, it would be time to set out for the divine ape nation. As for the suggestion of meditating on figures from the mythical Great Desolation, such a system didn't exist in this world. Moreover, Yihan had never seen those figures, nor had he received any permission to do so, making such an idea entirely unrealistic. It was dusk, and the golden glow of the setting sun spilled across the window. Xiaobai and Lai Yan had just completed the training regimen tailored by Yihan and successfully emerged from their seclusion. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., they would head to the Academy's Activity Registration Center to gather. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lai Yan gracefully opened the door. "Miss Wang, please come in." Wang Ruyan entered gracefully, dressed in a flowing green gown. As one of the participants in the Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament, she, too, had just concluded her secluded training. Initially, she had planned to finish her training at 5 a.m. the next morning, rest for 2 hours, and head straight to the meeting point. However, upon receiving Yihan's invitation, she ended her training early. Yihan opened his eyes from his meditative state and was greeted by Wang Ruyan's sweet smile. "It's rare for you, a wise monk, to invite me over. I wouldn't dare disobey your will," Wang Ruyan teased. Although she enjoyed spending time with Yihan, with the tournament approaching, enhancing her strength was clearly more important than indulging in romantic distractions. "I asked you here for something important," Yihan said, his expression turning serious. Wang Ruyan seemed to have already guessed his thoughts. "You want to advise me not to take unnecessary risks for the sake of rankings, right? Don't worry. I've already formed a team with the girls from dorms 1 and 2. The 3 of us together will give even the top international competitors a run for their money." Indeed, this year's freshman class at the Dao Academy was dominated by exceptional female talents, far outnumbering the males. Among the top 6 dormitories, all but Yihan were occupied by incredibly powerful female prodigies. Yihan nodded in approval. "That's not it. I know you're smart and won't act recklessly." "Then it's—" Wang Ruyan suddenly seemed to realize something, her face instantly turning as red as an apple. She stammered. "The tournament is just around the corner, and you're aiming for first place. You shouldn't get distracted now. After the competition, things will be easier. Of course, if you insist." Yihan cleared his throat awkwardly. "What are you thinking? I'm a righteous and pure person. I'm here to give you an edge for the competition." As Yihan extended his hand, revealing a pill radiating a rich medicinal fragrance, the undying azure wand beside Wang Ruyan immediately fixed its gaze on it, drooling with desire. "A grade 6 bloodline advancement pill," Wang Ruyan exclaimed. "This is too precious." "In my eyes, your safety is even more precious," Yihan replied with a gentle smile. "Let Xiaoqing take it. With luck, it could advance her bloodline to grade 6. Even if it doesn't, it's of perfect quality and won't harm her potential." This pill was something Yihan had purchased from the system's marketplace the day before. After Xiaobai reached level 40, the chances of the marketplace refreshing with high-quality items had noticeably increased. Considering the upcoming monster hunting tournament would undoubtedly yield a large number of points, he didn't hesitate to buy it for Wang Ruyan. After all, Wang Ruyan was his woman. Instead of worrying about her safety, it was better to directly help her grow stronger. That was Yi Han's principle. For those who treated him well, he would repay them doubly. But this is just too precious. Wang Ruyan's voice trembled slightly as she stared at the 6th grade bloodline advancement pill in her hand. If sold, it would easily fetch at least 10 billion. Don't you also need a lot of resources for cultivation? A flicker of conflict flashed in her eyes. Although she deeply desired the pill, she was reluctant to slow down Yi Han's cultivation progress because of it. Every time she parted ways with Yi Han, she would throw herself into grueling training, barely resting 2 hours a day, all to narrow the gap between them through her own efforts. Despite the scarcity of resources, she persevered with unyielding determination. Give me your hand. Yi Han's tone turned firmer. This sudden assertiveness startled Wang Ruyan. Normally unshaken even in life-and-death situations, she now found herself afraid of Yi Han's anger. Instinctively, she extended her delicate hand. Yi Han placed the pill into her palm, his tone softening. Remember this. If I say it's for you, just take it without hesitation. As for my cultivation resources, I'll handle them myself. Now, have your Shaoqing swallow it immediately. This bloodline advancement pill, produced by the system, was not something that could be traded on the market. Even in giving it to Wang Ruyan, Yi Han intended to personally witness her undying Qingyuan consume it on the spot. It wasn't a matter of mistrust. Wang Ruyan, with her strong principles and unwavering resolve, would never betray her values. Yi Han's concern was that the pill's unique aura might attract the attention of other powerful beings. I understand. Please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Wang Ruyan lowered her head, nodding repeatedly like a child who had done something wrong. Yi Han suddenly let out a chuckle and gently pinched Wang Ruyan's smooth, fair cheek. So you're this afraid of me? Am I really that scary? Do I look like some demon king who might swallow you whole? Wang Ruyan rolled her eyes at him. When you're angry, you're way scarier than my dad. She then carefully fed the grade 6 bloodline advancement pill into the Immortal Azure Wand's mouth. With a gulp, the Immortal Azure Wand swallowed the pill. Clenching her delicate fists nervously, Wang Ruyan murmured, I hope this works. If this fails and 10 billion goes down the drain, even if you don't feel bad, I'll be heartbroken. Just as she finished speaking, the Immortal Azure Wand's body suddenly radiated a dazzling azure light, and an overwhelming aura of vitality surged outward. The flowers, trees, and plants in the courtyard began to grow wildly. Standing within the glowing light, Yi Han and Wang Ruyan could feel every cell in their bodies rejoicing. It's starting. Looks like a good sign, Yi Han said with a mysterious smile. Nearby, Xiaobai and Lion pretended to look nervous. Xiaobai raised a small paw and cheered, Go, little Qing. Believe in yourself, you can do this. Come on, little Qing. You got this. Lion echoed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Immortal Azure Wand's body began to change dramatically, ultimately transforming into a massive azure wand over 60 meters tall, with wings spanning more than 100 meters. With a piercing cry that shook the heavens, a terrifying aura erupted from the creature. It worked. It really worked. Wang Ruyan's heart raced with excitement. The bloodline advancement pill you gave me is amazing. Yi Han smiled. You got lucky. Advancing a bloodline does depend on a bit of luck. This was a game changer for Wang Ruyan. She had originally been just an average contender, but with the Immortal Azure Wand's grade 6 bloodline, she now had a real chance of competing for a spot in the top 30 of the Four Nations Beast Hunting Tournament. The next morning at 6, the two arrived at the gathering point for the Beast Hunting Tournament at Dideo Academy. Mentor Zhou Zhenghao was already waiting for them. Outside the gathering point, a crowd of non-participating students had gathered to cheer on the competitors, holding banners and shouting slogans to boost morale. This tournament was of great significance to the Shenlong nation. Having placed last for 5 consecutive years, the event had drawn immense attention from both the government and the public. Although the Shenlong nation had 100 slots for participants, only about 80 students competed each year, not because they didn't want to fill the quota, but because there simply weren't enough exceptionally talented candidates. After all, the beast hunting tournament involved facing fierce beasts and dark beast masters, where the slightest mistake could lead to death. The nation couldn't afford to send underqualified students into such a perilous competition just for the sake of appearances. This year, thanks to the proactive efforts from all sides, Shenlong Nation managed to gather 90 talented contestants of considerable strength, albeit pieced together from various sources. Among them, the Shenlong Dao Academy secured 10 spots. When Yi Han and Wang Ruyan arrived at the meeting point, the other 8 contestants were already waiting. 2 strikingly beautiful women waved at Wang Ruyan, who responded with a slight nod. These two were the prodigies from Dormitory 1 and 2, already having agreed with Wang Rian to form a team for the competition. Since Yi Han had never shown interest in the front row dormitories and had little interaction with the academy's top talents, he couldn't recognize the two women. Yi Han's appearance instantly stirred a commotion, with exclamations erupting all around. Clearly, in the hearts of many students, Yi Han was the undisputed benchmark among the freshmen at Dao Academy. His feat of defeating Gongsun Miao in a single move at the arena was still fresh in their memories, even leaving platinum-level mentors in awe. Seeing Yi Han participate in the competition reassured the crowd, who eagerly anticipated him breaking into the top 10. Cheers from fans even rang out at the scene. Yi Han, 50,000 female fans are waiting for you to create a miracle. Yi Han, I used to envy you for having a stunning fiancé, a perfect flame angel contract beast, terrifying strength, and tens of thousands of fans. But now, I sincerely hope you can bring glory to Shenlong Nation, a male student said earnestly. Go, Yi Han. Even though your fiancé is here, I still have to say this: I want to have your children. Loyal Yi fan forever, another voice shouted. Zhou Zhenghao, the team leader, saw that everyone had arrived and said sternly, good. Now we will head straight to the Kyoto teleportation point to meet up with the other academies. With that, he tossed out a black object that immediately transformed into a flying vessel over 20 meters long, bearing the Taiji emblem of Shenlong Dao Academy on its underside. Board the ship with me. The group gracefully leaped aboard the black, flying vessel hovering midair. In a flash, the vessel turned into a dark streak and disappeared into the sky. On board, Wang Rian introduced her two teammates to Yi Han. Wan Xiaoshuang was the direct heiress of the Wan family, one of the four great families of Kyoto, and possessed a 6th-grade bloodline contract beast. Before Yi Han's defeat of Gongsun Miao, she had been the top-ranked freshman. Yu Xiner, on the other hand, was the daughter of the leader of the Starry Sky Adventure Group, one of Kyoto's 3 major adventure groups. She also owned a 6th-grade bloodline contract beast and came from a powerful background. The four chatted amicably and soon arrived at the Kyoto teleportation array meeting point. By then, over 60 contestants and more than 10 mentors were already present, along with a platinum-level powerhouse from the education department. Lin Xian, upon seeing Yi Han, revealed a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She first waved at Wang Ruyan, who responded in kind, then nodded at Yi Han. However, upon noticing the closeness between Yi Han and Wang Ruyan, a trace of disappointment flickered in her gaze. Yi Han observed that Lin Xian's strength had noticeably improved compared to 3 months ago, but her slightly resentful look toward him left him puzzled. Holding Wang Ruyan's delicate hand, he wondered. Over the past 3 months, I haven't said much to her. Did I unintentionally offend her somehow? Aside from Lin Xian, Nia Wenhao, who had once carried out the teleportation gate disruption mission with Yi Han, was also present. However, Nia Tianjun, whose strength had long been surpassed, failed to make the cut. By 7:30, all 90 contestants were in position, standing in neat rows like a formation of upright spears. These 90 individuals represent the strongest force among this year's freshmen of Shenlong Nation, and every single one of them holds the potential to achieve the rank of platinum-level power in the future. A representative from the education department slowly stepped onto the stage. He was an elderly man with silvery white hair, and each of his steps was deliberate and heavy. His deeply wrinkled face was etched with seriousness, and his sharp gaze swept across the students seated below. Students, the old man's voice was deep and resonant. I believe you are all aware of the current situation facing Shenlong Nation. To sum it up in 4 words: extremely perilous. His tone grew heavier with each word. The 4 Nations Beast Hunting Tournament is not just about national honor and dignity. If our total score ranks at the bottom again this year, the loss won't stop there. It will also involve astronomical economic damage and the hard-earned peace we currently enjoy. Gripping the edge of the podium tightly, the elder continued, in recent years, our consecutive losses in both the 4 Nations Beast Hunting Tournament and the Global Academy Championship have led many factions to believe that Shenlong Nation is in decline, that we are growing weaker with each passing year. His voice trembled slightly, and enemies always target what they perceive as the weakest. If they conclude that Shenlong Nation is the easiest to bully among the 4 great nations, they will invade without hesitation, wreak havoc, and mercilessly slaughter our innocent civilians. Look at the increasingly frequent activities of the Dark Beast Masters around our borders over the past 5 years. This is the clearest evidence. The elder's gaze turned earnest and pleading. Students, you bear the hopes of 1.5 billion people in Shenlong Nation. I understand that this is an immense burden for people your age to carry. But, his voice suddenly rose, I implore you, even if it means gritting your teeth and pushing through, you must endure and overcome this challenge. This time, we are not aiming too high. If we can secure 3rd place in the total rankings, it will already be a commendable achievement. So, tell Mado you have confidence. Yes. The participants responded in unison, their voices echoing to the rafters. Good. The elder nodded approvingly. I wish you all a safe return and hope that you achieve great results in this competition. And I humbly ask you all bear this burden for the sake of Shunlong Nation. With these words, the elderly representative from the education department bowed deeply and remained bent for a long time, unwilling to rise. After the elderly official from the education department stepped down from the stage, another senior man, dressed in a sharp suit and exuding an energetic demeanor, took his place. This gentleman wore a kind smile, appearing harmless, yet the gleaming diamond badge on his chest revealed his extraordinary identity: a diamond tier beast tamer. Greetings, students. I am the vice principal of Kyoto Academy. The elder introduced himself warmly. You can call me Uncle Zhang, Vice Principal Zhang, or simply Old Zhang. I will be leading the team heading to the Divine Ape Nation and will be fully responsible for all matters related to the Four Nations Beast Taming Tournament. The students respectfully bowed upon hearing this. For Yihan, this was his first time encountering a diamond tier powerhouse. Achieving diamond tier required a minimum of 6,000 soul power points. This meant that the kindly elder before him possessed at least 10 times his strength, or perhaps even 20 times. Under Vice Principal Zhang's guidance, the students orderly passed through the teleportation array to the Divine Ape Nation. The Four Nations Beast Taming Tournament was set to officially commence at 2 p.m. that afternoon. After the participating students had departed, the accompanying mentors from various academies and officials from the education department began discussing. So, everyone, what are your predictions? Can we achieve our goals in this competition? The white-haired elder from the education department asked. The atmosphere immediately turned heavy and silent. The mentor from Phaeton Academy sighed. Elder Yuan, both the Divine Whale Nation and the Divine Elephant Nation sent stronger contestants as soon as they learned of our increased stakes. Indeed, other mentors chimed in. They don't want to end up at the bottom either. This competition has only become harder. Unless a miracle happens. Unless what? The white-haired elder frowned deeply. Unless an exceptionally extraordinary contestant emerges. But as far as we can tell, there doesn't seem to be any student hiding such potential. There is one, Zhou Zhenghao said with a mysterious smile. Mentor Zhou, are you referring to Yihan? Someone questioned. While his talent is remarkable, he's still a step behind Li Tianyi. And even Li Tianyi struggles against the top prodigies from the other three nations, especially those from the Divine Ape Nation. Zhou Zhenghao smiled enigmatically. When Yihan defeated Gongsun Miao a month ago, his snow fox only had a 5th grade bloodline and was at level 33. But from what I observed today, his snow fox has not only advanced to a 6th grade bloodline, but its level has also soared to around 40. This means he now possesses 2 contracted beasts with 6th grade bloodlines, and their levels are nearly on par with the top prodigies of the Four Nations. At these words, the expressions of all the mentors present subtly shifted. In just 1 month, Yihan's snow fox skyrocketed from level 33 to level 40, leaving everyone present in utter disbelief at such an incredible rate of progress. How many high-quality demon cores has this kid been feeding his snow fox? It's one thing for its bloodline rank to advance by a level, but this speed of leveling up is just insane, someone murmured. The cost of those demon cores alone must be in the billions. Where would an ordinary student get so many resources? Don't you know? Someone nearby whispered in a low voice. His mentor is Qin Feifei, the woman who roams the outer starfields with her unparalleled Earth-class evasion technique, even daring to raid the Demon Emperor's treasury. Ah, that explains it. The crowd nodded in understanding. Someone then teased. This kid sure found himself a solid backer. The conversation shifted as someone brought up a recent piece of news. But I heard that Qin Feifei just signed a marriage agreement with Li Tianzi a few days ago, officially forming an alliance between the Li and Qin families. Yihan might be young, but he's still an adult. This situation. Sure. Someone quickly interrupted. Keep your voice down. Joking about this is dangerous. If Li Tianzi hears about it, he might not do anything to us. But that Yihan kid could be in serious trouble. The discussion turned toward Yihan's strength. A contracted beast with dual 6th grade bloodlines, his power is unmatched even by the platinum level experts here. He might even rival Li Tian. The Dideo Academy really struck gold this time, said a mentor from Phaeton Academy, a hint of regret in their tone. Still, Yihan's true strength remains a mystery, someone remarked thoughtfully. He might just turn out to be a dark horse and win glory for our nation. The crowd nodded in agreement before their conversation shifted to the upcoming competition livestream. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Divine Ape Nation, recognized as the strongest country in the Azure civilization, stood out with a markedly different system compared to the Divine Dragon Nation. The most significant difference lay in its monarchy, where the Divine Ape Emperor held absolute authority. The current ruler, the formidable Divine Ape Emperor III, was a fearsome king-level beastmaster who commanded both fear and respect. The kingdom of Divine Apes, despite having a population of only about 10 million citizens, controls over 200 million enslaved Hey You demon tamers. On the streets, It's common to see figures with glowing slave marks on their foreheads. These are invariably captured Heiau demon tamers or their family members. As natural adversaries of the Heiau tamers, the kingdom of divine apes has been at war with them for years. After each victory, they bring back a large number of slaves, making the kingdom of divine apes the largest slave-trading nation in the world. Similar to the kingdom of divine dragons, the kingdom of divine apes is dominated by four major superfamilies. The royal Shun Yuan family was founded by the first Emperor Shun Yuan. The Nangong family is renowned for producing stunningly beautiful women. Three successive queens, from the first to the third generation, hailed from this family. The Shangguan family is known for its outstanding military leaders and controls half of the high-ranking general positions. Meanwhile, the Sima family not only holds the position of prime minister but is also a commercial powerhouse, with wealth so vast that it rivals that of entire nations. During his journey aboard Zhou Zhenghao's flying vessel, Yi Han learned an intriguing piece of news from his casual conversation with Wang Rian and others. The two most gifted princes of the current era, Shen Yuanyu and Shan Yuanzhan, are competing for the hand of Nangong Yi, the most beautiful woman of the Nangong family. Each prince possesses a Demon King-level contracted beast, and their power is evenly matched. To resolve this dilemma, the Nangong family announced that this year's demon hunting tournament champion would marry Nangong Yi and receive the full support of the Nangong family, gaining a significant advantage in the battle for the crown prince position. Hearing this, Yi Han felt a headache coming on. If he were to win first place, wouldn't he find himself in an awkward situation? However, he quickly realized that a marriage tied to the political stability of the kingdom of divine apes could not be decided by a single competition alone. There must be a complex interplay of forces behind the scenes. This information also gave Yi Han a clearer understanding of the strength of the kingdom of divine apes prodigies. Compared to other nations, their advantage was obvious. Princes from the kingdom of divine apes could bond with demon kings at a young age, a starting point that far surpassed the talents of the kingdom of divine dragons, such as Li Tianyi, a freshman who commanded two sixth-grade bloodline beasts. It was no wonder that for over 50 years, the kingdom of divine apes had dominated the top three positions in the demon hunting tournament. Even with their best efforts, the other three nations could hardly compete. This grand event had effectively become a tool for the kingdom of divine apes to extract resources from other nations. By merely providing the venue, they reaped immense economic benefits while the other three nations shouldered the hosting costs. The rewards for victory invariably ended up in the hands of their own people, a truly shrewd arrangement. When Yi Han and his group arrived at the lounge under the guidance of the reception team, Vice Dean Zhang took out his smartphone and distributed a document provided by the National Intelligence Agency. This document contained detailed information on the top 20 prodigies from the other three nations' rankings. Although this method was somewhat underhanded, it was an unspoken rule among the four great nations, and in the past 50 years, no one had openly criticized it. The intelligence report meticulously documented every participant's basic information, leaving no detail overlooked. From names and family backgrounds to the species, ranks, and bloodline grades of their beasts, as well as their most proficient combat techniques, everything was thoroughly recorded. This report, provided by the National Intelligence Department, was exceptionally comprehensive. Meanwhile, participants from the other three nations also received intelligence on their opponents. In the resting lounge of the Shanjing nation, a group of contestants sat together discussing the details in the report. This sixth-ranked Yi Han, specializing in sweeping the arena with the Tuthisantan giant ice club? What kind of bizarre self-created combat technique is that? One participant asked with confusion. It might sound impressive, but it's just brute force, another scoffed. There are plenty of prodigies who can lift 2,000 tons. Even if his physical destructive power is strong, he's far too slow. A more agile opponent could easily outmaneuver him to exhaust himself chasing them without landing a single hit. Yi Han is insignificant. Shenlong Nation gets weaker with every competition. It's honestly pitiful, someone chimed in mockingly. At this moment, Haidafu spoke up with a serious tone. You need to look at the situation from both sides. This Yi Han might not be as simple as he seems. Sure, hitting someone with an ice club might be challenging, but against beasts, one swing could take out an entire group. And this technique barely consumes any spiritual energites, practically a cheat for racking up points. He paused meaningfully before adding, so, you all know what needs to be done. Young Master Hai is right. If we encounter Yi Han, we need to teach him a lesson first. The group agreed in unison. Otherwise, if he starts wiping out beasts with that ice club, he'll become a major threat on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in the resting lounge of the Shenxiang Nation, the participants were also discussing the intelligence reports. I've heard there's a dark horse from Shenlong Nation who might shine in this competition. It must be this Yi Han. His true strength is unknown, which makes him a huge wild card. We have to eliminate him as soon as possible if we want to focus on scoring points, one contestant analyzed. As for the rivalry between Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, we don't need to get involved. Let them fight it out, and we might even reap some benefits from the aftermath. In the resting lounge for contestants from the Divine Ape Nation, a discussion about Ihan, a competitor from the Divine Dragon Nation, was underway. I heard Ihan is the dark horse meticulously prepared by the Divine Dragon Nation this year, one contestant inquired. According to Li Tianyi, this person is extremely arrogant, another chimed in. During the Academy exchange matches, he completely disregarded his opponents. Despite having a contracted beast, he insisted on fighting personally and defeated Gongsun Miao in an instant with just a giant ice spear. That's indeed what the intel suggests, Your Highness, someone said respectfully. The Divine Dragon Nation actually ranked such a person sixth. It seems they're truly declining. The rumors about the Emperor's plan to remove them from the four great nations might not be unfounded. The ninth prince, Shun Yuanyu, let out a cold laugh. Mere ants. There's no need for us to intervene personally. The prodigies from other nations will naturally deal with him. Your Highness is wise. Meanwhile, the spectator center for the Divine Ape Nation's monster hunting tournament was already packed to capacity. Tens of thousands of spectators were equipped with LCD screens, allowing them to freely follow the perspective of any contestant. Unlike other locations where live broadcasts had a 5-minute delay, the on-site audience could watch the competition footage in real time. At the center of the venue, a massive diamond-shaped screen was suspended in midair, displaying the contestants' points rankings and competition status in real time. To ensure fairness, every move made by the participants would be exposed to the global audience. At 1:30 p.m., the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Though the competition was still 30 minutes away from officially starting, the contestants were about to enter the arena. The host's voice boomed across the venue with fervor. Let us welcome the strongest supreme team of all time, the Divine Ape Nation's contestants. 100 contestants from the Divine Ape Nation marched into the arena. Among them, the most eye-catching were the 9th Prince, Shun Yuanyu, and the 12th Prince, Xin Yuanzhan. It was rumored that the Nangong family would select the first-place winner of the competition as the future husband of Nangong Yi. The audience immediately divided into two camps. I support the 9th Prince. He loves the people like his own children and has led multiple successful campaigns against the Black Demon Beastmasters. The 12th Prince is stronger. He's a year younger yet already on par with his brother. He's destined to become a king. The host tactfully eased the tension and mentioned Nangong Yi, the most beautiful woman in the Divine Ape Nation and a participant in the competition. This instantly triggered a wave of cheers and excitement from the crowd. Next, the runner-up team from the previous competition, the Divine Elephant Nation, entered the arena. Unlike other nations, all male contestants from the Divine Elephant Nation were bald, exuding an air of strength and dignity, while the female contestants wore veils, their elegant figures captivating the audience. It was said that in the Divine Elephant Nation, it was a grave crime to lift a woman's veil without permission. Only her husband had the right to see her face. Haha, the ever second-place bald team and the veil team still carry such an imposing aura, came a remark from the crowd. Indeed, though the bald team and the veil team had unique appearances, their strength was undeniable. In the history of the Four Nations Monster Hunting Tournament, several of Shan Yuan Nation's losses were closely tied to these two teams. However, the audience seemed confident this time. Someone whispered, with the two princes here, there's no way we'll lose. Do we even need the princes to step in? Another chimed in. Nangongyi isn't just about her stunning beauty, her skills are only slightly behind the princes. The host's voice cut through at just the right moment. Next, let's welcome the third-place team from the last tournament, representing Xianjing Nation. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience erupted into cheers. Male spectators sprang to their feet, waving their arms enthusiastically. Finally, the bikini team is here. I've been waiting all year for this moment. I'm not here for the princes. I'm here for the bikini team. The team emerging from Shunjing Nation's resting area was indeed eye-catching. The male contestants were uniformly shirtless, wearing loose shorts, while the female contestants donned vibrant bikinis, some exuding pure charm, others radiating alluring confidence. This unique attire stemmed from Shunjing Nation's traditions, as their battles primarily involved taming water monsters, requiring adaptability for underwater combat. In Shunjing Nation, only the most elite Black Iron-ranked beast tamers earned the right to wear bikinis in the tournament, a mark of status and a testament to their prowess. These bikini-clad contestants walked out proudly under the gaze of the global audience, their eyes brimming with confidence. Far from feeling awkward about their distinctive attire, they took pride in it, viewing it as a representation of Shunjing Nation's unique culture. The host continued, now, let's welcome the team that has consistently ranked last for 5 consecutive years, the representatives from Shanlong Nation. Now, let's welcome the team that has secured last place for 5 consecutive years, the Shanlong Nation team. With the host's announcement, Yihan and his teammates, led by Vice Dinzhang, entered the arena. Instantly, the surroundings erupted with deafening laughter and jeers. Here they come to throw the game again. People from Shanlong Nation are so adorable they practically hand out free wins. They don't just lose, they even bribe the other three nations. They can't even gather a full team of 100 contestants though they still qualify as one of the big four? Mocking voices rose one after another. Someone whistled and remarked, "Their team does have some pretty girls though. Not bad quality. I heard Shenlong Nation is taking this competition seriously this year. They've done quite a lot to avoid coming in last again. Haha, I can't wait to see if they'll make history with a 6-time losing streak. I'm keeping an eye on their so-called prodigy, Li Tianyi, to see what tricks he's got. Apparently, there's a dark horse named Yihan who can wield a Tuthisantan ice spear. Who even believes such nonsense?" Faced with the overwhelming ridicule, most of Shenlong Nation's contestants clenched their fists, while a few maintained blank expressions. Yihan, however, remained calm, as if he were completely unaffected. This was the harsh reality. Xinyuan Nation, the world's leading powerhouse, stood at the top, while Shenlong Nation was ranked at the bottom. If their positions were reversed, Shenlong Nation's audience would likely mock their opponents just the same. Only strength and power could earn respect. Soon, staff members began distributing intelligent scoring badges. The host explained the rules in detail. Contestants needed to bind the badges with a drop of their blood and link them to their souls. Points could be earned by defeating monsters or dark control beast masters within the competition zone. The stronger the target, the higher the points. Beating contestants from other nations would grant a quarter of their points, while the defeated would lose an equivalent amount and their eligibility to compete. Each badge holder could call for a single rescue, which would result in disqualification but ensure a platinum-level expert arrived within a minute to save them. After all the contestants had completed the bloodbinding process, the host read out the rules for peaceful competition. While combat between participants was allowed, killing was strictly prohibited. Violators would lose their eligibility and face trial in a four-nation military tribunal. Though there were no referees to enforce this rule, the severe consequences typically restrained contestants. The real danger came from the monstrous beasts and dark control beast masters, whose overwhelming strength often left no time to call for help. The teams representing the four major nations arrived at the venue one after another, and the drawing ceremony was about to begin. The host cleared his throat and announced the rules of the draw. Based on the results of the previous competition, the order of drawing would follow the sequence of Shenlong Nation, Shunjing Nation, Xinxiang Nation, and Xinyuan Nation to determine their respective starting locations. The starting points were divided into four directions: east, south, west, and north. The choice of location was crucial, as it directly affected the proximity between teams. Each team would be closer to the teams in the adjacent directions and farthest from the team in the opposite direction. Deputy Director Zhang of Shenlong Nation stepped forward first. His hand hesitated slightly in the draw box. Despite being a diamond-level powerhouse, even he couldn't help feeling his heart race in this moment. No one wanted to be positioned next to the fearsome Xinyuan Nation. Their lineup of 2 prince-level participants and 2 demon kings was enough to intimidate any opponent. Shenlong Nation, east. The host's voice echoed through the venue. Next, the leader of Shunjing Nation drew the west position. This result instantly darkened Deputy Director Zhang's expression. Being positioned diagonally opposite meant that Shenlong Nation would inevitably be adjacent to Xinyuan Nation. The Shunjing Nation leader also sighed inwardly, realizing they too could not avoid this fate. The leader of Xinxiang Nation, on the other hand, smiled confidently. Regardless of drawing south or north, they were guaranteed to be farthest from Xinyuan Nation. Ultimately, Xinxiang Nation drew the south position, leaving Xinyuan Nation to take the north. When the news broke, Shenlong Nation's viewers watching the live broadcast were furious, criticizing Deputy Director Zhang for his terrible luck. The faces of Shenlong Nation's participants turned pale, as well. This unfavorable draw had significantly increased the difficulty of their competition. The host announced that the competition would officially begin in 15 minutes. Each team boarded their assigned aircraft to head to their respective starting locations. All participants received a detailed map of the massive competition arena, which spanned a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The map clearly marked various terrains, the distribution of beasts, and dangerous zones. The most eye-catching feature was the crimson skull symbol in the central region, a chilling indicator of the Demon King's territory. Aboard the aircraft heading to the eastern starting point, Shenlong Nation's participants were already discussing strategies. Wang Ruyan, Wan Xiaoshuang, and Yu Xiner, the 3 female contestants, quickly devised a detailed plan of action. A metallic announcement sounded at just the right moment. All participants, please prepare. The competition is about to begin. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The competition has officially begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the 4 massive doors of the aircraft thundered open. The beast tamers of Shenlong Nation poured out one after another, plunging straight from a height of 100 meters into the endless, barren desert below. The viewing hall erupted into deafening cheers. At long last, the long-awaited competition had begun. The livestream switched to the Shunjing Nation team. Over 40 female contestants, clad in full protective gear, appeared on screen, completely shattering the stereotypical image of a bikini squad. The desert temperature soared to an unbearable 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, with searing waves of heat assaulting the contestants. Suddenly, the sandy ground began to ripple like ocean waves, accompanied by piercing, screeching noises. The faces of the newly landed participants turned pale. Watch out! It's a swarm of desert scorpions. Countless black stingers shot out from the sand, and an array of protective skills activated instantly. The contestants unleashed their combat techniques like a torrential rain, striking down large numbers of level 31 desert scorpions. Though these dark element, 4th-tier bloodline creatures were dangerous as a group, they posed little threat to the highly skilled competitors. In less than a minute, the Shenlong Nation team cleared a safe zone. The leaderboard shifted rapidly, but the true elites from each nation had yet to make a move, clearly uninterested in dealing with such low-level creatures. A prodigy from the Kyoto Academy stepped forward and addressed the group. Everyone, we have to admit our overall strength is weaker than the other 3 nations. Based on past years' strategies, by this time tomorrow, we'll inevitably clash with Shen Yuan Nation and Shunxiang Nation. When that happens, most of us will be eliminated, and we'll end up at the bottom again. The atmosphere grew heavy. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, no one could deny the truth of his words. So, what should we do? Someone asked. We can't just sit here and wait for defeat. If we unite and work together, there's still a chance. At that moment, the Kyoto Academy prodigy shifted his tone. In fact, young Master Li Tianyi already discovered a turning point a month ago. The crowd's attention immediately turned to Li Tianyi. As the younger brother of Shenlong's top platinum-ranked genius Li Tianzi and a longtime leader of Kyoto's rankings, his words carried undeniable weight. Young Master Li, please guide us. Yes, as long as everyone agrees, we'll give it our all. Li Tianyi remained calm and began to speak slowly. This information wasn't meant to be revealed just yet. But since everyone wants to know, he'll share it now to give you all peace of mind and to reassure the people of our nation. Seeing Li Tianyi's confident demeanor, the contestants' eyes lit up, and they quickly gathered around him. Master Li, just tell us already. The suspense is killing me, someone urged impatiently. If you can lead us to turn the tide, you'll be a hero of the nation, a pillar of our people, and a role model for all of us. Exactly, Master Li, stop keeping us in suspense, echoed voices from the crowd. Li Tianyi, calm and composed, began to speak slowly. Everyone, don't worry. We've already secured our place in this competition. At the very least, we'll come in third, and there's a strong chance we'll take second place. He scanned the group and continued, a month ago, I anticipated today's situation and formed an alliance with Shen Yuanyu, the 9th prince of the Shen Yuan kingdom. All we need to do is send our experts to assist him in defeating Shen Yuanzhan's supporters. Once he deals with Shen Yuanzhan, he will help us eliminate the top competitors from the Shanjing kingdom and Shunxiang kingdom, while ensuring that no one from Shen Yuan kingdom targets our Shenlong kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent before erupting into exclamations of amazement. Brilliant! Master Li truly lives up to his reputation as a strategic genius. Someone clapped and praised. With this plan, our ranking was practically decided a month ago. Exactly. With Shen Yuan kingdom helping us take out the top players from the other 2 kingdoms, this competition will be a showdown between them and us. They'll take the lion's share, and we'll take the smaller portion. As Master Li said, we're very likely to secure second place. Amid the excitement, everyone voiced their support. We're willing to follow Master Li Tianyi as the leader of Shenlong Kingdom's monster hunting competition and let you take full command. I agree. So do I. Leader Li, please issue your orders. Suddenly, someone noticed, wait a minute. Where are a few people? Could it be that some of them don't agree with Leader Li's plan? All eyes turned simultaneously toward 4 figures standing a short distance away: Yihan, Wang Ruyan, Wan Xiaoshuang, and Yu Xiner. Wang Ruyan's gaze remained fixed on Yihan, clearly indicating she trusted him more than Li Tianyi. Meanwhile, Yihan's face was expressionless, his demeanor indifferent, as if he hadn't even heard Li Tianyi's strategy. Wan Xiaoshuang and Yu Xiner exchanged glances. During their earlier conversation with Yihan, they had already learned of his intention to act alone, which was consistent with his usual mysterious demeanor. However, at this moment, Li Tianyi's proposed strategy demonstrated exceptional feasibility. The other prodigies present were not easily swayed individuals, and their unanimous support was evidence of the plan's brilliance. If they didn't need to wait for Wang Ruyan's decision, they would have joined Li Tianyi's faction by now. Yet, what puzzled them was Yihan's indifferent attitude towards such a flawless plan, and the fact that Wang Ruyan seemed solely concerned with seeking Yihan's opinion. All eyes in the room were fixed on the 4 of them, and the pressure made Yu Xiner and Wan Xiaoshuang uneasy. The situation was clear. Refusing to join Li Tianyi's plan meant severing ties with the entire Shenlong nation's team, leaving them isolated and defenseless. What's more, the benefits promised in Li Tianyi's plan were undeniably tempting. I also think Li Gongzi's plan is highly viable. We. Yushiner cautiously addressed Wang Ruyan and Yihan. Yihan, what do you think? Wan Xiaoshuang chimed in. Yihan responded with a genuine smile. Li Tianyi's plan is indeed commendable, but I'm sorry, I have other arrangements and won't be participating. Furthermore, my fiancé, Wang Ruyan, won't be joining either. You've already assembled such a formidable group. I'm sure our absence won't make much of a difference. Yushiner and Wan Xiaoshuang exchanged a resigned look. Then well, just wish your plan success. Ruyan, let's collaborate another time. Apologies. With that, the two of them moved toward Li Tianyi's camp. Seeing Yihan and Wang Ruyan decline to join, murmurs of discontent arose from Li Tianyi's group. A prodigy from the Jingdu Academy raised his voice. Yihan, this isn't right. We're all working together for the honor of Shenlong Nation. You should set aside your personal plans and join us. Your strength is well recognized. Every bit of help increases our chances of victory. Exactly. Yihan, why not share your plan with us? If it's better than Li Gongzi's, we're willing to support you. That's right. You're being too selfish. In 5 minutes, the competition footage will be broadcast back home. Aren't you afraid of the public's criticism? As the discussion grew louder, Li Tianyi cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. He smiled and said, my plan doesn't force anyone to participate. Of course, if those who choose not to join are eliminated by Shen Yuan Nation, they'll have nothing to say, as they wouldn't have contributed. Yihan, I wish you the best of luck. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly stepped up beside Yihan. I'm very interested in Yihan's plan. The voice was firm and resolute. It was Lin Xian, the freshman sensation from Jingdu Academy. Li Tianyi's group immediately erupted into commotion. A prodigy from the Lin family sternly rebuked, Lin Xian, you're being incredibly foolish. The entire nation is watching us. By siding with Yihan, you're tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. If Li Gongzi's plan succeeds, you might avoid severe punishment, but if we fail due to insufficient strength, the three of you will become the culprits of Shenlong Nation's defeat. As soon as Li Tianyi finished speaking, the surrounding participants from the Shenlong Nation cast accusatory glances. Yihan, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can act so arrogant. At a time like this, you're even trying to divide the internal strength of our Shenlong Nation's team. How despicable. One of the contestants angrily accused. You hold the Shenlong Special Class Combat Hero Medal, yet you show such disregard for the nation's dignity and honor. Those female fans who see you as their idol will cry their eyes out over this. Amid the crowd's criticism, Lin Xian and Wang Ruyan exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes gleaming with determination. Even as Yihan faced widespread condemnation, they chose to trust him unconditionally, despite having no knowledge of his plan. Yihan remained silent. He neither needed to explain himself nor sought the approval of these people. What he did need, however, was their strength to send them to the Shen Yuan Nation to engage in fierce battles with the opposition, allowing him to focus solely on hunting the demon kings at the core of the conflict. Their intention to help Shen Yuan Yu against Shan Yuan Zhan was like delivering a pillow to someone who was already drowsy, saving him from the trouble of dealing with both adversaries at once. His plan was straightforward. Take advantage of Shen Yuan Yu and Shan Yuan Zhan weakening each other, eliminate all the demon kings in the core area, and then decisively deal with the two main opponents. As for the others, his strength was more than enough to sweep through them. Young Master Li, you are truly magnanimous. In that case, I shall take my leave first, Yihan said, cupping his hands toward Li Tianyi with a tone of sincerity. I sincerely hope you successfully complete your plan. With that, he waved his hand and summoned his vehicle, the Silver Moon Phantom. Ladies, please hop on, he invited. At his call, the three of them boarded the flying device, which transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished from everyone's sight. Li Tianyi stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. As a scion of an influential family, he was deeply displeased by Yihan's actions but maintained a poised demeanor, subtly pointing out the potential isolation Yihan might face by not joining the team. Yet, Yihan was not only indifferent but even offered him genuine well-wishes. What puzzled him further was why someone as intelligent and powerful as Lin Xian, a goddess-tier figure, placed such unwavering trust in Yihan. As he gazed in the direction where Yihan had disappeared, a chill ran down Li Tianyi's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow fallen into a meticulously crafted scheme of Yihan's design. Why does Yihan's silver aircraft look so familiar? A young prodigy from the Qin family frowned as he stared at the silver light streaking through the sky. Indeed, isn't that the spirit of the Silver Moon Phantom Beast? Another person chimed in immediately. That's the priceless treasure worth billions that Minter Qin Feifei had been using for years. How did it end up in Yihan's hands? This exchange quickly drew the attention of those nearby. People began whispering, discussing Qin Feifei's frequent visits to Yihan's dormitory in recent times. They even mentioned how she and Wang Ruyan had once waited for days while Yihan was away on a mission. Li Tianyi's previously composed expression darkened. Qin Feifei, who was supposed to be the future wife of Li Tianzi, Getting so close to Yihan was nothing short of a challenge to the Li family's dignity. Just as the tension in the atmosphere grew heavier, a calm and authoritative voice broke through the murmurs. Silence. This matter is irrelevant to our current mission. The speaker continued, the Li family will handle this. For now, let's stay focused on the competition plan. Li Tianyi quickly regained his composure and began issuing orders. The top 50 elites will follow me to support Shun Yuanyu. The rest of you may operate in the outer zones. Once we eliminate the threats from the Divine Elephant Nation and the Divine Whale Nation, you'll be free to act as you wish. When news of this reached the Shenlong Nation, public opinion erupted. Not only did Yihan refuse to join Li Tianyi's plan, but he also took Wang Ruyan and Lin Xian, two of the top prodigies, with him. In just 10 minutes, tens of millions of citizens petitioned to have Yihan's Shenlong Nation Special Combat Hero Medal revoked. In the face of national honor, rumors about Yihan's relationship with Qin Feifei seemed insignificant. Meanwhile, the Li family was closely monitoring the competition's developments. In Li Tianzi's private viewing lounge, several female companions vied for the favor of the distinguished young master. Young Master Li, that Qin Feifei is truly ungrateful. Once she becomes part of the family, we should make sure to teach her a lesson. Li Tianzi swirled the rare and priceless wine in his glass, taking a refined sip. This wine was a pre-spiritual revival treasure. Rarity even within the Shenlong Nation. What do you know? He said indifferently. Qin Feifei may be beautiful, but do you think I haven't seen better? Stay in line, or the consequences will be severe. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence, sending chills down everyone's spine. Li Tianzi stood nonchalantly in the middle of the room, wiping his blood-soaked hands with a towel. Oh dear, could it be that I might be cheated on? How outrageous. I should be angry, shouldn't I? He paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how best to express his anger. Woof woof! He tried barking, then shook his head. No, that's not it. Meow meow! He tried again, only to dismiss it with a frown as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Li family's tower, crafted from a unique alloy, was instantly reduced to ashes. The ground trembled violently, as though a minor earthquake had struck. Yes, that's how anger should be expressed, Li Tianzi declared, his icy gaze sweeping over the trembling servants around him. Listen up. I'm furious right now. Immediately put pressure on the Qin family and make sure Qin Feifei marries me after the new year. Otherwise, he let out a chilling laugh. The small secret realm promised as a wedding gift? You can forget about ever getting it. Understood. We'll arrange for the message to be delivered right away. The servant stammered, fully aware of the consequences of Li Tianzi's wrath. A sudden smile appeared on Li Tianzi's face. To celebrate my anger this time, have Jinghong Pavilion send over another batch of their most popular songstresses. Understood. It'll be arranged in no more than 10 minutes. Returning to his private screening room, Li Tianzi focused the screen on Yihan's first-person perspective. He murmured to himself, this Yihan. He's far more competent than my foolish little brother. Meanwhile, at the Qin family mansion, the patriarch wore a grim expression as he issued his orders. Butler, regardless of the relationship between Yihan and Feifei, we are in the wrong this time. Deliver a message to Li Tianzi personally and agree to the marriage after the new year. Once the butler had left, the old master fell into deep thought. He knew full well that Li Tianzi's repeated marriage proposals had nothing to do with Levine the eyes of these prominent families. Love was nothing more than a laughable notion. Li Tianzi's true intention was to seize control of the Qin family once the old man passed away. Li Tianzi. Oh Li Tianzi, the old master sneered. What you don't know is that in just a few years, I will acquire the treasure that extends one's lifespan. By then, I'll break through my current limits and ascend to the rank of a grandmaster. When that day comes, not only will the Qin family rise again, but we will surpass the Li family to become the most powerful clan in the Divine Dragon Nation. I will bring glory to my ancestors and wield an unprecedented power. Feifei, forgive your grandfather. Old Master Qin's voice carried a hint of helplessness. To achieve our goals, I have no choice but to sacrifice your happiness. But when I succeed, if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you. If you truly like that boy Yihan, they'll even have him marry into the Qin family. He paused briefly, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked at his granddaughter. He continued, in truth, the marriage agreement between the Qin family and the Li family was never about an alliance. It's merely a strategic game between powerful families, a contest between the weakest and the strongest. As for whatever trump card Yihan might have to win the Four Nations monster hunting tournament, it's of no importance to me. At this moment, the broadcast of the Four Nations monster hunting tournament was in full swing at Daidao Academy. Students gathered in small groups across the campus to watch the competition, while instructors either viewed it alone or invited friends to join them. Outside the principal's office, Qin Feifei stood with a flushed face, raising her hand to knock lightly on the door. She knew all too well why the principal had summoned her and was inwardly cursing Yihan countless times. What upset her wasn't Yihan going off alone with two beautiful women. She had anticipated that. Since Yihan had promised to win first place, it was natural for him not to join Li Tianyi's team. What truly infuriated her was that Yihan had brazenly showcased the aircraft she had gifted him, worth billions, for the entire world to see. As a mentor with an arranged marriage, gifting such a valuable item to a student was bound to raise eyebrows. No matter how she explained it, claiming it was due to Yihan's talent, few would believe her. "Come in," the principal's voice called out. Qin Feifei stepped into the office, where two elderly figures with silver hair were seated: the principal and his wife, who also served as vice principal. The two elders wore kind expressions. The principal gestured for her to sit, while the vice principal, with a playful tone, remarked, "Feifei, your face seems a little red." The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. The principal cleared his throat and adopted a serious expression. "There's been some unfavorable gossip about you and Yihan recently. Of course, we trust your character and understand Yihan's personality. But due to the public pressure, we must address it." The vice principal chimed in, "Feifei, while we did ask you to pay special attention to Yihan, the resources you've invested in him have exceeded hundreds of billions. As someone who's been through this before, I can tell from your demeanor that although there's been no improper conduct, there's undoubtedly an extraordinary bond between you two." Her tone softened. "In the past, even under public scrutiny, I would have supported your choice wholeheartedly. Over the years, it hasn't been easy for you to develop feelings for a young man, even if he's a few years younger than you. Having watched you grow up alongside your grandmother as my dearest friend, I sincerely hope you find happiness. But now, the situation is different." The dean's wife's voice echoed in the office as she fixed her gaze on Qin Feifei. "You are engaged to Li Tianzi. Whether it's because the Li family specifically chose you or because your grandfather insisted on marrying you off to them, the reasons behind it no longer matter." Her tone grew sterner. "Your feelings for Yihan will only bring harm to both of you. Yihan is just an ordinary man with no background, merely a silver-level beast tamer. Even if he excels among his peers, he stands no chance against Li Tianzi. Li Tianzi can easily defeat hundreds like him, let alone your grandfather's strength." The office fell into silence, broken only by the sound of the dean signing documents. Qin Feifei lowered her head, silent tears streaming down her face. The dean's wife looked at her, her heart aching, but all she could do was quietly wipe her own tears. "In this world, only those with power have a voice and can determine the fate of those around them," the dean's wife sighed. "Even if my husband and I joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against Old Master Qin. And as for Li Tianzi, who is hailed as the top platinum beast tamer of the Shenlong nation, we're no match for him, let alone the entire Li family. Though Dedeo Academy holds significant influence, we are ultimately just employees serving as deans." The dean put down his pen. "As for the flying device, just say it was specifically lent to Yihan and that he paid a rental fee. Yihan won't argue about it." "Feifei, did Yihan really say he's aiming to win first place in the beast taming competition?" the dean asked. Qin Feifei nodded in confirmation. The dean and his wife exchanged a glance before the dean continued, "Perhaps we've underestimated him all along. This time, he must perform exceptionally well, or public opinion will turn against him. If he fails, his reputation in the Shenlong nation could plummet." "Grandpa Dean," Qin Feifei bit her lip and said, "I've made up my mind. After the beast taming competition, he'll return to my family. Staying by his side does neither of us any good." The dean sighed. "All right, Feifei. Just remember, never give up hope." Qin Feifei forced a smile and nodded. She bowed deeply to the dean and his wife before turning to leave the office. "My dear, seeing Feifei's fate feels like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart," the old man said, his voice trembling. "Don't cry, my dear. Feifei has pinned all her hopes on Yihan. That boy might really create a miracle." The old man gently comforted her. "Look at his records. His soul power was only 13 points before the college entrance exam, but now it's already 400 or 500. His growth rate is nothing short of extraordinary, even compared to the children of civilization." Children of civilization? It's not just about growth speed to earn that title. Out of billions of people worldwide, only a handful ever emerge. The odds are just too slim, the elderly woman said, shaking her head. Even a faint glimmer of hope is better than none at all. The children of civilization represent the hope of an entire civilization, and the gods of civilization are its leaders. Everyone on Azure Star knows this. The scene shifted to Yihan aboard the Silver Moon Phantom. "So, you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Yihan teased Lin Xian with a smile. Wang Ruyan stood nearby, causing Lin Xian's face to flush with embarrassment. "You saved my life. I trust you without needing a reason. Even if you did sell me, I'd accept it," Lin Xian retorted, giving Yihan a sidelong glance. She had been so frustrated by the criticism aimed at Yihan by other contestants that she had stood by his side. Since you're here, team up with Wang Ruyan. You two worked well together in the secret realm before, and your combined strength should be enough to handle most of the beasts, Yihan said. What about you? Are you really planning to go solo? Lin Xian asked worriedly. Just a moment ago, you said you trusted me unconditionally, and now you're doubting me already? Yihan replied with a grin. I also wanted to ask though, you really believe in Li Tianyi's plan? Your expression earlier made it obvious you were just pretending, Lin Xian pressed him. Yihan cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan immediately understood. Of course, Yihan doesn't believe in their plan. Why not? On the surface, Li Tianyi's plan seems fine, Lin Xian said, puzzled. Think about it. The Divine Ape Yu and the Divine Ape Zhan have been locked in a stalemate for years, which means their strength is nearly equal. If Divine Ape Yu can ally with teams from other countries, do you think Divine Ape Zhan wouldn't consider the same strategy? Wang Ruyan explained. Lin Xian suddenly realized the implications and couldn't help but worry for the Shenlong Nation contestants following Li Tianyi's plan. If they were completely wiped out, only the three of them would remain in the competition. Are you saying Divine Ape Zhan has already allied with other top experts from other nations? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Wang Ruyan nodded slowly, her eyes gleaming with an all-knowing look. That's right. Xin Yuan Zhan must have a contingency plan. This isn't just a simple competition, it's a high-stakes game involving the crown prince's position and a marriage alliance. Behind them are extensive think tanks strategizing day and night. How could Li Tianyi's intelligence alone possibly outmaneuver such meticulous planning? She paused for a moment, her tone growing even heavier. In fact, not only is Li Tianyi unable to control the situation, but he has already been thoroughly outsmarted by Xin Yuanyu's think tank. For him to carry out this plan so resolutely, there are only two possibilities. Wang Ruyan raised one finger. The first possibility is that he is completely overconfident, believing his plan to be flawless and fantasizing that, upon success, he'll emerge as a national hero and the undisputed top contender of this competition. She then raised a second finger. The second possibility is even more dangerous. Li Tianyi might have anticipated Xin Yuanzhan's contingency plan, but still chose to collaborate with Shen Yuanyu. This would mean he either received significant benefits or reached some kind of unspeakable secret agreement with Shen Yuanyu. Like what? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. For example, Wang Ruyan said with deep implication, Li Tianyi covets the position of the Li family's patriarch and wants to overthrow his elder brother. If Shen Yuanyu, with his help, defeats Shen Yuanzhan and marries Nangong Yi, he might become the crown prince of the Shen Yuan kingdom. With the covert support of a crown prince, Li Tianyi's chances of seizing the position of the Li family patriarch would increase significantly. Lin Xian was stunned upon hearing this. What seemed like a straightforward plan concealed such a labyrinth of power struggles. Li Tianyi was far from the simple figure he appeared to be. He very likely had indeed struck some secret deal with Shen Yuanyu, just as Wang Ruyan suggested. Regardless of the scenario, the contestants from Shenlong Kingdom had become mere pawns in someone else's game. If it's the first scenario, Li Tianyi's decision to lead Shenlong Kingdom's contestants to the meeting might result in disaster if Xin Yuanzhan had secretly allied with powerful figures from Shunxiang Kingdom or Shunjing Kingdom. The consequences would be unimaginable. If it's the second scenario, the situation would be even more tragic. Xin Yuanyu and Li Tianyi would be double-crossing Shenlong Kingdom's contestants, using them as bargaining chips and cannon fodder, with no regard for whether Shenlong Kingdom achieved any success at all. The design of the scoring badge is indeed ingenious. Not only does it record and broadcast the competition in real time, but it also incorporates a privacy protection mechanism. Even if contestants' clothing is damaged during intense battles, the system automatically adjusts the footage to ensure their appearance remains intact. This thoughtful design maximizes the fairness of the four nations' demon hunting competition, effectively eliminating any possibility of cheating. The conversation between Wang Ruyan and Lin Xian, once transmitted back to their home country, caused an immediate uproar online. The rapid and dramatic plot twist caught everyone off guard. Li Tianyi, who was initially supported by the masses, saw his perfect plan completely overturned in an instant. He was quickly labeled as foolish and arrogant, with rumors swirling that he might have secretly colluded with the Divine Ape Yu. This ignited a wave of public outrage against him, reaching its peak. Meanwhile, Wang Ruyan's reputation skyrocketed, and the title of Goddess of Wisdom of Shenlong Nation spread rapidly across the internet. Yihan's image also underwent a dramatic reversal, with his supporters, known as Yi fans, surging to over 800,000 within just 10 minutes, a number that continued to climb. The high-ranking officials of Shenlong Nation had always been skeptical of Li Tianyi's plan. However, given the declining performance in previous competitions, they reluctantly approved it with a nothing-to-lose mindset. Now, as the situation took a sharp turn, more and more people began to pin their hopes on Yihan to turn the tide. On the battlefield, chaos erupted. Unlike previous years, where contestants focused solely on hunting demons from the start, this year, top competitors from all three nations swarmed toward the territory of the ape nation. Fierce clashes broke out between the supporters of Divine Ape Jean and Divine Ape Yu. Piloting the Silver Moon Phantom, Yihan quickly reached the inner zone of the competition, utilizing his newly enhanced soul power. The environment here was significantly more challenging. Level 34 demons were everywhere, beasts with 5th grade bloodlines roamed freely, and occasionally, massive creatures with 6th grade bloodlines appeared. Even more troubling, a large number of silver-ranked dark summoners had been deployed in this area. According to the rules, these dark summoners could gain their freedom by killing a single contestant, making their fighting spirit exceptionally fierce. Yihan, open the hatch. The strength of the demons in this area is perfect for Lin Xian and me to team up and hunt, Wang Ruyan suggested. Both she and Lin Xian were formidable fighters who never intended to rely on Yihan for points. Instead, they were determined to prove their own strength in the competition. Yihan nodded slightly, his expression serious. Stay safe. If anything seems off, call for help immediately and withdraw from the competition. Wang Ruyan bit her red lips, her gaze firm as she looked at Yihan. You should be the one staying safe. Exactly. What you just said to us is exactly what I want to say to you. Lin Xian chimed in. Before the words had fully settled, the undying azure wand carried Lin Xian and Wang Ruyan into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light that quickly vanished into the silvery illusion of the moon. Suddenly, an earth-shaking beastly roar echoed through the sky. Countless flying demonic beasts, as dense as storm clouds, swarmed toward the undying azure wand. Lin Xian, Wang Ruyan's voice carried a hint of challenge. With the competition among the 4 great nations in chaos, everyone is busy helping Xian Yuan Jin and Shan Yuan Yu fight over Nangong Yi. This is the perfect chance for us to rack up massive points. Do you dare to go big with me? Wang Ruyan contemplated silently. During their previous missions in the secret realm, she had only been able to look up to Lin Xian. But now, she stood as her equal. She could sense Lin Xian's feelings for Yihan, yet it didn't change her attitude toward Lin Xian. In a world where the strong ruled, it was only natural for someone as outstanding as Yihan to attract the admiration of many women. She had long anticipated this and had no intention of interfering. However, no matter what, she was determined to prove her strength surpassed Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Why wouldn't I dare? Let's not beat around the bushy do like your fiancé. Yihan. Wang Ruyan didn't respond immediately. Instead, she swiftly retrieved over 100 high-quality demon cores, radiating spiritual energy. The undying azure wand crushed them all in one bite, and a terrifying pillar of spiritual light shot straight into the heavens. The demonic beasts within a radius of dozens of miles were drawn to the light, surging in like a tidal wave in a frenzy. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content and settle who's stronger. Wow, wow, wow. The tension is so thick, even I could smell the gunpowder from miles away. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her face lit up with a mischievous grin as she eagerly gazed into the distance. Yihan looked at the towering pillar of spiritual energy far away and shrugged helplessly. These girls, who were once so well-behaved around him, seemed to go wild the moment they left his side. The thoughts of women were indeed an enigma. Master, will Miss Wang and Miss Lin be in danger, causing such a commotion with this artificial beast tide? Asked Lai Yin, her innocent eyes filled with concern. She had a favorable impression of the 2 girls who had firmly supported Yihan when everyone else opposed him. Yihan gently patted Lai Yan's head and reassured her, there shouldn't be much of an issue. The biggest challenge of a beast tide is sustained combat. Wang Ruyan has now awakened a 6th grade undying azure wand bloodline, which greatly enhances her innate combat abilities. Her recovery of both stamina and spirit is astonishing. Even if they encounter danger, they can call for help in time. He continued his analysis. With those 2 teaming up, they could easily hold their ground for a minute even against a full-force attack from a level 35 Beast King. As for silver-ranked Dark Beast Tamers, they're no threat at all. Even weaker gold-ranked Dark Beast Tamers would hesitate to go up against them. Most gold-ranked Beast Tamers beasts only have 5th grade bloodlines, while their beasts are 6th grade. This bloodline advantage is more than enough to bridge the gap in soul power. After confirming the safety of the 2 women, Silver Moon Phantom transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared, activating its cloaking mode. Yihan's objective for this trip was Cleardo take advantage of the battle between Shen Yuan Yu and Shen Yuan Zhan and claim all the Beast Kings. From what he knew, hunting even one Beast King would yield incredible points. However, for him, it wasn't just about points. The real priority was collecting the blood of the Beast Kings to prolong Qing Yao's life. Qing Yao was his ultimate trump card, and only by strengthening his trump card could he face powerful enemies with confidence. According to past data, the 4 Nations Beast Hunting Tournament typically released 5 to 7 Beast Kings. This year, the official website showed there were 5 in total, 2 aquatic Beast Kings, 2 land-based Beast Kings, 1 animal type and 1 plant type, and 1 flying Beast King. In over 50 years, No one had ever managed to hunt all the Beast Kings. If he succeeded in hunting all 5, he would earn at least 500,000 points, potentially exceeding 600,000. That would virtually guarantee first place. As for how much vitality these Beast Kings' blood could restore to Qingyao, Yihan wasn't sure, but it would certainly be better than her current state of having only 1 day left to live. Before long, Yihan and his group arrived at the area marked with a red skull symbol, indicating the Beast King's territory. This zone had a diameter of about 200 kilometers, filled with towering ancient trees. Occasionally, they spotted 6th-grade bloodline beasts at level 40 wandering through the forest. At the center of the area lay a massive river, 20 kilometers wide. The 2 aquatic Beast Kings were undoubtedly hiding within its waters. Upon reaching their destination, Lai Yin carried Yihan and Xiaobai as they departed from the Silver Moon Phantom. Master, the Demon King's aura has already appeared within Xiaobai's sense of smell. However, this aura is extremely bloodthirsty and savage, and it seems to be mixed with the scent of other humans, Xiaobai reported, which left Yihan puzzled. Xiaobai's sense of smell was exceptionally sharp. If the Demon King had been active nearby, there was no way it could be mistaken. Yihan furrowed his brows slightly. It was unlikely there were human activities in the vicinity. Could it be that elite black beast tamers, war criminals, had been sent into the Demon King's territory? Xiaobai shook its head, indicating that the scent was faint and seemed to have moved far away, making it impossible to confirm whether it belonged to a black beast tamer or a beast tamer from one of the 4 great nations. Yihan's expression turned serious. If that was the case, they had to be even more cautious. The elite black beast tamers placed in the competition zone were all at the gold rank, with soul power reaching 700 or 800 points, posing a significant threat to them. Despite knowing that powerful enemies and even the Demon King were potentially nearby, Lai Yin did not employ its stealth technique while flying. Yihan had perfected an extraordinary stealth technique, a trump card not even Wang Ruyan was aware of. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of revealing his twin shadow stealth technique to the world during this competition. Master, such a dense aura of death, Xiaobai exclaimed, directing Lai Yin to fly toward a massive canyon. Within the canyon lay a middle-aged man, his body withered and clad in ancient robes, collapsed on the ground in terror. Yihan recognized at a glance that this was a gold-rank black beast tamer. White beast tamers typically wore modern clothing, while the stronger black beast tamers favored ancient attire. This competition zone, cleared by the Divine Ape Nation, had already been populated with numerous black beast tamers. Yihan scanned the surroundings, his brows knit tightly. There were no signs of any battle. It appeared that this was the work of a skilled illusionist. The black beast tamer had died with all vitality drained from his body, clearly the result of a dark elemental combat technique. It seemed that someone else was also targeting the Demon King directly and they had made their move even earlier than him. Could it be that someone else besides me is aiming directly for the Demon King? Yihan furrowed his brows in thought. And not only that, but they're ahead of us and have already made it to the Demon King's territory. Xiaobai and Lai Yin both displayed looks of surprise. They had been speeding along on the Silver Moon Phantom with barely any delays, save for a brief stop to let Wang Ruyan and Lin Xian disembark. For someone to have beaten them there in such a short time, it could only mean the other party must possess an incredibly valuable flying demon artifact. Master, could the Demon King have already been taken by that person? Xiaobai asked anxiously through telepathic communication. Yihan shook his head. Don't panic. The Demon King isn't that easy to defeat. Besides, I'm certain this person isn't Shen Yuan Yu or Shen Yuan Xanthier. Contracted demon beasts don't have dark attributes. Other than them, who else could possess such power? Lai Yin pondered for a moment before quickly pulling up the information stored in his mind. Master, according to the records, there's no participant in this competition who simultaneously wields dark attributes, excels in powerful illusions, and has the strength to hunt the Demon King. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either someone has been hiding their true strength, and the intelligence department failed to uncover it, or this person has entered the Demon King's territory for another purpose. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Moments later, a piercing screech echoed from 10 kilometers away. Chi-I. The sound was so sharp that every creature in the forest collapsed to the ground, trembling as they instinctively bowed toward the source. Master, it's the Demon King. Someone's already engaged it. Xiaobai and Lai Yin both felt an overwhelming suppression emanating from the depths of their bloodlines. We'll go take a look before deciding what to do. Lai Yin, stay hidden. Well approached through the forest covertly, Lai Yin transformed into a streak of white light, weaving swiftly through the dense foliage. With its speed, it didn't take long to cover the 10-kilometer distance. Through the gaps in the leaves, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. A massive silver spider, its size rivaling that of a small mountain, was ensnared by thick, vine-like tendrils. What was even more astonishing were the fiery red flowers blooming on those vines, each one containing a translucent soulsome human, some belonging to beasts. Yi Han's gaze was drawn to one particularly vivid flower. Within it was the soul of a deceased golden-ranked black obsidian demon tamer he had previously encountered. Master, this is a battle between two demon kings. Xiaobai explained. That silver spider is the silver death spider. Its speed and attack power are terrifying. Its body is covered in an impenetrable shell, its claws are razor-sharp, and it carries a lethal soul toxin. It's a master of ambushes. Just a scratch from it is enough to spell certain death. Before Xiaobai could finish speaking, Yi Han had already noticed something unusual. No, something's wrong with this spider. Why isn't it moving? It's letting the vines wrap around it without resistance. With the strength of a demon king, it should be able to break free with just a few struggles. Yi Han and Lai Yin stared at the silver death spider before them. This formidable beast, with its vacant eyes, was clearly trapped in an illusion, its surroundings entwined with unusual red floral vines. Master, these vines are most likely derived from the netherworld Bayan flower, Lai Yin said solemnly. The netherworld Bayan flower? Yi Han frowned. Is it related to the Huangquan Bayan flower, the plant-based demon king? Although Yi Han knew little about the netherworld Bayan flower, he was well aware of the Huangquan Bayan flower's notorious reputation. As a terrifying grade 8 bloodline demon emperor, the Huangquan Bayan flower left nothing but desolation in its wake, draining all life around it. 30 years after spiritual energy began to awaken, it single-handedly transformed a nation of over 100 million people, even one with master-level powerhouses, into a barren wasteland. Master, the netherworld Bayan flower indeed shares the bloodline of the Huangquan Bayan flower. If it advances to the demon emperor realm, it can fully evolve into the Huangquan Bayan flower, Lai Yin explained. Based on these traits, we can deduce the identity of its controller. Yi Han nodded, recalling the records he had studied. The contracted beast of Nangong Yi, the most beautiful woman of the Nangong family, was the grade 6 bloodline Yuquan flower, which, upon advancement, could very well become the netherworld Bayan flower. Following the vines, Yi Han spotted a figure in the corner. It was a young girl dressed in a light pink gown with twin ponytails. None other than Nangong Yi, the girl contested by Divine Ape Yu and Divine Ape Zhan, and the most beautiful maiden in the Divine Ape Kingdom. Her exquisite features rivaled even Lai Yan's, and her petite, delicate figure added to her charm. The only surprising detail was that she appeared to be no older than a 14 or 15-year-old middle school girl. Yi Han did not underestimate Nangong Yi just because she looked like a little girl. Instead, his expression changed drastically. He keenly sensed that this seemingly fragile young girl exuded an aura completely fused with the netherworld mandala flower. Master, she has actually formed a symbiotic contract with the netherworld mandala flower. Xiaobai exclaimed through telepathic communication. Yi Han nodded slightly. This explained why Nangong Yi maintained such a youthful appearance. She shared her life essence with the netherworld mandala flower rather than relying on her own power. What was even more surprising was that while Shen Yuanzhan and Shen Yuanyu were locked in a fierce battle to the death, she had stealthily infiltrated this area, intending to hunt the Demon King alone. Lai Yin, do you still remember the innate combat abilities of the netherworld mandala flower? Master, it's those little red flowers. Each flower contains a soul puppet. These puppets provide the nether soul buff for the mandala flower, greatly enhancing its soul power and the effectiveness of its dark attribute combat techniques. The stronger the souls collected, the more terrifying the boost. However, only the souls of enemies who die within the mandala flower's illusion can be collected. So, if she manages to kill this silver death spider, Xiaobai said excitedly. Yi Han gently patted Xiaobai's head. Don't rush. The Demon King isn't that easy to deal with. Let's keep watching. At this moment, vines were tightly coiling around the silver death spider's body. As time passed, the Demon King seemed to sense an imminent threat to its life and began struggling violently, attempting to break free from the illusion's constraints. Nangong Yi's face grew increasingly pale as she gritted her teeth, using all her strength to maintain control over the Demon King. The audience from the four great nations finally snapped out of their daze. It turned out the true protagonist of this match was not Shen Yuanzhan or Shen Yuanyu, but this first beauty of Shen Yuan Kingdom. Not only had she concealed her strength, but she also intended to seize victory while the two powerhouses were locked in combat. Just then, Nangong Yi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying unsteadily. This is bad. That silver death spider has mastered a mid-tier earth-level soul defense technique. Yuquan, strangle it to death right now, or we won't be able to withstand its counterattack. Let's hope it hasn't awakened. Amid a piercing shriek, the silver death spider's eyes regained their clarity and began struggling violently. Though its body was still tightly bound by the vines, it seemed only a matter of time before it broke free. Suddenly, the silver death spider's eyes emitted two beams of blood-red light. The blood-red glow spread across its massive body like a living entity, and within just 5 breaths, The colossal creature transformed entirely from its original silver armor to a deep crimson hue, radiating an eerie blood-colored aura. The bloodlight continued to expand outward until it covered a 1-kilometer radius before halting. Having been prepared for such an event, Yihan was concealed within the forest 1.5 kilometers away. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression changed drastically. Awakening its battle skill, the death domain. That beast actually managed to awaken it. Looks like we won't even need to intervene. Nangong Yi is as good as done. His initial plan had been to wait until Nangong Yi and the Silver Death Spider were both severely weakened before stepping in to claim the spoils. This way, he could eliminate the Silver Death Spider and take care of Nangong Yi at the same time, clearing the path for hunting down other Demon Kings. However, this unexpected turn of events had clearly thrown his entire plan into disarray. With the buff from the Death Domain, the Silver Death Spider's power surged exponentially, and its physical strength doubled. A series of explosive, crackling sounds echoed as the vines binding its body snapped one after another. In no time, the massive creature regained its mobility. Nether Bloom, retreat. The 9 Nether Abyssal Flower made a decisive move, retracting all its vines and wrapping Nangong in a ghostly glow, attempting to burrow underground to escape. However, the Silver Death Spider, now as fast as lightning, moved in a flash. Its razor-sharp claws pierced into the ground, sealing off the retreat of the 9 Nether Abyssal Flower. Just as Nangong was about to send out a distress signal in this dire moment, a giant ice claw suddenly descended from the sky. With a thunderous boom, the mountain-sized Silver Death Spider was struck and sent flying into the air. While it was still suspended midair with nothing to anchor itself, a terrifying lightning serpent, as thick as a water barrel, tore through the sky, targeting the vulnerable eyes of the beast. At the critical moment, Yihan intervened to save Nangong Yi. The Silver Death Spider, which had been struck and sent flying by the forbidden ice claw, suddenly unleashed an astonishing ability. Its spider legs instantly extended to 3 or 4 times their original length, allowing it to precisely grip the ground and flip itself back upright. This evasive maneuver was nothing short of perfect, causing Yihan's Thunder Hell Electric Serpent to miss its original target, the spider's vulnerable eyes, and instead strike its back, leaving a charred, smoking black crater. The Silver Death Spider let out a sharp screech before swiftly retreating to a safe distance 1 kilometer away, watching Yihan with heightened vigilance. It knew full well that if the terrifying electric serpent had hit its eyes, it would have shattered its exoskeleton and destroyed its brain instantly. Nangong gazed at Yihan, who had suddenly appeared in front of her clad in the divine ice armor, and felt a wave of astonishment. She quickly searched her memory for information on the prodigies of various nations. Divine ice armor, snow fox, flaming angel. These characteristics all pointed to one person, Yihan, the mysterious prodigy of Shenlong Nation. That's right, I am Yihan, he replied indifferently. From the information Nangong had gathered, Yihan was considered the dark horse representing Shenlong Nation this time, with his true strength shrouded in mystery. Even the top 3 prodigies of his own country had dismissed him. The only notable achievement in his record was defeating the relatively unknown Gongsun Miao with a single strike. Yet now, with just one move, Yihan had completely overturned everyone's prejudices. Saving me doesn't align with Shenlong Nation's interests, Nangong said bluntly, her composure restored. Surely you don't think I'll thank you for this? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Such rational words coming from someone who appeared to be a delicate and innocent young girl felt oddly out of place. But Yihan was well aware that this young girl was, in reality, nearly 18 years old, just 1 year younger than him. He even suspected that the ongoing chaotic conflict among the 4 major nations might have been orchestrated by this cunning, pretend innocent girl herself. Nangong scrutinized Yihan carefully, unable to make sense of his actions. With the strength she had displayed, especially given her possession of the 9 Nether Flower, a powerful demon king, she was undoubtedly a strong contender for the championship. If she were eliminated or killed, it would actually benefit Shenlong Nation. Could Yihan's actions simply be a case of a hero saving a damsel in distress? Or did he have hidden motives? While she was lost in thought, Yihan had already retrieved paper and a pen from his storage space and began writing swiftly. Miss Nangong, Yihan said directly, the Silver Death Spider has only suffered minor injuries and will soon launch another attack. Time is running out. You now have 2 choices. Either forfeit the competition. Given your current state of soul damage, I could easily defeat you. Even if I don't act, the relentless pursuit of the Death Spider will force you to call for help, ultimately disqualifying you. Or, he gestured to the paper in his hand. You can sign this. Nangong was momentarily stunned. Sign it? What kind of trick was Yihan trying to pull? When she took the paper from Yihan's hand, her bright eyes widened, and her delicate lips formed an O shape. She stood frozen in place as if under a spell. The contents of the paper shocked her beyond belief. As gratitude for Yihan, a contestant from Shenlong Nation, for his selfless rescue, I, Nangong Yi, voluntarily agree to provide a thank you payment of 10 billion alliance coins after the competition. I also swear on the honor of the Nangong family that I will not compete directly against Yihan during this competition. If I break this vow, I agree to pay a penalty of 20 billion alliance coins. Yihan, towering over the shorter Nangong Yi, looked down at her with an innocent smile, waiting patiently for her decision. Nangong Yi bit her lip lightly, her gaze scanning the paper several times. Then, as if making a firm decision, she picked up the pen and decisively signed her name. With a satisfied grin, Yihan tucked the agreement away, secretly delighted. He had gambled correctly. Nangong Yi was clearly determined to win the monster hunting tournament and would never give up her chance to compete so easily. While it seemed like he had given her two choices, in reality, he had cleverly forced her into a dilemma with no easy way out. At this moment, Nangong Yi was not in her best condition. She had just battled the silver death spider in an illusionary realm, leaving her soul injured. Her prized nine nether flower, though powerful, was not adept at healing soul wounds, leaving her with less than half of her peak strength. Under such circumstances, a direct confrontation would be nothing short of humiliating. 10 billion alliance coins was an astronomical sum, even for a platinum-tier powerhouse. However, Yihan knew well that with Nangong Yi's background as the wielder of the nine nether flower, and with the Nangong family as her backing, coming up with this amount would be painful but not impossible. Moreover, this agreement was signed under the scrutiny of the entire world, making it impossible for her to renege. As for the notion of being a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Yihan chuckled inwardly. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful Nangong Yi was, she couldn't compare to even a tenth of Qing Yao's charm. Even the so-called most beautiful girl in the divine ape nation was just an ordinary woman to him. Starting the competition with a payment of 10 billion alliance coins, Yihan's mood soared like a child who had snuck a piece of candy. This deal was a resounding victory for him. Even the usually calm and composed Nangong Yi was completely taken aback by Yihan's audacious actions. She stared in disbelief at the shameless man before her. During a competition being broadcast live to billions of viewers worldwide, not only did he save her, his competitor, without hesitation, but he also brazenly demanded that she sign a 10 billion gratitude agreement. Looking at Yihan's serene expression, Nangong Yi found her worldview utterly shaken. Throughout her life, people approached her either for her beauty, her background, or to curry favor with the powerful. Yihan, however, was entirely different, was only after money. This straightforward and blatant motive seemed oddly pure, as she saw no trace of ulterior motives in his eyes. At this moment, the audience in Shenlong Nation was undoubtedly cursing him furiously, and people all over the world were likely condemning Yihan's shameless behavior. Yet, he remained completely unperturbed. Even Nangong Yi had to admit that she couldn't match his level of composure. This uniqueness of his piqued her intense curiosity. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the viewing hall of the Shenyuan Nation fluctuated dramatically. When they saw their national goddess escape danger, the audience collectively sighed in relief. But then they realized Yihan's terrifying strength. The contestant they had dismissed as a clown turned out to be the most deeply hidden master. With a single ambush, he nearly killed the silver death spider, known for its agility. His ice claws struck with precision, and his subsequent hell thunder attack hit the vital point with seamless efficiency. What started as a romantic hero-saving damsel scenario was completely shattered by the 10 billion gratitude agreement, sparking outrage and curses from the Shenyuan Nation's audience. On the battlefield, Xiao Bai and the Silver Death Spider were locked in a tense standoff. Despite being only a 6th-grade bloodline snow fox, Xiao Bai, now clad in a glacial battle armor, showed no fear of the Death Spider's lethal domain. On the contrary, its eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The Silver Death Spider let out a piercing screech, the tank-sized wound on its back healing at an alarming rate. As a 7th-grade demon king with human-like intelligence, it was well aware that this seemingly minor injury could become a fatal weakness in close combat. Nangong Yi observed the unfolding situation nervously. At this point, escaping was no longer an option. With the Silver Death Spider's world-renowned agility, there was no way she could evade its deadly domain. The situation was crystal clear: either they killed or drove off the Silver Death Spider, or both of them would lose their qualification for the competition. Nangong Yi quickly analyzed the circumstances. Yihan, you almost had the Silver Death Spider earlier. It's bound to be more cautious now. The odds of winning in an unknown fight are slim. Although I'm slightly injured, I can still contribute to the fight. Why don't we team up? She paused before adding, the points for killing it will go to you, and I'll fulfill my promise to pay the 100 billion afterward. Once it's done, we part ways and stay out of each other's business. She understood that this Silver Death Spider was likely the most challenging monster king in the competition, and it would be too difficult for Yihan to handle it alone. Since she realized that Yihan's sole motive was to earn money without any hidden agenda, she found herself appreciating his straightforwardness. Compared to the scheming individuals she had encountered, Yihan's simplicity seemed genuine and trustworthy. However, to her surprise, Yihan slowly shook his head, his expression unusually serious. Miss Nangong, what I'm about to say might upset you, but to be honest, your strength might actually become a burden. Before she could respond, a brilliant holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Yihan entirely. His aura surged in that instant, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Nangongyi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. This is the divine power of heavenly descent. Only now did she realize that Yihan hadn't been using his full strength when he ambushed the silver death spider earlier. What shocked her even more was that her offer of help had been outright rejected. It was the first time in her life that a man had refused her assistance. As she gazed at Yihan, bathed in the radiant holy light, Nangongyi couldn't help but wonder to herself, Yihan, just how powerful are you? How powerful is Yihan? Under the terrifying amplification of heavenly descent, his soul power had risen to an astonishing level. From a base of 400 points in the underground world, it soared to 550 points after Qing Yao's meditation technique. And with the 50 boost from heavenly descent, it ultimately broke past the 800-point threshold, far exceeding the standard level of a newly advanced gold-level beast tamer. This explosive surge in soul power was directly reflected in Xiaobai. Her combat skills became significantly more potent, her frost armor tougher than ever, and her strength and agility buffs reached unprecedented heights. The silver death spider standing opposite sensed this overwhelming aura and immediately showed unease, emitting hesitant chirping sounds as if weighing whether it should confront the snow fox Hedon. At that moment, within a 20-kilometer radius around Xiaobai, a fierce wind began howling and heavy snowflakes filled the air. In just a few breaths, the ground was covered in frost, rivers froze over, and the entire world seemed engulfed in an icy, snowy domain. This was Xiaobai's awakened combat skill, Blizzard Domain. Under the domain's enhancement, Xiaobai's aura surged once more as blue water elements frantically gathered around her. Her frost armor began to emit a dazzling blue light, elevating her power to yet another level. With a deafening roar, Xiaobai unleashed a sound wave so powerful that it shattered rocks within a 100-meter radius into fragments and reduced plants and trees to dust. Extending her frost armor-covered claws, she made a provocative gesture toward the silver death spider. Shockingly, the once dominant 7th-tier bloodline Demon King was forced to retreat several steps under Xiaobai's oppressive aura. Even the blood-red glow of its death domain dimmed noticeably. For a 6th-tier bloodline Snow Fox to intimidate a 7th-tier Demon King of the same level was utterly unheard of. However, just as Xiaobai was ready to revel in an intense battle, the silver death spider let out a sharp cry of surrender. Its massive form, once over 100 meters, shrank down to just over 10 meters before transforming into a streak of blood-red light and fleeing into the forest over a kilometer away. "You cowardly little spider!" Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. She then shrank her own form to about 10 meters and shot off like a cannonball in pursuit. Both creatures moved at speeds that broke the sound barrier, leaving shockwaves that obliterated the forest in their wake. This scene left Nangongyi utterly stunned. She had initially believed Yihan's strength was on par with her own, as well as that of Divine Ape Yu and Divine Ape Zhan. Only now did she realize how laughably wrong her assessment had been. No wonder Yihan had dismissed her and refused to team up, had been confident of victory all along. In this chase, even the famously agile silver death spider couldn't match Xiaobai's speed. Nangongyi couldn't help but marvel. Yihan wasn't just a dark horse. He was an unstoppable force, a hidden dragon that could no longer be concealed. His strength was undeniably formidable, dominating among the competing teams like a tiger among sheep, utterly unmatched. In a flash of lightning, a dazzling electric serpent tore through the air, illuminating the vast surroundings as it darted toward the fleeing silver death spider. The death spider's body flickered, narrowly evading the lethal strike. But Xiaobai did not relent, swinging its claws once more to unleash another electric serpent. Sensing the terrifying power contained within, the death spider was forced to continue dodging. Already slightly slower in speed, the death spider grew increasingly sluggish under the relentless assault of the Thunder Hell. Although the perfected Thunder Hell could curve and pursue its target, even turning 180 degrees to attack enemies behind Xiaobai, it still couldn't drastically alter its trajectory in an instant. As long as the target was fast enough and could anticipate the attack, it was possible to evade the electric serpent's path. At that moment, a massive icy claw bathed in ghostly blue light descended from the heavens. The death spider froze momentarily, its mind blank, missing the best chance to dodge. However, as a demon king, its reflexes were extraordinary, and its soul far surpassed that of ordinary 6th-grade bloodline beasts. With a deafening crash, the ground trembled violently. Though the death spider managed to avoid the deadly claw tip, it was struck by the palm of the forbidden ice claw and sent flying. Dozens of towering trees were snapped in half, and boulders tumbled down. The immense force of the strike flung the death spider 500 meters away, creating a massive crater in the solid rocky ground. A furious screech echoed through the air. The death spider was finally enraged. It had chosen to flee earlier because the odds of winning a direct confrontation were slightly unfavorable, but it was by no means helpless. Now that escape was no longer an option, it had no choice but to fight to the death. In an instant, the death spider split into two identical clones, forming a triangular encirclement with its original body. This was the low-tier Earthrank Dark Wind combination technique Netherworld clone art. As a Demon King adept in the elements of darkness, wind, and fire, mastering such a close combat-enhancing technique did not surprise Ihan. The claws of the three death spiders simultaneously glowed with a deep red hue, radiating intense heat that quickly melted the frost formed in the blizzard domain. The ground beneath them sizzled and liquefied on contact. This was the mid-tier Earthrank Fire technique Dragonfire Claw, known for its unparalleled armor-piercing ability and explosive heat, making it the nemesis of the Mystic Ice Armor. Xiaobai's expression turned exceedingly cautious. Battling the death spider left no room for error. A single injury would result in contamination by its soul toxin. Although Xiaobai was protected by the sacred flames and possessed two powerful healing techniques to purge the toxin, the process required time. During this critical period, the battle would undoubtedly turn against it. Xiaobai, finish it quickly. The soul toxin from the death domain has already started corroding your mystic ice armor. Yihan warned sharply. Xiaobai nodded solemnly. Fighting the death spider was like racing against death itself. The longer the battle dragged on, the more potent the death domain's effects would become. The crimson soul toxin would continuously seep into the armor, and once it penetrated the body, it would pose a genuine threat of death. Within just a minute of combat, the surface of the mystic ice armor was already covered in a faint red mist, slowly infiltrating further. Don't think you're the only one with clones. Xiao Bei's bell shimmered, instantly creating two identical clones. Now, three mystic ice armor-clad Xiao Beis stood together. In this close-quarters battle, the full power of the Netherworld Sky Tiger's spirit was unleashed. The three Xiaobai fiercely battled against the three silver death spiders, with the crisp sound of metal clashing echoing across the battlefield. Each strike of the silver death spider's fire dragon claws left cracks on Xiaobai's frost armor, scattering shards of ice everywhere. Although the armor was not completely breached, the power of the attacks was undeniably formidable. Without the enhancement of the fire dragon claws, their melee attacks would pose no real threat to Xiaobai. Thanks to its overwhelming strength advantage, Xiaobai sent the silver death spiders flying hundreds of meters with every swipe of its claws. In this 3v3 confrontation of the Netherworld doppelganger technique, Xiaobai knew better than to recklessly use any active battle techniques. Activating such techniques would reveal its true body, putting it in grave danger. Moreover, the silver death spiders were so incredibly fast that even Xiaobai's mind-freezing ice claws and thunder hell, which could briefly disrupt thoughts, were difficult to land effectively. Outside the battlefield, Lai Yin watched anxiously, her fists clenched tightly. Master, let me join the fight, she pleaded. Yihan shook his head. There's no need. Your long-range attacks are unlikely to hit such agile opponents and would only waste your energy. Don't worry, Xiaobai is more than capable of handling this. Before he could finish speaking, the tide of the battle suddenly shifted. One of Xiaobai's claws struck with precision, piercing the abdomen of a silver death spider. However, the spider showed no signs of suffering a fatal wound. Instead, black energy fluid, which quickly evaporated, seeped out before it leapt away to create distance. In the blink of an eye, its wound healed completely. Even more surprising, another unharmed silver death spider began to leak the same black fluid from its abdomen. According to the mechanics of the Netherworld doppelganger technique, damage to one doppelganger is distributed among all of them without affecting the true body. This detail instantly revealed the true body's location. The three Xiaobai immediately launched a coordinated assault on the true body. In the face of imminent danger, the silver death spider unleashed a mid-tier wind element battle technique, Storm Shield, enveloping itself in a barrier of azure winds. However, its proficiency with this defensive technique was far inferior to its mastery of the fire dragon claws and the Netherworld doppelganger technique, barely reaching a level of competent execution. The three Xiaobai attacked in unison, shattering the windshield in an instant, dispersing it into a gust of wind. Without its protective barrier, the silver death spider, already at a disadvantage in both strength and agility, was left defenseless against the three-pronged assault. With a chilling scream, the deep blue mind-freezing ice claws pierced through the silver death spider's abdomen. A terrifying surge of frost erupted, and the level 39 awakened Demon King was instantly transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Master, Xiaobai did it. Three snow-white little foxes excitedly leapt onto Yihan's shoulders. Two of them joyfully licked his cheeks, while the third affectionately nuzzled his neck. This was a moment of great significance. Xiaobai's strength had finally reached the level of a demon king, meaning it no longer had to fear opponents of a similar rank. Yi Han was in high spirits, gently ruffling the fluffy heads of the three little foxes. He quickly stored the frozen corpse of the silver death spider into his storage space. After all, with the entire world watching, it was impossible to let Qingyao refine it into a blood pill on the spot. A system notification promptly sounded. Successfully killed a level 39, 7th grade bloodline demon king, the silver death spider. Received a bloodline cross-rank challenge reward of 100,000 points, bringing the total score to 190,000. This was an unexpected surprise, as there shouldn't have been a reward given that Xiaobai's level was higher than the opponent's. However, the difficulty of the cross-rank challenge undoubtedly justified it. The scoring badge lit up with another notification. Congratulations on earning 130,000 points for slaying a demon king. This score, falling within the 100,000,150,000 range of previous records, was considered above average, highlighting the formidable strength of the silver death spider. Nangong was utterly stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. For a 6th grade bloodline to single-handedly defeat a 7th grade bloodline defied everything she knew. Having only advanced her 6th grade Ghost Springflower to Demon King level 2 months ago, she was acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between the two. The viewing hall in the Divine Ape Nation fell into complete silence. This battle had entirely reshaped everyone's perception of Yi Han. They had thought he was just a clown flaunting his ice powers, but he turned out to be a frighteningly powerful warrior. 5 minutes later, as the match video spread across the 4 major nations, the reactions were strikingly consistent. Ordinary citizens erupted in cheers, while seasoned beast tamers fell into a contemplative silence. They understood all too well the difficulty of killing a demon king, let alone achieving victory against a stronger opponent. Even the platinum-ranked experts felt a storm of emotions brewing within them. The strength displayed by Yi Han's contracted beast left everyone in shock. The Snow Fox not only mastered every combat technique to a near-perfect level, but also achieved the incredible feat of elevating the mid-tier Earth-grade combat skill, Frozen Annihilation Claw, to such a pinnacle. This level of mastery is something even many seasoned platinum-level powerhouses struggle to attain. Yet, Yi Han is merely a college freshman and hasn't even reached the gold level. In Qin Feifei's dormitory, she gazed out of the window, murmuring softly to herself, "Becoming your mentor might just be the most meaningful thing I've ever done." A faint smile graced her lips. "You truly lived up to your promise, taking first place. I need to prepare a special gift for you." In the office of the Dean of the Dao Academy, an important conversation was underway. Could this Yi Han really be the legendary child of civilization? The Education Department had officially issued a document recognizing Yi Han as a strategic-level prodigy of Shenlong Nation. Upon hearing the news, the dean repeatedly expressed his approval, clearly filled with anticipation for this extraordinary student. Meanwhile, the head of the special training class for senior high students in Nanjing City was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stood on his desk, shouting at all the instructors, "He's not human, he simply can't be human." There's no other way to describe Yi Han. The homeroom teacher, Yang Yuzhu, was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Captain, you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Yi Han has grown into an outstanding warrior." In the study of the patriarch of the Wang family in Nanjing City, he sat deep in thought. In such a short time, Yi Han's strength has already surpassed mine. I must urge Ruyan to act quickly. He shook his head with a wry smile. "Elder Yi, your child is making the Wang family feel very uneasy." At the same time, the atmosphere within the Hell mercenary group in Nanjing City was heavy with tension. They couldn't help but feel relieved that the traitor was no longer alive. Otherwise, with the power Yi Han now displayed, the entire mercenary group might not escape complete annihilation. In the private cinema of the Li family in Kyoto, Li Tianzi was enjoying a rather peculiar performance alone. Piercing screams echoed through the theater from time to time, but they did nothing to dampen his mood. He elegantly wiped the blood off his hands with a towel, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Yi Han," he murmured to himself, "what an interesting opponent. No wonder he managed to gift me that delightful green hat." His attendant stood nearby, trembling as he listened to his master's monologue. As the Dragon Nation's top platinum figure, Li Tianzi could have easily eliminated someone as insignificant as Yi Han, but it was clear he had other plans. "Someone," Li Tianzi ordered casually, "clean up the scene, and summon a fresh batch of women from Drunken Immortal Tower. This time, I want a change of taste, find me some popular streamers." The attendant complied respectfully but cautiously reminded him, "Young master, your strategic-level prodigy quota is nearly full. If the judicial department investigates, it might be difficult to explain." The master could also— "Shut up," Li Tianzi interrupted impatiently. "I can count, can I? It's not full yet, is it? Don't waste my time. Let me enjoy my opponent's brilliant performance." Meanwhile, audiences across the four great nations had varying reactions. The citizens of the Dragon Nation were thrilled by Yi Han's dazzling display, while those of the Ape Nation found some solace in Nan Gongyi's unexpected rise. The most disappointed were the audiences of the Elephant Nation and the Whale Nation, as their contestants had turned on each other in a brutal fight sparked by Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan. On the vast grasslands, Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan were locked in a fierce confrontation. The two brothers were battling to the death over the crown prince position and over Nan Gongyi. Shen Yuanyu was backed by the Dragon Nation and the Whale Nation, while Shen Yuanzhan had only the support of the Elephant Nation. Brother, Shen Yuanyu said smugly, why don't you just surrender now? Take a look, the situation is already quite clear. Shen Yuanzhan scoffed coldly. If you're so capable, face me in an unknown duel. You've had an extra year of training, yet you lack even the courage for this? How can you expect anyone to follow you? Shen Yuanyu sneered dismissively. Father always said that wisdom is more important than strength. Look at him, didn't he ascend to the throne through his wits? With that, he immediately commanded his forces to launch an all-out attack. The Dragon Nation's contestants rejoiced at the sight. If they could defeat the Elephant Nation, their only remaining opponent would be the Whale Nation. Although this deviated slightly from their initial agreement to eliminate contestants from both nations, they were more than satisfied with this outcome. Even if the competitor from the Shanjing Kingdom stayed to participate in the competition, Li Tianyi was confident he could secure third place. Although it was the second-to-last position, it represented a glory that the billions of people in the Shenlong Kingdom had long dreamed of. In his mind, he could already envision the triumphant return, coming back as a hero of the Shenlong Kingdom, not only fulfilling the mission of the competing team but also successfully winning the favor of Shen Yuanyu, the future heir of the Shen Yuan Kingdom, thereby securing a powerful ally for his future bid for the position of the Li family head. More importantly, achieving third place would be enough to make him shine in front of the high-ranking officials of the Shenlong Kingdom. Since childhood, he had harbored a dream to become a strategic-level prodigy of the Shenlong Kingdom, just like his elder brother Li Tianzi. This title symbolized the potential to become a cornerstone of the nation's strength in the future, possibly even earning the title of Child of Civilization. Strategic-level prodigies not only enjoyed numerous privileges but were also, to some extent, beyond the reach of the law. In simpler terms, they could act with impunity. In the past 5 years, only his brother Li Tianzi had been granted this honor in the Shenlong Kingdom. To become a strategic-level prodigy, one must gain the approval of the dragon wielder. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Tianyi's lips, as if he could already see that glory beckoning him. Whether it's the title of strategic-level prodigy or the position of the Li family head, they are destined to be mine. Yi Han? Just a clown trying to make a scene. On the battlefield, Shen Yuanyu had already led the prodigies of Shenlong and Shanjing kingdoms in launching a full-scale offensive against Shen Yuanzhan's team. Shen Yuanzhan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and growled, "If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me for revealing my trump card. From this moment on, I will prove to the entire world that I am the most promising prince of Shen Yuan Kingdom." Thunder hell. In an instant, massive lightning bolts illuminated the entire battlefield, piercing through the contracted beasts of three prodigies on the Shenlong Kingdom side in a flash. "This is bad," gasped the onlookers. Shen Yuanzhan has actually mastered the low-tier Earth-grade technique, Thunder Hell, to a state of perfection. The contract beast system of the Divine Ape clan originates from the lineage of the Kaitian Divine Ape. As an 8th-ranked demon emperor, the Kaitian Divine Ape holds a status comparable to the Xianhuang Sacred Dragon of the Shenlong Kingdom. Although neither of these two races has reached a true god-level realm, the fact that the four great nations are all named with the character 4 divine reflects their grand aspiration to attain godhood. In the world of beasts, bloodline inheritance follows a harsh rule. The higher the bloodline rank, the lower the likelihood that offspring will inherit the same level of bloodline. This phenomenon is not particularly evident below the 7th-ranked Demon King level. For instance, most offspring of the Blazing Angel race inherit the same bloodline, with only a small chance of being downgraded to the 5th-ranked Crimson Flame Angel. However, starting from the 7th-ranked Demon King, this rule becomes increasingly stringent. The union of two 7th-ranked Demon Kings often results in offspring with a 6th-ranked Marquis-level bloodline. At the 8th-ranked Demon Emperor level, the situation becomes even more extreme. Offspring of the Kaitian Divine Ape are almost incapable of inheriting the 8th-ranked bloodline, typically being downgraded to the 7th-ranked Mountain-Moving Divine Ape. The descendants of the Mountain-Moving Divine Ape, in turn, are mostly 6th-ranked Herculean Divine Apes. Because of this, the Divine Ape clan has a clear hierarchy. Ordinary princes and princesses are only entitled to possess Herculean Divine Apes, while the highly favored Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan were given mountain-moving Divine Apes as their contract beasts from a young age. The mountain-moving Divine Ape is extraordinarily powerful, innately mastering the attributes of earth, thunder, and light. Once its mountain-moving power awakens, its physical strength can increase several-fold. At the peak of level 70, It can effortlessly lift small mountains weighing billions of tons. This is no exaggeration. On the battlefield at this moment, Xin Yuanzhan's mountain-moving divine ape unleashed a masterful thunder hell, instantly altering the course of the battle. The prodigies on Xin Yuanyu's side turned pale, as this skill not only packed immense power but also allowed precise control over the path of the lightning strikes. With every strike, it severely injured 2 to 3 of their contract beasts. Xin Yuanyu, anxious and furious, immediately ordered a full assault on Shan Yuanzhan. Break up their main force and concentrate your firepower to take him down. Even if it's an Earth-tier lower-grade thunder hell, he can only summon 1 lightning strike at a time. Xin Yuanzhan laughed triumphantly. Brother, this is the surprise I prepared for you, though I didn't expect to have to use it so soon. Among all the freshmen in the world, who else could master an Earth-tier lower-grade battle technique to such perfection? This proves that I am the strongest, the emperor of this beast-hunting tournament. At that moment, someone spoke hesitantly, Your Highness Xin Yuanzhan, there actually is someone like that. Yi Han from the Shenlong Kingdom also achieved this during his freshman year. However, for some reason, he isn't part of the Shenlong Kingdom's team right now. The divine ape Zhan let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mere speck of light, trying to shine? Comparing a petty clown to this prince, what is your intention? Do you really think the thunder hell unleashed by me, the Demon King, cannot break through the trivial mystic ice armor of Yi Han's 6th-tier snow fox? He tilted his head back and laughed, his voice dripping with scorn. This is the most absurd joke I've heard all year. Yi Han? He has some strength, perhaps, but before me, the mountain-moving divine ape, he's nothing but a child. Does anyone still fail to see the vast chasm between a 7th-tier demon king and a 6th-tier marquis? Once I defeat divine ape you, I will personally crush Yi Han and let the world see that he is utterly unworthy of being compared to me. Divine ape Zhan turned to his soldiers, issuing commands. Hold your formation. No need to attack, just protect me with all your strength. Let this prince's thunder hell send these pitiable supporters of my royal brother straight to the underworld. Victory will be ours. The championship of the Demon Hunt Tournament, the beauty Nangong Yi, the crown prince's position, all of it will belong to me. Divine Ape Zhan. Attack. On the battlefield, the forces of Divine Ape Yu and Divine Ape Zhan clashed fiercely once again. Divine Ape Yu's side relied on their superior numbers to launch relentless assaults, while Divine Ape Zhan's troops formed a tight formation, fully focused on shielding him as he unleashed the thunder hell. Each thunder strike incapacitated 2 or 3 elite warriors from Divine Ape Yu's formation in an instant. The battle was evenly matched, locked in a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, in the viewing hall of the Divine Ape Kingdom, the audience shifted their attention to the duel between the 2 princes during a pause in Yi Han's hunt for the silver death spider. Watching the fierce skirmish between supporters of the 4 great nations on the battlefield, the hall fell into an uneasy silence, with grim expressions on everyone's faces. Why does the battle of wits and strength between these 2 princes feel like children playing house? Isn't it because of Yi Han? His presence makes the outcome between the 2 princes completely meaningless. If Divine Ape Yu and Divine Ape Zhan could join forces with Nangong Yi to face Yi Han, they might have a chance. But is that even possible? Even if the 2 princes realize the threat Yi Han poses and stop their infighting, Nangong Yi is already bound by an agreement with Yi Han. She can't directly compete with him without facing a staggering 20 billion alliance coin penalty for breach of contract. Yi Han's cunning is terrifying. He anticipated the threat of an alliance between the 3 of them and deliberately included restrictive clauses in the gratitude agreement, eliminating every potential risk. Not only is his strength extraordinary, but his intelligence is also beyond comprehension. Inside the competition arena, Nangong Yi bit her lip lightly, her brows furrowed. She thought to herself, Mother, it seems the outcome of this competition might deviate greatly from what we originally planned. The sense of powerlessness she felt when facing Yi Han weighed heavily on her heart. From the agreement he had forced her to sign, it was clear this man had no fear of any retaliation from her. If she made a move against him, it would play right into his hands, costing her 200 billion alliance coins for nothing. Nangong Yi carefully analyzed Yi Han's intentions. In that urgent situation, he could have put forth harsher demands, such as ensuring she wouldn't oppose him in the competition, or setting the penalty for breach of contract at 1 trillion. Yet he deliberately chose the seemingly arbitrary figure of 200 billion. The calculation behind this number suddenly became clear to Nangong Yi. The champion reward for this monster hunt tournament included a top-tier Earth-grade combat technique of one's choice and 150 billion alliance coins in cash. The combat technique alone was worth over 100 billion and was often unattainable even at auctions. In this light, the 200 billion penalty appeared to be a tempting gamble. Losing money might still be worthwhile if it meant securing the championship. However, it was precisely this illusion of no loss, only gain that was the most dangerous. Yi Han was clearly baiting her to breach the agreement. But Nangong Yi, ever perceptive, realized that this man must have other cards up his sleeve to be so confident. Yi Han is meticulous, with every step calculated, Nangong Yi reflected. His goal, surprisingly, is very straightforward, just wants to squeeze more money out of me. At this point, letting Yi Han win first place had become the best option for Nangong Yi. It was far better than allowing Shen Yuanyu or Shen Yuanzhan to claim victory. In truth, the rumor that Nangong Yi would marry the champion of this tournament was something she and her mother had secretly spread themselves. She was the mastermind behind the bloody rivalry between Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, and the chaos among the Four Nations teams. It all stemmed from the fact that the head of the Nangong family and the third Shen Yuan emperor had already planned to marry her off to the Shen Yuan family. But Nangong Yi would never accept a subordinate role, and there was a shocking secret that made marrying into the Shen Yuan family absolutely impossible. She would rather die than agree to this union. Her original plan had been to use the infighting among Shen Yuanyu, Shen Yuanzhan, and the Four Nations contestants as cover to secretly hunt down the Demon Kings and accumulate points. With her hidden strength, she was confident she could dominate at the last moment and seize first place. This way, she could prove to the world that Nangong Yi was not just a pawn in a political marriage but a proud, gifted woman destined to become a pillar of the nation. Even the notoriously domineering third Shen Yuan emperor would hesitate to force the marriage under such circumstances for the sake of saving face. If his son were to lose to a woman who was supposed to be subordinate, it might instead cause him to look down on the abilities of Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, and turn to admire Nangong Yi's wisdom and strength. Nangong Yi gazed at the situation before her, her emotions a complicated mix. What was once a flawless plan had completely fallen apart due to Yi Han, who was only focused on making money off her. Yet, she maintained a poised smile on her face. Congratulations, Yi Han. By slaying the Demon King, you will undoubtedly become the brightest star of the demon hunting tournament and secure the championship. Yi Han squinted slightly as he studied the seemingly innocent young girl. So, you're not planning to compete with me for the championship? 2 billion in breach of contract fees shouldn't be too hard for you to come up with, right? Honestly, I'm not as strong as you think I am. Really, look how serious I am when I say this. Heh, Nangong Yi chuckled softly. Don't try to fool me. I've already seen right through you. Yi Han, you truly are the most money-loving man I've ever met. Your love for money is so deep and pure. Xiaobai cast a disdainful glance at Nangong Yi. What's wrong with loving money? You got a problem with that? Little girl, remember this. Money makes the world go round. While money might not be everything, without it, you can't do anything. Nangong Yi couldn't help but laugh. What an adorable little snow fox. Go on and hunt other demon kings. I promise I won't reveal this information to Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, nor will I make a move against you. I'll just hunt some 6th grade bloodline beasts to secure a ranking. Yi Han felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected this young girl, who pretended to be naive, to be so hard to manipulate. She refused to fall into the trap he had set and instead planned to sabotage her own teammates from the Shen Yuan kingdom. He even started to suspect that Nangong Yi might be a spy sent by another nation. This woman's mind was truly hard to read, and it seemed there was deep enmity between her and the Shen Yuan brothers. In that case, Miss Nangong, until we meet again. With that, the blazing flames carried Yi Han and Xiaobai as they transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing into the devastated forest. Nangong Yi watched the fading white light and murmured to herself, Yi Han, what an interesting person. Next time we meet, my strength will surpass yours. Then it'll be my turn to set a trap for you. After confirming that Nangong Yi wouldn't make a move against him, Yi Han finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been constantly testing her true intentions. If she had indeed planned to harm him, Yi Han wouldn't have hesitated to eliminate her from the competition. In the sky, Yi Han stood on Lai Yan's fiery shoulders, while Xiaobai perched on his own. Xiaobai, have you caught the scent of another terrestrial demon king? Yi Han asked. Nope, Xiaobai shook his head. But there are plenty of 6th-rank bloodline beasts around. It seems this terrestrial demon king is being cautious, choosing to stay hidden after being released into the arena. Yi Han nodded in understanding. According to the release rules, terrestrial demon beasts are divided into animal and plant types. The silvery death spider from the animal category has already been dealt with. That leaves one plant-type demon king. It's likely rooted underground, hiding in the soil. We'll maintain a low-altitude cruise at 500 meters, and if we encounter any flying or plant-type demon kings, we'll strike immediately. Understood, Master. Lai Yan responded. Finding the Demon King required both time and luck. Despite Lai Yan's incredible speed, the Demon King zone spanned hundreds of square kilometers, and searching the tens of thousands of square kilometers systematically was no easy task. Meanwhile, tension filled the spectator hall of the Divine Ape Nation. The competition had been ongoing for 3 to 4 hours, and this year's leaderboard was unexpectedly defying the predictions of many pre-competition experts. Since Nan Gongyi began her frenzied hunt for high-level 6th-rank beasts, the rankings had shifted rapidly. The current rankings were as follows. Yi Han led with an overwhelming 130,000 points. Nan Gongyi held second place with 11,000 points. Wang Ruyan ranked third with 9,100 points. Lin Xian closely followed with 9,050 points. Shen Yuanzhan was fifth with 3,020 points. Shen Yuanyu was sixth with 1,050 points. Hai Dafu and Li Tianyi took 7th and 8th with 320 and 310 points respectively. The gap between Yi Han and Nan Gongyi had grown insurmountable. Using the power of the Netherworld Bloom, Nan Gongyi secured her second-place spot, pulling further ahead of Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan and Lin Xian, whose strengths were evenly matched, had launched a second wave of artificial beast tides. Both were locked in an intense competition, relentlessly hunting for points with bloodshot eyes. Though Shen Yuanyu and Shan Yuanzhan had not hunted any beasts, their battles against other beast tamers earned them over 1,000 points each. These points came from the beasts previously hunted by the opponents they eliminated. In the contestants' resting area, many of the eliminated prodigies wore expressions of despair. Not only had they been knocked out early, but what stung even more was realizing they had been mere pawns in the strategies of the 4 major nations. Their fierce clashes hadn't even captured the audience's attention. Some contestants, unable to handle the psychological blow, broke down in tears, struggling to accept the brutal reality. The mentors leading the 3 nations sighed repeatedly at the sight. This might have been the most tragic batch of contestants in over 50 editions of the beast hunting tournament. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Zhang of the Divine Dragon Nation was gleefully munching on sunflower seeds and sipping his favorite beverage as he watched the leaderboard with a broad smile. If things continued like this, as long as Shen Yuanzhan and Shen Yuanyu settled their duel and were subsequently dealt with by Yi Han, not only would Yi Han secure first place, but the Divine Dragon Nation might also claim the top overall score. After over 50 tournaments dominated by the Divine Ape Nation, the champion's title was finally about to change hands this year. Thinking of this, Vice Dean Zhang happily downed an entire bottle of his drink in celebration. What a pity, such a pity. If we had offered 5 times more favorable terms when admitting Yi Han against the usual rules, the Dao Academy wouldn't have been able to snatch this opportunity. Vice Dean Zhang sighed, no longer concerned about Li Tianyi's fate. Inside the competition grounds, Xiao Bai suddenly leapt off Yi Han's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, "Master, that Demon King is just ahead in the Great Canyon. I can clearly sense its presence." Yi Han's heart lifted with excitement. After hours of meticulous searching, they finally had a lead. The team had thoroughly scouted over 2,000 square kilometers of terrain. Blazing Flame carried Yi Han and Xiaobai swiftly to the target location. Before them lay a breathtaking canyon, 7 to 8 kilometers wide, plunging 2,000 meters deep, with sheer cliffs on either side as if carved by a blade. At the bottom, a dark, bottomless stream flowed ominously. What stood out even more were the thousands of caves dotting the canyon walls. Each cave opening was about 2 to 3 meters wide, with unnaturally smooth edges, clearly formed recently. The Demon King is hiding in one of these caves. Its presence is incredibly strong, Xiaobai declared with certainty. Suddenly, a chilling hiss sound filled the air, like countless venomous snakes slithering close to their ears. Looks like we don't need to make the first move, Yi Han said grimly. It's already aware that its territory has been invaded and is preparing to attack. Everyone, activate buffs and get ready for battle. Despite Xiaobai's earlier success in defeating the Silver Death Spider, there was no room for complacency when facing a Demon King-level opponent. Understood, Master. Xiaobai and Blazing Flame responded in unison. In an instant, an unbreakable layer of frost armor enveloped the trio. A pillar of divine light descended from the heavens, bathing Yi Han in its radiance. His soul power and physical strength surged exponentially. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, as the clouds above turned a fiery red. Well, a flying Demon King has joined the fray. Yi Han quickly assessed. These 2 Demon Kings are clearly working together, trying to flank us. Their intelligence rivals that of adults. Even though they belong to different species, they know how to form alliances. The arena in the Divine Ape Nation was buzzing with excitement. All eyes were glued to the live broadcast, intently following Yi Han's every move. Damn it, 2 Demon Kings? Yi Han is doomed this time. Go, Demon Kings. Well done. The audience erupted into heated discussions. The sudden appearance of 2 Demon Kings had completely turned the tide of the battle. One was a flying Demon King in the sky, far faster than the Blazing Angel, while another, a plant-type Demon King adept at burrowing, lay in ambush underground, putting Yi Han in a dire situation where he was attacked from both above and below. This unexpected twist thrilled the supporters of the Divine Ape Nation. With these 2 Demon Kings joining the fray, along with Nangong Yi on the battlefield and the ongoing duel between Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan nearing its conclusion, The divine ape nation seemed to glimpse a clear path to victory. Yihan brought this on himself. Someone analyzed. If he had scouted the area within a 100-kilometer radius first, he wouldn't have been caught in this pincer attack by the two demon kings. He got too greedy, another chimed in. With 3 demon kings worth over 300,000 points combined, he wanted to take them all down in one go to secure first place. But instead, he got outsmarted by the demon kings. In the canyon, Yihan stood on the blazing angel's shoulder, squinting at the fiery-tailed figure streaking across the sky, a raging flame dragon. This western dragon was notorious for its destructive power and its innate affinity for fire elements. Every year, reports surfaced of it burning down human towns and causing massive casualties. While it wielded fire, wind, and earth attributes, its expertise in fire element combat techniques made it a truly fearsome opponent. Xiaobai, Yihan decided swiftly, am authorizing you to use Thunder God's wrath. Take down the raging flame dragon first. Blazing Angel, let's back up to the other side of the canyon. Your job is to ensure our safety while providing long-range support for Xiaobai. Xiaobai instantly grew to over 10 meters in size, its claws firmly gripping the rock face as it moved effortlessly along the sheer 90-degree cliff. With a thunderous roar of thunder, God's wrath, countless lightning elements converged at its claws, forming a fortimaturtal phantom of a thunder god clad in ancient lightning armor behind it. Master, Xiaobai cautioned, instead of waiting for that unknown underground creature to ambush us, why not take the initiative and strike first? Yihan nodded in agreement. The sound of jingling bells echoed as the armored Xiaobai split into 3. 2 of its clones dove gracefully into the canyon waters below, swiftly reaching the plant-type Demon King's location and beginning to dig furiously. Massive stones, weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, were unearthed by Xiaobai's clone and plummeted like raindrops into the stream at the bottom of the canyon. The clone inherited the formidable physical strength of the original, with each claw of its 100-meter-long body effortlessly carving trenches over 10 meters deep. Ordinary rocks crumbled like tofu under its sharp claws. At that moment, the blazing flame dragon had already closed the gap to within just over 1,000 meters of Yihan. It suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed 3 deep crimson, meteor-like fireballs in rapid succession. This was a mid-tier Earth-level fire technique, Dragon's Breath. The fireballs streaked through the sky, accompanied by deafening sonic booms, hurtling straight toward Yihan. Xiaobai immediately sprang into action, launching a triple claw strike at the fireballs. Simultaneously, the Thunder War god behind it unleashed 3 arcing lightning claw shadows. The 2 forces collided midair, erupting in an earth-shattering explosion. It was as if 3 blazing suns had detonated simultaneously, flooding the entire world in fiery red light. The terrifying shockwave whipped up a fiery hurricane, obliterating all vegetation within a 500-meter radius into ash, while the ground was left with 3 massive circular craters, each 100 meters deep. Master, Lai Yan, am going to engage the blazing flame dragon in close combat. Stay safe, and I'll return to assist you as soon as I take it down, Xiaobai declared. Yihan nodded and replied, go ahead, don't worry about us. With your 2 clones here and Lai Yan's ability to buy us time, even if that thing underground launches a full-scale attack, we won't go down easily. Who knows, we might even turn the tide. Xiaobai transformed into a streak of lightning, surging toward the blazing flame dragon with a speed surpassing its pursuit of the silver death spider earlier. Sonic booms trailed in its wake as it closed the distance rapidly. Close combat was imperative. Engaging from a distance would not only give the enemy time to react, but also allow the blazing flame dragon, adept at ranged attacks, to maintain its advantage. The blazing flame dragon, seeing Xiaobai closing in so swiftly, began retreating while firing consecutive dragon's breath attacks in an attempt to hold it off. However, Xiaobai's movements were agile, dodging each attack with precision. Amid the cacophony, the ground melted into magma from the intense heat, cliffs trembled violently, and boulders tumbled down. Within mere moments, Xiaobai had reduced the distance to just 200 or 300 meters. The blazing flame dragon, a creature specialized in long-range magical attacks, was utterly stunned. It had never anticipated that a 6 bloodline snow fox could exhibit such astonishing speed. Its attacks couldn't even slow Xiaobai's advance. Roar! The furious bellow of the blazing flame dragon echoed through the mountains and forests, its entire body igniting in a raging inferno as it prepared to take flight. To this king of flying beasts, the sky was its domain, and the snow fox on the ground posed no real threat. Just then, a scorching beam of light and a sharp wind blade shot toward it, blocking its path. The blazing flame dragon reacted swiftly, instantly forming a fiery, eggshell-shaped shield around its body. This was the mid-tier Earth-class combat skill, Mystic Flame Shield. With 2 faint, thud sounds, the purifying arrow of flames and the enhanced wind blade were completely neutralized by the shield, causing only a slight tremor. This was no surprise, as both techniques were merely lower-tier Earth-class skills, incapable of penetrating a mid-tier Earth-class defense. Moreover, the level 40 Blazing Flame Dragon not only far outclassed the level 36 Lai Yin in raw power, but its bloodline was also far more noble. Even if those attacks had landed directly, they would have caused no more than minor injuries. Watching the scene unfold, Lai Yin clenched her delicate fists, a hint of frustration welling up in her heart. She realized once again that she was merely playing a supporting role, unable to even assist Xiaobai in the attack. Seeing her expression, Yihan gently patted her head, comforting her. It's all right. After this competition, focus on leveling up. Don't be too hard on yourself. Lai Yin bit her lip and reluctantly nodded, unwilling to accept her current weakness. She yearned to grow stronger, to contribute to Xiaobai's efforts, and to ensure she could protect Yihan as well. Yihan continued to explain, you can still use your long-range combat skills to attack. Although the soul power of a Beast King surpasses that of a 60-year bloodline beast, it's still inferior to a Beast Master of the same level. If you keep attacking, it will have to maintain the Mystic Flame shield to defend itself, draining a significant amount of its mental energy. The more it focuses on defense, the fewer offensive techniques it can unleash. So, your long-range attacks are actually very effective. Master, is it true? A glimmer of hope flashed in Lai Yan's eyes, instantly dispelling her gloomy mood. Yihan nodded affirmatively. I'm certain. Maintaining the profound Ice Divine armor requires a tremendous amount of mental energy. The opponent's profound flame shield is likely only at a proficient level, which means it consumes even more mental energy to sustain. The reasoning is simple. Although the profound flame shield is a mid-tier Earth-level combat skill, it trembles under your mastery-level purifying arrow and enhanced windblade. Furthermore, the gap between your strength and the blazing flame dragon is significant. If the profound flame shield had reached mastery, your attacks wouldn't have made any impact at all. Thank you, Master. Lai Yin clenched her fists tightly. This time, using my combat skills feels completely different. With that, a massive light element battle bow formed in Lai Yan's delicate hands. She swiftly drew the bowstring to its full stretch and released it in an instant. The arrow traveled silently. Purifying arrow was a pure light energy attack, unaffected by air resistance. Yihan's eyes lit up. Amazing! Lai Yan's purifying arrow has finally reached the level of perfection. This meant faster speed, stronger penetration, and an even more terrifying high-temperature explosion. Immediately after, Lai Yan's slender hand traced through the air, creating a massive azure wind blade. The blade sliced through the sky at lightning speed, traveling even faster than the purifying arrow, and was the first to reach the target a kilometer away. Boom! The profound flame shield trembled violently. Though it didn't shatter, it was clearly on the verge of collapse. Moments later, the beam of light pierced through the shield. With a deafening explosion, the profound flame shield disintegrated. The blazing flame dragon let out a pained roar as a deep, charred wound appeared on its wing. Not only had Lai Yin broken through the mid-tier Earth-level profound flame shield, but she had also successfully inflicted serious damage on her opponent. Yihan was overwhelmed with both shock and exhilaration. This signified that two of her lower-tier Earth-level combat skills had reached the level of perfection, and more importantly, it laid the foundation for mastering higher-tier techniques like the Sacred Arrow and Infinite Slash. Incredible! Lai Yin is now at her strongest and most dazzling. Yihan exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Lai Yin beamed with joy. It's all thanks to the confidence you gave me, Master. Without your encouragement, who knows how long it would have taken to achieve this breakthrough. Breaking through was like piercing a thin membrane. Sometimes no amount of effort was enough, and other times, it happened with just a gentle push. With her confidence restored, Lai Yin launched a relentless assault on the blazing flame dragon. Light arrows and wind blades continuously rained down from the sky, forcing the dragon to slow its flight. It struggled to evade the attacks while countering with its fiery breath. At this point, it was only 700 meters above the ground, its ascent clearly hindered. Xiaobai swiftly darted beneath the belly of the Inferno Flame Dragon, lightning sparking between its claws. With a sudden, powerful swipe, it unleashed 10 thunderclaw strikes, each resembling silver lightning bolts, aimed directly at the dragon's soft underbelly. At the same time, shimmering mirrors appeared in the void, stretching upward like a celestial staircase. Xiaobai nimbly leaped and darted among the mirrored surfaces, each jump bringing it closer to the Inferno Flame Dragon. This display left the dragon utterly stunned. How could a snow fox, incapable of flight, so cleverly use the reflective water mirrors to maneuver through the air? The Inferno Flame Dragon let out a roar of alarm and hastily conjured a protective flame shield. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a deep crimson disintegration ray. Just as Yihan had anticipated, this was indeed a devastatingly powerful and masterful attack. The ray instantly obliterated the 10 thunderclaw strikes and then swept toward Xiaobai, who was darting between the mirrors. In that critical instant, the purifying flame arrow pierced through the flame shield with precision, striking the Inferno Flame Dragon's neck. A war. Blood gushed from the wound as the arrow severed a major artery. The dragon was forced to halt its disintegration ray and desperately soared higher into the sky to escape. Through the seamless coordination between Xiaobai and the purifying flames wielder, this mighty dragon found itself completely overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. It was filled with regret. What it initially thought to be an easy hunt against two sixth-rank bloodline beasts had turned into a humiliating defeat. Suddenly, the Inferno Flame Dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the ground to tremble violently. Yihan's expression darkened as he quickly warned the wielder of the purifying flame, "Fall back and stay on guard. The underground Demon King is about to make its move." He understood all too well that the Demon King lurking below and the Inferno Flame Dragon had no choice but to join forces. If the dragon were slain, the Demon King would undoubtedly become their next target. It had to act now, or it would be too late. On the other side of the canyon, dozens of massive green vines suddenly burst out of a hidden cave. The vines split into two groups. One half lunged towards Xiaobai's two ghostly clones, while the other half shot straight at Yihan. At the same time, the small stream running through the canyon began to boil violently. The water churned as dozens of thick, shadowy figures darted beneath the surface. In an instant, more green vines erupted forcefully from the stream. To make matters worse, the wall behind Yihan shattered with a deafening crash, and vines of the same thickness burst through, surging toward Lai Yin, who was already dodging the relentless attacks. The entire canyon was now enveloped by the sprawling green vines. These vines seemed endless, stretching for several kilometers. It turned out that this Demon King had been lurking underground all along, silently corroding the earth with highly toxic liquid. Meanwhile, the relentless attacks of the flaming dragon had created deafening noise, masking the demon's movements and disrupting Yihan's team's perception. "This is the biggest difference between plant-type Demon Kings and animal-type ones," Lai Yin explained in between dodging the vines. "A level 40 animal-type Demon King can grow to a maximum of about 100 meters, but a plant-type Demon King's roots can easily spread across several kilometers. During the early days of the spiritual revival, some plant-type Demon Kings could even take root in the center of a city, using countless vines to devour every person in it." As she evaded the vines, Lai Yin used massive wind blades to sever critical sections of them. However, every time a vine was cut, it oozed a nauseating green liquid. The liquid immediately turned the clear stream water into bubbling green sludge and corroded the rocks upon contact, leaving behind countless holes and emitting thick, acrid smoke. The vines chasing Lai Yin gradually coiled tighter, forming a shrinking cage that trapped her and Yihan in the center. "Lai Yin, can you identify what kind of Demon King this is?" Yihan asked. "It's the corrosive immortal vine, a nightmare from the underground world," Lai Yin replied. "It possesses the attributes of darkness, earth, and water, and its awakened combat skill is the corrosive immortal venom. This venom can paralyze nerves, corrode flesh, and eventually dissolve its prey into green liquid. In the underground world, it has wiped out nearly every adventuring party that has encountered it. The most troublesome part is that its venom can even corrode shield techniques. Long-range attacks are the best way to deal with it." Hearing this, Yihan immediately summoned a massive ice blade, dozens of meters long, and slashed fiercely at the green vines. Over a dozen vines were severed in one powerful strike, spraying copious amounts of green liquid into the air. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the venom met the glacial armor, releasing thick white smoke. The armor of ice visibly thinned at an alarming rate, its surface riddled with corrosive marks. The self-repairing mechanism of the armor couldn't keep up with the pace of the decay. Yihan sighed inwardly. The glacial armor, a balanced defensive technique, had finally met its nemesis. While it boasted physical, elemental, and poison resistance, its jack-of-all-trades nature left it lacking any specialized strength. Against the corrosive demon vine, whose venom was tailor-made to destroy armor, it was clearly outmatched. The vines grew denser, their venom seeping through relentlessly, creating a seemingly dire situation. Yet, Yihan and Blaze remained unusually calm, as if detached from the chaos. They weren't in a rush to clear the overwhelming vines. In reality, they were buying time for Xiaobai to hunt down the Inferno Dragon. Destroying the vines recklessly would force the Demon King underground to fully emerge, unleashing even more lethal attacks. Meanwhile, the viewing hall in the Divine Ape Nation was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of spectators cheered as Yihan was encircled by the plant-type Demon King's vines. "It's over." Even if he calls for help now, the experts of the Divine Ape Nation could deliberately delay their response and still stay within the rules. Yihan is too arrogant. He knew the plant-type Demon King was preparing a lethal strike, yet he stayed entangled with the Inferno Dragon instead of retreating. It's such a pity. He had the strength to win the championship, but now he'll meet his end here. However, some sharp-eyed spectators noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, Look at Yihan and his contracted beast. Why do they seem completely unfazed? And why hasn't the blazing angel used its awakening skill yet, even though it's clearly awakened? Before they could finish their discussion, the world was suddenly engulfed in flames. Centered around Blaze, a terrifying storm of fire erupted, sending waves of searing heat in all directions. Every vine it touched was instantly reduced to ash, and the venom evaporated without a trace in the intense heat. The deadly trap meticulously crafted by the plant-type demon king disintegrated in the fiery storm of the blazing angel. At that moment, the true nemesis was finally revealed. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, white clouds floated gently. A snow-white fox beast was putting on an astonishing display using floating mirror surfaces as stepping stones. She climbed agilely like a cat, chasing after a blazing flame dragon speeding through the sky. The spectators in the Divine Ape Kingdom's viewing hall were utterly stunned. A 6th-grade snow fox incapable of flight dared to rely solely on a low-tier mystic rank combat technique, reflective water mirror, to pursue and hunt the sky-dominating flame dragon in midair. Even more shocking was that the distance between the snow fox and the dragon was steadily decreasing. The flame dragon initially attempted to fend off the snow fox with its combat techniques, but its attacks were deftly evaded every time. Worse yet, a thunder god behind the fox continuously unleashed thunder energy, neutralizing most of the dragon's strikes. Overwhelmed with fear, the flame dragon had only one thought left: escape. Yet the icy killing intent emanating from the snow fox, Xiaobai, locked onto it like a predator's gaze, sending chills down its spine and making cold sweat pour. Roar! The flame dragon bellowed. Snow fox, don't be so arrogant. Your master is about to be killed by the corrupt, immortal demon vine underground. You still have time to save him if you go back now. However, this threat had no effect on Xiaobai. Instead of retreating, she seized the moment when the dragon was distracted, leaping forward and closing the gap by hundreds of meters. At that instant, a ferocious fiery cyclone erupted from the ground. A blazing storm had descended. In the moment of the flame dragon's panic, Xiaobai struck with her sharp claws. 100-meter-long icy blue claw descended from the sky. Burning fire shield. The flame dragon hastily activated its defense, but the shield was effortlessly pierced by the icy claw. Immediately after, the claw, radiating bone-chilling frost, tore through the dragon's body. The giant creature let out one final wail before its entire form froze, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The frozen flame dragon crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater 200 meters deep. A system notification promptly appeared. Successfully slain a level 47th grade bloodline awakened demon king flame dragon. Total reward, 130,000 points. Meanwhile, two of Xiaobai's clones were fiercely battling the corrupt immortal demon vine. Their front claws gripped the thick vines tightly while their hind claws dug into the rock wall, attempting to drag the vines out of the water. Just as the demon vine was about to emerge, it unleashed a desperate move, encasing itself in a layer of ice using frost dragon breath. Yet how could such a futile struggle withstand Yihan's blazing storm? The intense heat quickly melted the ice layer, generating dense clouds of mist. At this moment, Yihan was already assured of victory. In the grand spectator hall of the Divine Ape Kingdom, hundreds of thousands of viewers were plunged into a deathly silence. The once fervent atmosphere had completely dissipated, replaced by an oppressive heaviness. All eyes were fixed in stunned stillness on the battlefield. Yihan's blazing angel was unleashing torrents of flames, inch by inch evaporating the thick ice encasing the corrupt immortal demon vine. Not long ago, his snow fox had taken down the frenzied flame dragon with a single strike from an altitude of 3 to 4 kilometers. At this moment, although the corrupt immortal demon vine had resorted to freezing itself in an attempt to prolong its survival, everyone present knew well that it was nothing more than a desperate struggle. Its most prized abilities, its vine attacks and deadly toxins, were utterly useless against the blazing angel's innate combat skill, Blazing Storm, leaving it with no chance to retaliate. The reality was undeniable. Even the silver death spider and the frenzied flame dragon, known for their prowess in direct combat, had fallen to Yihan's might. With its comparatively weaker strength, the corrupt immortal demon vine was doomed to suffer a crushing defeat. Retreating into the river to encase itself in ice was nothing more than a futile last stand. Meanwhile, the battle between the brothers, Divine Ape Jean and Divine Ape Yu, raged on. Although Divine Ape Jean held a slight advantage, it was evident that defeating Divine Ape Yu within half an hour, and then locating Yihan for a sneak attack, was an impossible feat. The most surprising development, however, was the behavior of the once beloved national goddess, Nangong Yi. She seemed utterly indifferent to Yihan's battle, focusing instead on hunting 6th-grade bloodline beasts to accumulate points. She even secretly hoped that Yihan would swiftly eliminate all the demon kings, showing no concern for the honor of the Divine Ape Kingdom. This uncharacteristic behavior caused her carefully crafted image as a goddess to completely collapse, yet she appeared unfazed, as if she cared nothing for the title of the nation's most beautiful girl. The audience watched the progression of the competition with growing unease. Nangongyi's obvious resistance to Shen Yuanyu and Shun Yuanzhan was evident to all. What made the situation even more hopeless was the fact that Yi Han was on the verge of securing first place, and no one seemed capable of stopping him. "It's over, completely over," one spectator cried, covering their face in despair. "The Shen Yuan Kingdom is going to lose the championship in this year's beast hunting tournament. We thought those two demon kings teaming up could defeat Yi Han, but instead, it cost them two demon heads." On the sidelines, the scorekeepers were rapidly calculating. If Yi Han defeats this plant-type demon king, his score will reach at least 350,000. That matches the record of the previous champion. Once this demon king falls, Yi Han will secure the championship title for this year's tournament in advance. What made it even harder to accept was that Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, the two princes, were still engaged in a meaningless internal conflict. Shen Yuanyu, once revered as wise and valiant in the eyes of the people, now appeared utterly unworthy of such admiration. Some spectators began to question, do you really think Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan together could defeat Yi Han? Even the Silver Death Spider, such a troublesome opponent, was taken down by him with ease. Meanwhile, authoritative analytical reports began circulating online, claiming that most of the combat techniques Yi Han used had reached a state of unparalleled mastery. This revelation sparked intense debate among the audience. "Ridiculous," a spectator, claiming to be a gold-level beast tamer, stood up and loudly refuted. No such person could exist in the world. Even among platinum-level beast tamers, those who can master mid-tier Earth-class techniques to perfection are exceedingly rare. He's merely at the silver level. Most of the spectators on site were lower-level beast tamers, and it was difficult for them to accurately judge the proficiency of techniques based solely on the images transmitted via the scoring badges. However, platinum-level and diamond-level experts could accurately assess skill levels based on attack speed and destructive power. For this reason, when Yi Han displayed his mastery of the Divine Frost armor at an unparalleled level, the platinum-level experts in the audience were left utterly stunned. This was also why Shen Yuanzhan took such pride in his own mastery of the unparalleled Thunder Hell technique. If Yi Han had truly reached this level of mastery, he would undoubtedly become the greatest genius in human history. While this conclusion seemed unbelievable, the undeniable reality unfolding before their eyes left everyone with no choice but to accept it. Let's take a closer look at the Earth-tier combat techniques Yi Han showcased in this competition. The Thunder attributes lower Earth-tier, Thunder Hell. The Water attributes lower Earth-tier, Mystic Ice Divine Armor. The Light attributes lower Earth-tier, Descent of the God. The Water attributes intermediate Earth-tier, Frozen Oblivion Claw. The Wind attributes lower Earth-tier, Enhanced Wind Blade Technique. The Light attributes lower Earth-tier, Purifying Arrow. And the Thunder attributes upper Earth-tier, Divine Thunder Punishment. A total of 7 Earth-tier combat techniques. The audience wasn't particularly surprised that Yi Han could use the upper Earth-tier combat technique, Divine Thunder Punishment. After all, prodigies like the third generation of the Divine Ape Emperor managed to master 2 upper Earth-tier techniques as silver-level warriors. His contracted beast, the mountain-moving Divine Ape, is a demon king with 7th-grade bloodline, making it significantly easier to comprehend such techniques compared to a marquee-level contracted beast with a 6th-grade bloodline. As for why Yi Han Snow Fox, with a 6th-grade bloodline, was able to comprehend an upper Earth-tier combat technique, most people attributed it to sheer luck. They speculated that it might have succeeded after numerous attempts, or due to an unexpected breakthrough. Moreover, fully unleashing the power of a combat technique requires a high level of mastery. While Yi Han's Divine Thunder Punishment was impressive in its magnitude, it wasn't the decisive factor in his victory. What was truly astonishing, however, was that besides Divine Thunder Punishment, Yi Han's remaining 6 Earth-tier combat techniques had all reached a state of perfection, especially the intermediate Earth-tier, Frozen Oblivion Claw. To put it into perspective, for a silver-level warrior to master even one Earth-tier technique to perfection is considered an extraordinary achievement, yet Yi Han had mastered 6 simultaneously. Within the resplendent palace of the Divine Ape Kingdom, majestic statues of divine apes surrounded the central hall. Empress Nangongyu subtly suggested to the third generation of the Divine Ape Emperor that an accident could be arranged during the competition. The Divine Ape Emperor lightly coughed twice, silencing her with a glance, and solemnly stated that Yi Han's emergence was a blessing for the entire human alliance. As the leading nation of the alliance, the Divine Ape Kingdom should demonstrate magnanimity. Nangongyu immediately admitted her mistake, and at that moment, hearty laughter echoed from outside the hall. "Ah, Shun Yuanding, my young friend, your magnanimity is truly a blessing to humanity." Before the voice had even faded, a squad of agile eunuchs suddenly appeared within the hall, swiftly forming a protective formation around the third emperor of the Shen Yuan kingdom. One of them shouted sternly, "Who dares trespass into the royal palace of the Shen Yuan kingdom? No matter which nation you belong to, such a heinous crime warrants your death 10,000 times over." The one referred to as Shen Yuan Ding was, in fact, the true name of the third emperor of the Shan Yuan kingdom. Bang! The third emperor of Shan Yuan slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing the eunuch's expressions to instantly turn fearful. "You may leave now. This is none of your concern," the emperor said with a wave of his hand. Rising to his feet, he turned toward the entrance of the hall, bowing slightly as he said, "To what do we owe the honor of the Dragon Master's visit? Such a rare occasion. This junior greets you with utmost respect." Nearby, Nangongyu was initially flustered but quickly regained composure, rising to bow as well. The Dragon Master, being the most powerful individual in the Shenlong kingdom, commanded its sacred first dragon. Much like the Shen Yuan kingdom, the Dragon Master was not the state's official ruler but wielded true, behind Thessine's authority, a cornerstone of the nation. Similarly, while the third emperor of Shen Yuan was not his kingdom's strongest figure, the true powerhouse was his grandfather, the Shen Yuan Grand Ancestor Emperor, known as the Ape Master. Likewise, the Shunjing kingdom had its Whale Master, and the Shanxiang kingdom had its Elephant Master. Though Emperor Shen Yuan III appeared to hold immense authority, he dared not offend any of these four figures lightly. These four individuals were legendary pioneers who rose to prominence during the early days of spiritual awakening. Humanity's ability to secure its place in this world was largely thanks to their efforts. An elderly man, hunched over and dressed in a traditional Tang-style outfit, slowly entered the grand hall, leaning on a dragon-shaped cane. "Young Shun Yuan Ding, long time no see. I thought I'd drop by for some tea," the old man said, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "By the way, where's your monkey taming crew? Still off exploring the sun? Please, take the seat of honor," Shen Yuan Ding replied with a cheerful smile, showing none of the typical imperial air. The Dragon Master, unbothered by formalities, casually seated himself on the throne originally reserved for the Shen Yuan Emperor. Though the Great Ape Emperor III and the four Great Kings, including the Ape Master, all possessed contracted beasts with 8th grade bloodlines, the Emperor had only reached the king level 10 years ago, while the others had been at that level for over 60 years, their strength nearing the supreme level. The supreme level represented the highest imaginable realm, and only when someone broke through to it would a new level be named. The Great Ape Emperor III was well aware that his ability to hold onto the throne and enjoy supreme power depended entirely on the support of these four individuals. Now, facing the Dragon Master, he felt both fear and respect. If his grandfather, the Ape Master, were present instead of being in the outer starry skies, the situation might have been less daunting. Empress Nangongyu respectfully offered tea with both hands to the seemingly ordinary old man in traditional Tang attire. However, everyone knew that underestimating the Dragon Master based on his appearance was a grave mistake. This formidable figure not only possessed a physical strength equivalent to the 81st level, on par with the Demon Emperor, but also had a lifespan of 300 years. With a mere thought, he could transform into a handsome youth, yet his extensive life experience led him to maintain the guise of an elder. The Dragon Master accepted the teacup with a smile and said, "No need for formalities, please take a seat." For a moment, it felt as though the palace had changed hands, with the white-haired elder appearing to be the true master of the hall, while the Emperor and Empress seemed like mere visitors. The Great Ape Emperor III held the Empress's hand as they sat in the secondary seats, cautiously probing, "You must be here because of Yi Han." The Dragon Master nodded openly. "I heard every word of your earlier conversation." At this, Nangongyu broke out in a cold sweat. She understood all too well that unlike the Great Ape Emperor, who had the Ape Master's protection, she had no such safeguard. If the Dragon Master sought accountability, even the Ape Master might not step in for her. "Young Lady Nangong, there's no need to panic," the Dragon Master said kindly. "From a national perspective, eliminating a talented figure from another country is not inherently wrong, especially if it remains just a thought. However, I must warn you younger generations, this line of thinking is extremely dangerous." He continued, "The survival of the Azure civilization to this day relies on the rules of healthy competition set by us four old men. If a prodigy falls due to lack of strength, so be it. But if they die due to internal schemes and conflicts, that would sever the foundation of our growth. Neither I nor the other three will tolerate such actions. Your family's Ape Master will have to provide an explanation." Before leaving, the Dragon Master gave the Great Ape Emperor III a meaningful look and said, "If you don't want to be emperor, there are plenty in your family who would gladly take your place. If you dare, feel free to relay my words to the Ape Master and have him confront me directly." Before his words fully settled, he vanished without a trace. The Great Ape Emperor III bowed deeply toward the empty space where the Dragon Master had stood, remaining in that posture for a long time. Meanwhile, 3 white shadows darted into the depths of the fiery storm. Xiaobai, while furiously digging with its ice claws, exclaimed triumphantly, hiding so deep. Too bad you ran into the best digger. Under the cover of the fiery storm, the thick ice was quickly reduced to a thin layer. The exhausted, corrupted immortal demon vine let out a plea for mercy, but Xiaobai responded with a cold snort. Weren't you so mighty when you ambushed my master earlier? Facing the beast that had harmed Yihan, Xiaobai showed no mercy. With a single strike of its ghostly blue extinction ice claw, it pierced through the ice, completely freezing the corrupted immortal demon vine. A system notification promptly sounded. Successfully killed the level 39 Demon King with awakened 7th grade bloodline, the corrupted immortal demon vine. Reward, 100,000 points. Total points, 420,000. Thus, the nightmare-level plant demon king of the underground adventurers met its end at Yihan's hands. 360,000 points. Yihan's score had already surpassed the previous champion of the demon hunting tournament, securing his position as this year's winner in advance. Xiaobai quickly unearthed the main trunk of the corrupted immortal vine, and Yihan followed by severing the 100 or so frozen tendrils. He stored the corpse of the second demon king in his spatial storage, gently stroking the heads of Xiaobai and Blaze. He noticed Blaze mimicking Xiaobai by squinting its eyes, savoring this rare moment of affection. First, we'll deal with the corpse of the flame dragon, then check on the battle between Shen Yuanyu and Shan Yuanzhan, Yihan said with a sly smile. The victor, of course, deserves some special attention. His plan was straightforward. Regardless of whether Shen Yuanzhan or Shen Yuanyu emerged victorious, he would eliminate them, along with the remaining top fighters of the other 3 nations. This wasn't just to secure his first-place standing, but also to ensure Shenlong Nation's uncontested victory in the overall rankings. Although there were still 3 full days left to hunt beasts and earn points after slaying the 2 water demon kings, Yihan preferred to clear the field entirely, turning the competition into a one-sided showcase for Shenlong Nation. Letting the top fighters of the other nations exhaust each other had been part of his strategy, all along time-saving, efficient, and advantageous. Nearly 8 or 9 hours had passed since the competition began, and the decisive battle between Shen Yuanzhan and Shen Yuanyu should be nearing its conclusion. Blaze spread its massive wings, carrying Yihan and Xiaobai as they streaked like a beam of white light toward the crash site of the flame dragon. On the battlefield, Shen Yuanyu and Shan Yuanzhan's bloody clash had indeed reached a critical moment. After intense fighting, only 3 fighters from Shixiang Nation, 5 from Shenlong Nation, and 6 from Shanjing Nation remained. These were the elite warriors of their respective nations, and they had already deciphered Shan Yuanzhan's Thunder Hell combat technique, defending against it with unyielding vigilance. Due to the side effects of the essence pill, Shen Yuanzhan's condition was deteriorating, with his recovery gradually slowing. Shen Yuanyu's supporters had surrounded their opponents, bombarding them with relentless ranged attacks that sapped their mental energy. Anyone unable to hold on would be swiftly eliminated. Haha, my poor little brother, Shen Yuanyu sneered triumphantly. Just admit defeat. When I marry Nangong Yi, don't forget to prepare a generous gift. With victory within his grasp, Shen Yuanyu's voice brimmed with arrogance, while Shen Yuanzhan could only silently endure the bitterness of impending defeat. This victory was incredibly hard-fought. Shen Yuanyu stood in the center of the battlefield, sweat still glistening on his forehead. He knew all too well how close he had been to failure. But now, those worries no longer mattered. Victory meant he could not only marry the most beautiful woman in the Xinyuan kingdom, but also secure his position as the crown prince. In the future, once his father grew weary of the throne, the most powerful nation in the Azure civilization would fall under his control. Not far away, Xinyuan Zhan's bloodshot eyes stared at his supporters crumbling one after another. His heart burned with frustration. If it had been a significant gap in strength, he might have accepted it, but they were separated by just the slimmest margin. Damn it, he growled through gritted teeth. Suddenly, the side effects of the essence pill and his extreme mental exhaustion struck simultaneously. Xinyuan Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily among his supporters. At that moment, he lost all hope of turning the tide. Witnessing this, the morale of the Tianjiao warriors from the Shunxiang kingdom broke instantly. They were quickly swept off the field by Shen Yuanyu's supporters. Although the final rankings had yet to be confirmed, several super warriors from the other 3 kingdoms remained. This meant that the Shunxiang kingdom was destined for last place, locked into 4th. For the Xinjiang audience, this news was a devastating blow. Falling from a perennial 2nd place to dead last this year was an unbearable drop. The expression on the Xinjiang team leader's face had turned as dark as coal. Ha ha ha, we won. Your Highness Shen Yuanyu. We did it. Li Tianyi laughed out loud. To him, any price was worth paying if it meant helping Shen Yuanyu achieve victory. This time, under his leadership, the Shenlong kingdom had finally escaped its position at the bottom. He could already envision the cheers of over 1 billion Shenlong citizens erupting in 5 minutes. His fame and glory were about to reach their peak. Clenching his fists, he whispered to himself, the glory of a strategic-level prodigy will ultimately be mine. Li Tianyi. Shen Yuanyu also burst into triumphant laughter. My poor brother. You fought me for 18 years, but in the end, I've come out on top. Ha ha ha. Everything will belong to me. Shen Yuanyu. My supporters, we've won. Shouted out loud, celebrate freely, we've won. He could almost hear the thunderous cheers erupting in the Xinyuan kingdom's viewing halls and imagined the ecstatic faces of the spectators at this moment. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the surroundings. Li Tianyi, still basking in the joy of victory, was caught completely off guard. A massive fist of black ice descended from the heavens, slamming him mercilessly into the ground. This was the Xianbing Overlord Fist, a mid-tier Earth-level combat technique, as renowned as the Forbidden Ice Claw for its devastating power. The strike was as swift as lightning and overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Li Tianyi no time to even mount a basic defense before being struck down on the spot. The one who delivered the attack was none other than Haidafu, the top prodigy of the Shunjing Kingdom. Standing at the edge of the crater, he wore a mocking smile on his face. Now that His Highness Shen Yuanyu has already claimed victory, you fools from the Shenlong Kingdom have outlived your usefulness. While keeping you weaklings around wouldn't pose much of a threat, well, he let out a cold laugh. It's always better to eliminate potential risks preemptively. Li Tianyi lay unconscious in the massive, fist-shaped pit, his body riddled with fractures as he coughed up blood. A mysterious figure in a gray robe, a platinum-ranked expert assigned for rescue, appeared immediately. With a wave of his hand, he transported the gravely injured Li Tianyi to an aircraft equipped with gold-tier healing beastmasters. The 4 remaining prodigies from the Shenlong Kingdom turned pale at the sight, hurriedly distancing themselves from Haidafu. Though their abilities were slightly inferior to Li Tianyi's, as the top-ranked fighters from the 3 major academies, they were far from defenseless. However, the 6 other prodigies from the Shanjing Kingdom had already surrounded them. Young Master Hai, we were allies fighting side by side just a moment ago. How can you turn against us so suddenly? One of them tried to reason. We promised not to compete for second place. All we ask is to secure third. Haidafu sneered. Naive. If I eliminate you now and let the Xinjiang Kingdom surpass you in total points, do you have any idea how much I stand to gain? He made no effort to conceal his motives. The Xinjiang Kingdom has already promised me through telepathic transmission. As long as I take you out, whether or not they avoid last place, they'll receive a 50 billion reward. And if they actually manage to climb out of last place, they'll get another 50 billion. The 4 were struck with despair. With Li Tianyi, a 5-ever Sussex battle might have been winnable, but now the gap in strength was insurmountable. They turned to Shen Yuanyu for help. Your Highness, please say something on our behalf. You made a promise to Li Tianyi earlier. Still reveling in his own triumph, Shen Yuanyu waved dismissively. Sorry, I only promised not to take action myself. Whatever the Xinjing Kingdom chooses to do has nothing to do with me. He added with a laugh, ha. As the reigning champion of this beast hunting tournament, he had no reason to offend the Xinjing Kingdom to aid the Shenlong Kingdom. Besides, he had already pledged not to interfere with the Xinjing Kingdom. Remaining neutral was the most advantageous choice for him. Hearing the news, the 4 representatives from Shenlong Nation were struck as if by lightning. Their faces instantly turned pale, and cold sweat dripped continuously from their foreheads. Despair filled their eyes as a terrifying realization began to dawn on them. What made things even more unsettling was the situation of the 2 competing teams flashing through their minds. Both sides had only sent a portion of their top fighters to assist in the battles involving Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, while the less skilled members remained in the outskirts hunting beasts. Although the number of beasts in those areas was limited and the points were relatively low, the remaining players from Shunxiang Nation were clearly stronger overall than those from Shenlong Nation. This harsh reality made them realize that if they were eliminated, Xinjiang Nation would not only maintain its lead in total points, but would also likely increase its point tally at a faster rate in the upcoming matches. This meant that Shenlong Nation was highly likely to end up at the bottom of the competition. It's over. One contestant murmured, it was all just a pipe dream. Even if Li Tianyi's plan succeeded, we'd still end up in last place. If we had known, we should have just focused on hunting beasts for points and let the other 3 nations fight among themselves. Another person pounded the ground in regret. We've let down the billions of people in Shenlong Nation. Just as all hope seemed lost, someone suddenly remembered something. Wait, we still have Yihan. He's been hunting beasts with Wang Rian and Lin Xian all this time. By now, they must have accumulated a significant amount of points. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. However, Shen Yuanyu coldly shattered their last bit of hope. Yihan? He let out a derisive snort. Just a clown? Nothing more. Since he didn't participate in this prince's plan, he'll personally deal with him. Outside the rest area for the Shen Yuan Kingdom's contestants, Shen Yuanzhan stumbled out of the aircraft. His face was pale, his eyes dull, and his entire demeanor was one of utter defeat. The supporters waiting to greet him wore strange expressions, some with reddened eyes, clearly having just cried. "I'm sorry. I've let everyone down. It's all over," Shen Yuanzhan murmured softly, faintly hearing the sound of sobbing from inside the rest area. The heartbreak of these prodigies of the Shan Yuan kingdom over his failure moved him with their loyalty, but it also deepened his guilt. A supporter stepped forward hesitantly. "Your Highness Shen Yuanzhan, we have both good news and bad news for you. Both might come as a great shock. Which would you like to hear first?" "What good news could there possibly be now?" Shen Yuanzhan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Is the Nangong family going to marry Nangong Yi to me? Impossible. My royal brother has already won." "Then let's start with the good news." The supporter took a deep breath. "Even His Highness Shen Yuanyu won't be able to win the championship this time." Shen Yuanzhan's head shot up, a spark of life returning to his gaze. "Did my royal brother get ambushed by Haidafu and Li Tianyi?" But he quickly dismissed the thought those two had always been loyal to Shen Yuanyu, hoping to benefit when he ascended to the position of crown prince. They wouldn't betray him for the sake of national honor. "Your Highness, it's best if you take a look at the leaderboard yourself," the supporter said with a wry smile. "Everything has changed because of Yi Han." Yi Han? That dark horse from the Shenlong kingdom? When Shen Yuanzhan entered the rest area and saw the leaderboard displayed on the large screen, he froze as if struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then rubbed them again, staring unblinkingly at the screen. First place, Yi Han, 360,000 points. Second place, Nangong Yi, 52,000 points. Third place, Wang Ruyan, 28,000 points. Fourth place, Lin Xian, 27,000 points. This can't be." Shen Yuanzhan stammered, his voice trembling. 360,000 points? Last year's champion took 5 whole days to reach 350,000 points, and it's only been a little over 10 hours in this competition. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and his supporters quickly steadied him. After a long while, Shen Yuanzhan finally regained his composure and let out a deep sigh. "Yi Han, what on earth did he do? How is it possible to earn so many points?" Shen Yuanzhan was utterly stunned by Yi Han's astonishing achievements within just over 10 hours. The heads of 3 demon kings, including a feat where he fought 2 at once, were enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Shen Yuanzhan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Even for a warrior of his caliber, it was nearly impossible to guarantee defeating even one demon king in a competition. The strength of these demon kings varied greatly, and encountering one with exceptional power, or one that countered the mountain-moving divine ape's abilities would leave him with slim chances of victory without substantial support. And Yi Han? His support seemed negligible, just 2 average talented young women accompanying him, far from the elite caliber of someone like Li Tianyi. Yet, with such a modest team, Yi Han had achieved a record that was nothing short of astonishing. All by himself? Shen Yuanzhan murmured, then burst into wild laughter. That kid Yi Han is so formidable that even platinum level, diamond level, or master level figures would tremble before him. From the start of this competition, he's been in complete control. Even if I joined forces with Shen Yuanyu, we might not stand a chance against him. Shen Yuanzhan's laughter echoed through the lounge. And this is what you call bad news? Ha ha ha. Shen Yuanyu, oh Shen Yuanyu. We've been rivals for 18 years, and yet we still can't settle the score. You've won a small round, but it means nothing to me. Yi Han, well done. I'll be waiting to see you crush Shen Yuanyu. Someone, prepare me a private screening room. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Nation contestants' lounge, Li Tianyi stepped off the flying demon artifact looking utterly exhausted. Though he hadn't had the chance to use his battle techniques during Haidafu's ambush, he had already pieced together what had transpired. The Whale Nation was systematically eliminating the Dragon Nation's contestants. Dragging his heavy steps into the lounge, he was stunned by what he saw. Vice Dean Zhou, the team leader, was sitting back with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping a drink and snacking on sunflower seeds while watching the competition. The other eliminated team members looked at Li Tianyi with a range of expressions. Some shook their heads in disappointment, while others wore strange, cryptic smiles. This bizarre atmosphere left Li Tianyi completely bewildered. Li Tianyi, dragging his unhealed injuries, forced himself into the resting room for the Shenlong Nation team. However, the scene before him left him utterly puzzled. Those who should have been mourning the team's expected last-place finish were instead staring at him with strange expressions. Even the usually composed Vice Dean Zhang was intently watching the live broadcast of the competition. A few followers immediately surrounded him, and 2 women supported him on either side. Although these individuals came from ordinary backgrounds, they had always remained loyal to this second young master of the Li family. Despite his failed plan this time, his strength and future potential were undeniable. "Young Master Li, there's good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear first?" a male follower cautiously asked. "The good news is about the Shenlong Nation, while the bad news might concern you personally." Li Tianyi frowned and pondered. In the current situation, what good news could there possibly be? Could the divine ape clan offend the divine whale nation for the sake of the Shenlong nation? That seemed highly unlikely. Start with the good news, Li Tianyi said flatly. He had already braced himself for the worst, facing criticism from domestic audiences and the media. Actually, we might not only secure third place, but even have a chance to claim first in total points, the man hesitantly revealed. Li Tianyi was shocked upon hearing this. He immediately shrugged off the support and strode toward the leaderboard display screen. When he saw the rankings clearly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yihan, 360,000 points. Impossible. He rubbed his eyes fiercely and triple-checked. It's only been a dozen hours into the competition. Even with cheating, it's impossible to reach such a score. I must still be unconscious, dreaming. Li Tianyi frantically punched his own head, causing his old wounds to flare up. A mouthful of blood spurted 3 meters away. You're telling me this is fake? This is fake. Li Tianyi's voice grew sharp with shock, his trembling finger pointing at the leaderboard on the screen. Impossible. How could he possibly have the strength to score over 300,000 points in just over 10 hours? The people present exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions heavy with concern. A cautious attendant stepped forward to advise him. Young Master Li, please calm down. Your previous injuries haven't fully healed, and your cellular vitality hasn't completely recovered. You mustn't get too agitated. Li Tianyi's mind raced. Nangong Yi and Yihan both had 6th-grade bloodline beasts, and Nangong Yi was even stronger than Yihan, yet he had only managed to score just over 50,000 points. But Yihan had somehow amassed 360,000 points, effectively securing the championship on the very first day of the competition. Young Master Li, this is indeed true, another attendant affirmed gravely. In just these few hours, Yihan has successfully hunted 3 demon kings, 2 land-based and 1 aerial. These 360,000 points come directly from the kills of those 3 demon kings. Li Tianyi froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. At last, he grasped the peculiarity of Yihan's departure. When everyone else had been criticizing Yihan for supposedly disregarding national honor, Yihan had appeared sincere in supporting the group's plan. But now, it was clear this had all been Yihan's strategy. He had used them to stall Shen Yuanyu and Shen Yuanzhan, while he went off alone to hunt the demon kings. Ha ha ha. Li Tianyi let out a bitter laugh. Ridiculous. In the end, he's the one who reaped the glory, while I, Li Tianyi, became nothing more than a pawn for some nobody. The situation was now painfully clear. The 3 relatively easier-to-hunt demon kings had already been slain. Meanwhile, the mountain-cleaving ape wasn't suited for underwater combat, and Shen Yuanyu had almost no chance of hunting a demon king in the water. Li Tianyi exhaled heavily, forcing himself to accept the brutal reality. Though he had been outmaneuvered, it only fueled his determination. Clenching his fists tightly, a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. Yihan, very well. This grudge, I swear I'll repay it tenfold in the future. After regaining his composure, Li Tianyi accepted the harsh reality and silently vowed to crush Yihan beneath his feet, reclaiming his lost dignity. His expression gradually steadied, and his tone returned to a calm and collected demeanor. So, what's the bad news? If it's just criticism from domestic media and the public, there's no need to mention it. I expected as much, and it doesn't bother me, Li Tianyi said indifferently. I, Li Tianyi, will prove myself sooner or later. Well, the reaction from the public is nothing compared to the real bad news. Li Tianyi chuckled with interest. Go ahead, no bad news can bring me down. All right, they'll say it. Yihan, he has been awarded the honorary title of a strategic prodigy. What did you say? Say that again. Li Tianyi's eyes widened, his whole body trembling. The Education Department has officially issued the announcement Yihan has been granted the honorary title of a strategic prodigy. Ugh. Li Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision darkened, and he collapsed into the arms of the girl beside him. Hurry. We need a healing technique. Young Master Li's bleeding won't stop. Young Master Li, you must hold on. Didn't you say no bad news could defeat you? This news is just too devastating for him. His lifelong dream was to become a strategic prodigy, and now not only has Yihan taken it, but this title is only awarded once every 3 years, sometimes even 5 or 6 years without a recipient. Exactly, and in 3 years, young Master Li will be 22, completely losing the opportunity. Inside the competition arena, Hai Dafu stood proudly atop his contracted beast, the ice-crowned sea python. The massive serpent, over 100 meters long, wore a crown of black ice and bared its sharp fangs. As a creature with a 6th-grade bloodline, it possessed innate mastery over both dark and water elements, and its signature skill, the black ice crown, doubled the power of its water element attacks. In the sky, the towering black ice overlord reformed, standing dozens of meters tall. With an earth-shaking roar, the last of Shenlong Nation's super prodigies was blasted into the rocks. coughing up blood before losing consciousness. Haidafu burst into laughter. Shenlong Nation has no hope left. Clear out the remaining small fry this year. You're stuck at the bottom again. 100 billion is mine. This tournament had been immensely rewarding for him. First, helping Shen Yuanyu defeat Shen Yuanzhan, then aiding the Divine Elephant Nation by eliminating Shenlong Nation's prodigies. Securing second place was now guaranteed, and had also helped the Divine Whale Nation claim the second highest total score. He could already envision the cheers of billions of Divine Whale Nation spectators and countless young women idolizing him. From this moment on, he would be hailed as the hero leading the Divine Whale Nation to greater heights, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Just then, a white figure streaked across the arena at lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. In an instant, icy blue claws materialized behind him. Bang! A thunderous explosion shattered the air. Haidafu, reveling in his moment of triumph, had no time to react before he and his ice-crowned sea python were struck by a massive, icy claw and sent hurtling through the air. The enormous serpent was flung like a cannonball, smashing through towering trees in its path before embedding violently into a distant mountain ridge. The ground quaked fiercely under the force of the blow, and both Haidafu and his mount were reduced to mangled, unrecognizable remains. The remaining 5 elite warriors of the Divine Whale Kingdom stood frozen in shock, unable to process what had just occurred. Before them loomed a massive, snow-white fox, clad in spiked armor forged from glacial ice. It resembled a majestic yet fearsome frost-covered porcupine. It was none other than Xiaobai. Roar! Xiaobai let out a deafening roar, unleashing an overwhelming aura of dominance that instantly paralyzed the 5 unprepared warriors. Some collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The sheer intensity of her presence was so overpowering that even the silver death spider, a beast on par with a demon king, would retreat in fear, let alone these mere beast tamers caught so close to her wrath. Bang! 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 In a flash, Xiaobai struck with precision, her claws slamming into each warrior as if playing a brutal game of whack-a-mole. The 5 elites were smashed into the unyielding rock, their bones shattered and blood spraying everywhere. They hadn't even the chance to fight back. At full power, Xiaobai's speed surpassed that of the silver death spider in its Reaper domain, making these warriors seem like motionless targets in her eyes. In just 2 seconds, all 6 of the Divine Whale Kingdom's top warriors had fallen. A snow fox, that transcendent glacial armor. Your Yihan. Shun Yuanyu's face turned ashen as he gazed up at the steadily approaching white figure in the sky. His mountain-moving divine ape, sensing Xiaobai's murderous intent, began to fidget anxiously, its fear unmistakable. That's right. I am Yihan. Standing atop Lian's broad shoulders, Yihan looked down at the sweat-drenched Shun Yuanyu, his tone calm. Let's make a deal. Having already slain 3 demon kings in succession, Yihan no longer regarded the prince of the divine ape kingdom, even one with a demon king-level beast, as a threat. He continued, if your mountain-moving divine ape offers up 2/3 of its blood, it will be weakened for 2 days but still able to compete afterward. Otherwise, you'll lose your qualification to compete immediately. Under the immense pressure exerted by Xiaobai, Shun Yuanyu trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet. The sudden turn of events was too abrupt for him to accept the reality before him. If he hadn't witnessed Xiaobai annihilate Haidafu's team in an instant, or felt the genuine fear emanating from the mountain-moving divine ape, he would never have believed that the person standing before him was the very Yihan he had always looked down upon. In his eyes, Yihan was nothing more than a pitiful clown and orphaned pauper with only an ordinary snow fox, lacking any background or influence. And what about him, Shen Yuanyu? He was a prince of the greatest empire under heaven, someone who had formed a contract with a 7th-ranked demon king since childhood, consistently crushing his peers. Apart from Shen Yuanzhan, he had virtually no rivals. But now, despite the vast disparity between them, Yihan had barged into his world with such overwhelming dominance. And at the very moment when Shen Yuanyu had just defeated Shen Yuanzhan and was supposed to bask in the glory of his triumph, Yihan's arrival shattered everything in an instant. You can fight me, Hedon, but you cannot humiliate me. You will pay the price for this. Shun Yuanyu roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. As a noble prince of the Shen Yuan kingdom, how could he tolerate Yihan's audacity in demanding to extract 2/3 of his contracted beast's blood? Even if he was outmatched, he could not yield so easily. To do so would disgrace the royal family of the Shen Yuan kingdom. Sensing its master's wrath, the mountain-moving divine ape cast aside its fear and instantly assumed its towering battle stance, standing over 10 meters tall. Its muscles radiated a blood-red glow as it activated its mountain-moving power, its aura surging to match Xiaobai's. Standing atop the mountain-moving divine ape, Shun Yuanyu, his hair bristling with rage, bellowed, I, Shun Yuanyu, will prove to the world that I am the strongest among my peers. Yihan, do you dare face me in a fair fight? The audience in the Shen Yuan Kingdom's spectator hall erupted into deafening cheers. Prince Shun Yuan Yu, well done. That's the way to fight. Why fear him? This is the last dignity of our Shun Yuan royal family. Hovering in midair, Yihan gazed down at the enraged Shun Yuan Yu. His initial intention had merely been to obtain the blood of the mountain-moving divine ape to heal Qing Yao's injuries. But since the other party was determined to fight, if that's what you want, then let's battle. A holy light that pierced the heavens and earth descended once again. Bathed in its radiance, Yihan's eyes emitted terrifying golden beams as his aura climbed to new heights. This time, he had no intention of holding back as he had against Haidafu. Back then, Xiaobai's sneak attack on Haidafu hadn't required invoking the descent of the celestial god. The power gap was too vast, and the ambush made it unnecessary. Using it then would have been a waste of energy. Under the amplification of the celestial descent, all of Xiaobai's buffs and combat techniques surged in power instantly. The overwhelming aura directly suppressed the mountain-moving divine ape, and even Shen Yuan, who had once believed he could rival Xiaobai, found his confidence utterly shattered in that moment. Unwilling to back down, Shen Yuan enveloped himself in holy light and unleashed a perfected version of celestial descent. The aura of the mountain-moving divine ape escalated sharply, and battle intent blazed in its eyes. Fight! In a flash, the mountain-moving divine ape's entire body crackled with dense arcs of lightning. With a grasp of its left hand, the lightning coalesced into a massive thunder hammer, 20 meters long, with lightning snakes as thick as an arm dancing wildly across its surface. This was the mid-ear lightning element combat technique of the Earth-rank Thunderclap Warhammer. It wielded devastating destructive power in close combat. Upon striking its target, it not only unleashed a deafening thunderclap and caused lightning elemental damage, but also temporarily disrupted the opponent's soul, weakening their combat technique's potency. With a swing of its right hand, an earthy yellow light condensed into a smooth, mirror-like black shield. The mid-ear earth element combat technique of the Earth rank, the profound iron divine shield. This shield boasted exceptional defensive capabilities and could absorb the enemy's elemental attacks, converting them into its own spirit and strength. This enhanced its endurance in battle and slightly increased its physical resilience. The mountain-moving divine ape stomped the ground fiercely, causing the earth to split open into a massive chasm. From the abyss, 5 earth-yellow giant apes, each over 10 meters tall, leapt out and landed in unison 500 meters in front of Xiaobai. This was the pinnacle-grade combat technique of the profound rank giant stone clones. Although these clones could not use combat techniques and had weaker defenses than the original, they inherited the terrifying physical strength of the mountain-moving divine ape, making them a perfect complement to this naturally powerful species. The stone clones, though incapable of using any combat techniques, wielded deadly weapons that gleamed ominously in their hands. Shen Yuanyu retrieved a deep crimson flaming battle bow from his storage space, which rapidly enlarged and was slung onto the back of the original mountain-moving divine ape. Almost simultaneously, a yellowish-brown glow formed on the backs of the stone clones, materializing into identical flaming battle bows. The 5 giant apes moved in perfect synchronization, their figures vanishing in a flash, leaving behind a trail of sonic boom clouds as they quickly distanced themselves from Yihan. In unison, they drew their bows fully, arrows nocked and ready to fire. A glimmer of approval flashed in Yihan's eyes. There was no denying that Shan Yuanyu's strategy was remarkably clever. While the stone clones inherited the full strength of the mountain-moving divine ape, they were overly fragile when facing Xiaobai, making them easy to disperse. This was in stark contrast to the nether clones. Those not only possessed the same physical resilience and defensive capabilities, but could also rapidly regenerate after taking damage. Of course, this disparity stemmed from the difference in the grade of the 2 cloning techniques. The stone clone technique was merely an upper-tier mystic-grade combat skill, while the nether clone technique was a rare lower-tier earth-grade combined combat skill. More importantly, the mountain-moving divine ape was inherently attuned to earth, lightning, and light attributes, making it impossible to cultivate the nether clone technique, which required dark and wind elements. Shen Yuanyu, however, ingeniously circumvented the weaknesses of the stone clones. By equipping them with long-range demon weapon bows, he avoided the disadvantages of close combat and instead fully capitalized on their immense strength. Yihan, do you know why you're going to lose? Shen Yuanyu shouted confidently. It's because you underestimated me and gave me the time to set up my strategy. This strategy was originally designed to hunt down demon kings. His confidence swelled as the combat techniques bolstered his power, convinced that no matter how strong Yihan was, he couldn't surpass the level of a demon king by much. 5 flaming arrows tore through the air, their incredible tracking ability locking onto Yihan atop Lai Yin. Lai Yin unleashed a storm, sweeping across the surroundings, reducing trees on the ground to ash, and sending molten lava spiraling into the sky. The flaming arrows pierced through these layers of obstacles, their power significantly diminished, and were effortlessly swatted away by Ihan, who didn't even activate his mystic ice divine armor. At that moment, the original mountain-moving divine ape seized the opportunity and launched a fierce assault on Xiaobai on the ground. This is the full extent of Shen Yuanyu's power. On the battlefield, 5 clones wielding flaming war bows swiftly spread out, forming a web of long-range firepower. Meanwhile, the formidable mountain-moving divine ape charged forward with overwhelming momentum, its left hand gripping a thunderous warhammer crackling with electricity and its right hand holding a glimmering, icy-cold black iron divine shield, heading straight for Xiaobai. Just as the mountain-moving divine ape was about to close in, the bells on Xiaobai's feet suddenly emitted a crisp jingle. In an instant, Xiaobai, clad in a mystical ice armor, split into 3 identical forms. Each one radiated the exact same aura, with no discernible difference in physical strength. The 3 Xiaobais each took a different stance. The one on the left giggled and taunted, "Hey, big dumb monkey, guess which one is the real me?" The one in the center sneered, "Cloning techniques? Oh please, you're not the only one who can do that." The one on the right provocatively curled its snowy white paw, saying, "Dumb monkey, it's obviously me. Come on, if you're brave enough, take me down." Shen Yuanyu's face turned pale instantly. This was the netherworld cloning technique. 3 identical auras made it impossible to distinguish the real body. What was originally a unknown battle had suddenly turned into a 3-unknown scenario. Focus all attacks on any one of them. If it gets injured, we'll know which one's the real body. Shen Yuanyu immediately commanded. The mountain-moving divine ape lunged at the snow fox on the right with lightning speed, its thunderous warhammer crashing down with a deafening boom. With a resounding clash, hammer met claw. Xiaobai was forced back over 10 steps, while the mountain-moving divine ape had to retreat 5 or 6 steps as well. The Xiaobai on the right shook its paw, which had gone numb from the impact, as the cracks on its mystical ice armor quickly repaired themselves. Tisk, TSK. Not bad. That hit really numbed my paw. A sharp glint flashed in Shun Yuanyu's eyes. This one must be a clone. The real body would never risk testing the power of the thunderous warhammer so recklessly. The real one must be among the other 2. He calculated silently if he could take down just one of the snow foxes, his chances of victory would rise to 50%. As for the flaming angel, that could wait for later. The mountain-moving divine ape instantly locked onto the snow fox in the middle, hurling its thunderclap warhammer with a deafening roar. Yet, Xiaobai merely let out a playful laugh, its figure flickering as it vanished, leaving behind a trail of sonic boom clouds. Its speed was far superior to the lumbering mountain-moving divine ape. Shun Yuanyu's sharp eyes gleamed. With his extensive combat experience, he carefully observed the movements of the 3 Xiaobais and deduced the true body. If the one in the middle were a clone, it would have stayed to tangle with the mountain-moving divine ape, draining Shan Yuanyu's mental and physical strength in the process. After all, protected by the mystic ice divine armor, it had no fear of the thunderclap warhammer. The real danger lay in the side effects of frequently using battle techniques and consuming essence pills and return pills. However, this snow fox chose to retreat cautiously, clearly wary of a potential fatal close combat strike. This prudent behavior convinced Shen Yuanyu that it was the true body. "Yihan, did you really think I don't have a way to deal with agile beasts?" Shen Yuanyu bellowed. "Triple gravity domain, activate." As the mountain-moving divine ape stomped its foot, an earthy yellow glow spread across a 5-kilometer radius. The once nimble Xiaobai suddenly seemed mired in quicksand, its speed drastically reduced. This was none other than the Earth Element Height-Ear Battle Technique Gravity Domain. Unaffected by the gravity, the mountain-moving divine ape instantly closed the distance to the fleeing Xiaobai. Heavenly Sword Descent. Shen Yuanyu's voice thundered as a massive, 100-meter-long earthen blade materialized in the sky. Just as the colossal sword was about to strike Xiaobai, Shen Yuanyu sensed something amiss. Why hadn't this snow fox used its annihilating ice claw? He abruptly turned his head, only to see the other 2 snow foxes grinning mischievously at him. It was then he realized he had fallen for a diversionary tactic. Xiaobai's voice carried an unsettling cheerfulness. Her tone abruptly turned cold. "The master demands the blood of your divine ape, and you dare refuse? Defying the masters will usually warrant death, but since this is a competition, the master has decreed that peace must prevail. Humans shouldn't fight among themselves." She narrowed her eyes, flashing a dangerous smile. "Half of its body will do then. Don't worry, it won't hurt for long." Before her words fully landed, a massive, icy blue claw slashed down with deadly precision, striking the divine ape-yu and the mountain-moving divine ape, pinning them beneath the earthen giant sword they had summoned. At the same time, the fox they had believed all along to be the true form leapt forward, tightly entangling the mountain-moving divine ape. This sudden turn of events left the divine ape-yu in a state of shock. his mind blank. He couldn't react in time to dissipate the massive sword back into earth elements. Crack. A bone-chilling sound echoed as blood sprayed everywhere. When Yu finally regained his senses, the sight before him made his heart sink into despair. His mountain-moving divine ape had been severed in two by the very divine sword he had unleashed. The massive sword, weighing countless tons, pierced deeply into the ground before dissolving back into earth elements and vanishing. "Oh dear, my apologies, I missed," Xiaobai said, feigning regret. "Now it's 2/3 instead of half. It's all your fault for struggling so much. But don't worry, you're still a demon king, and as long as your head's intact, you'll be fine. After all, this is your divine ape kingdom's competition. You'll surely get the best VIP treatment." The divine ape Yu stared blankly at his contracted beast, now reduced to 1/3 of its body, writhing on the ground and coughing up blood. Unable to bear the sight, his vision darkened, and he passed out. In the final moments before losing consciousness, the truth finally dawned on him. He had been utterly deceived by this cunning snow fox. The fox had feigned weakness and fled, deliberately exposing openings to make him believe the middle one was the true form. Meanwhile, the real snow fox had been waiting on the left, biding its time to deliver the fatal blow. How can there be such a devious snow fox in this world? This was the divine ape Yu's last thought before succumbing to darkness. The divine ape, Shun Yuanyu, collapsed into unconsciousness due to severe mental exhaustion and the devastating psychological blow. In that instant, two of Xiao Bai's avatars acted swiftly, completely encasing the mountain-moving divine ape's body from the waist down in ice and carrying it away without hesitation. This tactic was specifically employed to prevent Shan Yuanyu's protectors from reclaiming him. At this point, only the upper body above the chest remained exposed, making the situation far worse than the initial plan of extracting 2/3 of his blood. This marked the complete disqualification of the divine ape nation from the competition, extinguishing their last hope. The mangled body now became Yihan's trophy, and even the arena's safety personnel had no authority to interfere. Although the divided body of the Demon King could recover within 1 or 2 days with mid-tier Earth-grade healing techniques if the lower half remained intact, with only the upper body left, it would require top-tier Earth-grade healing battle techniques to reconstruct the body, rendering him unable to fight for at least half a month. The Divine Ape Nation's spectator hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by sporadic sobbing that punctuated the heavy atmosphere. The audience buzzed with discussion. Some marveled at Yihan's overwhelming strength, noting that his flame angel had merely observed the battle from above, and even Xiao Bai's Thunder Hell and Blizzard Domain had not been unleashed. Yihan had crushed his opponent using only half of his power. Others, however, criticized Yihan's actions, accusing him of disrespecting his opponent and treating Shun Yuanyu as mere prey. Yet, it was undeniable that from this moment onward, Yihan had firmly established himself as the world's unrivaled prodigy, a status that would likely remain unchallenged for a significant period. Only the emergence of top-tier prodigies from the higher grades in the Global Academy Championship might pose a threat to his supremacy. After the battle, Yihan, expressionless, stored the mangled remains of the mountain-moving divine ape into his storage space. Xiao Bai, now docile and perched on his shoulder, was a stark contrast to his ferocious demeanor during the fight. The flame angel spread its wings and soared into the sky, and the three of them vanished from the battlefield in an instant. At this moment, the central river in the Demon King's territory surged with turbulent waves, stretching an astonishing 30 kilometers wide. Standing high in the air, Yihan could clearly see the massive water demons, each tens of meters long, swimming beneath the surface. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, water domains had become no man's land for humanity. Even the God Whale Nation, renowned for its prowess in aquatic battles, dared only to operate in shallow seas. About 3 hours later, Xiaobai suddenly became alert and pointed toward the river's surface. "Master, the air is thick with the stench of fish, and there's not a single trace of a 6th-grade bloodline beast within a 10-kilometer radius. I'm certain our first aquatic demon king is here." Hearing this, Lai Yin immediately halted in midair. Yihan decisively commanded, "Excellent. Let's go down." With a splash, Lai Yin dove into the water, carrying Xiao Bai and Yihan. The underwater environment restricted Lai Yan's wing movements, but Xiao Bai's 6 long, supple tails moved gracefully, adapting perfectly to the water. Xiao Bai quickly expanded to a size of 7 or 8 meters, allowing Yihan and Lai Yin to ride on her back. With a flick of her 6 tails, they shot forward like an arrow. To counter the force of the current, Lai Yin had to lean back slightly, her soft body pressing against Yihan's chest, her delicate face tinged with a blush. However, given the situation, Yihan had no time to dwell on such matters. His focus was entirely on the looming, shadowy figure ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the water. The calm river instantly erupted with over 10 terrifying whirlpools, 5 of which surged directly toward Xiao Bai. It was a mid-tier Earth-grade water technique, raging water tornado. Simultaneously, dozens of snake-like shadows darted rapidly toward them. Xiaobai displayed remarkable agility underwater, flicking her tail and narrowly evading the range of the water tornadoes. Yihan immediately issued combat orders. Everyone, enter battle mode. Prepare for underwater combat. In an instant, the three were covered in glacial divine armor. At the same time, icy winds began howling above the river's surface, and heavy snowflakes started falling. Xiaobai's innate ability, the blizzard domain, against the aquatic demon king, they dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Under the sacred radiance of their abilities, the shadow in the water finally revealed its true form. A massive golden octopus with dozens of writhing tentacles and 3 gaping, fang-filled mouths, the gluttonous emperor octopus. No wonder no high bloodline aquatic beasts can be found in these waters. They must have all ended up as its meals, Xiaobai remarked. Yihan quickly formulated a strategy. Xiaobai, engage in close combat. Lai Yin, protect me while providing ranged fire support. Understood, master. Lai Yin replied, enlarging her form. Due to the unique underwater environment, Yihan had no choice but to hold tightly onto Lai Yin's slender legs, a scene that would undoubtedly spark envy in countless onlookers. Their primary objective now was to eliminate the gluttonous emperor octopus as quickly as possible. While they could sustain themselves underwater for several days without needing to surface, underwater combat was highly taxing. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Lai Yin flapped her wings to retreat swiftly, putting distance between them and the octopus, while Xiaobai adjusted her glacial divine armor. The armor's spikes transformed into razor-sharp blades, ready to slice through the octopus tentacles. At this moment, Xiaobai's forepaws were no longer simple frost claws, but had transformed into gleaming frost blades. After confirming the perfect manifestation of the frost armor, it agilely swished its tail, dodging 2 massive water tornadoes, and shot like an arrow straight toward the tentacles to launch a piercing attack. With several swift slashes, the blade light flickered, and 4 or 5 thrashing octopus legs were severed instantly. Master, we're in for a treat today, Xiaobai exclaimed, drooling unconsciously. This is the delicacy of a demon king. As a 6th-grade bloodline beast, Xiaobai naturally craved the flesh of a 7th-grade bloodline demon king. It wasn't just about satisfying its appetite. More importantly, the demon king's flesh could enhance its cultivation, while the bloodline essence it contained could increase its chances of breaking through to the 7th grade. Don't worry. Once we take it down, I'll personally roast it for you, Yihan promised. Walla walla. Xiaobai cheered excitedly. Did you hear that, little octopus? Surrender now and obediently become Xiaobai's meal. With that, it dove straight toward the gluttonous emperor octopus at the bottom of the water. The gluttonous emperor octopus roared in fury. A mere 6th-grade snow fox dared to declare it would feast on the ruler of the waters. You will all pay with your lives, it bellowed, opening its massive maw to unleash a terrifying lightning pillar. Thunderhell, such a paltry display of power. I'll roast you thoroughly today. Xiaobai sneered, summoning an even thicker and more dazzling lightning serpent in response. The 2 lightning forces collided, sparking arcs of electricity in all directions. It was as if daylight had exploded underwater. Even from 1,000 meters away, Yihan could feel the electric arcs dancing on his frost armor. Xiaobai's masterful thunderhell easily overpowered the octopus' advanced lightning strike and continued its assault. However, instead of hitting its target, the attack struck a massive skeletal shark. Awaken, white bones, heed my command. The gluttonous emperor octopus unleashed a mid-tier dark element combat skill, command. Bone warriors. This demon king, which wielded water, dark, and lightning elements simultaneously, was summoning an army of skeletal warriors from the riverbed. Amidst a chilling gurgling noise, hundreds, if not thousands, of aquatic beast skeletons were resurrected. Their conditions varied from intact to severely fragmented, but their strength ranged from 4th to 5th grade, with over a dozen being remnants of 6th-grade bloodline elites. Enhanced by dark elements, these skeletal warriors now possessed speed and strength far surpassing their living forms, swarming toward Xiaobai and Yihan in overwhelming numbers. Even with the frost armor for protection, being entangled by these skeletal warriors would leave them vulnerable to the gluttonous emperor octopus's devastating attacks. The situation suddenly turned dire. The true value of the command skeleton warriors lies in disrupting the enemy's attack rhythm. These skeletal warriors, empowered by dark elements, are fearless of death and only know how to launch relentless, suicidal charges. Though their movements are hindered in water, this makes them even more troublesome to deal with. With an elegant wave of her jade-like hand, Lai Yin unleashed a massive cyan wind blade, slicing sharply through the water. The skeletal water demons were instantly cut in half, rendered immobile. While most wind-based techniques struggle to perform effectively underwater, the razor-thin wind blade technique is an exception. It has minimal contact with water, resulting in only a slight reduction in power. Lai Yin then spread her wings, swiftly retreating with Yihan to create distance from the skeletal water demons. Her enhanced wind blades cut through the undead creatures like a scythe through wheat, dismembering them one by one. Xiaobai, on the other hand, adopted a completely different strategy. Ignoring the swarming skeletal water demons around it, it whipped its tail and charged straight toward the gluttonous Emperor Octopus at the bottom of the water. With incredible speed, Xiaobai's body, clad in icy, blade-like armor, easily shredded any skeletal water demons in its path. These brittle skeletons were no match for Xiaobai, who was a walking arsenal of blades. The gluttonous Emperor Octopus panicked as its multiple combat techniques failed to stop Xiaobai. Its hundreds of tentacles recoiled rapidly as its massive body shrank to just over 10 meters in length. With a swift turn, it fled at high speed. Damn it! The gluttonous Emperor cursed internally. This snow fox is insane. Its entire body is covered in icy blades, making close combat impossible. It's just a 6th-grade bloodline creature, yet its combat power is terrifying. If not for the searing pain from its severed limb reminding it that this was all real, the octopus would have thought it was trapped in a nightmarious 6th-grade snow fox daring to dive underwater to try and slice up a 7th-grade aquatic overlord like itself for a meal. The world had gone mad. This snow fox completely defied logic. No matter how powerful it was, surely it couldn't be faster than the octopus in water, right? The audience from the divine ape kingdom stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. The mighty water demon king, after just one exchange with Xiaobai, was already fleeing for its life. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Lai Yin shouted sternly. She and Sister Xiaobai were determined to roast this gluttonous Emperor Octopus today. There was no way it could get away. With a flick of her jade-like fingers, Lai Yin summoned the light element, instantly forming a battle bow in her hands. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light shot through the water. Even underwater, the power of her light element battle technique showed no significant weakening. Following that, with a swift motion of her fingertips, a cyan wind blade, dozens of meters wide, materialized in the water and sped toward the gluttonous Emperor Octopus. Just as the two attacks were about to strike their target, a massive shield of dark ice suddenly appeared, completely shielding the octopus. The purifying arrow pierced into the shield, unleashing explosive heat, but only managed to penetrate halfway. The wind blade left nothing more than a faint white mark on the surface. This was the mid-tier water element, earth-level battle technique Dark Ice Divine Shield. Unlike the Dark Ice Divine Armor, the shield specialized in defense, boasting protection comparable to the Earth Element Black Iron Divine Shield. Although her attacks failed to land, Lai Yin had achieved her goal. The gluttonous Emperor Octopus, forced to turn and cast its defensive spell, missed its best chance to escape. At that moment, a white streak shot toward it like an arrow released from a bowstring. Run? Today, you're getting electroshock therapy. Xiao Bai's voice rang out as a pillar of electricity, as thick as a water tank, illuminated the murky waters. The electric arcs deftly bypassed the Dark Ice Divine Shield and struck the octopus squarely on the head, blasting a smoking, charred hole. Despite its severe injuries, the gluttonous Emperor Octopus was not dead yet. Its 3 massive, fanged mouths opened simultaneously, spewing out pitch-black ink. You will all die. You must die. This was its awakened battle technique Dark Domain. The ink rapidly spread, dyeing a 5-kilometer radius of the sea pitch black. Within the domain, Xiaobai, Lai Yin, and Yihan's senses sight, hearing, and even touch were almost entirely stripped away. They were left disoriented, while the gluttonous Emperor Octopus moved freely. Who should I devour first? Let's start with this little fox, the octopus sneered, swimming toward Xiaobai in the darkness. Suddenly, a ghostly blue ice claw tore through the darkness, precisely piercing the octopus's head. No! Impossible! How could you lock onto me? The gluttonous Emperor Octopus's voice faded as its body was completely frozen by the chilling power of the forbidden ice claw. The inky blackness gradually dissipated, and the trio's senses started to return. A system notification sounded. Successfully killed the level 40, 7-star bloodline awakened Demon King, gluttonous Emperor Octopus. Earned 130,000 points. Total points, 550,000. In the viewing hall of the Divine Ape Nation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yihan had demonstrated his versatility in defeating opponents of various types land, sea, air, living creatures, and plants alike. Though the demon hunting tournament had been underway for less than 24 hours, it already felt as though the end was in sight. No, haven't you noticed the key point? Someone suddenly asked. How did that snow fox manage to precisely locate the gluttonous Emperor Octopus in the pitch-black domain? And not just that, strike it down with a single, flawless blow. The surrounding murmurs immediately quieted. Indeed, without employing any enhanced sensory combat techniques, Xiaobai had achieved what seemed like an impossible feat. It was well known that the pitch-black domain was designed to suppress sensory-based techniques, drastically weakening their effectiveness, making it nearly impossible to accurately pinpoint the true body of the gluttonous Emperor Octopus. Even for us platinum-level experts, this is beyond comprehension, another spectator remarked with a shake of their head. Maybe it's because Ihan is just too extraordinary, someone speculated. On the very first day, he hunted down 4 Demon Kings and racked up 470,000 demon hunting points. That shattered the Divine Ape Emperor's 3-generation record of 230,000 points on the first day. In the competition arena, the night sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight fell softly like a veil. Yet, instead of continuing their hunt, Ihan, Xiaobai, and Lai Yin leisurely set up a campfire and began roasting the freshly caught octopus legs. Lai Yin, add a bit more heat. Xiaobai sniffed the aroma in the air. These octopus legs aren't fully cooked yet, they still smell a bit fishy. Got it. Lai Yin cheerfully responded, channeling fire elements to make the flames burn brighter. To onlookers, the scene was baffling. 3 participants casually roasting the meat of a water demon king in the midst of the 4 nations demon hunting tournament. While sprinkling seasoning on the octopus legs, Yihan calmly explained, there's still 1 more water demon king to hunt, but with 5 days for the competition, there's no need to rush. As for the secret behind Xiaobei's ability to pinpoint targets in the pitch-black domain, the answer was unexpected. It was all thanks to Yihan. It turned out that instead of relying on conventional sensory methods, Yihan had the unique ability to precisely detect the presence of killing intent nearby. In the office of the organizing committee for the 4 Nations Demon Hunting Tournament, a group of staff members was gathered around a glowing screen, watching the live broadcast. This young man is truly unprecedented. An elderly man shook his head and sighed. In over 50 tournaments, I've never seen anyone dare to start grilling barbecue in front of billions of viewers. Exactly, another person chimed in. In previous competitions, contestants were all desperately hunting demons, racing against the clock. Even His Majesty gave it his all when he competed back in the day. But look at him. He's as relaxed as if he's on vacation. Damn it, that grilled octopus tentacle of his is making me hungry, someone muttered while rubbing their stomach. I need to order some takeout fast. Focus on the matter at hand, the supervisor coughed, interrupting the chatter. This guy's strength is undeniably formidable, but the final boss, the Apex Water Demon King, won't be easy to handle. Even His Majesty couldn't successfully take it down back then. Judging by his current abilities, his chances are at best 50-50. The office quickly shifted to a discussion about the Apex Demon King. It turned out that each tournament featured 4 regular Demon Kings and 1 Apex Demon King, the latter being far more powerful. This was why, despite the legendary Shen Yuanding being able to handle the regular Demon Kings with ease, it failed to set the record for eliminating all Demon Kings in a single tournament. Let's not forget, an elder reminded the group, the rule set by the Grand Ancestor. Defeating the Apex Demon King comes with a hidden reward. No one has claimed it in over 50 years. They continued discussing the origins of the tournament. It was originally initiated by the Ape Master, with support from the Dragon Master, the Whale Master, and the Elephant Master. Because of this, even nations that consistently ranked at the bottom were obligated to keep participating. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Dao Academy, the topic was being discussed as well. That hidden reward is a 20-year development right for a medium-sized secret realm, the headmaster recalled. You know, even diamond-ranked powerhouses rarely have access to medium-sized secret realms. The resources from such a realm are enough to sustain a major family. Those superclans in the capital all rose to power through large secret realms. The following morning, Yihan and his team had been searching the river for nearly 3 hours, looking for the final Water Demon King. Master, I found the target, Xiaobai suddenly whispered. Its aura is faint, but it's definitely at the bottom of the river. Before Yihan could issue a command, the sky abruptly darkened. Thunderclouds gathered, and over a dozen lightning bolts as thick as barrels tore through the sky, striking directly at Yihan's position. Prepare for an all-out battle. Yihan's expression turned serious. This Demon King's opening move is a high-grade Earth-level lightning technique. It's likely far stronger than the previous 4. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.